A seemingly ordinary high school senior found himself on a mysterious path to awakening extraordinary abilities, all due to an unexpected incident in class. In the classroom of Class 33, Grade 12, at Tian'an City's #1 high school in Hangzhou, Huaxia, a special lesson was underway. Teacher Yiqing's clear and pleasant voice echoed through the room. Tomorrow, you will enter the trial ground, where you'll awaken unique abilities in front of the Awakening Monument. Abilities are ranked from lowest to highest as F, D, C, B, A, S, SS, SSS, and God-ear. You may choose to venture into the trial ground to seek your destiny. Just like Lord Linghuang back in the day, who obtained an additional talent fruit, elevating an S-tier ability to SS-tier, and becoming the strongest in Huaxia. While the tense Yiqing was passionately teaching, a sudden murmur disrupted the class. Smells so good, really good. It turned out that Ling Chen, who had stayed up late the previous night, had fallen asleep at his desk. The whole class burst into laughter, and Yiqing angrily ordered him to stand up and pay attention. At that moment, a flood of distant yet strangely familiar memories surged into Ling Chen's mind. He realized he had somehow crossed into a parallel world where ferocious beasts roamed. 40 years ago, life on Blue Star underwent sudden evolution, triggering terrifying beast tides. Just as humanity was on the brink of destruction, the trial ruins and awakening monument emerged, granting humans the power to fight back against the beasts. To Ling Chen's surprise, this version of his life included a younger sister named Ling Shi. In his previous life, he had no close ties, but now, having a sister to rely on felt oddly comforting. The thought of the upcoming ability awakening filled Ling Chen with anticipation. After all, this was a power every teenager dreamed of. After class, his close friend Yikong teased him for daring to sleep during Teacher Tiger's lecture. However, classmate Xiao Tian's was suddenly approached with a sneer. With your measly apprentice level 3 skills, you'd be lucky to awaken a tire ability. In the class, Ling Chen was the only one still stuck at apprentice level 3. Yet, his striking looks made him the most popular boy in school, even catching the attention of the class beauty, Bing Ling Shuang, from time to time. Yeah, I guess I've been slacking on burning incense at your family's ancestral shrine every Qingming festival, Ling Chen retorted without missing a beat. Xiao Tianzhua, irritated by the comeback, challenged him. If you manage to awaken above a tire ability, this 100,000 yuan is yours. But if you don't, stay away from my goddess. Well, if you're so eager to throw money at me, I suppose I'll have to let her down gently. After all, goddesses are usually out of reach anyway, Ling Chen replied with a smirk. Xiao Tianzhua glared at him, already imagining the moment Ling Chen would awaken a worthless tire ability. Ling Chen, are you confident? Yikong asked calmly. As a close friend for many years, he knew Ling Chen well. For the sake of his younger sister, Ling Chen had always given her the majority of his cultivation resources, using the rest to cover their living expenses. Over the years, Ling Chen had rarely relied on any potions to enhance his strength, relying solely on hard work. Yet, even so, he had reached the peak of the 3-star level, to the point where even Yikong, a 5-star, was no match for him. Wow, my son has grown up and started caring about his dad, Ling Chen said, pretending to be touched. Shut up. Yikong rolled his eyes before changing the subject. By the way, are you entering the trial grounds tomorrow? If you are, let's team up. It'll be safer to look out for each other. Of course, I'm going in. No problem. Ling Chen nodded in agreement. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Ling Chen's mind. Ding. Conditions detected. Initiating Legion system binding. Ding. Legion system successfully bound. Think, open system to access. Ding. Newbie gift pack received. Please check your inventory. Ling Chen froze. A system? A transmigration cheat? The author wasn't lying after all. He immediately thought the command to open the Legion system, and a virtual interface appeared before him. Character, Ling Chen. Strength, Apprentice, 3 stars EXP, 299300. Ability, guess what? Talent, depends on my mood. Store, can't afford to unlock anything yet. Legion members, 1. Legion rank, Lone Wolf start recruiting, Summon Legion, locked. Inventory, newbie gift pack. Don't expect much from freebies. A special note from the system read, you can view others' loyalty toward you. Loyalty of 60 or above allows recruitment into the Legion. Loyalty below 60 will result in automatic removal. Loyalty of 100 signifies unwavering devotion. Eagerly, Ling Chen opened the newbie gift pack and obtained 3 items. Cleansing Marrow Pill 1. Purifies the body, enhances cultivation talent. Ability Evolution Card 1. Instantly upgrades one ability by 1 tier. Legion Attack Boost Card 1. Increases all Legion members' attack power by 20. If I awaken an SS grade ability, wouldn't that reach God level? Ling Chen thought excitedly. Shortly after, the system issued a main mission. Mission, form the initial team. Objective, recruit 1 member into your Legion. Reward, Grade fire ability, with potential for evolution. Grade fire ability? And it can evolve? Ling Chen grinned foolishly. Hee. Ling Chen. Ling Chen. Yikong shook him, trying to snap him out of it. What's wrong with you, son? Have you gone dumb? Shut up. Ling Chen snapped back, regaining his composure. Pushing Yikang's arm aside, Ling Chen eagerly opened the system interface to check Yikang's loyalty stats. What greeted him was a surprising and pleasing figure. Yikang, Martial Apprentice 5 stars 250500, loyalty 95, recruitable. That loyalty level is pretty high. Ling Chen thought with excitement. Although it wasn't maxed out, it was likely due to accidentally deleting Yikang's study materials last time. Without hesitation, he extended an invitation to Yikang. I'm planning to form a small team to hunt down beasts in the future. What do you think? Of course, I'm in. Yikang readily agreed, throwing an arm over Ling Chen's shoulder. But when you're hunting beasts, let me stream it. The gifts will definitely pour in. Right on cue, the system notification chimed. Ding! Yikang has joined the Legion. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have been rewarded with Upgrade Fire ability, which is evolvable and can be claimed at any time. Upgrade ability, finally! Ling Chen waved excitedly and bid farewell. See you later. Humming a cheerful tune, Ling Chen returned to his small apartment in the old district. As he pushed the door open, the sound of cooking came from the kitchen. A petite figure wearing an apron was busy at work. It was his younger sister, Ling Shi. You're back, big brother. The food's almost ready. Ling Shi's lively voice called out. Despite the slight mismatch of her delicate appearance with the apron, her presence added a warm, homey atmosphere to the small apartment where the siblings relied on each other. After washing his hands, Ling Chen sat at the table, now set with stir-fried spicy shredded potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Your cooking has improved, little sister. Ling Chen complimented while eating, making Ling Shi laugh with delight. Big brother, don't forget, tomorrow's your awakening day. Do your best. Ling Shi reminded him. Don't worry, your brother is destined for greatness. Ling Chen joked, though his thoughts turned to the grade fire ability he had just acquired. Later, back in his room, Ling Chen decided to check his sister's stats, and what he saw left him stunned. Ling Shi, Apprentice 7 stars 345700, loyalty 100, recruitable, 7 stars? Ling Chen was shocked. This meant Ling Shi might break through to the bronze rank before her awakening next year, a feat unheard of for someone under 18. If his sister had such talent, then surely he wouldn't fall short. With this thought, Ling Chen's anticipation for tomorrow's awakening grew even stronger. Ling Chen opened the Legion system and quickly scanned through the various options. Character, Apprentice, 3 stars, EXP 299300. Ability, Pending. Talent, displays I'm in a good mood. Shop, locked. Inventory, Cleansing Pill 1, Ability Evolution Card 1, Legion Attack Bonus Card 1, Class B Fire Ability unextracted. Without hesitation, Ling Chen chose to extract the fire ability. In an instant, a surge of scorching energy swept through his body, as if he were submerged in boiling magma. The intense heat came and went quickly, followed by a system notification. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Class B fire ability. A strange sensation filled his heart. Fire elements seemed to become an extension of his body. Ling Chen extended his right hand, and a small flame flickered to life in his palm. The bright fire danced in his hand, radiating warmth, yet it caused no pain. So this is the power of an ability. Ling Chen clenched his fist tightly. I will become the most powerful ability user. His gaze shifted to the cleansing pill in his inventory. The small, quell excised black pill emitted a faint fragrance, invigorating him with just a whiff. Without hesitation, Ling Chen swallowed the pill. The medicinal energy turned into a warm current that began to flow through his body. What followed was an all-encompassing pain, but it quickly subsided as the warm current dissipated. Suddenly, a foul odor reached his nose. Looking down, Ling Chen found his body covered in black impurities. He immediately rushed to the bathroom to clean himself up. As he washed away the grime, he could feel the changes in his body. Not only was he physically stronger, but his affinity for the world's elemental energy had also significantly improved. As night fell, Ling Chen sat cross-legged on his bed and practiced the basic cultivation technique, Soldier's Conquest. The rate at which he absorbed elemental energy from the environment was now several times faster than before. After a night of intense cultivation, he successfully broke through to the 4-star martial disciple realm. The next morning, Ling Chen quickly freshened up, grabbed the bread prepared by Ling Shi, held a carton of milk in his hand, and dashed toward school. He arrived just in time, finding his place among his classmates on the field. Around him, the faces of his peers were filled with eager anticipation. At 9 o'clock sharp, the principal gave the signal, and the homeroom teachers led their students onto buses bound for the Awakening Monument. The ride wasn't long, and when they arrived, Students from other schools were already participating in their awakening ceremonies. In the distance, a colossal stone monument towered into the sky, exuding an aura of mystery. This was a square-shaped stone tablet engraved with the words, "Awakening." It possessed the power to help humans awaken their supernatural abilities and was therefore known as the Awakening Tablet. In front of the Awakening Tablet, a large crowd had gathered. Students stepped forward one by one, placing their palms on the cold surface of the tablet. Throughout the process, they closed their eyes and focused intently, carefully sensing the changes deep within their minds, waiting for their abilities to awaken. "I've awakened a level Earth ability. I knew I was a genius," one student exclaimed excitedly. "Congratulations, congrats. I only awakened a level fire ability. Seems like there's no hope for me," another student said with a bitter smile. The students who had completed their awakening left the tablet in small groups, eagerly discussing their results. According to past statistics, nearly half of the participants could only awaken level abilities, a grade that often signified an ordinary life. Level abilities, however, were the threshold for joining the military. Those who awakened higher level abilities would be sought after by top universities and would eventually play a critical role on the battlefield against monsters. "Oomph, a bunch of useless trash," Xiao Tianyu sneered, watching with disdain. "Oh, so you think you're something special?" Yikong retorted sarcastically. "All right, it's our turn now," Ling Chen said, patting Yikong on the shoulder before stepping toward the awakening tablet. Standing before the towering stone tablet, Ling Chen gently placed his palm against it. In an instant, countless points of light flickered in his mind. A purple lightning bolt quickly took shape, but to his astonishment, a second cluster of light began to form. "This is impossible. How can there be two clusters of light?" he thought, shocked. The second cluster gradually condensed into a silver cube. At that moment, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening S-level thunder ability and SS-level space ability." Ling Chen suppressed the overwhelming excitement in his heart. Space abilities were an exceptionally rare power, with only 2 individuals in all of Huaxia ever having awakened it. Now, it had fallen into his hands. As a transmigrator, he understood the importance of staying low-key and decided to reveal only his thunder ability for now, keeping the space ability as his hidden trump card. Checking the system panel. Name, Ling Chen. Strength, Apprentice, 4 stars experience, 51400. Abilities, SS level space ability, S level thunder ability, level fire ability upgradable. Talent, Emperor's potential. Without hesitation, Ling Chen used an ability evolution card to upgrade his space ability to god level. The system immediately notified him that he had earned the title Child of Space and unlocked the skill Blink, allowing him to teleport freely within a 10-meter radius. As he was reveling in his newfound power, a mechanical voice spoke. "Would you like to be transported to the trial grounds?" "Of course, transport me," Ling Chen responded without a second thought. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the front of the awakening tablet. "Huh, who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Ling Chen looked around in confusion and found himself standing in a vacant classroom. The neatly arranged desks and chairs, the lectern at the front, and the blackboard on the wall all indicated that this was indeed a school. He walked over to the window, and what caught his eye was a towering peach tree, reaching as high as a 10-story building. Its lush branches and leaves concealed several crystal-clear peaches that emanated a faint aura, glimmering faintly among the branches. Ling Chen's eyes lit up, but he refrained from acting rashly. His experience told him that such treasures were often guarded by something. Sure enough, a faint rustling sound came from the tree. Using the system's detection function, the Guardian's information appeared before him. Fire Monkey, Bronze 1-star attribute, Fire Skill, Flame Burst Punch. Evaluation. If you don't want to get beaten to a pulp, you'd better run. Run? No way. Ling Chen smirked. Having just awakened 3 special abilities, he was brimming with confidence in his own strength. At worst, he could use his flash ability to escape. At that moment, the Fire Monkey noticed him. "Since when does an ant dare to step into my territory?" it snarled, launching a fiery punch straight at him. Unwilling to back down, Ling Chen clenched his fist and countered. Just as the two seemed about to clash, he suddenly activated his flash ability, appearing 10 meters behind the Fire Monkey and charging directly toward the peach tree. The Fire Monkey froze in place. By the time it realized what had happened, Ling Chen had already plucked all the peaches. Enraged, the Fire Monkey's eyes burned red as it chased after him furiously. But Ling Chen executed several more flashes, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Hiding inside one of the student dormitories, Ling Chen sat down, slightly fatigued. 4 flashes. My energy is almost depleted. I can only use it 2 more times at most. However, as he gazed at the 11 spirit peaches in his storage space, a satisfied smile spread across his face. The system displayed. Spirit Peach. Consuming it increases energy significantly, enhances cultivation talent, and accelerates cultivation speed. The more consumed, the less effective it becomes. Finding a quiet classroom, Ling Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and formed a hand seal, activating his cultivation technique. The surrounding energy seemed to respond to his call, gradually converging into a small vortex. After an hour of cultivation, Ling Chen opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. At this moment, his state had been adjusted to its peak, and his source energy had fully recovered. It was time to try consuming the spirit peach. He retrieved a spirit peach from his storage space. The fruit was a vivid, translucent red, radiating an alluring sheen. Without hesitation, he took a bite, swallowing it whole before spitting out the pit with a soft pop. He smacked his lips in satisfaction. Burp as the spirit peach settled in his stomach. A wave of warmth began to spread, gradually coursing through his entire body. Ling Chen immediately activated his cultivation technique, guiding the warm energy through his meridians. It completed a full circuit before transforming into pure source energy that surged into his dantian. He could distinctly feel his meridians expanding and strengthening under the impact of this newfound power. When the warm energy was fully absorbed, Ling Chen let out a long breath and casually waved his hand. 4-star peak level, not bad. Encouraged by his progress, he immediately retrieved a second spirit peach and consumed it. The familiar warmth surged once again, continuously infusing his dantian with source energy. At the critical moment, a barrier within his dantian shattered with a resounding crack. 5-star apprentice, achieved. Ling Chen stood up, testing his newfound strength with a punch. Feeling the power coursing through him, multiple times stronger than before, he couldn't help but marvel. Having resources really speeds up cultivation. With his training complete, it was time to move forward. Dusting himself off, Ling Chen exited the classroom. Gazing into the distance, he sensed a fluctuation of source energy to the east, accompanied by faint sounds of battle. It seemed that some of the other students had run into trouble. Let's check it out. Who knows, maybe I'll get a chance to play the hero. Ling Chen headed east. As a self-proclaimed dual-element awakener of lightning and fire, he decided not to use his teleportation ability unless absolutely necessary. As he drew closer, the sounds of combat grew louder. Ling Chen leaped into the air and landed steadily on a sturdy tree branch. Peering through the dense foliage, he saw 9 individuals locked in battle with a group of skeletons. Ah, all guys. How boring, Ling Chen muttered, curling his lips in disappointment. Maybe these skeletons were women when they were alive? The skeletons weren't particularly strong, but they were more than enough to overwhelm the newly awakened students, who were still limited in their offensive capabilities. Strangely, the skeletons only looted valuables from their fallen opponents without taking any lives. As Ling Chen pondered this unusual behavior, he noticed how coordinated the skeletons were, as if someone was directing them from behind the scenes. Following the clues, he quickly spotted the culprit, a young boy hiding behind a tree, grinning smugly. Ha ha ha, I'm rich, the boy muttered to himself. Whenever I need cultivation resources, I'll just send these skeletons to rob the wealthy. Shouldn't the spoils be shared? Ling Chen's voice suddenly sounded right next to the boy's ear. No way, it's all mine, the boy instinctively replied before realizing something was off. Wait, who's there? Turning his head, he saw a boy around the same age as him smiling mischievously. Ling Chen spread his fingers, and a flame flickered to life in his palm. What? No share for me? He asked, tossing a small fireball casually. It landed at the boy's feet, scorching the grass into blackened ash. The young man was utterly terrified. He looked nervously at the situation unfolding before him, silently lamenting his predicament. Apart from the skeletons he had summoned, he had no combat abilities whatsoever. A bitter thought flashed through his mind. If only these skeletons could be replaced by beautiful demonesses, at least a couple of them might stay by his side to protect him. Little did he know, even if he summoned every last skeleton he could muster, he would still stand no chance against Ling Chen. Big brother, it's all yours, all yours. The young man quickly admitted defeat, raising his hands in surrender. Clearly at a disadvantage, he knew better than to resist when it was time to yield. Ling Chen interrogated him as if conducting a census. What's your name? Where are you from? Is your ability summoning skeletons? He was already calculating, and his mind summoning abilities were undeniably rare. Most summoners could only conjure 1 or 2 creatures at the start, which was why summoning abilities often seemed weak in the early stages. But this young man, who had just awakened his powers, could already summon so many skeletons. His talent was undoubtedly at least great. This sparked Ling Chen's interest in recruiting him. My name is Ma Xiao Zhao, big brother, you can just call me Xiao Zhao, the young man replied honestly. I'm from Tianqing City in the magic metropolis. My ability is summoning, and I can currently summon 20 skeletons. He saw no reason to hide the truth. His summoned skeletons were standing right there. and the oppressive aura emanating from Ling Chen made it clear that resistance was futile. All right, follow me. Tell your skeletons to stand down, Ling Chen instructed as he began walking toward the site of the skirmish. Xiao Zhao nervously followed behind him. On the battlefield, the skeletons that had been locked in combat suddenly froze in place. While the opposing group of teenagers didn't know what had just happened, they remained on guard, their sweat-drenched brows and labored breathing betraying their exhaustion. As two figures gradually approached, the leader of the group suddenly recognized one of them. Ling Chen, stay back, he shouted. Ling Chen smiled faintly and glanced at Xiao Zhao. Understanding the cue, Xiao Zhao waved his hand, and all the skeletons immediately lined up neatly to the side. This scene left the teenagers on the battlefield utterly stunned. Wait, what? These skeletons are summons? We just got beaten up by someone's summon creatures? Isn't summoning supposed to be the weakest ability in the early stages? Ling Chen walked over, clapping the leader on the shoulder with a teasing tone. I just happened to pass by and saw you getting thrashed by a bunch of little skeletons. You're really embarrassing me, you know? The leader, Yikong, panted as he retorted. Damn it anyway, Ling Chen. What ability did you awaken? Your dad's an Scrade Wind ability user. If I were more experienced, these skeletons wouldn't have even gotten close to me. Grade Fire ability, Ling Chen replied matter-of-factly. Xiao Zhao, standing off to the side, silently thought to himself, how could it only be grade? Even my S-grade talent feels suppressed in his presence. That's not bad. From now on, I've got your back. Yikong laughed, throwing an arm around Ling Chen's shoulder. Then, pointing to the group of teenagers behind him, he added, come on, Ling Chen, these are some new recruits I've picked up. Aren't you planning to form a team? See if they're any good their ald grade or crade. Ling Chen discreetly used his system to check their loyalty levels and discovered that none of them had a loyalty score above 50. But it was expected. They chose to side with Yikong, not me, Ling Chen muttered to himself, his voice so quiet that only those nearby could hear. At that moment, Ling Chen keenly noticed that Ma Xiaozhao, who was standing beside him, had a loyalty level of 65 enough to meet the recruitment standard. This surprised him somewhat. With his level talent, it shouldn't have been this high. What Ling Chen didn't realize was that his God-ear talent exerted a kind of oppressive aura on those with talents above S level, much like a monarch intimidating their subjects. To Ma Xiaozhao, Ling Chen appeared to be an SS level prodigy, and this pressure only fueled his admiration. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. Main system quest released. Establish a team 2. Quest objective. Recruit 10 members into your legion. Quest reward. The sealed Xianyuan sword. The Xianyuan sword? The legendary national treasure? Ling Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately turned his gaze toward Ma Xiaozhao. Feeling Ling Chen's intense stare, Ma Xiaozhao shivered and let his imagination run wild. Wait, could he have feelings for me? No way, boss, I'm into girls. Don't look at me like that unless, well, you pay me extra. He spoke dramatically, even crossing his arms over his chest as if to shield himself. Ling Chen's mouth twitched. Aren't you being overly dramatic? Fine, I'll pay. The moment those words left his mouth, Ma Xiaozao's demeanor did a complete 180. He sidled up to Ling Chen obsequiously. Boss, you have my utmost respect. Please, go easy on me. What followed could only be described as utterly absurd. Ling Chen pulled out a 10 yuan bill, which Ma Xiaozhao snatched up immediately. Then, Ling Chen took out a 100 yuan note, and Ma Xiaozhao grabbed it even faster, shouting, Grandpa? Watching this unfold, Ling Chen was already calculating how to exploit his new grandson. All right, they'll take that as your agreement to join, Ling Chen said. Join what? Ma Xiaozhao asked, confused. My team. From now on, you're with me, Ling Chen declared. Faced with the sudden invitation, Ma Xiaozhao froze. But under the friendly smiles of both Ling Chen and Yikong, he quickly chose to agree. Ling Chen then handed a spirit peach to Yikong, who consumed it and immediately broke through to 6-star rank. This scene made everyone present green with envy. Their loyalty levels also increased to 60, clearly drawn by the allure of such resources. Seizing the moment, Ling Chen extended an invitation for everyone to join his team. Tempted by the promise of more resources, they all readily agreed, allowing Ling Chen to successfully complete the system quest. Ma Xiaozhao recalled most of his skeletons, leaving only 2 standing behind him in a typical underling stance. The rest of the group also willingly joined Ling Chen's team, eagerly anticipating the benefits they might gain in the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning a reward. The system's notification sounded, and a piece of information immediately appeared before Ling Chen. Xianyuan sword seal. This ancient divine weapon came into view. Forged by the heavens and infused with the spiritual energy of the universe, it harbors boundless power and is a true artifact for slaying demons and beasts. The system displayed that the Xianyuan sword was sealed with 8 layers. Unlocking the first layer alone required extremely stringent conditions. 1 golden beast core of each element metal, wood, water, fire, and earth 16 pounds of divine iron, and 10,000 soul points. At present, Ling Chen had only mastered the first move of the silver grade sword technique. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. The subsequent 7 techniques remain locked. Ling Chen opened the Legion system to check his status. Strength, Apprentice, 5 stars. Experience 49500. Abilities, God level spatial ability, S level thunder ability, level fire ability evolvable. Talent, Emperor's aura. Skills, blink, 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Legion size, just 10 members, essentially a lone commander with a small guard unit. Inventory, apart from the Legion attack boost card and the Xinyuan sword seal, it was empty. After regrouping with the remaining members, Ling Chen decided to continue exploring eastward. With only a single day to complete the trial, and having already tasted the rewards, he had no intention of giving up easily. Just as he was about to set off, a peculiar figure appeared under a large tree. A young man draped in a yellow wand-white haori, with a samurai sword hanging at his waist. He wore a deep blue knotted headband, exuding an air of ease and confidence. The young man approached silently in wooden clogs and got straight to the point. Hello, do you still have that spiritual peach from earlier? What if I do? What if I don't? Ling Chen replied calmly. Would you be willing to trade? I have 5 spiritual fruits here. They're useless to me, but they can also enhance cultivation and improve aptitude. How about trading 2 of your peaches for them? After a brief consideration, the two quickly completed the exchange. However, the young man didn't leave. Instead, he proposed a sparring match. Why me? Ling Chen asked, puzzled, as he appeared to be nothing more than a level ability user on the surface. The young man was forthright. Because you're the only one here who gives me a sense of pressure. My instincts tell me I might lose to you, but I want to give it a try. I don't mind, Ling Chen replied, but wouldn't a fight like this be a little too plain? What do you want? Ling Chen stared directly at the young man before him. Of course, there has to be a wager. How about this? If I lose, you can challenge me to a duel anytime you want, and I'll even return these 5 spiritual fruits to you. But if I win, you have to join my team and fight beasts alongside me from now on. All right, I agree, the young man replied decisively. The onlookers silently stepped aside, giving the two plenty of space to fight. Ling Chen slowly drew the Xinyuan sword from his backpack. Its blade gleamed coldly under the sunlight, with intricate carvings of the sun, moon, and stars on one side, and mountains, rivers, and forests on the other. The sword radiated an extraordinary aura. A swordsman standing nearby suddenly noticed that his own sword was trembling uncontrollably, emitting a low hum as if bowing in submission to the Xinyuan sword. He gripped the hilt tightly, staring in shock at the scene. Impressive sword, the young man opposite remarked, his eyes flashing with admiration as he studied the Xinyuan sword. Let's keep it simple, 3 moves to decide the winner, Ling Chen said, standing with his hands behind his back in an air of composure, like a master detached from the world. In truth, he had only just arrived in this world and lacked the ability to teleport or summon lightning. His repertoire of techniques was limited, so he had no choice but to aim for a swift victory. All right, please, teach me. The young man assumed a drawing stance, leaning forward slightly. Ling Chen remained poised, holding his sword loosely at his side. Suddenly, with a sharp cry, the young man launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Batajutsu slash. At the last possible moment, Ling Chen sidestepped to the right, simultaneously summoning a fireball and hurling it at the young man. He followed up with a sword strike. The young man flipped midair, skillfully evading the dual attack. His katana traced 2 arcs in the air, stirring up a fierce gust of wind. Hokushin Itoryu whirlwind slash. As the young man's blade grew increasingly ferocious, Ling Chen unleashed his 10,000 swords return to origin technique. Multiple sword shadows encircled him, and to everyone's astonishment, the swordsman's blade nearby flew out of its sheath of its own accord, joining the formation around Ling Chen. The two forces clashed violently in midair, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the air finally settled, the figures of the two combatants gradually came into view. The young man's katana was pressed against Ling Chen's chest, while the Xinyuan sword rested against the young man's neck. This match is a draw. What's your name? Ling Chen asked. Ling Chen, the young man repeated softly. Remember my name, Yu Shuejing. Next time we meet, the wager remains the same. Yu Shuejing sheathed his blade, performed a formal bow in the style of a samurai, and turned to leave. His figure grew smaller and smaller in the distance until it disappeared entirely from view, leaving only his fading silhouette behind. Ling Chen looked at the group, their faces filled with shock. How could the gap in strength be so vast when they had all just awakened? Only Xiao Zhao seemed to understand after all. The intensity of that battle had already reached the bronze level. These two were practically monsters. The team members, who had originally joined only because of the resources and Yikang's potential, now felt complete admiration for Ling Chen. Who wouldn't be utterly loyal to such a powerful yet considerate leader? Watching their loyalty steadily increase, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Ling Chen's lips. Let's move out. After a brief period of recovery, Ling Chen's energy had been fully replenished. The group headed east, quickly leaving the school-like area behind and entering a dense forest. Stay alert, Ling Chen reminded them. It felt just like stepping out of the beginner's village in a game from his previous life. Send your skeletons to scout ahead. Got it, boss. Two skeletons obediently took the lead, while the group followed at a safe distance. Suddenly, several vines burst out of the ground, wrapping around the skeleton's leg bones and hoisting them high into the air. The vines tightened more and more. Boss, Xiao Zhao called out anxiously, looking at Ling Chen. After a brief moment of thought, Ling Chen sent a small fireball in a probing attack. The instant the fireball touched the vines, they recoiled as if meeting their nemesis, quickly releasing their grip. The skeletons fell heavily to the ground, dusted themselves off, and resumed their role as scouts. To prevent another ambush, Ling Chen formed a slightly irregular ring of fire with his right hand, encircling the group for protection. If the skeletons could show expressions, they would likely be full of confusion. What about us? Perhaps frightened by the earlier encounter, the vines did not reappear. Suddenly, a sharp squeak sound echoed through the air, putting everyone on high alert. In the distance, a large cloud of dust rose as a swarm of creatures rapidly approached. Those are flame-eating rats, Xiao Zhao exclaimed. A massive horde of hundreds of flame-eating rats was charging toward them. Most of them are less than 3 stars, but if we get overwhelmed, we'll likely be exhausted to death. Plus, they feed on fire, so the boss's fire abilities will be useless here. Ling Chen nodded and drew the Xinyuan sword. Brothers, get ready for battle. Seeing the Xinyuan sword in their leader's hand, everyone's spirits lifted as they recalled Ling Chen's earlier display of power. Yikong shouted energetically from the side. Brothers, just a bunch of rats, how can they stop us? Let's wipe them out. Ding! A system notification sound chimed. Detected that the host's legion is united as one. Legion system officially activated, the system's voice announced. The legion system requires the host's legion to meet the minimum number of members, and for all members to be united in purpose to fulfill the activation conditions. Immediately, a series of messages appeared. Legion members, 11. Legion level, commander and his guard squad. Summon legion, locked. Legion leader, not activated. Deputy leader settings, requires a legion of 1,000 members. Legion skills, requires a legion of 1,000 members. Bonuses, Legion attack bonus, none. Legion defense bonus, 1. Legion movement speed bonus, 1. Legion recovery bonus, 1. The system added, note, special bonuses will unlock as the legion level increases. At that moment, the system issued another alert. Detected imminent danger to the host legion. Would you like to use a legion attack bonus card? Yes, no. How considerate, I almost forgot about that. Ling Chen thought to himself and immediately chose yes. Ding. Legion attack bonus card activated. Legion attack bonus increased to 21. An invisible golden light enveloped the group, and everyone felt a strange surge of energy coursing through their bodies. Whoa, I feel like my strength just got a huge boost. You feel it too? Same here. I thought I was some chosen one awakening in the face of danger. Haha, this gives us an even better chance against the rat swarm. Despite their excitement, everyone remained on high alert, fully prepared for the fight. Xiao Zhao quickly formed hand seals, summoning the remaining skeleton warriors. As the swarm of rats approached within 50 meters, Yikong let out a sharp command, wind, strike. A powerful gust of wind surged forward, toppling the front line of flame rats and disrupting the swarm's charge. Now's our chance. Let's go. Ling Chen shouted, charging ahead. His sword flashed like lightning, each strike precisely slaying 1 or 2 flame rats. Behind him, his comrades and the 20 skeleton warriors launched their own attacks. However, as the battle dragged on, the tide began to turn against them. It wasn't because the rat swarm grew stronger, but because their source energy was depleting. As newly awakened ability users, they were inexperienced in managing their powers efficiently. The rapid exhaustion of their energy made their situation increasingly precarious. Ling Chen, what do we do now? Yikong asked, panting heavily. His face had turned pale. The others around him were also breathing hard, clearly on the verge of exhausting their energy. Ling Chen rubbed his forehead, a determined glint flashing in his eyes. It was time to unleash his lightning abilities. Above them, dark clouds had unknowingly gathered, crackling with faint flashes of lightning and rumbling ominously. Come, lightning, Ling Chen commanded, clenching his fingers slightly. In an instant, silvery arcs of electricity erupted along his arm, spiraling like a coiled dragon. With a swift motion of his right hand, bolts of lightning roared and struck the swarm of fire rats. Boom! The lightning bolts landed in the heart of the swarm, creating a scene akin to an explosion. The fire rats were sent flying in all directions, their blood splattering everywhere. Within the radius of Ling Chen's unleashed lightning power, no fire rat dared to approach. Yi Kong and the others stared in stunned silence. At that moment, Ling Chen appeared to them like a ruler of thunder and lightning. The once ferocious fire rats now seemed utterly fragile and powerless in the face of his electrifying might. Ling Chen, you're incredible. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Finally, the fire rat horde was completely terrified and scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Ling Chen withdrew his lightning arcs and stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the fleeing rats. The dark clouds dispersed, and the clear blue sky returned. Ling Chen, that was amazing, Yi Kong said as he rushed over. I had no idea you not only awakened dual abilities, but also possess such powerful lightning skills. Do you think trump cards should be revealed so easily? Ling Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. Yi Kong playfully punched Ling Chen's shoulder before turning to the group and shouting, Brothers, did you see Ling Chen's strength? From now on, we follow him. Yes, we'll follow the boss. The group echoed in unison. Ling Chen took out 5 spirit fruits and 5 spirit peaches, distributing them among everyone present. Eat these to recover. We still have a long way to go. Under the protection of skeletal guards, the group consumed the spirit fruits. Soon, the sound of breakthroughs echoed one after another. I've reached 5 stars. I'm at 6 stars now. Even Xiao Zhao broke through from 6 stars to 7 stars. The group turned to Ling Chen with excitement and admiration. Keep training hard, Ling Chen said with a smile. One day, we'll work together to subdue the beasts and restore peace. But boss, someone said hesitantly, we might not make it to Huaqing University with you. We might not be able to stay together. One day, we'll stand side by side on the battlefield against the beasts, Ling Chen said calmly, a faint smile on his lips. As long as we keep moving forward, we'll meet again at the finish line. In the distance, a beam of light shot straight into the sky, radiating a dazzling brilliance that instantly captured everyone's attention. The heavenly ladder trial has begun. A deep voice echoed across the air. There must be a great treasure in the trial. Let's go take a look. Ling Chen immediately took the lead, hurrying toward the direction of the light. An hour later, Ling Chen and his group arrived at the base of the heavenly ladder. The area was already packed with people, and countless figures were climbing the ladder. Among them, the most eye-catching was the leader who had already ascended over 200 levels. Isn't that Zhuge Kongming from Beiping City? Someone in the crowd exclaimed, recognizing the man. I heard he's reached the 9-star apprentice level and awakened an SS-level psychic ability. He's on Syndicate's genius, and all the top academies are vying for him. Following closely behind were a few other prodigies who also sparked discussions. One was Chu Tian from the military, also at the 9-star level, who had awakened an SS-level strength ability. Another was Ma Hun Tao from the Ma family in Magic City, dressed in black and rumored to have awakened an SS-level summoning ability. Ling Chen noticed that Ma Xiaozhao beside him was glaring intently at Ma Hun Tao, her eyes filled with hostility. It was clear there was an unresolved grudge between the two. Behind these prodigies, the figures of 2 young women also drew attention. One, dressed in white, was stunningly beautiful, eliciting gasps of admiration from the crowd. The other, in purple, had a delicate and refined charm, like a lotus rising from clear water. Ling Chen's pupils narrowed as he recognized the girl in white as being Ningxuang, the top student in their class. Her exceptional talent and abilities was no surprise. What did surprise him, however, was the girl in purple Xianlinger. She had always been quiet and unremarkable in class, with her strength ranking near the bottom. He couldn't fathom how she had reached such heights. As Ling Chen was deep in thought, Yi Kang's voice interrupted him. Brother Chen, shall we go up together? Ling Chen turned to his group and said, Brothers, the trial is nearing its end. Each of you should begin your heavenly ladder trial. If you can't continue, claim your reward on the level you reach and step down. We'll meet again on the battlefield against the beasts in the future. Boss, we'll always follow you. Everyone responded in unison. Ling Chen stepped onto the heavenly ladder first. Each level was several meters wide. As soon as he reached the first level, he felt a faint sense of pressure. Relying on his level talent, he climbed steadily. However, upon reaching around the 100th level, the pressure suddenly intensified, forcing him to slow down. It seems that those with talents below level won't be able to surpass this point, Ling Chen murmured as he paused, wanting to see if the new recruits he had taken under his wing could make it this far. Why did you stop? Yi Kong asked as he followed behind Ling Chen, noticing him suddenly come to a halt. Ling Chen didn't respond, simply standing in place as if waiting for something. Before long, Ma Xiaozhao caught up to them. Despite his exceptional talent, his stamina seemed to be lacking. Gasping for breath, he leaned against Ling Chen, silently recovering his strength. Soon after, the other boys who had been following behind began to appear in the distance. Each step they climbed was met with immense pressure, yet they persevered, continuing their ascent. Watching this, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on Ling Chen's face. Let's go, Ling Chen said, setting off once more. Activating his S-level lightning ability to resist the pressure, he quickly reached around the 300th step. The intensity of the oppressive force at this point was overwhelming, and Ling Chen surmised that this might be the limit for Yikong and the others. The surroundings were nearly deserted, with only a few scattered figures visible. Looking down, the people below were no more than tiny specks, resembling ants. Ling Chen pondered the situation, speculating that every 100 steps corresponded to a level of innate talent, meaning an SS-level talent might be able to reach the 500th step. Gazing upward, the end of the staircase had already vanished into the clouds. Without hesitation, Ling Chen continued his climb. With the support of his 3 abilities, the pressure at this stage posed little challenge to him. By the time he reached over 400 steps, he unexpectedly encountered Bing Ningxuang and Xianlinger. Surprisingly, the 2 girls, one usually as cold as ice, the other almost invisible in presence now, appeared to be quite familiar with each other. Seeing Ling Chen, both girls showed expressions of surprise. The usually unremarkable Ling Chen, often at the bottom of their class, had managed to reach such heights. It was clear that everyone had their own secrets. Ling Chen merely returned a polite smile before continuing his ascent. After he left, Xianlinger teased, "Who would have thought he had such high talent? By the way, I've noticed you often sneak glances at him. Do you have a crush on him?" "Don't be ridiculous," Bing Ningxuang denied. "I just heard he's an orphan who's never used the school's resources, yet he still managed to advance to 5 stars. I found it curious, that's all." The 2 then began discussing the inheritance of the Blue Star trial grounds and the prophecies passed down by their ancestors. Meanwhile, Ling Chen had reached the 499th step, where he encountered Zhuge Kongming, Chu Tian, and Ma Huntao, who were competing to see who could reach the 500th step first. Ling Chen simply shook his head and, like a gust of wind, swept past them. His fleeting figure disappeared into the distance, leaving the trio standing there in stunned silence. Zhuge Kongming watched Ling Chen's departing figure, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Chu Tian, with a look of determination, yearned for a battle with Ling Chen, while Ma Huntao glared angrily at Ling Chen's back, his eyes filled with fury. As Ling Chen reached the 600th step, he was forced to slow down. It wasn't due to the overwhelming pressure, but because the continuous climb of several hundred steps had left him slightly fatigued. He paused briefly to catch his breath, noticing that no one else was in sight, then resumed his ascent. Upon reaching the 800th step, an unprecedented wave of pressure suddenly bore down on him. Ling Chen took a deep breath and looked up at the seemingly endless staircase. He sat cross-legged, activating his cultivation technique to restore his source energy while pondering a way to overcome the obstacle. At the 801st step, Ling Chen reached out tentatively and immediately felt the immense pressure. Suddenly, a thought struck him: what if he could avoid the pressure by not touching the staircase's barrier? Without hesitation, he used his teleportation ability and successfully landed on the 801st step. From then on, Ling Chen alternated between teleporting and resting. Each time his source energy was depleted, he would sit and recover before continuing upward. After several cycles of this, he finally caught sight of the pinnacle, the 1001st step. The moment he stepped onto the final step, a golden light enveloped him, instantly replenishing his source energy. He could feel his strength surging. Apprentice, 6 stars. However, before he could search for the trial's rewards, a mysterious force transported him to another space. It was a paradise-like realm, resembling a utopia. Cranes soared gracefully among peach blossoms, streams meandered through the mountains, and beside a simple straw hut by the creek, an old man wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat was fishing. Strangely, his fishing line had no hook. "You've arrived," the old man said. Through a brief conversation, the old man introduced himself as Kong Ming, demonstrating extraordinary insight by immediately discerning Ling Chen's tri-elemental abilities. Upon learning that the old man was at the immortal sovereign level, a being who could render saints as insignificant as ants, Ling Chen did not hesitate. He knelt and bowed, seeking apprenticeship. As Ling Chen thought to himself, when a golden opportunity presents itself, there's no hesitation, grab it tightly. "Ha ha ha, all right, get up." A faint smile appeared on Elder Coming's withered face, his aged features becoming a bit more animated with this rare expression. "By the way, there's something else I need to tell you." His tone suddenly grew solemn. "Your master is now nothing more than a soul. Years ago, I was ambushed by dozens of immortal monarchs, and my physical body was destroyed. The matter of revenge will have to fall to you." "What?" Ling Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't even reaped any benefits yet, and now he was expected to face enemies that even saints couldn't defeat? He instinctively swallowed and cautiously asked, is it too late to, withdraw as your disciple? I mean, it's only been 7 days since I became your student." Seeing his disciple's panicked expression, Elder Kongming couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice echoing across the vast expanse. It's been so many years since I laughed this heartily. Heaven has not been unkind to me, gifting me a disciple with god-tier talent. Noticing the bitterness still etched on Ling Chen's face, the elder decided to offer his new disciple some motivation. Do you know why those immortal monarchs conspired against me? Ling Chen shook his head. Because I wield the power of space. They couldn't defeat me, so they feared me. The elder gazed into the distance, his eyes glimmering with the pride of his past. I established this trial ground to find a successor. You've seen the benefits within. Did you think I wouldn't leave anything behind for you? Hearing this, Ling Chen's spirits lifted instantly. Rubbing his hands together, he looked at his master with eager anticipation. Elder Calming rolled his eyes at him and tossed over a disc-shaped array plate. The entire trial ground is yours now. Stop staring at me and hurry up to refine it. Ling Chen caught the array plate, immediately feeling its immense weight. The elder shot a beam of golden light into his mind, imparting the method to refine the array plate, and then turned away to resume fishing. Sitting cross-legged, Ling Chen bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the array plate. The blood was instantly absorbed, and the plate began to tremble violently. Closing his eyes, he channeled his energy, carefully attuning himself to the plate's transformation. His right hand traced intricate patterns in the air, guiding the blood to form imprints. When everything finally settled, a system notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the primordial treasure city of space. A primordial treasure, born alongside heaven and earth. Elder Kongming continued to explain. This treasure has 9 layers, but with your current strength, you can only access the first. I myself have only unlocked 7 layers. Each layer contains treasures and spirit stones for cultivation that I've left behind. The first layer was modified by me to its current state, perfect for nurturing talent. Remember, unless it's a matter of life and death, don't reveal that this place belongs to you. Leave the trial ground here for now. With the array plate, you can return anytime or allow others to enter. The Elder of Void casually tossed over a spatial ring capable of holding 10,000 cubic meters and instructed, only those you trust completely can be brought here, understood? Alright, stop wasting time with an old man like me. Come back when you reach the bronze rank, and he'll personally teach you for a few months. Seeing that Ling Chen had successfully refined the array disc, the Elder of Void nodded in satisfaction. Ling Chen bowed respectfully to his master in farewell, then his figure vanished from the spot. Hovering above the heavenly staircase, Ling Chen looked down at the crowd still climbing below. At this moment, with just a single thought, he could move freely within the trial grounds. He was pleased to see that his loyal followers had all reached the 100th level, showcasing commendable perseverance. As his gaze swept across the scene, he noticed Yikong struggling to ascend the 333rd level. It seems his scrade talent is indeed remarkable, Ling Chen silently assessed. Lung Ningxuang and Xianlinger were stationed at the 400th level, clearly possessing talents between SS and SSS grades. To his surprise, Xiao Zhao had also reached a similar height, which delighted him. Driven by curiosity, Ling Chen surveyed the entirety of the trial grounds. The area was vast, equivalent to the size of a province. Each year, students entering the grounds were only teleported to the central zone. The outskirts were dense forests and towering mountains, challenging for newcomers, but an excellent training ground for combat. Opening the Legion system, Ling Chen meticulously examined the various data points. System data remains unchanged, omitted. He noticed that the soul energy of the Xinyuan sword had increased. It must be the gains from slaying the flame-devouring rats. It seems I need to hunt more beasts, Ling Chen calculated inwardly. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed throughout the trial grounds. This trial has concluded. The participants were transported away one by one. However, as the new master of the trial grounds, Ling Chen could now enter and leave at will. After everyone had departed, Ling Chen extended his right hand, palm upward, summoning the array disc. With his left hand, he condensed a mysterious sigil and imprinted it onto the disc. Golden light shot out from the array disc, striking an empty area in the central zone. A resplendent golden sanctuary rose from the ground. Ling Chen then activated the array disc and teleported directly into the sanctuary. So many spirit stones! Ling Chen exclaimed in awe. The sight before him was astonishing. Piles of low-grade spirit stones, glowing faintly, stacked like small mountains to one side of the grand hall. In the center of the hall, a long, intricately carved table was laden with various cultivation techniques. But the most eye-catching item was the technique book at the very center, titled Chaos Godslaying Technique. Right on cue, the system's prompt sounded. Technique detected. Would you like to cultivate it?
Yes.
Ding. Congratulations, host, for mastering the divine level technique, Chaos Godslaying Technique. This news sent a wave of shock through Ling Chen's heart. On Blue Star, Techniques were ranked into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. Earth tier techniques were already incredibly rare, Heaven tier ones even scarcer, and Divine level techniques clearly stood above them all. Without wasting another moment, Ling Chen sprang into action. Using his spatial ability, he swiftly collected dozens of technique books and then began gathering the spirit stones. Each stone was at least the size of an egg, and there were a staggering total of 100,000 stonesa fortune beyond imagination. After finishing his collection, Ling Chen decided to leave. However, when he teleported back to the Awakening Monument, he was rendered speechless by the scene before him. A massive crowd. Everyone who had entered seemed to have exited at the same time, completely blocking the area in front of the monument. After struggling through the crowd, Ling Chen finally made it to the school bus, where Yikang's voice called out, "Ling Chen, over here." As he approached, Xiao Tianyu sneered, "Well, if it isn't Ling Chen, what useless ability did you awaken?" "Let's see. For your information, I awakened a crank Earth-based ability." "Hey, watch your mouth," Yikang said, throwing an arm around Ling Chen's shoulder. "Our brother Chen awakened a brank fire ability." Xiao Tianyu's face fell. "Impossible." Without saying a word, Ling Chen raised his right hand, and a ball of flame materialized out of thin air. Gasps of amazement erupted from the surrounding crowd. But what truly left everyone stunned was Yikang's demonstration of his Shrank Wind ability, an extremely rare occurrence in the entire school. Xiao Tianyu's face turned ashen. Reluctantly, he pulled out a bank card from a stack of dozens and tossed it to Ling Chen. The password's on the back. Ling Chen casually slipped the card into his pocket, brushing off Yikang's astonished exclamation of 10,000 yuan with a shake of his head. If Yikang knew the value of the spirit stones Ling Chen had just acquired, he'd probably slap his own thigh in disbelief. On the bus ride back to school, Ling Chen and Yikang sat in the last row, instantly becoming the center of the class attention. After all, based on current knowledge, they were the students with the highest awakening levels in the class. If Ling Chen knew what they were thinking, he would definitely refute them. Bing Ningxuang and Xian Linger are the real masters hiding their strength under a facade. Soon, the group returned to school. In the classroom, Teacher Yiqing was handing out ability survey forms and announced that each student could choose one skill from the school's ability and martial arts library for free. After careful consideration, Ling Chen selected an advanced yellow tier skill suited for fire-based close combat, the blazing fire palm. Standing on the podium, Yiqing continued, "A month from now, we'll hold a pre-exam simulation sprint. The top 20 students will form a sprint class to prepare for the college entrance exams. Tomorrow morning, they'll distribute the skills you applied for. That's all for today. Don't keep your families worried. Let's go out for a bit," Ling Chen said after school, calling on Yikang. The two hailed a cab to the city center's auction house. A delicate-looking attendant approached them and asked, "What can I help you with?" "Tonight's auction starts at 8 p.m. We're here to auction off a few spirit stones," Ling Chen said directly. A flicker of surprise flashed in the attendant's eyes, and she quickly went to fetch the manager. Before long, the slightly chubby manager, Qian Duo, arrived. After inspecting the 3 spirit stones Ling Chen handed over, his eyes lit up with excitement. The luster, the size, these are top-quality spirit stones. How about 2.6 million? They'll take them directly. The price exceeded expectations, and Ling Chen readily agreed. Qian Duo handed them an auction catalog and 2 invitation cards, and even reserved room number 1 in the Earth tier section for them. Yikang had to decline attending the evening auction due to other commitments, so the two took a cab and went their separate ways home. When Ling Chen opened the door, he called out with a smile, "I'm home." She immediately dashed out of her room and leapt into her brother's arms. Ling Chen grinned and pulled out the gifts he had brought. A spirit fruit that could enhance energy, 10 spirit stones, and a bank card loaded with 100,000 yuan. "Brother, did you sell a kidney or something?" She teased, only to have her cheeks lightly pinched by Ling Chen. "I got all of this from the trial grounds. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll take it back." "Thank you, brother. How could I let you take back a gift?" She quickly switched to a sweet smile and carefully put away her presents. Ling Chen smiled and gently patted his sister's head. "Your big brother has money now. Let's buy a house so we don't have to squeeze into this tiny apartment anymore," he said. "Brother, can we just buy this place? I really like it here," She said, blinking her big, hopeful eyes as she looked at him. "All right," Ling Chen agreed, taking his sister's hand. The two of them, chatting and laughing, made their way to the landlord's door. Knock, knock, knock. "Aunt Lin, are you home?" Ling Chen called out. "Coming, coming." A middle-aged woman's voice responded from inside. When the door opened, Aunt Lin greeted the siblings warmly and ushered them in, gesturing to the fruit on the coffee table. "Come in and have a seat. Help yourselves." Over the years, Aunt Lin had been incredibly kind to them. She never pressured them about rent, often offered discounts, and frequently gave them fruits and vegetables. The siblings were always deeply grateful for her generosity. Ling Chen peeled an orange slice and popped it into his mouth before getting straight to the point. Aunt Lin, I'd like to buy the apartment we're renting. Would that be possible? Oh, you have the money now? Aunt Lin asked, surprised. Yes, I had some luck yesterday after awakening and earned some money in the trial grounds. I want to give my sister and me a place to truly call home, Ling Chen explained. Aunt Lin nodded cheerfully. All right then. I bought this apartment for 200,000 back in the day. I'll sell it to you for the same price. After all, I've already earned enough from the rent over the years. No, that won't do, Ling Chen said firmly. The property value has increased a lot since then. I'll pay 400,000 instead. That's more reasonable. The paperwork was quickly finalized, and the siblings returned home, beaming with joy, holding their new property deed. Aunt Lin watched their retreating figures, her eyes glistening with emotion. Ah, the young master has grown up, she murmured to herself. Once they were home, Ling Shi exclaimed dramatically, wow, so this is our new house. It's so beautiful. Ling Chen shook his head helplessly, already accustomed to his sister's flair for theatrics. He sat down on the sofa and opened the auction catalog. The first few pages listed medicinal herbs and finished elixirs used for alchemy. The middle section showcased various ores, weapons, and armor, primarily bronze-grade items, with only one silver-grade weapon included. This was expected, as it was merely a weekly auction, and the current frontline fighters against the beasts were mostly bronze-grade ability users. The final few pages caught Ling Chen's attention. They featured strange and mysterious items that the auction house had been unable to identify. Rather than leaving them to gather dust in storage, they were put up for bidding. For wealthy ability users, these items represented a gamble. If they turned out to be valuable, it was a huge win. If not, they could always hunt a few more beasts to make up for the loss. What could these be? Ling Chen wondered, deciding to use his system to analyze them. Looks like I should check out this auction. Sis, I'm heading to the auction tonight. Wanna come? Ling Chen asked. An auction? I've never been to one before. Sure, sounds fun. Ling Shi replied cheerfully as she skipped into the kitchen, humming a tune while deftly preparing dinner. Ling Chen leaned back on the sofa with his hands behind his head, savoring the peaceful moment. This is the life, he murmured before dozing off. He was eventually woken up by Ling Shi shaking him. Brother, get up. Dinner's ready. All right, I'm up. Stop shaking me, Ling Chen said with a laugh, pinching his sister's cheek playfully when he saw her pout. Let's eat. Afterward, I'll take you to the auction. Whatever catches your eye, I'll buy it for you. Humph, now that's more like it. Ling Shi grinned, her earlier pout replaced with a bright smile. The siblings enjoyed their meal together, then quickly tidied up with a clear division of tasks. Ling Shi changed into a beautiful outfit that she usually saved for special occasions, looking particularly charming and lively. When they arrived at the auction venue, Ling Chen presented the invitation. A straight-backed, elderly servant greeted them with a respectful bow customary among ability users. Welcome, esteemed guests. A maid who introduced herself as Xiaoqing escorted them to room D1. The luxurious private box was furnished with plush carpets, cozy sofas, fruit platters, and wine. The one-way glass wall provided an unobstructed view of the auction stage below. At precisely 8 p.m., the auction began. The first item was a foundation pill, with a starting bid of 5,000. It was quickly sold to a middle-aged man for 7,200. Next came Windsoul Grass, which didn't catch Ling Chen's interest. That was until the auctioneer announced, the next item is the Phoenix Cry pill. For those below bronze rank, consuming this pill can grant a 1-star promotion and potentially unlock the legendary Phoenix inheritance. Starting bid, 100,000. Brother, I want that one. But is it too expensive? Ling's eyes lit up with excitement. Ling Chen glanced at the Phoenix Cry pill on stage and immediately called out, 200,000. The room fell silent, save for a woman's voice from room D2. 250,000. 300,000. Ling Chen countered calmly. The other bidder let out a soft scoff, but chose not to continue. Soon after, the maid delivered the Phoenix Cry pill to their box. Ling Chen paid and handed it directly to his eagerly waiting sister. The auction continued to proceed in an orderly manner, soon reaching the final silver-tier piece of equipment. The auctioneer cleared his throat and announced to the hall, silver-tier item, bloodthirsty battle axe. Starting bid, 1 million. Minimum increment, 10,000. The hall buzzed with excitement as bids quickly climbed from 1.01 million to 1.02 million, all the way up to 1.1 million. However, the fervor was soon overshadowed by bids coming from the private boxes. The price skyrocketed to 2 million, then 3 million, and ultimately settled at 12 million, claimed by a burly middle-aged man in the earth box. His rough, booming voice echoed from the box, perfectly matching the fierce nature of the battle axe. Watching the scene unfold, Ling Chen couldn't help but reflect. Its true wealth can make warriors thrive while scholars struggle. To become strong, abundant resources are absolutely essential. Next came the highly anticipated treasure gamble segment. The auctioneer enthusiastically announced the next item, an unidentified ore, impervious to water and fire, specific uses unknown, starting bid, 100,000, minimum increment, 1,000. A few murmurs of discontent rippled through the hall. What is this? We can't even refine it. Buying it is like throwing money at a useless piece of scrap metal. At that moment, Ling Chen's system chimed in. Divine metal detected. Core material of a planet, capable of forging a primordial treasure. Ling Chen's heart skipped a beat. This was the material required to upgrade the Xinyuan sword. A calm voice came from the heaven box. 100,000. Someone in the crowd recognized it as Master Shi from the Forging Guild. Ling Chen stood up in excitement and whispered to Ling Shi beside him. This is something extraordinary. I'll explain the details later. Ling Shi nodded knowingly. The bidding quickly escalated. Ling Chen, 110,000. Sure how, displeased. 200,000. Ling Chen, 210,000. Sure how, 1 million. Ling Chen, 1,001,000. Sure how, 1.5 million. Ling Chen, 1.5 million and 1,000. Sure how eventually dropped out, suspecting the auction house had planted a shill bidder. After 3 calls from the auctioneer, the divine metal was finally won by Ling Chen for 1.51 million. Immediately afterward, the auctioneer announced the next item, unknown grade lightning-based martial technique. This technique is extremely challenging to master, and no one has succeeded so far. Starting bid, 100,000. Minimum increment, 1,000. Lightning element? Well, isn't this a coincidence? A low voice stirred up quite a commotion in the auction hall. Compared to the mysterious ore, this unknown grade martial technique was even more tempting to the crowd. Everyone understood the principal martial techniques that are harder to cultivate often indicate a higher grade. The atmosphere in the auction hall quickly became heated. 100,001, 110,000, 110,001, 110,002, 110,003. The ability users seated in the Xin level and Huang level zones were bidding fervently. Soon, offers from the D-level private rooms joined in. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million. On Blue Star, all martial techniques created by warriors must be registered with the Federation. However, techniques of unknown origin were often discovered in ruins after the Beast Uprising. Brother, are you going to join the bidding? Ling Shi glanced at Ling Chen, who seemed lost in thought. Ling Chen weighed his options carefully. He understood the principle of not flaunting one's wealth. Participating in the auction might expose his financial strength, which could become a liability given his current level of power. Ling Shi tilted her head, as if she had seen through her brother's concerns. Brother, I'm not afraid. Brother, how much did you make from selling kidneys? Just a few billion. Wait, are you messing with me? Ling Chen reached out and pinched his sister's cheek. That hurts. Ling Shi yelped, accidentally triggering the bidding button. That voice, I love it. Doing it so openly, huh? Mate, something's off about you. From the Tian level private room, Sure How unexpectedly raised the bid by 1 million. 5 million and 1. Ling Chen immediately raised it to 20 million, demonstrating his determination to win. This move intimidated many competitors. Some feared this might already be the reserve price and hesitated to bid further. Just a minute earlier, Ling Chen had discovered through his system that this was actually a Tian-level martial technique threefold Thunder God Art. It was a body-refining secret technique using lightning as a medium, divided into 3 stages: harnessing electricity, harnessing thunder, and harnessing tribulation lightning. To put it into perspective, even high-grade Xin-level techniques on the market cost billions. The level techniques were considered heirlooms of martial families, let alone Tian-level ones. The value of secret techniques was on an entirely different scale. At this moment, a guest from Tian Room 1 called out an astonishing bid. A small goal. Ling Chen's heart tightened, but then he heard the voice of his master, Xin Ming, in his mind. His master explained that the bidder had only sensed the technique's quality to be stronger than their own Xin-level low-tier body-refining technique, but hadn't realized it was a Tian-level technique. With this reassurance, Ling Chen decisively raised the bid. 1,500,000,000. This auction was destined to be a deal too good to pass up. I'm fine. Ling Chen gently patted Ling Shi's head to comfort her. Inside the auction house, the bidding was intense. 200 million, 250 million, 300 million. The pauses between bids grew longer as the bidders in the private rooms seemed to be weighing their options. Finally, a resolute voice broke the silence. 350 million. The customer in the heaven-class private room remained silent for a long time before ultimately deciding to withdraw. The auctioneer began the customary final confirmation. 350 million, going once. 350 million, going twice. 350 million. Sold? Ling Chen was thrilled. Purchasing a heaven-tier body refinement martial technique for the price of a shin-tier martial technique was an incredible bargain. He quickly retrieved 500 spirit stones from his storage ring. Soon, there was a knock at the door. Manager Qian Duo entered with a broad smile, handing over the martial technique while inquiring about the payment method. When Ling Chen indicated he would pay with spirit stones, Qian Duo's eyes lit up. Ling Chen took out 300 spirit stones from his storage ring, each slightly larger than ordinary ones. After carefully examining them, Qian Duo exclaimed excitedly, "These spirit stones are worth approximately 380 million. Would you like me to return the excess amount?" "No need. Just convert it to currency for me," Ling Chen replied calmly. Qian Duo was secretly delighted. This young man's lavish use of spirit stones clearly indicated an extraordinary background. With great respect, he converted the surplus 30 million, bowed deeply, and left the private room. The auction continued, but nothing else caught Ling Chen's or rather, the system's attention. Watching his sister's still beaming smile, Ling Chen sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "Let's go, brother. Will we be in danger?" Ling Shi asked. "Not with me here." "Don't worry," Ling Chen reassured her, patting her head again. At that moment, their master's voice echoed in Ling Chen's mind, instructing them to put on the prepared black robes. The siblings each donned their robes, concealing their faces, and stepped out of the private room. In the corridor, individuals from the Earth-class private room had been waiting for some time. When they saw two masked youths emerging from the Heaven-class private room, the middle-aged man from the Heaven-class room immediately ordered his guards to follow and investigate. After leaving the auction house, Ling Chen didn't rush to hail a carriage. He knew full well that someone would try to track and investigate their origins. Leading his younger sister towards the nearby mall, Ling Chen stayed alert, carefully monitoring any movements behind them. The man tailing them was evidently skilled, keeping a close pursuit solely by sensing their presence. "Head to that crowded corner up ahead." His master's voice sounded timely in his mind. As they reached the corner, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped the siblings. Ling Chen quickly shed his black robe and blended into the crowd with his sister as if nothing had happened. They lingered for a while on the pedestrian streets around the mall, and only after his master confirmed that they were no longer being followed did they hail a cab to return home. "Brother, what is that stone?" Ling Shi couldn't wait to ask as soon as they entered the house. "That technique was so expensive. Do you know what grade it is? And how many spirit stones did you get from the trial ground?" Ling Chen rubbed his temples, sat down on the sofa, and took a sip of water to calm his excitement before replying, "That stone is called divine iron. It's incredibly rare and can be used to forge weapons far superior to those of the saint level." "Aren't saint-level weapons the most powerful?" Ling Shi tilted her head in confusion. "The martial technique I acquired this time is called the threefold Thunder God technique. It's a heaven-tier technique, priceless in value," Ling Chen said with a smile. "As for the spirit stones, just about 100,000. A heaven-tier technique?" Ling Shi was so stunned that she was momentarily speechless. "When you run out of spirit stones, you can come to me," Ling Chen said, feigning calmness. "And when you awaken your abilities, I'll have something special for you." Ling Shi's eyes curved into crescents with joy. "Really? Yay." After their brief conversation, the siblings each returned to their rooms to cultivate. Ling Chen, after washing up, sat cross-legged on his bed, preparing to try out the new technique. Forming hand seals, he activated the Chaos God-slaying technique. Instantly, a powerful vortex of primal energy formed above his head, drawing the energy of heaven and earth into a frenzied convergence. This phenomenon immediately caught the attention of various forces within the city. In the city lord's mansion, a middle-aged man looked in the direction of the anomaly and murmured, "Another one advancing to the platinum level?" He then ordered his subordinates to prepare a grand gift and investigate. In the wealthy residential district, a man in black clothing also observed the situation. Speaking to the void, he commanded, "Find out who it is. Make sure they don't interfere with our plans." As soon as his words fell, a figure emerged from the shadows and departed to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Ling Chen was still immersed in the exhilaration of cultivation. The new technique had increased his speed of refining primal energy by more than 100-fold. If not for his concern about destabilizing his foundation, he might have continued cultivating for an entire month. As he ceased his practice, the external phenomenon dissipated as well. 7-star apprentice already? Ling Chen thought with delight. At this rate, reaching the bronze level by the college entrance exams in 3 months seems entirely possible. Just as Ling Chen took out the 3-turn Thunder God technique to study it, a voice wrapped in elemental energy echoed in his ear. It was Zhang Jia, a guard from the city lord's mansion, who said he had been sent by the city lord to request Ling Chen's presence on the rooftop for a conversation. "Don't worry. Before he arrived, I sealed the surroundings and concealed your presence. He doesn't know the situation in the room. You can go and see what they want." His master's voice spoke at the right moment. Ling Chen let out a sigh of relief, donned a black robe, and pushed open the window. With a light tap of his toes, he used the friction of the walls to leap effortlessly up to the rooftop. Zhangjia immediately bowed respectfully. Forgive me for disturbing your cultivation, senior. May I know your esteemed name? Just a nameless wanderer, not worth mentioning, Ling Chen replied calmly. Zhangjia was inwardly surprised. This senior's voice sounded so young, and yet he couldn't sense any aura from him at all. Clearly, his strength surpassed his own. Zhangjia retrieved an ornate box from his spatial ring. This is a small token of appreciation from the city lord. I hope senior will accept it. They're trying to recruit you for their cause, his master's voice reminded him in his mind. Ling Chen politely declined. I appreciate the city lord's kindness, but there's no need for gifts. Please inform the city lord that I have always valued my freedom and prefer to remain uninvolved. However, if Tianan City ever faces trouble, I won't stand idly by. After taking his leave, Zhangjia disappeared into the night with a few quick leaps. How did the city lord even become aware of my presence? Ling Chen asked, puzzled. It's because you went all out, pushing the chaos god-slaying technique to its maximum intensity, which caused a disturbance in the elemental energy of heaven and earth. They must have mistaken it for the breakthrough of a powerful cultivator. Ling Chen scratched his head with a wry smile, then returned to his room and once again took out the three-turn thunder god technique. A system prompt immediately appeared, and without hesitation, he chose to begin cultivation. This heavenly grade body refinement technique differed significantly from ordinary cultivation methods. The first level required using electrical currents to flow through the entire body and unblock all 12 meridians. Fortunately, Ling Chen possessed lightning-based abilities, and he quickly gathered a few arcs of electricity in his palm. As he guided the electric currents through the first meridian, the intense pain made him draw in a sharp breath. Your meridians are clogged. The technique is helping to clear them. Endure it. It'll get better, his master explained. Ling Chen gritted his teeth, sweat dripping from his forehead in large beads, the veins on his neck bulging as his body trembled from the excruciating pain. After 10 minutes, the energy of the first arc was depleted, and it had only cleared 1/5 of the first meridian. He paused to adjust his breathing before continuing the process, repeating it over and over. By the time the eastern sky began to lighten, after an entire night of grueling effort, Ling Chen finally succeeded in clearing all 12 meridians of the first level. God knows how much pain Ling Chen had endured. His face was etched with exhaustion, but it was all worth it. Carefully sensing the changes in his body, he realized that after a night of internal tempering, his physique had become more solid and defined. Though his build appeared slightly lean, it harbored an unimaginable strength. Catching a whiff of the sweat on himself, Ling Chen immediately dashed into the bathroom for a shower. After changing into clean clothes, he strolled out of his room. Brother, you're up. Breakfast is ready. Ling Shi beamed with a bright smile as she saw her brother emerge. You're in such a good mood. Looks like you made some significant progress last night. Of course. Guess how many stars I am now? Ling Shi playfully blinked her eyes. Ling Chen chuckled inwardly. This silly little sister had no idea he had a system. Quietly, he checked. Ling Shi, apprentice 8 star 700800, loyalty 100, recruitable. It seemed she had not only advanced a star overnight, but was also on the verge of breaking through to 9 stars. Truly impressive. Guess? That's a tough one. Is it 1 star or 2 stars? Brother, Ling Shi pouted. All right. I know you're at 8 stars now. Looks like you worked hard all night. Well done. Ling Chen affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. I don't mess up my hair. The siblings laughed and joked as they enjoyed a simple breakfast toast and milk. Once they finished tidying up, they walked to school side by side. Ling Shi was the top student in her second year of high school, while Ling Chen was at the bottom of his third year. Some had once questioned whether they were truly siblings, but after being scolded by Ling Shi, no one dared to ask again. At school, the siblings parted ways at the grade level intersection. As Ling Chen approached his classroom, he overheard his classmates complimenting Yikong. Yikong, you're amazing. Shrank. You'll have to look out for us in the future. Brother Kong is incredible. Wow, our young master Yi is really flying high, huh? Ling Chen teased as he walked into the room. Yikong grinned and threw an arm around Ling Chen's shoulder. Haha, just got here and already hearing everyone praising me. The bell rang, and teacher Yi Qing entered the classroom. After the usual greetings, she announced that she had brought the martial techniques everyone had selected yesterday. She emphasized the school rules prohibiting private transactions and reminded them that the materials must be returned after learning. The students could barely contain their excitement. For most of them, this might be the first and last skill they would ever receive for free. Teacher Yi Qing called out names one by one to distribute the techniques. Yikong, Xianlinger, Lungning Shuang, Ling Chen, and finally, Wu Li. As soon as Ling Chen received his technique, the system prompted him, detecting a yellow rank martial skill and asking if he wanted to learn it. Being the most basic yellow rank skill, He didn't hesitate to choose learn. Ding. Congratulations to the host for learning blazing palm. If teacher Yiqing knew how quickly he had mastered it, her jaw would surely hit the floor. However, Ling Chen had no intention of revealing his abilities. Acting as though nothing had happened, he quietly returned to his seat and opened the Blazing Palm manual. Placing the Blazing Palm manual on the table, Ling Chen closed his eyes slightly, his hands repetitively practicing the techniques. On the surface, it seemed he was fully focused on refining his martial skills, but in truth, these movements had become second nature to him. His true attention had already delved deep into his dantian. After a night of intense effort, his meridians were now unblocked. At this moment, all he needed to do was continuously circulate his source energy according to the cultivation method, gradually enhancing his physique until he could push past the limits of the first transformation. Ling Chen attempted to guide a strand of source energy from his dantian, following the prescribed path of the cultivation technique. However, he quickly realized that the source energy was being depleted during the process, vanishing halfway through one meridian. Undeterred, he tried again, directing the same amount of source energy for a second attempt. This time, the energy remained stable at first, but as it reached the point where it had dissipated before, the same issue repeated itself. The source energy was entirely consumed. At that moment, Ling Chen came to a sudden realization. This was an internal refining process. The source energy needed to gradually integrate into all 12 meridians, strengthening every inch of them step by step. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, a conversation about Ling Chen was taking place. "You're saying a pair of abandoned siblings live there?" the middle-aged man asked. "Yes, my lord. It's been confirmed through the Federation's household registration records," Jean Jie replied respectfully. "What's special about these two children?" "The brother is in his third year of high school, always at the bottom academically, and only at a 3-star apprentice level. However, he awakened a grade fire ability yesterday. The younger sister, in her second year of high school, has consistently ranked among the top students. When registered 3 months ago, she was already at a 6-star apprentice level." The middle-aged man murmured thoughtfully, "So it's quite possible that person is the younger sister's mentor." Unaware of this conversation, Ling Chen remained fully immersed in his training. After an entire morning of effort, he finally completed his first full circulation of source energy. When the energy completed a full cycle, he distinctly felt a wave of heat continuously merging into his body, as though he was growing stronger with every passing moment. "I'm getting stronger. I'm such a genius," Ling Chen thought smugly to himself. His eyes lit up as he picked up the Blazing Palm manual and walked toward the podium. "Teacher, I'm returning this. I've already mastered it," he said, handing the manual back to Teacher Yiqing. Teacher Yiqing looked at him in surprise. Although 3 other students had completed it early, Ling Chen's rapid progress was still unexpected. "You've mastered it? So quickly?" she asked. "Teacher, I'd like to request a few days off," Ling Chen said directly. "The city lord noticed my extraordinary potential yesterday and said he wanted to teach me for a few days." Noticing Teacher Yiqing's skeptical expression, Ling Chen quickly added, "Uncle Zhanjie is waiting for me outside." This mention of the city lord's personal guard's name lent credibility to his claim ordinary people wouldn't know such details. "All right, I'll approve your leave." Teacher Yiqing finally relented. "Thank you, teacher," Ling Chen exclaimed as he bolted out of the classroom. His reason for requesting leave was simple. Although his strength had improved, his control over his ability and his combat skills were still severely lacking. Ling Chen made an important decision: to go hunting. This would not only sharpen his combat skills, but also help him adapt to the changes in his body and unlock the mysteries of the first level of the Triple Thunder God technique. He first returned home, left a note and a few spirit stones on the table, and informed his younger sister that he would be away for a few days. Then, he put on a black hoodie, paired it with a matching mask, and wrapped himself up tightly. The Hunter Guild's hall was bustling with activity, filled with various teams either browsing missions or chatting in the lounge. Ling Chen approached the reception counter to inquire about the process of joining a team. The receptionist explained the registration procedure in detail and handed him a form. Ling Chen quickly filled out the form, using the meaningful alias, Yichun. The receptionist then gave him a list of teams looking for members. North Wind Team Captain Feng Xiao, early silver rank, Tiger Team Captain Pang Hu, early silver rank, and Dawn Team Captain Xiao Tianqing, late silver rank, among others. After careful consideration, Ling Chen chose the Dawn Team. He dialed the team's Skynet number, Lamingxi, and soon received a response. When he candidly mentioned that he was only at the apprentice 7-star level, the other party sounded a bit impatient. However, upon hearing that he possessed S-level lightning abilities, their attitude changed immediately. The receptionist, Lingling, hurried upstairs and knocked on the door of the team captain's office. Emerging from the door was a middle-aged man in white, wearing glasses. Xiao Tianqing. His demeanor exuded an air of elegance, and after listening to Lingling's report, he gestured for Ling Chen to come to the team's base for an interview. Ling promptly contacted Ling Chen and extended the interview invitation. Ling Chen agreed to head over immediately, so Ling sent him the address, and the two parties arranged to meet shortly. After hanging up the phone, Ling Chen's phone vibrated briefly, displaying a new message on the screen. Xinqing Building 101. He raised an eyebrow. This was a high-end villa area in the city center clearly. This Dawn squad was not to be underestimated. Ling Chen casually hailed a taxi and slid into the back seat. To Xinqing please, he said. Xinqing The driver gave him a surprised look in the rearview mirror but nodded. All right. An hour and a half later, the car pulled up to the destination. After paying the fare, Ling Chen walked toward the entrance of Xinqing. The entire villa complex was enclosed by high walls, with only one main entrance and exit. While scaling the walls was possible, doing so in a place teeming with affluent residents would be tantamount to courting disaster. Stop. Who are you? The security guard at the gate immediately stopped him. Hello. I'm here for an interview at Building 101 with the Dawn Squad, Ling Chen replied. The guard checked the registry. Got it. Just go straight, then turn right at the end. Thank you. Following the directions, Ling Chen arrived at Building 101. It was a three-story villa spanning roughly 1,000 square meters, with the courtyard taking up half of the total area. Passing through the outer gate, a winding cobblestone path led forward. On either side were stone benches, adorned with neatly arranged potted plants and flowers. In front of the villa stood a petite girl. Her twin ponytails, paired with a youthful face and bright, sparkling eyes, gave her the quintessential look of a lowly. Are you here for the interview? The girl asked in a childlike voice. Yeah, little one. Do you know how to get in? Ling Chen smiled, reaching out as if to pat her head. Who are you calling little? I'm an adult. You're the little one. The girl stomped her foot angrily and swatted his hand away. Soon after, the girl returned with 4 others. Leading the group was a man with deep-set eyes and an extraordinary air about him. To his left stood a short-haired woman in tight leather attire, exuding confidence and strength. On his right were 2 burly men with similar appearances and robust builds. The whole squad's here, the lowly announced cheerfully. This is our leader, Xiao Tianqing boss Xiao. Next to him is our deputy leader, Xiaoya's sister Xiao. These 2 are Shi Jingtian and Shi Poliai. And the cutest one of all, me, Princess Ling. Imi-chan. Ling Chen introduced himself. I'd like to join the Dawn Squad. What are the requirements? What's your ability? Xiao Tianqing asked. Thunderstrike. As soon as the words left Ling Chen's mouth, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, lightning flashing ominously. Thick bolts of electricity, as wide as vines, crackled around him, radiating an awe-inspiring energy. Impressive. An S-grade ability. We can make an exception and accept you, but there's one condition. Continuing isn't something too difficult, Xiao Tianqing said as he looked at Ling Chen. You need to reach the bronze level of strength before you can join us for hunting outside the city. Until then, focus on your training. I don't need to wait. I can do it now. Ling Chen stood tall, his tone resolute. All right, confident enough. Xiao Tianqing smirked slightly. I'll suppress my strength to the bronze level. Use your strongest technique to attack me. If you can force me to take even half a step back, you pass. Without saying another word, Ling Chen stood straight, his right hand swiftly summoning arcs of electricity. Blue and white lightning coiled up his arm, and with the momentum of his recently trained body, he unleashed a full-force punch straight at Xiao Tianqing. As Ling Chen charged forward, Xiao Tianqing's pupils contracted, clearly surprised by the power behind the attack. He immediately threw his right fist to meet Ling Chen's Hedon. Boom! A loud crash echoed as Ling Chen was sent flying, landing heavily on the grass nearby. Even Xiao Tianqing was forced to take 3 steps back involuntarily. Good, 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 Xiao Tianqing exclaimed, repeating the word 3 times. You've passed. From now on, you'll join us on missions. With that, he retrieved a pill from his ring and handed it to Ling Chen. This is for healing. Ling Chen took the pill and swallowed it, feeling a warm current spread through his body as the pain quickly subsided. Captain, when's our next mission? Just call me Brother Xiao. We'll head out tomorrow. Rest up today. There are empty rooms on the 3rd floor, pick whichever you like. With that, Xiao Tianqing walked into the villa. The other team members warmly welcomed Ling Chen and led him inside. He was greeted by an opulent interior. Black marble floors, tiles polished to a mirror-like sheen, crystal chandeliers, ebony wooden tables, imported luxury chairs, and intricately carved bookshelves. The little girl, Ling, guided Ling Chen up the spiral staircase and pointed to 3 empty rooms on the 3rd floor. These are all unoccupied. Choose whichever you like. No one will disturb you here. You're not going to sneak in at night, are you? That make things more interesting, Ling Chen teased. Ugh, what are you thinking? Ling's face turned red. Remember, meet downstairs at 9 a.m. tomorrow. She hopped away, leaving quickly. Ling Chen chose the room closest to the stairs. It was clean, well-furnished, and equipped with everything he needed. Instead of resting, he sat cross-legged on the bed, focusing on his cultivation. With the mission tomorrow, he knew he needed to improve his strength. After a night of training, Ling Chen felt a significant boost in his internal energy, though he was still short of advancing to the next level. He checked his current condition. Character attributes remain unchanged, as per the original details provided. The next morning, when Ling Chen went downstairs, he saw that the Dawn Squad members were already geared up and ready to go. Let's go. Time to head out. Captain Xiao glanced at Ling Chen and said calmly. The group made their way to the garage in the backyard, where two off-road vehicles were parked side by side, a Land Rover and a Jeep Wrangler. Both were top choices for ability users venturing outside the city. Captain Xiao pointed at the Land Rover and said to Ling Chen and the Sure family twins, "The three of you take this one." Soon, they arrived at the Hunters Guild. Standing in front of the mission board in the hall, Captain Xiao carefully selected 4 tasks, 1 advanced bronze level and 3 beginner silver level missions. Considering that the Dawn Squad was bringing along the rookie Ling Chen, he intentionally chose a relatively safer combination of tasks this time. The Dawn Squad was known for its impressive strength. Captain Xiao Tianqing was an advanced silver level ability user, Vice Captain Xiao Ye was intermediate silver level, and the remaining 3 members were all beginner silver level. Normally, they took on intermediate silver level missions, but this time, they lowered the difficulty for the sake of the newcomer. The mission list was quickly finalized. The first was an advanced bronze level collection task, targeting Qingyang flowers, with a reward of 800,000. The second and third were beginner silver level beast core missions, requiring earth element and fire element beast cores, with rewards determined by the value of the cores. The locations of these missions were close to each other and somewhat interconnected. Fiery element beasts were known to roam near the Qingyang flowers. Ready? Captain Xiao asked. Always ready. Ling Chen responded solemnly. Wu Lian glanced at Ling Chen's serious demeanor with a puzzled expression, but ultimately chose to ignore him. This was Ling Chen's first time leaving the city to face wild beasts in their natural habitat. Understandably, he was nervous. After all, the beasts in the trial grounds, which had been tamed, were nowhere near as ferocious as those in the wild. The convoy departed from the East Gate, with 30 kilometers to go before reaching their destination. As soon as they left the city, the Sure brothers seemed to transform sharp eyes and tense muscles, a vigilance honed through their years as part of the Dawn Squad. Ling Chen curiously gazed out of the car window at the desolate wilderness. There were no skyscrapers or ruins, just endless barren land. Is it all like this? He couldn't help but ask. Of course not, Sure Jingtian replied in a gruff voice. This area became like this after countless beast sieges. We must completely subdue the beasts so they'll never dare invade our cities again. Sure Jinglei's deep voice carried a tone of unwavering determination. Half an hour later, the convoy emerged from the desolate zone and stopped in front of a steel fortress. After everyone got out of the cars, Captain Xiao swiped his card to pass through the checkpoint. 2 soldiers stepped forward to salute and took the car keys from them. From here on, it's the forest. We can't drive any further, Captain Xiao reminded the team as they gathered. The forest is full of dangers. Stay alert at all times. Don't worry, if we encounter danger, I'll be the first to run. Ling Chen responded with a grin, raising one hand in a playful gesture. Today, we'll stick to hunting around the perimeter and let Yi Chan get some practice. We'll head back to the supply station tonight. Tomorrow, we'll gather Qingyang flowers, Captain Xiao instructed succinctly. Got it, Captain. Understood, Brother Xiao. Roger that. Okay, Big Xiao. Oh no, I mean Brother Xiao. The group chimed in, their voices overlapping in a lively chorus. After a brief period of preparation and adjustments, the Dawn Squad set off toward the forest. They hadn't gone far when a faint rustling sound emerged from the surrounding trees, signaling the approach of something. Captain Xiao and the others assessed the situation briefly, relaxing slightly but remaining on guard. Ling Chen, ever alert, fixed his gaze in the direction of the sound. Scanning the area cautiously, he suddenly leapt onto a nearby tree with a swift motion. Hey, are you that afraid of dying? Ling Ling scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. What nonsense are you spouting? This is strategy. Don't comment on what you don't understand. Ling Chen shot back without a hint of concern. Moments later, a wolf with gray fur emerged from the shadows, stepping into view. A Moonchaser wolf, apprentice level, 7-star attribute, wind element, no special remarks. 1 Moonchaser wolf is no big deal, but what if there were 10? 100? 1,000? What are you talking about? Where would 1,000 Moonchaser wolves even come from? After confirming that no other beasts were nearby, Ling Chen promptly jumped down from the tree. Summoning an arc of electricity in his right hand, he laughed boisterously. Huh, coming here alone to provoke me? You've got guts, I'll give you that. With that, he charged at the Moonchaser wolf. Wait, Yi Chen. Ling Ling tried to stop him, but Captain Xiao held her back. Let him learn the consequences of recklessness, Xiao Tianqing said, shaking his head. The Moonchaser wolf let out a piercing howl and lunged forward. But Ling Chen, armed with his 7-star strength, S-level ability, and the profound power of the third transformation Thunder God technique, struck with a single punch, sending the wolf flying. A resounding bang echoed as the wolf's bones shattered. It rolled twice on the ground before coming to a halt, blood spilling from its mouth. As Ling Chen approached to deliver the final blow, the Moonchaser wolf unexpectedly raised its front paws to its chest. "What, are you afraid I'll take advantage of you, or something?" Ling Chen teased with a smirk. The wolf lifted its head, letting out one last mournful cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "What a noble wolf. Went out with style and dignity," Ling Chen remarked, his tone filled with respect. "Maybe take a look around first?" Ling said, tapping his arm. Ling Chen glanced up and froze. The forest was now filled with countless glowing pairs of wolf eyes, all fixated on them. A massive pack of Moonchaser wolves had surrounded them, their predatory gazes unrelenting. It was then that Ling Chen finally understood the system's evaluation. "What the hell? You played me!" Ling Chen shouted at the fallen wolf, pointing at it in outrage. Everyone exchanged glances, collectively holding their foreheads. The scene before them was utterly absurd. Ling Chen had just killed a wolf and was now complaining about the pack's howling. Turning around, he pouted dramatically, feigning grievance. The others quickly stepped back, unwilling to get caught up in the brewing conflict. "All right, since there's no hiding it, I'll come clean." Ling Chen straightened his back and shouted at the wolves. "No offense, but in my eyes, all of you are just little brothers." Though the wolves couldn't understand human speech, they instinctively tightened their encirclement. At that moment, a particularly imposing wolf king stepped forward from the pack. A crescent-shaped silver mark adorned its forehead, radiating an aura of authority. The system promptly displayed a notification. Chasing Moon Wolf King, Bronze 2-star, Wind Element, Skill. Wolf's Frenzy boosts all attributes of allies within a 10-meter radius by 10. Bronze 2-star? Are you kidding me? Ling Chen felt a pang of unease. The last time he faced a Bronze 1-star, he had to rely on spatial abilities to gain the upper hand. But with so many people watching now, that trick was out of the question. "Looks like I'll have to go all out. Might as well use this as a chance to hone my skills." With a long howl from the Wolf King, the pack surged forward. Ling Chen bent his arms slightly, and arcs of lightning instantly crackled around him. He fended off the oncoming chasing moon wolves with punch after punch, calculating in his mind, "Unknown isn't going to work. I need to unleash a big move and clear the field." As the wolves clustered closer, Ling Chen suddenly erupted with a shout. Thunderous wrath. Bolts of lightning crashed down, obliterating the nearby wolves and leaving those further away convulsing on the ground. The Wolf King let out another howl, and the surviving wolves retreated. "Hey, don't run. I haven't farmed enough experience yet." Ling Chen stomped his foot in frustration. The Wolf King stood tall, its gaze almost human-like as it looked down on the human it deemed insignificant. With a fierce scrape of its right claw against the ground, it lunged toward the already exhausted Ling Chen. He barely managed to dodge to the side, but it was clear his stamina was waning. "This isn't good, Captain. We need to step in," Ling said anxiously. Xiao Tianqing hesitated, torn between two choices: intervene and risk hindering Ling Chen's breakthrough, or hold back and gamble on the safety of this S-rank prodigy. As Captain Xiao wavered, Ling Chen reached into his backpack and pulled out a spirit stone. Ling Chen activated his cultivation technique, absorbing the source energy from the spirit stones. This scene left everyone present utterly stunned. Captain Xiao and his team stared in disbelief, while even the Wolf King displayed a bewildered expression. It could clearly sense Ling Chen's previously weakened aura rapidly surging. "Whoa, using spirit stones to replenish source energy? Does this guy own a mine or something?" The team members in the back exchanged incredulous glances. In Tianan City, spirit stones were priceless treasures, rare and highly coveted. Who would dare to squander them like this? They had initially thought Ling Chen was just a gifted commoner venturing outside the city to hunt and earn resources. But now, it seemed he was actually a wealthy young master out on a training journey. If Ling Chen knew what they were thinking, he would definitely retort, "I literally have my own mine. What does this have to do with my family?" The Wolf King quickly snapped out of its daze. It wasn't about to wait around for Ling Chen to recover his strength. With a sudden burst of speed, it lunged ferociously at him. Ling Chen, seeing this, swiftly stowed away the spirit stone and activated the triple Thunder God technique. He appeared ready to face the attack head-on, but at the last moment, he slid under the Wolf King's belly in a deft maneuver. Then, with a perfectly timed Pegasus meteor fist, he struck the Wolf King's vulnerable waist. A whoop! The Wolf King let out a pained howl, spitting out a mouthful of blood before collapsing heavily to the ground. Moments later, it stopped moving entirely. Basic moves, nothing to be surprised about. Ling Chen joked with a grin as he pulled out the Xinyuan sword and skillfully extracted the Wolf King's beast core. The sight of the mysterious Xinyuan sword astonished everyone, especially Xiao Ya. Her eyes widened in shock. Wasn't this the sacred artifact mentioned in her family's ancestral teachings? While the others were still marveling at Ling Chen's brilliant performance, Xiao Ya's mind was in turmoil. She recalled her family's ancestral command. The Xiao family must serve the master of the Xinyuan sword for generations. Yet at this moment, she hesitated, unsure whether Ling Chen was truly worthy of her allegiance. She decided to observe him further before making a decision. After securing the beast core, Ling Chen began to harvest the Wolf King's claws and hide. Suddenly, he felt something unusual in its abdomen. Carefully, he used the Xinyuan sword to slice open the Wolf King's belly, uncovering a scroll of parchment covered in sticky slime. Just as he was about to unfurl the scroll using the sword, the Xinyuan sword abruptly vanished. Unbelievable! What kind of master have I ended up with? Grumbled the sword spirit in exasperation. Captain Xiao, come take a look. What is this? Ling Chen called out. The group quickly gathered around. Ling excitedly urged, hurry up and open it. It might be a treasure map. Others reacted differently. Captain Xiao appeared thoughtful. Xiaoya turned her head away, covering her nose, and the Sure brothers nervously stepped back. Fine. I guess I'm always stuck with the dirty work. Poor me. Ling Chen feigned a pitiful expression. But if it turns out to be treasure, I'm claiming the biggest share. Just open it already. Stop stalling. Ling Chen glanced around, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Under a large tree not far away, a withered branch caught his attention. He swiftly darted over, bent down to pick up this potential lifeline, and quickly returned to the parchment. Using the branch carefully, he unrolled the parchment. Bold characters stood out. The Zhu family shall prosper. Zhu Li is lord of the city. The familiar handwriting made Ling Chen freeze for a moment, but the reactions of the others left him even more puzzled. Could this be the will of the heavens? Zhu Li is destined to be the city lord? Captain Xiao mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. No way. That fat slob Zhu Li chosen by the heavens to be city lord? Ling exclaimed in disbelief. Ling Chen turned to look at the group, thinking to himself, isn't this just like that superstition stuff Xiao Wu and Xiao Chun used to talk about back on Blue Star? Too bad these people won't understand. Just as he was about to explain the dangers of blind faith and feudal superstitions, Captain Xiao waved his hand. A sharp gust of wind instantly shredded the parchment into fragments. Let's pretend we never saw this. Keep moving, Captain Xiao ordered decisively. Everyone understood Zhu Li's notorious reputation in Tianan City. If he truly became the city lord, the common people would be the ones to suffer. As they continued their journey, Ling Chen faced various crises alone, while the others watched leisurely from the sidelines. Ling's watermelon and homemade iced sour plum juice became the perfect accompaniment to the spectacle. Dodging left and right, Ling Chen struggled to fend off the attacks of two blazing tigers. Just as he managed to drive the tigers away, panting heavily, he found himself in trouble with a group of enraged monkeys. Apparently, he had mistakenly taken a sip of their treasured monkey wine, and now they were determined to avenge the insult to their precious drink. I didn't mean to do it, Ling Chen shouted while running, but the monkey troop ignored his pleas. According to the system display, these long-armed monkeys were all skilled in the peach-stealing monkey claw technique, which only made Ling Chen run harder, terrified of what might happen if he got caught. Captain Xiao, should we help him out? Someone asked. No need, Captain Xiao replied casually. His family must have given him some life-saving tricks. Let him suffer a bit, it'll do him good. And so the group continued their relaxed stroll, chatting and laughing as they leisurely followed the trail of Ling Chen and the pursuing monkeys disappearing into the distance. Why is nobody coming to help me? Gasping for breath, Ling Chen leaned against a tree, exhausted from running. Seeing the long-armed monkeys closing in behind him, he had no choice but to push his aching legs forward and keep running. This is ridiculous. It's not like I dug up your ancestral graves or something, Ling Chen grumbled internally as he ran. If the monkeys could understand human language, they would surely retort. It's definitely worth it. We just like this kind of chase. Suddenly, Ling Chen came to a screeching halt. In front of him was a cliff, with a bottomless abyss below, its dark depths seemingly ready to swallow everything. No way. Did I seriously run into a dead end? His luck was truly remarkable. Out of all the places to run, he managed to find the only dead end in the area. The heavens are jealous of my talent. Is this where my reputation and dignity come to an end today? Just as Ling Chen lamented his fate, a glimmer of hope appeared. A thick vine hung down from the edge of the cliff. Without hesitation, he grabbed the vine and began climbing down. Once he reached a suitable spot, he wrapped the vine around his arm, planted one foot on a protruding rock, and pressed the other against the cliffside, clinging tightly to the wall. The pursuing long-armed monkeys were left bewildered at the edge of the cliff. They scratched their heads, looked around, and sniffed the air but couldn't find any trace of Ling Chen. Even these intelligent creatures were at a loss. After a moment, the leader of the monkeys let out a long cry, signaling the group to leave reluctantly. Meanwhile, Ling Chen found himself in a predicament. His right leg had gone numb, and his palms were bleeding from the vine's friction. After confirming that the area above was safe, he attempted to climb back up, but the vine suddenly snapped. Vine, I tried my best. Damn it. Thud. With a heavy impact, Ling Chen landed on a protruding platform halfway down the cliff. Beside the platform was a pitch-black cave. Thankfully, he had already cultivated the first level of the three-stage Thunder God technique. Otherwise, this fall would have been fatal. Even so, Ling Chen was in terrible shape. His internal organs felt displaced, his face was pale, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. To make matters worse, he found himself unable to channel source energy to heal, as his meridians couldn't bear the strain. At that moment, the voice of Kongming, his master, echoed in his mind, "Don't worry. Your self-healing abilities have greatly improved. Your body will recover gradually. Master, you're not going to help me? How long will it take to recover? 3 to 5 days at best, half a month at worst." What? Half a month? By then, I'll be ancient history. After calming himself down, Ling Chen began to survey his surroundings. To his astonishment, he realized he was inside a highly intricate formation, one so sophisticated that even his self-proclaimed invincible master from Blue Star admitted it would be hard to break. The mysterious cave beside him only fueled his imagination, filling his mind with thoughts of martial arts masters leaving behind their legacies. Isn't this the standard setup for a hidden expert's inheritance? He mused. However, Kongming, who had been silently observing his disciples' wild fantasies, couldn't help but feel awkward. Am I forgotten? Despite his curiosity, Ling Chen decided to wait until his body recovered before exploring the cave. After all, crawling in there while injured would be far too undignified, even if no one was likely watching him inside. On the other side, several hours had passed since Ling Chen disappeared from everyone's sight while being pursued. The search team grew increasingly tense. "Captain, it's all your fault for insisting on toughening him up. Now look, he's gone." One team member complained in frustration. Captain Xiao shook his head with a bitter smile. "I didn't expect Ling Chen, with his terrible sense of direction, to run this far. We have to return to the supply base before sunset. Let's search a bit more." "Captain," another team member said gravely, "we were prepared to face beasts. If this is his fate, so be it." A trace of regret flickered in Captain Xiao's eyes. What a promising talent. If he had known that Ling Chen was a space element ability user, he might have risked everything to find him. Meanwhile, Ling Chen was struggling to support himself. With both hands on the ground, he slowly pushed his upper body up. His right leg bent gradually until his foot was firmly planted. Then, with a burst of effort, he pushed himself upright. "Not bad. I can manage," Ling Chen muttered as he hobbled toward a nearby cave. Standing at the entrance, he hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. The narrow cave passage extended deeper into the darkness. Ling Chen cautiously advanced about 20 or 30 meters when he noticed a faint glimmer of light ahead. A surge of hope filled his heart. His earlier guess seemed to be correct. The cave suddenly opened up into a spacious chamber. A skylight-like opening at the top allowed sunlight to pour through, illuminating a pond about the size of a basketball court. A chill rose from the water, sending a shiver down Ling Chen's spine. He activated his system to investigate. Extreme Frost Spirit Spring. The ultimate ice, born in the coldest places, nurtured by the essence of stars and moonlight. Note: highly likely to enhance ice element abilities upon consumption. Can also be used to refine ice spirit pills, with a chance to awaken ice element abilities. While Ling Chen was fretting over how to collect the spirit spring, the system suddenly chimed. Ding. Detecting host's current predicament. System upgrading to version 2.0. Ding. Store is now open. 1,000 points awarded. Automatically purchasing 1 jade purity bottle for host. Ding. Purchase successful. System balance 0. The description of the jade purity bottle appeared. Contains infinite space, capable of holding vast quantities. Resistant to water and fire. Eagerly, Ling Chen retrieved the jade purity bottle and held it with both hands, aiming it at the pond. The spirit spring transformed into a stream of water and flowed entirely into the bottle. Not a single drop was left behind. Watching his haul, Ling Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, what a huge win." Ling Chen gazed at the now empty deep pool and noticed a small stone platform at the bottom. Resting quietly atop it was a round stone egg. To remain intact in such frigid waters, it was clearly no ordinary object. Instinctively, he used the system to inspect it, but received the message. Too far away. System unable to see clearly. Seriously? Unable to see clearly? Do you even have eyes? "Almighty system," he muttered. Ding. Host detected showing disrespect towards the system. Deducting 200 points. Current balance, 200. Deduct all you want. I don't even know what points are for anyway, Ling Chen retorted. Driven by curiosity, Ling Chen cautiously stepped into the pool. Though the water had been drained, the bottom still emitted a bone-chilling cold that reminded him of the line from an advertisement. Cool to the core, soaring with delight. Reaching the stone egg, Ling Chen carefully activated the system again. Ding. Dragon egg detected. Life signs present. Not expired. Host, would you like it pan-fried or boiled? Ling Chen rolled his eyes. System, you've changed. You're not the quiet, reliable 1.0 version I first knew. That was cute. But this? This is a dragon egg. Pan-frying or boiling it would be such a waste. Better to hatch it and make braised dragon meat later. Much more worth it, he muttered to himself. Since his storage ring couldn't hold living creatures, Ling Chen decided to place the dragon egg into his personal space. Rolling up his sleeves, he bent his knees slightly and placed his hands under the egg, attempting to lift itly to find it completely immovable. Upon closer inspection, he realized the egg was firmly encased in a thin layer of ice that anchored it to the stone platform. So that's the issue. Ling Chen channeled a sliver of recently restored energy and summoned a flame, directing it toward the base of the dragon egg. A faint aroma of roasted egg began to waft through the air. Smells pretty good. What do you think, dragon egg? He quipped. You're such a bad person. He imagined the egg protesting. Once the ice melted, Ling Chen stored the dragon egg in his personal space, feeling quite pleased with himself. He then recalled that he hadn't yet checked out the newly unlocked shop feature. Opening the shop interface, he saw a neatly organized menu on the left with categories like techniques, skills, talents, weapons, and pills. On the right, various items were displayed. Under the techniques category, Heaven and Earth Chaos Technique Supreme level price, 1 trillion points. Chaos Godslayer Technique Divine level price, 100 billion points. Soldier's Path Technique Yellow rank, advanced price, 100 points. Wow, top-tier techniques are ridiculously expensive. The one I'm cultivating must really be divine level if it's worth 100 billion. Ling Chen marveled. System, how do I earn points? He asked. The system clearly outlined 3 main ways to earn points. First, hunting demonic beasts, ranging from 10 points for apprentice-level beasts to 100 points for bronze level, and 1,000 points for silver level, with rewards increasing progressively. Members of the Legion receive an additional 10-point share. Second, item recycling, where all valuable items can be exchanged for points, with the specific amount depending on the item's value. Notably, the recycling price for a dragon egg reaches a staggering 10 billion points. Third, completing tasks released by the system at irregular intervals grants corresponding rewards. System, how many points is my Chaos Godslaying technique worth? Ling Chen asked. 1 billion points, the system replied. Are you kidding me? Charging 10 times the price? I'm not that gullible, Ling Chen sneered. After securing the dragon egg, Ling Chen began to carefully observe his surroundings. Contrary to his expectations, there were no remains, nor any mysterious old man with a ring. Looks like I'm not the protagonist after all, he thought to himself mockingly. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, an old man fishing suddenly sneezed. Strange, how could someone with my physique catch a cold? Disappointed, Ling Chen sat down on the ground, only to be jabbed by something sharp, causing him to jump 3 feet into the air. Could it be the legendary ring? He excitedly looked down, only to find a smooth, jade-like stone. Damn it! Annoyed, he grabbed the stone and hurled it forcefully at the wall. Strangely, there was no sound of impact, and the stone seemed to vanish into thin air. Ling Chen grew alert, picked up a small pebble, and cautiously tossed it at the wall. The pebble went straight through. So, there's more to this wall than meets the eye, Ling Chen murmured. Old man, here I come. With that, he stepped boldly into the wall, which rippled like water before returning to its original state. Beyond the wall, a high platform bathed in beams of light came into view, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. Old man, are you here? Ling Chen called out. If anyone's there, answer me. Otherwise, I'm leaving. When no response came, he turned around, disappointed. At that moment, the sound of rushing wind suddenly filled the air, accompanied by the eerie noise of something heavy scraping against the walls. Ling Chen froze in place, his body stiffening as the sounds from behind sent chills down his spine. Heavy breathing echoed just inches away, and he turned his head slowly, only to be completely paralyzed by what he saw. Right before him coiled a majestic golden dragon. Its long, elegant body was covered in shimmering golden scales. 2 antler-like horns jutted proudly from its head, while its drooping ears and 2 long, shrimp-like whiskers swayed gently. Its enormous, round eyes gleamed with intelligence, and its sharp eagle-like claws and tiger-like paws radiated an undeniable aura of power. The fin on its back rose and fell subtly with each breath, and in its mouth, it held a translucent, glowing pearl. The dragon's overwhelming presence left Ling Chen breathless. On Earth, in his previous life, dragons had always been mythical creatures of legend. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine he'd encounter a living, breathing dragon here on Blue Star. Great dragon, could I take a photo with you? After a long silence, Ling Chen finally mustered the courage to speak. He hastily reached into his pocket for his phone, but only pulled out a handful of shattered fragments. Oh no, my knockoff phone that cost 200 yuan is completely ruined. As Ling Chen lamented his loss, the dragon's deep, commanding voice suddenly resonated through the air. 3 million years. I've waited for you for 3 million years. You can talk? And you know me? Ling Chen stared in utter disbelief. Ling Chen, the dragon said, its gaze piercing. I have safeguarded this dragon egg for you for 3 million years. From now on, you must cherish it. It will become your most loyal companion. Although he didn't fully understand, Ling Chen nodded respectfully and placed the stone egg before the dragon. The dragon studied it intently for a moment, then released the pearl from its mouth. Suspended above the egg, the pearl began to radiate a gentle, pulsating energy. If you wish, you may absorb some of this energy as well, the dragon advised. Your current meridians are strong enough to handle it. Overjoyed, Ling Chen sat cross-legged and activated his cultivation technique, drawing in the excess energy. The energy was not only soothing, but also began to repair his damaged meridians. Time seemed to blur as he focused, and when he finally exhaled a long breath, he was thrilled to discover that he had broken through to Apprentice 8-star. Even his injuries had completely healed. Looking up, he saw the stone egg still steadily absorbing the energy. Brother Dragon, could it be that my absorption delayed the hatching of the dragon egg? Ling Chen asked worriedly. The divine dragon chuckled lightly. Do you think too highly of yourself right now? You've only been cultivating for a few minutes. Come on, just you wait. One day, I'll be the one saying that to you. Ling Chen muttered defiantly, then sat back down to continue his cultivation. Half an hour later, the stone egg finally showed signs of movement, trembling slightly. The divine dragon immediately retrieved the spiritual pearl, interrupting Ling Chen's cultivation. Brother Dragon, just a little more. I was so close to leveling up again. Just let me absorb a bit more, please, Ling Chen pleaded. The divine dragon shot him a glare, which sent Ling Chen sulking into a corner, doodling circles in frustration. With a crisp crack, a fissure appeared on the stone egg. A chubby little dragon head peeked out, followed by its round, stubby claws. The little dragon quickly broke apart the eggshell and, to Ling Chen's surprise, started munching on it with gusto. Impressive teeth, young hero, Ling Chen exclaimed, clasping his hands in admiration as he watched the scene. When the little dragon fully emerged from the shell, Ling Chen was stunned. Before him stood a golden, chubby little dragon, so round it resembled a ball. This is a dragon? Ling Chen asked in confusion, glancing at the divine dragon. Well, it's soaked for too long and got a bit bloated, the divine dragon replied awkwardly, turning his head away. Papa, the little dragon stretched out its pudgy claws and lunged toward Ling Chen. Don't come near me, Ling Chen cried out, but it was no use. The little dragon tackled him to the ground with its full weight. Under the divine dragon's guidance, Ling Chen eventually formed a contract with the little dragon, officially gaining an ultra-divine level pet. However, no matter how he tried, the little dragon stubbornly called him Papa, leaving Ling Chen both exasperated and amused. Before parting, the divine dragon told Ling Chen, when you transcend the mortal realm and reach sainthood, come back here, and bring the little dragon with you. The future of Blue Star rests on your shoulders. With that, the divine dragon ascended gracefully into the sky, disappearing from view. Ling Chen watched the divine dragon's majestic departure, then looked down at his own chubby little dragon with resignation. All right, let's go. Little dragon. Yes, boss. I'll show you a fun place. Really? Yep, sending you there right away. Yay, can't wait. Recall to pet space. Ah, what a beautiful world. Ling Chen sighed contentedly. And thus, the story of one man and one dragon began. Exiting the cave the same way he entered, Ling Chen let out a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. He mused to himself that this ordeal had truly been a blessing in disguise. Tilting his head back, he looked upward and saw the sheer cliff towering into the clouds, its peak nowhere in sight. As he pondered whether his inner energy was sufficient to teleport upwards, a familiar sound of coughing reached his ears. Master, are you done with your business? Ling Chen quickly asked. Cough cough, I was just blocked earlier. Was there anything good in there? Master, you're slipping. Do you remember how you used to brag about your skills? Ling Chen teased. The old man Kong Ming let out an awkward dry laugh, clearly feeling a bit embarrassed. I encountered a divine dragon and even gained a little dragon companion. Oh, summon it so I can take a look. Yeah, maybe next time when there's a chance. With that, Ling Chen began teleporting upward. He timed each teleport perfectly, launching the next one before gravity could fully take hold after each jump. Before long, a faint shimmering barrier appeared before him, evidently the boundary of a formation that sealed even the surrounding space. As he hesitated, the barrier suddenly split open, creating a narrow gap just wide enough for one person. Without hesitation, Ling Chen slipped through. The gap closed seamlessly behind him, restoring the barrier's tranquility. He paused on a protruding rock, glancing down at the seemingly bottomless abyss below, which he assumed was an illusion created by the formation. Turning back to continue his ascent, he pushed forward despite his dwindling energy reserves. At last, he caught sight of the cliff's summit. Just then, the voices of the Dawn squad members calling out reached his ears. Ling Chen quickly grabbed onto a vine, pressing himself against the rock face. I'm here. Ling Chen's voice echoed faintly from below the cliff. Captain, there's a sound over there. The group soon gathered at the cliff's edge. Here, down below. Well, look at that. You've turned into a gecko. The group couldn't help but joke as they saw Ling Chen clinging to the cliffside. With the help of the Sher brothers, Ling Chen was finally pulled up to the top of the cliff. Feigning a look of lingering fear, he quickly reassured Lingling, who asked if he was okay. All good, all good. I was chased to the cliff's edge by some monkeys, but luckily, I cleverly hid below the cliff. Just stayed there too long and now my legs are numb. The group collectively face-bombed. Do you have any idea how hard we searched for you? We even drafted your farewell letter. Seeing that Ling Chen was unharmed, Captain Xiao announced the end of the day's mission, with plans to resume tomorrow. On the way back, any beasts they encountered were easily dealt with by Captain Xiao, sparing Ling Chen from further fighting. Before long, the group returned to their base. After Captain Xiao passed through a triple-layered verification process of facial recognition, fingerprint scanning, and palm print scanning, the gate slowly opened. Two soldiers emerged to verify the Dawn squad members' Skynet information before leading them into the base's interior. Why is it so troublesome just to get in? Ling Chen muttered under his breath, complaining to Lingling beside him. Exactly, Lingling explained. Some demon beasts can transform into human form once they reach a certain level of cultivation. In the past, several bases were infiltrated by these beasts, leading to their collapse from within. That's why every supply base now strictly enforces identity verification. So, these demon beasts look exactly like humans when they transform? Could they, do intimate things together? Ling Chen teased with a smirk. Ugh, stop it. Lingling's face flushed red as she shook her head repeatedly. Ahem, just kidding. I swear I wasn't thinking about any fox spirits. Rolling her eyes, Lingling chose to ignore him. After passing through the narrow verification corridor, the two finally entered the first-floor lobby of the base. The spacious hall was bustling with activity. Electronic screens displayed a variety of task information, including private commissions and military bounties. On both sides of the hall were densely packed shops, ranging from major weapon and pill companies to makeshift stalls set up by hunting squads, offering herbs, beast hides, beast cores, and more. The entire scene was like a lively marketplace, filled with the constant calls of vendors. Come take a look. Premium snow mountain fox fur. An heirloom weapon, guaranteed to slice through anything like butter. Freshly crafted chirfining pills, the best choice for bronze-level cultivators. This isn't quite what I imagined, Ling Chen remarked in amazement. Before parting ways, Captain Xiao and the others reminded him, if you need anything, feel free to look around later. For now, let Lingling show you to your accommodations. Follow me. Lingling pouted, stomping off with her short legs leading the way. Ah, such a little tsundere. Ling Chen chuckled inwardly. Weaving through the bustling market area, the two arrived at a staircase spanning 30 meters wide. As they climbed, Lingling explained the 7-floor layout of the base. The first floor was the trading area, the second floor housed the arena, the third floor was for pet trading, the fourth was a dining area, the fifth and sixth floors were accommodations, and the seventh floor was a restricted area for high-level meetings. Just then, a system notification suddenly popped up. Detected a divine artifact star ascension stone? We're here. Lingling's voice interrupted Ling Chen's thoughts. Our squad is in Suite 5201. There are 8 rooms inside, and 2,478 is unoccupied. You can pick anyone you like. I'll take room 8 for good luck. Ling Chen said with a grin before abruptly turning on his heel and dashing off. I'm heading to the first floor to look around. See you later. Watching Ling Chen's disappearing figure, Lingling pouted and muttered, Humph, that guy. Ling Chen dashed downstairs in a hurry, worried that someone else might snatch the treasure before him. Upon reaching the first floor, he quickly suppressed his excitement, deliberately slowed his pace, and pretended to be casually interested in the surrounding goods. His youthful face and naive demeanor immediately caught the attention of the seasoned merchants nearby. As he passed by a small retail shop, a plump middle-aged man approached him eagerly. "Hey there, young man. You seem new around here. First time visiting? What are you looking for? I've got everything you need at great prices." "Oh, just browsing," Ling Chen replied nonchalantly. "You know, it's not safe to travel without some protection," the man said enthusiastically, showcasing a piece of armor. "Look at this golden silk armor, completely impenetrable by blades or spears. It can even withstand attacks from silver-deer warriors. Perfect for someone like you." Ling Chen took the armor and discreetly activated his system to inspect it. A notification promptly appeared. Bronze tier armor detected, golden vine armor. What a scammer! Ling Chen chuckled inwardly. If he hadn't known better, he might have fallen for the exaggerated claims. "Big brother, does this armor come with a warranty?" Ling Chen asked, feigning curiosity. "A warranty? What's that?" the man replied, puzzled. "It means if it breaks after purchase, I can have it repaired for free. I don't mind paying a bit more for that." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, as if he had just stumbled upon a brilliant new business idea. Without hesitation, he handed the armor to Ling Chen as a gift. Ling Chen casually stored it in his ring and walked away. Little did he know, this offhand suggestion would later lead this man to become the top weapons merchant in Huaxia. Continuing through the bustling market, Ling Chen finally arrived at his target stall. On the vendor's table were dozens of black stones of varying sizes, the star upgrade stones he was looking for. "Looking for stones, young man?" the vendor greeted warmly. "These are premium-grade obsidian, perfect for forging bronze-tier weapons with the potential to upgrade to silver-tier." Ling Chen picked up an apple-sized piece of obsidian. "How much for this one?" he asked. "Each piece is 500,000, or you can pay with equivalent spirit stones," the vendor replied. "All right, they'll take them all," Ling Chen said decisively. The vendor was overjoyed and quickly packed all 64 pieces of obsidian. "That'll be 32 million, but I'll give you a discount 30 million, he said with a grin. Ling Chen transferred the amount without hesitation and stored the package in his spatial ring. It was only then that the vendor realized the extraordinary status of this young man. After all, a spatial ring was a treasure reserved for powerful individuals and prominent families. He must be a young master from a powerful family, out here to gain experience. The murmurs of the crowd reached Ling Chen's ears, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If they knew that his greatest backing was actually his master, their jaws would surely drop. Having just completed a transaction worth 30 million, Ling Chen was in an exceptionally good mood. Humming a little tune, he continued to wander through the trading district. He eagerly used his system to inspect the newly acquired Star Ascension Stone. Star Ascension Stone instantly upgrades any equipment below God Tier by 1 level. The system prompt chimed. Ling Chen's eyes lit up. This was a treasure so coveted that even 3 billion wouldn't deter buyers. As for the ordinary stones, though they were worth only 50,000 each, he was already planning to sell them for 51,000 apiece. The trading district was bustling with activity, filled with the sounds of hawkers shouting their wares. Freshly hunted flame wolves, top-quality pills, fresh from the furnace. Ling Chen, however, paid no attention. He firmly believed that truly valuable items didn't need loud promotion. While using his system to scan roadside items, several prompts sounded in succession. Detected. Bronze tier wild wolf pelt. Detected. Silver tier spirit building pill. Suddenly, the system announced it needed to rest, declaring it would update to version 3.0. After the update, the system would no longer detect items below God Tier, but instead introduced a skill lottery feature, granting Ling Chen the appraisal skill. The excitement of acquiring a new skill nearly made Ling Chen want to dance in the streets. He immediately checked the skill's attributes. Basic appraisal, capable of identifying the attributes and functions of items below Gold Tier. Eager to test his new skill, Ling Chen stepped into a quiet, old shop. Inside, an elderly man sat with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Ling Chen discreetly began appraising the items in the shop. A blood-red ore, a dull-looking weapon, but his skill level was too low to discern their properties. "Young man, leave. The things here aren't something you can afford." The old man spoke without opening his eyes, his voice aged yet robust. Ling Chen, holding the dim weapon, turned and asked, "Senior, what are these items? I believe I can afford them." "Oh." The old man chuckled lightly. "A mere apprentice-level boy daring to venture out, and Tron, at least you have some courage. That blade in your hand was once diamond tier. Though damaged now, it still holds gold tier strength. Do you still think you can afford it?" Without a word, Ling Chen retrieved 100 spirit stones from his spatial ring and silently placed them on the table. As if sensing something, the old man suddenly sprang up from his reclining chair. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes gleamed with greed, and his tone became abruptly enthusiastic. "Ahem, young man. I can tell at a glance that you're destined for wealth and success. If you need anything, just speak up." My collection here is quite extensive. Seeing the old man's sudden change in demeanor, Ling Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. You're so practical. Well, since that's the case, why don't you show me your best items? If there's something suitable, I'll just, buy it. The old man casually picked up a sword and introduced it. This sword was once a diamond-grade weapon. Unfortunately, it was damaged during a battle with a beast and lost its spiritual essence. Now, it only has the strength of a gold-grade weapon. What about this mineral? Ling Chen asked, pointing to a crystal nearby. That's fire crystal ore, a top-tier material for crafting platinum-grade equipment. The old man's eyes lit up. So, young man, which one catches your eye? I'll take the fire crystal ore. Ling Chen decided without hesitation. The Xinyuan sword in his spatial ring quivered slightly, as if approving of its owner's choice. All right, that'll be 2 spirit stones. The old man swiftly completed the transaction. Seeing that Ling Chen had no intention of purchasing anything else, he leisurely reclined back into his chair. At that moment, the voice of the Void Elder echoed in Ling Chen's mind. This old man practices a unique cultivation technique that allows him to advance using spirit stones, facing almost no bottlenecks. However, this only applies to the mortal realm. To transcend into the saint realm, he'll have to rely on himself. He's currently at the peak of platinum grade, on the verge of breaking through to diamond grade, the Void Elder added. Ling Chen's thoughts stirred. Looking at the old man, he said, Senior, how about we make a deal? I'd like to hire you as a bodyguard to protect me and my family. You want me to be your bodyguard? The old man snorted coldly. Ling Chen immediately took out 100 spirit stones. This is just a token of goodwill. If you agree, feel free to tell me your needs in the future. How much are you willing to pay? The old man, though skeptical, couldn't hide the flicker of interest in his eyes. Ling Chen thought for a moment. An annual salary of 20,000 spirit stones, with adjustments based on your performance. Hearing the figure, the old man was visibly tempted. That was more than he could earn in a year of dangerous battles and with far less risk. After a moment of deliberation, he finally yielded to the allure of the spirit stones. All right, I accept. All right, you handle this for now. After finishing their conversation and exchanging Skynet IDs, Ling Chen left feeling satisfied. Walking down the street, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel pleased with himself. Honestly, even without offering so many spirit stones, he would have agreed. While he may not be worth this price now, if he reaches the Supreme Realm, this will be a huge profit for me. He burst into laughter, drawing curious and puzzled looks from passers-by, who thought he might be a fool. But Ling Chen paid no attention to their stares. I don't have anything I want to buy right now. Let's check out the second floor. Ling Chen was deeply curious about the battles between ability users in this world. Unlike his previous life, where conflicts relied on firearms, strength, and technique, this world was dominated by supernatural powers. He was eager to witness the combat styles of ability users, especially team battles. When he arrived at the second floor and was about to step into the arena's entrance, a middle-aged security guard stopped him. Hello, please show your ticket. How much is a ticket? 500 per ticket. Cash or card? Why don't you just go rob someone? The ones fighting are teams like ours, and you're charging so much. Ling Chen complained. If you can't afford it, you don't have to go in, the guard replied coldly. Ling Chen suppressed the urge to grab the guard by the neck, reminding himself that he had just closed a deal worth billions. Reluctantly, he pulled out his Skynet communicator and scanned to pay the 500. The guard immediately switched to a friendly smile. Thank you, sir. Please go in. Internally, the guard was thrilled, knowing he'd just earned a 5-coin commission from the transaction. The arena's interior was designed in a Roman-style circular layout, with tiered seating surrounding a massive stone platform in the center. Currently, 2 teams were locked in an intense battle. On one side were 2 burly, imposing middle-aged men, while the other side featured 2 young women dressed in tight outfits, one in black and the other in white that accentuated their graceful figures. Let the match begin, the referee announced. The 2 women instantly split up, each wielding daggers as they flanked one of the men. He sneered, summoning golden-purple flames in his palms to counter their attack. The clash resounded through the arena, with sparks flying everywhere. Realizing their initial strike had failed, the women launched a series of swift attacks, but the man handled them with ease. At that moment, the other man finally joined the fray, moving like a phantom. With a powerful punch, he sent both women flying. They crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. The audience erupted in sighs of disappointment. What a shame. Those 2 beautiful girls lost. Do you wish to concede? The referee asked. We concede, the 2 women replied in unison. Watching the arena match come to an end, Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel. Wow, that was massive and so thrilling. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Having already explored the first and second floors, there was no way he would skip the third. After all, finding that unexpected star upgrade stone earlier had filled him with anticipation for each new level. The third floor housed the pet egg section. Even though he already possessed the most powerful dragon-type divine pet, Ling Chen had a different purpose for this trip. College entrance exams were approaching, and he wanted to find a companion for his sister, who he would soon be separated from for some time. As soon as he stepped into a pet egg shop, a female staff member in uniform approached him promptly. Hello. Welcome. What level or type of pet egg are you looking for? I'll just browse for now. I'll call you if I need help. Ling Chen politely declined. He wasn't about to reveal his secret abilities in public. Using his appraisal skill discreetly was the safer choice. Skipping over the F to cranked ordinary pet eggs in the main hall, Ling Chen headed straight for the branked section. It wasn't that he was unwilling to check the lower-ranked eggs, but he knew that mutations were highly unlikely among them. What followed was 10 minutes of intense appraisals, mischievous rabbits, blazing tigers, until he finally stumbled upon an egg that stood out from the rest. The system displayed, Brank mutated pet egg, Qingyuan. Evolves into Qingyuan, one of the 10 ancient divine beasts, now on the brink of extinction. Perhaps, the one before you is the very last. Whoa, why the heck wasn't there a notification sound for this? Ding. The system only provides notifications for current Goddard discoveries. Alright. This was absolutely the perfect birthday gift. Ling Chen turned to the staff member. How much for this pet egg? And do you have anything of higher rank? This one is priced at 10 spirit stones, the staff member explained. Sorry, we only sell eggs below a rank here. Higher ranked ones are sent to the city for sale. You can keep an eye out there. After paying the spirit stones, Ling Chen headed to the fourth floor food court. Seeing the bustling crowds, he decisively chose to return to his room and order takeout instead. Back in Suite 5201, Room 8, Ling Chen couldn't wait to open the system and see what changes the 3.0 version had brought. Ling Chen glanced at his attribute panel. Character level, Apprentice 8 stars experience 555800. Abilities, Divine Space Ability, S-level Thunder Ability, level Fire Ability. Talents, Evolvable, Emperor's Demeanor. Techniques, Chaos God-Slaying Art. Divine Skills, Blink, Thousand Swords Return to 1, Xianyuan Sword, 3-turn Thunder God Art, Flame Palm, Basic Appraisal 888-10000. Weapon, Xianyuan Sword Sealed State Soul Power 881-0000. Treasures, Primal Treasure City of Space. Pet, Super Divine Pet Little Dragon Infant Stage. Shop, accessible, 1 free lottery draw every 3 days. Legion, Commander level, current members, 11. He skimmed through the items in his bag. The sealed Xianyuan sword, 30 pieces of divine iron, jade purity bottle, 9,999 portions of extreme cold spiritual spring, 1-star ascension stone, and 63 pieces of obsidian. System, aside from adding a shop and a lottery function, you don't seem all that impressive, Ling Chen said deliberately. Ding. Detected host belittling the system's capabilities. Lottery frequency has been upgraded from once a month to once every 3 days. The system immediately responded. Whoa, system, you're amazing. Ling Chen quickly changed his tone, flattering it. Having a system is so awesome. Come out, Pai Xiaolong. Ling Chen waved his hand, and a round, chubby little dragon appeared. Boss, you lied to me. The outside isn't fun at all. The little dragon tearfully complained. Ling Chen gently patted the little dragon's soft head. It was a kind lie to get you some fresh air. You can play today, and I'll send you back tomorrow. Hearing this, the little dragon instantly brightened up. Boss, I'm hungry. I want meat. It pointed at its mouth with its chubby dragon claw. Look at you. You're already so round. You need to lose weight. How can I lose weight if I don't eat enough to have the energy? Ling Chen couldn't help but laugh at its logic. Alright, just this once. You can eat a little more. He opened the Tianwang food delivery app and ordered 20 pounds of roasted meat, spending 500 yuan. As he looked at his account balance, Ling Chen calculated silently. At this rate, he'll go broke. Suddenly, he had an idea. Little dragon, from now on, you'll have to catch your own beasts for food. But I don't know how to catch them, the little dragon said pitifully. You're a dragon. What about your aura of dominance? Ling Chen teased as he lightly shook the little dragon's neck. Oh, right boss. I have a skill, the little dragon suddenly remembered. It increases the chance of beasts submitting to you by 50. Not bad. Ling Chen was pleased, though he quickly reminded himself that this dragon, despite being born just a few hours ago, might have been in its egg for millions of years. He shook off the thought. No, it's just a baby. From now on, use that skill whenever you encounter a beast. Got it? Got it, boss. I can also act cute and eat meat. Alright, stop. Ling Chen interrupted. Just focus on acting cute and using your skill. Leave the rest to me. Watching the little dragon happily bounce around, Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh with a smile. You really are adorable. You win. Soon, a series of knocks echoed from Ling Chen's door. He opened it to find a robust delivery man holding a box of meat effortlessly with one hand. After a hasty thank you, Ling Chen quickly took the box, turned around, and with a swift spin kick of his right leg, closed the door behind him. The aroma had already started seeping through the gaps of the box. Before he knew it, Xiaolong was already standing by the dining table, rubbing his belly and staring intently at the box. Ling Chen untied the packaging string and lifted the lid, releasing an intense, mouth-watering fragrance. Inside the box were neatly stacked slices of grilled meat, their glossy, sauce-coated surfaces gleaming with an alluring reddish hue, exuding a spicy and savory aroma. The man and the dragon exchanged a glance before diving in eagerly. Xiaolong grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, while Ling Chen, a bit more refined, used chopsticks to pick up a piece and savor it slowly. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, not too oily. With a uniquely rich flavor, it was so good that Ling Chen silently decided he would ask the barbecue chef downstairs for some cooking tips someday. After finishing 2 pieces of grilled meat, Ling Chen moved to the window to stretch his body. Outside was a meticulously designed simulated ecological environment. Lush green trees encircled the area, with a grassy field in the center and a crystal-clear stream meandering down from above. On the left bank of the stream stood a small workshop, its windmill constantly turning as the water flowed. Nearby was a quaint courtyard with 2 wooden cottages enclosing a peaceful space, where flowers and plants thrived. On the right bank was a sea of flowers, butterflies fluttering about, and a snow-white rabbit resting quietly among them. As he admired this harmonious scene, Ling Chen couldn't help but think of the devastated blue star, his home planet, and silently vowed to restore its former beauty. 5 minutes later, he headed to the bathroom for a quick rinse. When he came out, he saw Xiaolong lying on the sofa, patting his now round belly and letting out a burp. The grilled meat was completely gone. At Ling Chen's urging, a reluctant Xiaolong got up to clean up the leftovers. Watching his obedient mythical companion, Ling Chen felt quite satisfied. Afterward, he began his routine nighttime training. By the end of the night, Ling Chen could clearly feel that his strength had improved. After a brief wash, he stepped out of his room to find his teammates already waiting in the living room. With a command from Captain Xiao, the group headed downstairs. Passing by a shop on the first floor, an elderly man inside seemed to sense something. He slowly stood up, muttering to himself, "This old body of mine barely rested for a few days, and now it's time to move again." After undergoing a thorough security check, the Dawn squad finally left the base. Captain Xiao brought up the Skynet map and pointed toward the edge of the forest. "There might be Qingyang flowers in this area. It's near the outskirts, but we can't let our guard down." "Got it, boss," the team responded in unison. Using the sunrise to roughly determine their direction, the group set off toward their destination. The Dawn squad was clearly familiar with the area, dispatching any low-level beasts they encountered with swift efficiency. After traveling about 5 kilometers, Captain Xiao raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. He carefully examined the map in his hand before confirming, "This is the spot. Split into pairs and spread out to search. If you encounter a powerful beast, send out a signal immediately." The group quickly divided into 3 teams. The Shi brothers naturally partnered up. Captain Xiao teamed with Xiaoya, leaving Lingling reluctantly paired with Ling Chen. "Why did I have to get stuck with the weakest one?" Lingling pouted in frustration. Ling Chen thumped his chest confidently and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Ugh. Lingling turned her head away in disdain. The other 2 teams chuckled before heading off in their respective directions, leaving Ling Chen and Lingling staring at each other. "Let's head this way," Lingling said with a sigh, pointing to the remaining path. "No problem. You lead the way, and I'll guard from the back," Ling Chen replied with a grin. "If you want me to scout ahead, just say it." Such a smooth talker, Lingling rolled her eyes. With a flash of white light, an exaggeratedly designed machine gun appeared in her hand. She rested it casually on her shoulder with one hand and waved dramatically. "Follow your big sis." Ling Chen stood frozen in shock. "What the? This is straight out of Jinx's playbook." Although he knew it wasn't, the resemblance was uncanny. As the 2 stood there in a brief standoff, a bronze-tier wind wolf suddenly leapt out. Neither of them moved, as if waiting for the other to take action first. "Why aren't you shooting?" Ling Chen asked. "Want the gunshots attract more beasts?" Lingling retorted. "Then why did you pull out the weapon?" "For style, obviously. Don't you think it looks cool?" "Wow, thanks for the sense of security," Ling Chen muttered, his mouth twitching. "What are you waiting for? Go take care of it. Or do you expect me to handle it myself?" Lingling urged impatiently. The wind wolf, taking advantage of its 4 legs, closed the distance rapidly. It leapt at them, baring its sharp fangs. Ling Chen dodged nimbly, timing his move perfectly to land a punch at the wolf's waist, sending it flying. The wind wolf tumbled across the ground before struggling to its feet. It stared intently at Ling Chen for a long moment, as if memorizing his face, then let out a low whimper and turned to flee. Chase it down, Ling Ling exclaimed. Don't forget why we're here, Ling Chen reminded her. Oh, right. Let's keep searching. With that, they ignored the fleeing wolf and focused back on their original mission. Moving forward, they continued their exploration. Pushing aside the thick undergrowth, a strikingly vibrant red flower came into view. The flower had 4 petals, 2 inner and 2 outer, perfectly symmetrical. Its curved stem hung gracefully like an exquisite jade pendant, and the entire plant emitted a breathtaking fiery glow. Ling Chen quickly activated the Skynet identification system. This was indeed the Qingyang flower they had been tirelessly searching for. Just as he was about to step forward to pick it, Ling Ling grabbed his arm. Shu Ling Ling pressed a finger to her lips and whispered, "Don't go yet. Let's send a message to the captain first." As she spoke, she took a small wooden puppet from her spatial ring, placed it on the ground, and rapidly formed hand seals while chanting a spell. To Ling Chen's astonishment, the wooden puppet stood up on its own. Guided by Ling Ling's gestures, it wobbled its way toward the Qingyang flower. But just as the puppet was about to touch the plant, a lightning-fast figure struck out. With razor-sharp claws, the puppet was shredded into pieces in an instant. See? Treasures like this are always guarded by a beast, Ling Ling said calmly, unfazed by the loss of a puppet. When the attacker's figure came to a halt, Ling Chen could see it clearly: a sleek, leopard-like creature with a body covered in spots. Its small head housed sunken eyes that gleamed with sharp intensity. The Skynet system promptly identified it. A blazing leopard, silver deer, 4 stars, adept in fire elemental skills. The blazing leopard keenly sniffed out the intruder's presence and swiftly turned its piercing gaze toward Ling Chen and Ling Ling. Before they could react, the beast charged at them with blinding speed. Ling Ling quickly pulled out a machine gun and opened fire, but the bullets missed their target, only kicking up clouds of dust. Ling Chen hadn't even caught sight of the blazing leopard's movements when Ling Ling cried out, "Ling Chen, watch out!" A gust of wind surged toward him, and he instinctively crossed his arms in front of his body for protection. However, the blazing leopard's strength far exceeded his expectations. With a single swipe of its claws, it sent him flying, and he landed heavily on the ground behind Ling Ling. Blood quickly seeped from the gashes on his arm, staining his outer garment. Ling Chen propped himself up with one hand, while clutching his agonizing chest with the other, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This was his first encounter with such a formidable opponent. A mid-level silverdeer beast was far too overwhelming for someone like him, who was only at apprentice-level strength. Although Ling Chen appeared to be severely injured, his condition improved slightly after coughing up blood. He quickly retrieved a spirit stone from his spatial ring. Despite his significantly enhanced self-healing abilities, the urgent situation demanded accelerated recovery. Meanwhile, the flame leopard, having knocked Ling Chen away, had already shifted its focus to another target. It dismissed Ling Chen with contempt, deeming such a fragile opponent no longer a threat. Sensing another presence with an aura similar to its own, the leopard, though slightly cautious, remained confident it could easily eliminate this intruder. With a powerful push from its hind legs, the flame leopard transformed into a blur, charging toward its new target. As the continuous sound of gunfire echoed, it deftly evaded the bullets, closing the distance between itself and Ling Ling. Just as the petite figure was about to fall within its attack range, at a mere 20 meters away, Ling Ling's spatial ring suddenly glimmered. Out of nowhere, a dark fortress descended, enveloping both Ling Ling and Ling Chen. 8 gun barrels extended simultaneously from the fortress flanks, unleashing a concentrated barrage of gunfire. Caught off guard, the flame leopard was finally hit, blood seeping from several bullet wounds and leaving crimson drops on the ground. Forced to retreat, it watched the black fortress warily. Suddenly, the flame leopard lunged forward in a single bound, landing on top of the fortress, skillfully avoiding the firing angles of all the guns. "Oh no, we can't hit it anymore," Ling Ling cried out anxiously. "Captain, where are you? Why aren't you here yet?" The flame leopard's claws tore relentlessly at the fortress surface, quickly destroying the external cameras. The monitors inside the fortress went dark. Just as Ling Ling began to worry that the fortress wouldn't hold much longer, Ling Chen's voice came from behind her. "Let me handle this. Are you crazy? Going out there is just asking to die." Ling Ling scolded sharply. "Trust me," Ling Chen said, clutching his chest. He was weak but resolute. "It'll be fine. If you want to throw your life away, go ahead." Ling Ling pressed a button, opening a narrow gap just wide enough for one person to slip through. "Stay inside and don't come out, understand?" Ling Chen said before stepping through the opening. The flame leopard tilted its head in confusion, watching the ant it had previously swatted away reappear. "What are you looking at? Never seen the second most handsome man in the world? Who's the first?" Obviously, the reader enjoying this story right now, Ling Chen taunted. Although it couldn't understand human speech, The flame leopard clearly felt the provocation. It turned into a streak of lightning, pouncing at him. Just as it was about to strike, Ling Chen teleported, reappearing atop the fortress behind the leopard. The flame leopard missed its target, carving 2 deep grooves into the ground. It quickly adjusted, its hind legs stomping the ground rapidly before lunging again with even greater speed. Yet, as it closed in, Ling Chen teleported once more, dodging at the last moment. "Huh, just playing around," Ling Chen quipped, gripping the spirit stone in his right hand. He continuously absorbed its energy, replenishing the power consumed by his frequent teleportations. The blazing flame leopard never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant opponent could move faster than itself. Before it could even track the other's movements, Ling Chen had already teleported behind it. Unwilling to accept defeat, the blazing flame leopard launched another attack, pouncing fiercely toward Ling Chen. From a distance, the battle looked more like a playful tussle between a person and their pet. At that moment, an aged voice suddenly echoed, "Your teammates are on their way. If you don't want to be exposed, you'd better tone it down." Only then did Ling Chen remember that he had previously reported his location to the team leader. He quickly teleported to create some distance and then unleashed thunderous wrath. Bolts of lightning converged from all directions, striking down toward the blazing flame leopard. Although the lightning wasn't enough to fatally wound the leopard, it wasn't keen on being struck either. Realizing it couldn't get close, the leopard retreated repeatedly, dodging the scattering lightning. Sensing the distant fluctuations of electricity, Captain Xiao and the others quickened their pace. When they arrived at the scene, the sight before them left everyone stunned. A mere apprentice-level warrior was suppressing a mid-silver-tier blazing flame leopard. This doesn't make sense. An apprentice level overpowering a silver? That's 2 whole ranks apart. How is this even possible? The team members exchanged incredulous looks. Even Xiao Ya's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. She thought to herself that this young master seemed to have some real skills. After all, perhaps following him wouldn't be such a bad idea. "What are you all standing around for? I'm running low on energy here, help me out, you pros?" Ling Chen quickly switched to a pleading tone, prompting Xiaoya to roll her eyes. She thought to herself how shameless he could be. Captain Xiao stepped in and immediately showcased his strength. His whirling tempest trapped the blazing flame leopard in a vortex of wind. The leopard struggled to break free but was struck by the currents, sending it crashing to the ground. It opened its mouth to unleash a fiery beam, only to find its fireball extinguished in the vacuum-like environment. "The center of my whirlwind is nearly a vacuum. Without oxygen, fire-based abilities are pretty much useless," Captain Xiao explained. Eventually, in the oxygen-deprived environment, the blazing flame leopard gradually lost its strength to resist and collapsed to the ground, motionless. "Go call Ling Ling over," Captain Xiao said, withdrawing his skill. His expression quickly returned to normal, as the battle hadn't drained much of his energy after all. Ling Chen had already worn the leopard down significantly. While calling out to Ling Ling, Xiaoya silently contemplated Ling Chen, deciding she needed to find time to understand him better. Ling Ling emerged, tears streaming down her face. "Boo-hoo, Yi-chan. What are you crying about?" "Look over there," Xiaoya said gently, patting Ling Ling's head and pointing toward Ling Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, recovering his energy. Ling Ling sniffled and looked up in the direction Xiaoya had indicated. A familiar figure came into view, and Ling Ling immediately stopped crying. She hastily wiped the tears from her eyes with the back of her hand. Gradually, the figure became clearer. It was Ling Chen. He was alive. Without caring that Ling Chen was in the middle of cultivation, Ling Ling rushed over and threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. The sudden impact caused Ling Chen to let out a pained groan as he was forced out of his meditative state. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ling Ling clinging to him, her whole body trembling slightly as muffled sobs escaped her. It's all right. See? I'm fine," Ling Chen said, utterly confused about why Ling Ling was so emotional all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Captain Xiao and the others had finished dealing with the flame leopard. They extracted the fire elemental beast core and successfully harvested the Qingyang flower. After storing the beast's body in their rings, they walked over to Ling Chen. At that moment, Ling Chen was sitting on the ground, gently stroking Ling Ling's hair with one hand while holding her waist with the other, comforting her. The scene felt oddly out of place, as though it wasn't purely a sibling-like affection. "Brother, don't leave me," Ling Ling murmured weakly, her voice filled with exhaustion, before falling into a deep sleep. Ling Chen quickly retrieved a blanket from his storage ring and carefully laid her down to rest. Captain Xiao gave Ling Chen a meaningful look, signaling him to step aside. The two walked a short distance away. "Actually, Ling Ling, she's not human." Captain Xiao's words struck like a bolt of lightning. Through Captain Xiao's explanation, Ling Chen learned about the existence of the elf clan. Known as the Darlings of the Heavens, this race wielded the power of the Tree of Life, possessing miraculous abilities to bring the dead back to life. However, this very power brought catastrophe upon them. Ling Ling was one of the few survivors. She had been rescued by Captain Xiao 3 years ago and had since developed a deep attachment to Ling Chen. So, you're asking me to be her caretaker, huh? Ling Chen thought to himself. Though slightly exasperated, he readily agreed. All right, fine. I already have one little sister, so having another won't hurt. Ling Chen couldn't help but calculate in his mind. The elf clan is basically like the healers in games, right? Once Ling Ling grows up and provides continuous healing during battles, that'll be incredible. The group set up camp on the Flame Leopard's territory, which was relatively safe. Out of the 3 tasks, 2 had already been completed, and obtaining the Earth Elemental Beast Core wouldn't be too difficult. They then discussed how to distribute the mission rewards. Ling Chen and Ling Ling would each receive 35 of the Qingyang flower, while the rest would be divided equally. As for the Fire Elemental Beast Core, the main contributors, Ling Chen and Ling Ling, would each get 20, Captain Xiao would take 30, and the remaining portion would be evenly distributed among the others. This fair distribution system was the foundation for maintaining harmony within the team. All right then, we'll finalize the earnings when we return to the base, Captain Xiao said. Everyone nodded in agreement. After a simple dinner, Captain Xiao began assigning the night watch duties. In this wilderness, ever-present dangers made vigilance a necessity. Following a private suggestion from Xiaoya, Captain Xiao decided that she and Ling Chen would take the first half of the night, while he and the Shi brothers would handle the latter half. During the allocation, Captain Xiao gave Xiaoya and the distant Ling Chen a meaningful glance before nodding in agreement. As night fell, only Ling Chen remained by the campfire. Sitting against the flames, he pondered plans for the development of the Legion. Just as he was contemplating whether the multi-level marketing model from his previous life could be adapted, Xiaoya's graceful figure appeared in the firelight. What are you thinking about? Xiaoya asked softly. Nothing much, just figuring out how to deal with high-level beasts. Ling Chen replied casually, deflecting the question. Xiaoya's eyes sparkled. Ling Chen, I have a small favor to ask. Before she could finish, Ling Chen exaggeratedly crossed his arms over his chest. No way. I won't sell my soul just because you're good-looking. Xiaoya rolled her eyes, thinking how full of himself he was. I just want to see your sword, she said, her gaze landing on the ring on Ling Chen's inner thigh. Isn't that the same thing? My chastity has a price, you know? Ling Chen said in mock seriousness. Annoyed, Xiaoya grabbed Ling Chen's collar, but lost her balance and fell on top of him. Sitting astride his waist, she demanded, Am I not charming enough for you? At that moment, Ling Ling, rubbing her sleepy eyes, approached the scene. Sister Xiaoya, what's going? Her voice trailed off as she took in the compromising situation before her. Great, now there's no way to explain this, Ling Chen muttered, looking utterly resigned. Xiaoya scrambled to her feet, flustered and fumbling for words. It's not what it looks like. Ling Ling pouted, silently sitting down beside Ling Chen, leaving Xiaoya no choice but to sit on the other side. As the night breeze picked up, Ling Chen shivered and turned to Ling Ling, gently patting her head. I have a younger sister about your age. You remind me of her. I used to have a brother too, but he's gone now, Ling Ling said softly. It's okay. From now on, you can call me your brother, if you don't mind, Ling Chen said warmly. Ling Chen's voice softened involuntarily. Ling Ling looked up, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Really? Of course it's true, Ling Chen said with a smile, gently patting Ling Ling's head. That's great. I have a big brother now. Ling Ling cheered excitedly. Ling Chen turned to Xiaoya and asked, So, what exactly do you want, big sis? Who's your big sis? Why are you treating me differently from her? Xiaoya said indignantly. I just wanted to borrow that sword you used earlier. You could have just said so. I thought you had some ulterior motive. Ling Chen replied, his tone annoyed. Hey. Get it straight, why would I have any ulterior motive for someone like you? Xiaoya shot back, standing up in exasperation. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow and said, You need something from me right now, so I'll give you a chance to rephrase that. Xiaoya quickly changed her tone. Oh, come on, handsome ye. Women who have ulterior motives for you could circle blue star 3 times. Please, be generous and let me take a look. I like it when you're honest. Keep it up, Ling Chen said, waving his hand dismissively. He retrieved the Xinyuan sword from his ring and handed it to Xiaoya. The moment Xiaoya took the sword, her legs began to tremble, and she collapsed to her knees. Her voice quivered as she said, This is real. The Xinyuan sword of the main family exerts a bloodline suppression on subordinate families. Ling Chen looked puzzled. What's going on? Is seeing the Xinyuan sword such a big deal that you have to kneel? Take it back, Xiaoya said, holding the sword with both hands as she returned it to Ling Chen. The oppressive feeling vanished immediately. She let out a long sigh of relief and gave Ling Chen a complex look. Looks like I'll have to visit the family sometime, Xiaoya muttered thoughtfully. Then she asked, Yi Chen, did you just awaken your abilities this year? Yeah, Ling Chen replied. Then when did you get this sword? Xiaoya asked, her thoughts racing. So he really is a descendant of the Xinyuan family. But to think the main family has fallen so far in S-level talent is now the highest of this generation. Ling Chen shifted the conversation. Yi, I still don't know how old are you? And what's your ability? I'm 21, Xiaoya replied. My ability is shadow-based. At night, even Captain Xiao might not be able to defeat me. Which university do you go to? How many people are in your family? Do you have a younger sister? How old is she? Is she pretty? Ling Chen fired off a series of questions. Xiaoya's expression seemed to have the word annoyed written all over it, while Lingling giggled uncontrollably on the side. Later that night, Captain Xiao and the Shi brothers emerged from their tent to switch shifts. Lingling blinked her big eyes and asked, Yi Chen, can I sleep with you? No way. Go sleep on your own. Ling Chen refused decisively. Once inside the tent, Ling Chen quickly fell asleep. At dawn, he woke up to find Lingling sleeping right in front of him. Seeing that they each had their own blanket, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I'm still innocent. Ling Chen quietly put on his clothes and tiptoed out of the tent. The sunlight was just right, and the rest of the camp was already awake. You're up? How did you sleep? Asked Captain Xiao. Not bad. I'm feeling great now, Ling Chen replied with a smile. Go wash up. We'll head out after breakfast, Captain Xiao said, sounding slightly impatient. Wait, where's Lingling? Xiaoya looked around and noticed that Lingling's tent was empty. She's asleep in my tent, Ling Chen said, his voice growing softer. Nice one, Ling Chen. The Shi brothers rarely joked, but they spoke in unison to tease him. Don't get the wrong idea. When I woke up, she was just lying next to me. I didn't do anything. Ling Chen explained hurriedly. We never said you did anything. Everyone laughed and teased him. What? Were you planning on doing something? Ling Chen rubbed his forehead and sighed helplessly. All right, the more I explain, the worse it gets. Forget it. Xiaoya went to wake Lingling, and after a quick breakfast, the group set off to hunt for an earth elemental beast. The task was of moderate difficulty, with the main challenge being that earth elemental beasts preferred to stay hidden underground and rarely surfaced. 2 hours passed, and apart from taking care of a few beasts of other elements along the way, they had no success. Just as they were about to head deeper into the forest, Ling Chen suddenly remembered to check in with his system. A system notification rang out. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill Perception, which allows you to sense creatures and their attributes within a certain range. The range increases with your cultivation level. Ling Chen immediately activated his perception ability. Although the detection range was only 20 meters, he quickly discovered an earth elemental beast directly beneath them. Captain! Ling Chen's shout made everyone turn toward him. There's an earth elemental beast 20 meters below us. Captain Xiao raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Seeing Ling Chen nod, he added, it shouldn't be stronger than a gold-tier beast. Shi Jingtian suddenly pulled a shovel out of his backpack and said seriously, give me half a month, and I'll dig it out for sure. His comment sent everyone into fits of laughter. Ling Chen stroked his chin in thought for a moment before pulling out the Xinyuan sword. He suggested, Captain, how about you use a whirlwind to spin me around, and I'll use the sword to drill a tunnel down? Captain Xiao immediately understood Ling Chen's intention and nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. Quite courageous. He raised his hands to waist level and quickly activated his powers, summoning a small but swift whirlwind. Seeing this, Ling Chen gripped the Xinyuan sword tightly. As the whirlwind approached, he leapt lightly into the air, head down, with the sword's tip aimed at the ground. Once Ling Chen was caught in the center of the whirlwind, Captain Xiao increased the energy output. The whirlwind spun Ling Chen rapidly, transforming him into a high-speed human gyroscope. His blurred figure traced perfect arcs in the air as he drilled toward the ground. With a sharp screech of friction, dust flew everywhere, and a circular pit quickly formed in the ground. The onlookers stared in amazement, marveling at Ling Chen's ingenuity. Captain Xiao continued to amplify his powers, making the afterimage of Ling Chen and the Xinyuan sword even more indistinct. As the pit reached a depth of nearly 10 meters, the ground suddenly trembled. With a loud boom, an iron-armored pangolin over 3 meters long burst out from the earth. This monstrous creature was covered in thick, sturdy scales. It had short, powerful limbs, a long flat tail, a raised back, and a conical head. Its sharp snout and agile, elongated tongue showcased its formidable hunting abilities. Captain Xiao immediately withdrew his powers. Ling Chen slowed his rotations and staggered to the ground, disoriented from the dizziness. Damn it, that spin was too fast. I feel like throwing up, he grumbled. A high-tier silver-level earth element beast. Captain Xiao shouted. Everyone, attack. Finish it quickly and don't let it escape. Responding to the command, the team swiftly encircled the iron-armored pangolin. The Shi brothers were the first to act, activating their petrification ability. Their shirts ripped apart, revealing their stone-hardened, muscular bodies. Xiaoya, holding a dagger, took a nimble combat stance, while Ling prepared a specially designed beast-catching net for creatures with tough hides. The battle commenced instantly. The Sher brothers launched a probing attack, but were repelled by the pangolin's powerful tail swipe. Xiaoya dodged the beast's snapping jaws with agility, flipping over its head, but her dagger only sparked against its armor-like scales. Ling seized the moment to fire the net, successfully trapping the beast. Seeing the opening, Captain Xiao unleashed his strongest attack, Tornado Strike. Though restrained by the net, the pangolin endured the fierce assault and let out an earth-shaking roar. As the wind subsided, visible wounds appeared on its tough body. Xiaoya capitalized on the opportunity, launching a series of precise strikes while avoiding the beast's sluggish tongue attacks. The Sher brothers kept delivering heavy blows. Just as the pangolin was on the verge of collapse, a calm voice rang out from behind, "Thunder Strike." In an instant, lightning illuminated the battlefield, striking the beast down completely. "Damn, Yi-chun, that was awesome. Lightning powers are so cool. I'm jealous," someone exclaimed. "Haha, keep it low-key, guys," Yi-chun said with a laugh. "It was a team effort, I just finished it off." The group gathered around, celebrating Ling Chen's first successful kill of a silver-level beast. It was truly a moment to remember. Captain Xiao stepped forward and skillfully extracted the beast core before storing the beast's carcass in his ring. "All right, the mission is complete. Time to head back," he called out to the group. "Got it," everyone responded in unison. The return journey was relatively smooth, as the team stayed on the outskirts of the forest, where the danger was minimal. Before long, the outline of the supply station appeared on the horizon, prompting cheers of relief from the group. They could finally relax. After a series of thorough security checks, Ling Chen and his team re-entered the supply station. This time, he was already familiar with the place. Upon entering the base, everyone dispersed. The captain went to sell the beast meat for extra income. Ling and Xiaoya paired up to browse the shops, while the Sher brothers headed off to order custom-made clothing. As Ling Chen aimlessly wandered around, he suddenly remembered the elderly man. He quickly made his way to the old man's shop. Upon arrival, he saw that the shelves were empty, and the old man was lounging leisurely on a rocking chair. "Senior, it seems you're all set," Ling Chen said with a respectful bow. The old man stood up and returned the gesture, indicating he was ready to depart at any time. "Senior, I hope that during this first year, you can pay special attention to my sister's safety," Ling Chen said softly. "Where is your family?" the old man asked curiously, clearly intrigued by the young man's background. "It's just me and my sister now," Ling Chen replied simply. The old man gave Ling Chen a surprised look. So young, yet possessing so many spirit stones, and without any family support? However, he quickly brushed aside his doubts and focused on the task at hand. "All right, but I would prefer to receive the spirit stones in advance," the old man said, his tone revealing an urgent need for them. "Of course, no problem," Ling Chen agreed readily. Using the loyalty system, he noticed the old man's loyalty level was at 40, within the friendly range, which gave him more confidence in the deal. After agreeing to set off together the next day, Ling Chen continued to wander around the first floor, hoping to find something useful. Unfortunately, with such limited time, there were no new arrivals in stock, and nothing worth buying. Back in his room, Ling Chen summoned the little dragon and taught it how to order food using the Skynet system. Once he confirmed the dragon had mastered the process, he began his nightly cultivation. After a night of intense training, Ling Chen had reached the peak of the 8-star level and was ready to break through to the 9-star realm at any moment. The next morning, Ling Chen walked into the living room only to be stunned by the sight before him. Empty takeout boxes were scattered everywhere, and the rich aroma of roasted meat still lingered in the air. The culprit, the little dragon, was sprawled out on the sofa, fast asleep. Ling Chen found himself reflecting deeply. Looking around at the room full of takeout boxes, he regretted ever teaching Xiaolong the skill of ordering food delivery. With hundreds of pounds of grilled meat being delivered to the same room, those delivery guys must have been on the verge of losing their minds. Walking over to the little dragon sprawled out on the floor, snoring loudly, Ling Chen gave the gluttonous creature a firm kick to wake it up. My roasted chicken leg," Xiaolong mumbled groggily. When he opened his eyes and saw Ling Chen's dark expression, he immediately snapped awake. "Boss, what's wrong?" "You're asking me what's wrong?" Ling Chen gestured at the mess covering the floor. "Can't you clean up after eating? You just fell asleep like this? And look at you eating so much. You've turned into a ball." Ling Chen sighed, eyeing Xiaolong's round, chubby body with resignation. Other people's divine beasts like the white tiger were majestic and imposing, but he ended up raising a plump, rotund little dragon ball. It seemed it was time to come up with a weight loss plan for Xiaolong. All right. Xiaolong quickly began cleaning up the mess with astonishing efficiency. Practice makes perfect, you know. Once Xiaolong was done tidying up, Ling Chen waved his hand, sending him back into the pet space. Then, he stepped out of the room. The others were already waiting outside, ready to start their return journey. The arrangements for the return vehicles had changed. Ling Chen and Ling Ling would share a ride with the elder. The Shi brothers would take another vehicle, while Captain Xiao and Xiaoya shared a third. That uncle had also joined the group. Though Ling Chen explained it was just convenient, everyone speculated that the man was likely Ling Chen's protector. Brother, do you think your sister will accept me? Ling Ling asked nervously. Don't worry, Ling Chen reassured her with a smile. As an elf with a lifespan many times that of humans, Ling Ling had lived a long time, but by elf standards, she was actually younger than Ling Shi. With two kind-hearted young girls, they were bound to get along well. The return trip was much smoother than the journey there, and before long, the towering walls of Tianan City came into view. After the mission was settled, Ling Chen received 1.35 million, 320,000 for the Qingyang flower, 720,000 for the fire elemental beast, 290,000 for the earth elemental beast, and an additional 20,000 for beast meat. Although he was now a millionaire, the thought that this amount could only buy a single spirit stone left him feeling a bit deflated. Risking his life had barely increased his wealth by a fraction. Still, the most valuable gain from this trip was the significant improvement in his mastery of his skills. After splitting the rewards, Captain Xiao took the Shi brothers back to the villa, and Xiaoya left for home due to other matters. Ling Chen, meanwhile, returned to his apartment with Ling Ling and the elder. Just as they reached the building, the old man downstairs stopped them. Ling kid, your sister's been worried sick about you these past few days. She hasn't even smiled once. Go on, hurry home. Hearing this, Ling Chen quickened his pace. As he opened the door, he saw Ling Shi sitting on the sofa, her face filled with worry. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Ling Shi instinctively turned her head. The moment she saw Ling Chen's figure appear at the doorway, she leaped up like an excited little rabbit and threw herself into her brother's arms. Brother! She hugged Ling Chen tightly, tears streaming down her face. I missed you so much. I was so scared something might have happened to you. I was so afraid I wouldn't see you again. See? I'm perfectly fine, Ling Chen gently reassured his sister. Don't cry, don't cry. You have to trust your brother. He'll never be in danger. Ling Shi wiped her tears. Next time you go out, you have to take me with you. I don't want to stay home worrying about you alone. You're still too young. We'll talk about it when you're older. I'm not little. Ling Shi puffed out her chest and pouted in defiance. A deliberate cough interrupted their conversation. Ling Chen suddenly remembered the two guests who had been waiting at the door. Shi, let me introduce you to someone. Ling Chen invited Ling Ling and the elder into the house. This is Ling Ling, my newly adopted little sister from the elf tribe. She's your sister now too, so you two should get along well. And this gentleman is our bodyguard. He'll be keeping you safe when we're out. What? I have a sister now? Ling Shi completely ignored the elder's introduction and went straight to Ling Ling, grabbing her hand. Hee, from now on, I'm your big sister. Let's play together and not include Ling Chen. Ling Ling smiled sweetly. Okay. The elder, standing off to the side, wore a resigned expression. Ah, the woes of being old. No one respects you anymore. The two girls quickly ran off hand in hand to Ling Zai's room. Seeing this, Ling Chen immediately set to work arranging accommodations. He purchased the house across the hall from the landlady, arranged for the elder to stay in the neighboring unit, and let Ling Ling and Ling Shi share a room. After everything was settled, Ling Chen summoned a small dragon. The plump little dragon had barely appeared before it drew excited gasps from the two sisters. Wow, so cute. They immediately ran over to play with the little dragon. This is Xiaolong. It'll be staying here from now on, Ling Chen explained. Xiaolong looked at Ling Chen with a pitiful expression, about to plead for help, but was quickly interrupted by the girl's exclamations. Wow, Xiaolong, you can talk too? Leaving behind a Skynet communicator, Ling Chen returned to his room to prepare for tomorrow's simulation test. Suddenly, the system issued a mission. Achieving first place in the city would earn exclusive ability skills, a Legion Defense bonus card, and a pet experience card as rewards. Looks like it's time to reveal a bit of my strength, Ling Chen murmured. Sitting cross-legged, he adjusted his state and began practicing his cultivation technique to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Before long, he broke through the barrier between levels, advancing to Apprentice 9-star. Looks like I'm destined to be the first bronze-level candidate in the history of the college entrance exams. It's hard to stay low-key. Ling Chen sighed, then continued his cultivation to solidify his progress. Moments later, he opened the system interface to check his status. The character panel displayed Ling Chen Apprentice 9 stars EXP 99900. Talent: Emperor's Presence sealed. Skills: Flash Step, Myriad Swords Return to Xinyuan, Triple Thunder God Technique, Blazing Palm, Basic Appraisal 899100000, Sense Radius 20 meters. Weapon: Xinyuan Sword Sealed, Soul Power 123100000. Pet: Divine Beast Little Dragon Infant Stage. Store: accessible, with a free lottery draw every 3 days. Summon Legion. Locked. From 3 stars to 9 stars in just half a month, Ling Chen's rapid progress filled him with confidence for the upcoming college entrance exams in 3 months. Determined, he decided to delve deeper into the triple thunder god technique, feeling instinctively that this heavenly grade skill was far more profound than just body refinement. Throughout the night, Ling Chen focused intently, guiding his source energy through his meridians, completing the second round of source energy reinforcement. 3 days later, when Ling Chen entered the classroom, he immediately locked eyes with teacher Yi Qing's sharp gaze. Ling Chen, come here. Yi Qing turned and left the classroom, leaving Ling Chen no choice but to follow. In the office, Yi Qing looked directly at Ling Chen. Explain. Where have you been? I went to visit my second uncle and invited him to our house. Ling Chen casually made up an excuse, pushing the blame onto an unsuspecting elder. Tell me the truth. Yi Qing clearly wasn't buying it. I went out to practice my skills in the wild. Yi Qing was momentarily stunned, staring at Ling Chen for a while. Clearly, this answer had caught her off guard. Go back and make sure you perform well in today's test. Ling Chen quickly fled the office. Every time he stepped into that room, he felt uneasy, probably the pressure of a teacher's authority. Today's mock exam included a source power test and a strength test. The talent test had already been conducted during Awakening, and the results for all 30,000 candidates in Tianan City were already out. SS level, 1 candidate. S level, 9 candidates. A level, 381 candidates. B level, 2,657 candidates. C level, 4,698 candidates. D level, 8,920 candidates. F level, 16,248 candidates. Different talent levels corresponded to varying score weight adjustments. The source power test began first. In Class 8, the highest score was achieved by Wang Wu's younger brother, Wang Ba, at 567 points. When it was Class 13's turn, Xiao Tianyu set a new record with an impressive 630 points. Yi Qing's face lit up with satisfaction. Xiao Tianyu shot a smug, taunting smile at Ling Chen, but Ling Chen completely ignored him. Yi Kong and the others stepped onto the testing platform. When the results were displayed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Yi Kong, 711. Xianlinger, 700. Lung Ningxuang, 700. The students below the stage buzzed with discussions. So this is the strength of the top-ranking class? I'm only at 4 stars, and they're already at 7. No wonder they have S-level wind talent. Those 2 girls are stunning. How did I not notice them before? Ling Chen stood amidst the crowd, his eyes narrowing slightly. He keenly sensed a faintly dangerous aura emanating from Xianlinger and Long Ningxuang, making it clear that both were concealing their true strength. At that moment, Xiao Tianyu descended from the testing platform, brushing past Ling Chen, who was preparing to go up. Ling Chen, don't get cocky just because your talent is slightly higher than mine. Strength is the ultimate proof. Xiao Tianyu said coldly. Ling Chen couldn't be bothered to respond and walked straight onto the platform, casually placing his hand on the spiritisting stone. When the results appeared, the assistant instructor froze, unable to announce the score for a long moment. Why isn't he saying anything? Could it be that the score's too low, and he doesn't want to hurt his pride? Someone whispered from the crowd below. The assistant instructor finally snapped out of it, his voice trembling slightly. Ling Chen, 909. The entire venue fell into a stunned silence. Did I hear that right? Ling Chen, 909? Wasn't his score only 303 last time? Is he really from the same grade as us? Shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd. This score was unprecedented in the history of Tianan City. In previous years, scores above 900 only occasionally appeared during the college entrance exams, yet there were still 3 months left before the exams, and Ling Chen had already reached this level. He now had a strong chance of achieving the bronze level. The school leadership was ecstatic, realizing that Ling Chen might very well become the national top scorer in the college entrance exams. If that happened, First High School would attract countless top-tier students and receive significant support from higher authorities. The vice principal rushed to the principal's office, so hurried that he didn't even bother knocking before barging in. Principal Dong Tianqi was leisurely sipping kung fu tea. Seeing the vice principal's urgency, he didn't get upset and gestured for him to take a sip of tea and speak calmly. The vice principal downed the tea in one gulp and reported anxiously. Over at the testing ground, during the source energy assessment, a student named Ling Chen scored 909. This immediately piqued Principal Dong's interest. He set down his teacup and said, "Take me to see." By the time the two arrived at the testing ground, the source energy assessments had concluded, and the students were moving on to the strength tests. Give it everything you've got and throw your strongest punch. The examiner's voice echoed across the testing arena. The students stepped forward one by one to take the test. Zhang San, 513 kilograms. Li Si, 514 kilograms. The numbers kept climbing. When Yikong stepped up, The testing machine displayed 888 kilograms. Not bad, not bad. This kid has potential, Principal Dong remarked with satisfaction, stroking his beard. Next up were Xianlinger and Lungning Shuang, both scoring 700 kilograms. Oh, what's the source power test result for these two girls? The vice principal asked, flipping through the list in his hand. Their source power tests also showed 700, came the reply. Principal Dong's eyes gleamed knowingly. Interesting, interesting. Looks like these two are holding back a bit. Finally, it was Ling Chen's turn. The crowd fell silent instantly, with all eyes fixed on him. Everyone was eager to see what this former bottom-ranked student could do. Ling Chen walked up to the testing platform calmly. Clenching his right fist, he threw a punch without any additional skills or enhancements, just a simple, steady strike. Boom. The testing machine erupted into a frenzy of flashing red lights, followed by an ear-piercing alarm. A puff of black smoke rose from the device. The terminal displayed only one number, 999, the machine's maximum limit. The assistant instructor stood frozen in shock before finally recording the result as displayed. Ling Chen, 999. The arena was in an uproar. Ling Chen's single punch had overloaded and destroyed the testing machine, completely shattering everyone's expectations. Once the testing is done, have those four come to my office, Principal Dong instructed before leaving the scene. After the test concluded, the vice principal stopped Ling Chen as he was about to leave. Principal Dong has asked for you, Yi Kong, Xianlinger, and Lung Ningxuang to meet him in his office. The four quickly made their way to the principal's office. As they entered, they saw Principal Dong leisurely sipping a cup of kung fu tea. You're here. Take a seat, Principal Dong said, straightening up and gesturing for them to sit. I called you here today to discuss two matters. The first is that I hope you will stay and represent our first high school in the upcoming college entrance exams. The school will provide you with cultivation resources and assign the best teachers to guide you. If you have any conditions, feel free to state them. Xianlinger and Lung Ningxuang politely declined the principal's kind offer, stating that they neither needed any special conditions, nor were they at risk of being poached by other schools. For them, the quieter they kept their actions, the better. Yikong simply shook his head, as transferring schools was out of the question after all. Their homeroom teacher, Yiqing, was his aunt. When everyone's attention shifted to Ling Chen, he slowly lifted his head, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. Can't think of anything I need for now, how about you just transfer me 1 or 2 billion? Puffed. Principal Dong spat out his tea and started coughing violently. Cough, cough. Ling Chen, the school is currently facing a tight budget. Billions are… Just kidding, Ling Chen waved dismissively. All right, how about this, just provide my sister with all the resources she needs for her senior year. That can be arranged. Principal Dong immediately agreed with a beaming smile. To him, the resource allocation for one student over a year was a trivial matter. Little did he know, he would come to regret this decision just half a year later, but that's a story for another time. With confirmation that the four prodigies would remain at First High School, Principal Dong began envisioning a bright future, already picturing countless geniuses clamoring to enroll at the school in the coming year. Now, on to the second matter, he said in a lighter tone. Have you heard of the national competition? You're talking about the nationwide high school competition, right? Yikong immediately chimed in. Every year, he would watch the selection matches on TV, though the finals were said to carry a certain mortality rate and were never broadcast live, only the results were announced. Principal Dong nodded and explained the rules. Each school sends a team of 4 participants. The competition begins with the satellite city selection, where the top 3 teams from each satellite city advance to the main city tournament. From there, the top 3 teams progress to the final round. While the finals were typically held behind closed doors, this year, they would be broadcast nationwide. This revelation brought a heavy silence among the group. They all understood that this decision likely signaled escalating circumstances, forcing the public to face reality sooner than expected. The peaceful lives enjoyed during these times were sustained by countless warriors risking their lives in the wilderness. So, are you interested in participating this year? Principal Dong asked. What's in it for us? Ling Chen asked bluntly. Principal Dong's lips twitched before he elaborated on the reward system. The national champion team would receive a platinum-level custom set along with a resource exchange card worth 1 billion. The second and third place teams would earn gold-level custom sets and resource cards valued at 50 million. Teams ranking 4th to 10th would receive silver-level custom sets and 10 million resource cards, while all other finalists would get bronze-level custom sets. I'm in. Ling Chen slapped his thigh decisively. Seeing this, Yikong quickly followed suit and agreed to participate as well. Xianlinger and Lung Ningxuang, however, hesitated. They weighed their options carefully. It seemed increasingly likely that Ling Chen had inherited the legacy. Participating might draw attention, but abstaining would mean losing the chance to confirm the legacy's ownership. According to their clan's prophecy, whoever inherits the legacy shall become emperor. If Ling Chen truly held the legacy, now is the best time to strengthen their connection with him. After exchanging a glance, the two women nodded in agreement. All right, I'll sign you all up and temporarily list Ling Chen as the team captain, Principal Dong announced. What's with the temporarily? Ling Chen feigned annoyance, conjuring a ball of fire in his hand and hurling it toward Principal Dong. Are you looking down on me, or what? Everyone was dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. What unfolded before them was simply astonishing, a mere apprentice-level student daring to challenge the principal. Such audacity was unheard of. Principal Dong Tianming glanced at the bold student before him and casually extinguished the fireball with a wave of his hand. As a formidable gold-level expert, he wouldn't stoop to argue with the student. The position of team captain is up to you to decide. I'll take care of the arrangements. Now, off you go. The principal waved them out, issuing a clear dismissal. The four of them filed out one by one. Just as they stepped out of the office, Yikong couldn't hold back and gave Ling Chen a thumbs up. Ling Chen, you're incredible. Recalling the principal's exasperated yet helpless expression, he nearly burst into laughter. If you laugh again, I'll make sure you never laugh again, came a stern voice from the office. Yikong quickly covered his mouth, though the amusement in his eyes was hard to hide. Once they were further away, Xianlinger stepped forward and said, we'll be teammates from now on. Looking forward to working with you. Absolutely. Yikong responded enthusiastically. Ling Chen nodded in acknowledgement and glanced at Long Ningxuang. She maintained her icy demeanor, only giving a slight nod in return. Look at those two. All they do is nod. Yikong whispered to Xianlinger. She nodded in agreement, and Yikong mimicked her. With a chuckle, Xianlinger said, you're so silly. When they returned to the classroom, their classmates were in the middle of an animated discussion about the results. The chatter was lively. Ling Chen's been hiding his strength all along. Was he pretending this whole time? Good thing I never crossed him. Who would have thought our class has all the top 5 in the school? The moment Ling Chen entered the room, the noise abruptly ceased. All eyes turned to him, holding their breath in anticipation. Ling Chen, however, paid no attention to the stares and went straight to his seat to begin cultivating. Ling Chen's already #1, and he's still working this hard. That's the difference between us. Success really is 1 talent and 99 hard work. Instead of chatting here, we should focus on training. In the afternoon, Teacher Yi Qing called the 4 of them out of the classroom. I'll be your supervising teacher for this competition. It will be held in Tianan City in 3 days. Until then, you can head straight to the training room. Understood, the 4 replied in unison. Before school ended, the rankings from the Tianan City test were announced. Considering Ling Chen's power exceeded the apprentice level, his talent weighting was adjusted. In the end, Ling Chen ranked first in the city with 3,434 points, followed by Zhu Li from second high school with 3,333 points, and Yikong in third with 3,202 points. The results caused little stir within first high school, but it sent shockwaves through other schools. Who is this Ling Chen? Why have we never heard of him? In a classroom at second high school, a chubby student clenched his fists tightly. Ling Chen. Huh? I'll remember you. Ling Chen wasn't surprised by the results, though his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Simone's score was only a few points behind his, which genuinely caught him off guard. At that moment, the familiar system notifications chimed in quick succession. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Ding. You have obtained an exclusive ability skill 1. Ding. You have received a Legion Defense Boost card 1. Ding. You have acquired a Pet Experience card 1. Seeing the series of reward notifications, Ling Chen's lips curled into an involuntary smile. Without hesitation, he immediately chose the spatial ability to apply the exclusive skill card. The system promptly announced. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive skill. Spatial Chains God-level skill. The skill effects displayed 2 features, the ability to establish spatial links with teammates for joint teleportation, and the capacity to share damage with teammates. This skill. Ling Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's not particularly useful for unknown fights, but in team battles, it's a god-tier skill. Looks like the system is gearing up for the upcoming team competition. He then used the Legion Defense Boost card. While it wasn't immediately impactful, Ling Chen knew that as the size of the Legion grew, the card's effect would undergo a qualitative transformation. Finally, he applied the Pet Experience card to Xiaolong. Ding. Congratulations. Xiaolong has evolved from the juvenile stage to the growth stage. Boss, I feel so much stronger now. Xiaolong excitedly communicated through their mental link. Oh, what's your current strength level? Boss, I've reached silver tier. This silly dragon sure has some good luck, Ling Chen thought to himself with a smirk. Just then, the system issued a new main quest. Quest name. Recruit a Legion of 100. Quest objective. Recruit 100 Legion members. Quest rewards. 1. Master level alchemy skill. 2. All ability exclusive skill. 3. Legion summoning function unlock. Ling Chen froze in place as he read the rewards. Master level alchemy skill was a rare treasure. even in a place as vast as Tianan City, and here it was, just one of the rewards. Not to mention the all-ability exclusive skill in the Legion summoning function. His thoughts drifted to the future. He could already envision himself commanding thousands of troops, reclaiming lost lands, and rebuilding his homeland. At that moment, the system's voice chimed again. Ding! Task issued. Please check. Ling Chen carefully examined the system's task interface. The details of the first competition task were clearly displayed before him, and the rewards were incredibly tempting. Physical attributes would directly advance by 1 level, decreasing from SSS to SS in a 9-star progression. This meant that with his current silver level strength, completing the task would directly elevate his physical capabilities to gold level, virtually without encountering any bottlenecks. This reward is too generous, but this evaluation standard, it's clearly forcing me to stir up trouble, Ling Chen thought to himself. After school, Ling Chen returned home as usual. The moment he opened the door, a thick cloud of smoke hit him in the face. Coughing sounds came from the kitchen, and Ling Chen quickly covered his mouth and nose as he walked in. What greeted him was a small figurite was Lingling. What are you doing? Ling Chen quickly stepped forward, turned on the range hood, and turned off the stove. In the pot was a pitch-black, unidentifiable mess that made him pinch the bridge of his nose. I wanted to make something delicious for you guys, but I messed up, Lingling explained, pouting in frustration. It's normal to mess up the first time. Where's Lingxi? Why isn't she helping you? She went out to buy groceries. I just wanted to surprise you guys. Before long, Lingxi returned with bags of groceries. When she saw the mess in the kitchen, she first comforted Lingling and then began preparing dinner. Lingling stayed by her side, diligently helping out and quietly learning. After dinner, Ling Chen went back to his room and asked the system, "Can I view the specific strength stats?" The system immediately responded, "Ding, as per the host's request, the system will initiate an update." 10 minutes later, the update was complete. Ling Chen opened the system interface, and the detailed information was displayed clearly. Character: Ling Chen. Strength: Apprentice 9 stars. Experience: 99900. Power: 3,113 kilograms. Combat power: 5555. Talent: Emperor's Potential. Skill: Chaos Godslaying Technique. Divine level. Pet: Super Divine Pet. Little Dragon growth stage. Legion: 11 members in urgent need of expansion. Other features: accessible shop, free lottery every 3 days, Legion summoning to be unlocked. The strength stat was astonishing 3113 kg, meeting the standard for silver level 1 star. For context, apprentice level strength increases by 100 kilograms per star, while bronze level doubles that, and gold level doubles it again. Ling Chen's strength had already surpassed 2 major tiers, an unprecedented feat. As for the combat power value of 5,555, its true significance could only be understood when compared with others. It's getting late, time to train. Ling Chen sat cross-legged and entered his cultivation state. Every night on Blue Star was a golden opportunity for him to enhance his strength. While there was no rush to improve his source energy, thanks to the physical rewards he had received, he decided to continue practicing the 3 cycles Thunder God technique and start the 3rd round of source energy body refinement. The night passed in the blink of an eye, and Ling Chen completed 2 more rounds of body refinement. After a quick breakfast, he arrived punctually at the school's training room, where he found Yikong and the others had been waiting for quite some time. When Yiqing saw him, she straightened up and said seriously, "The Tianan City selection is just 2 days away. With your current strength, passing this round shouldn't be a problem. But the Hangzhou City selection and the national competition after that will be the true challenges. Today, we're going to test everyone's abilities." Ling Chen. Here. Ling Chen replied instinctively, snapping out of his thoughts. "You're the only one left to test. Start with strength," Yiqing said, pointing to the strength tester. Ling Chen looked up at the screen, his pupils slightly narrowing. The displayed results read: Yikong, 888 kilograms. Xianlinger, 800 kilograms. Lung Ningxuang, 800 kilograms. These numbers startled him. Just yesterday, Xianlinger and Lung Ningxuang were at 700 kilograms. An increase of 100 kilograms in just 1 day made it clear they had been hiding their true strength. This is a bronze level tester with a maximum limit of 3,000 kilograms, Yiqing explained. Ling Chen raised his right hand and hesitated. "Is there a tester with a higher limit?" he asked. "You're worried about breaking it?" Yiqing asked, half doubtful. She called for a silver level tester, which had a limit of 7,000 kilograms. After a night of intense cultivation, Ling Chen slightly bent his knees and threw a rapid punch with his right fist. Boom! The numbers on the screen climbed rapidly. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, finally stopping at 33. Yiqing was left speechless in shock. A high school senior with the strength of a 1-star silver level? To put it into perspective, she herself was only at 5-star silver, and back in her senior year, She had only been at 6-star apprentice level. Chang'e, you're incredible. Yikong exclaimed excitedly, throwing an arm around Ling Chen's shoulder. Lung Ningxuang and Xian Linger exchanged a glance, more convinced than ever that Ling Chen had inherited the legacy. Ling Chen, oh Ling Chen, I've taught you for 3 years, and I never expected you'd surprise me like this today, Yi Qing said with emotion. Ahem, it's all talent and hard work. Let's keep it low-key. Ling Chen replied modestly, waving his hand. Now that we've finished testing strength, let's introduce our abilities and skills. Yi Qing continued. I'll go first. I'll go first. Yikong eagerly raised his hand. Everyone introduced their abilities and skills in turn. Yikong was the first to speak. I have level wind ability. Currently, I've mastered 2 skills. The defensive, wind wall, and the offensive, wind blade. Lung Ningxuang said expressionlessly, a level ice ability. My skills include the offensive, winter is coming, and the control-focused, ice vines. Xian Linger introduced herself next, a level healing ability. I have 2 skills, purification and healing. I can remove negative effects and restore my teammates' conditions. After hearing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but think to himself, isn't this setup just a healer paired with Wang Zhaojun? When everyone's eyes turned to him, he felt a little awkward and said, level fire ability. Right now, I can only use flame palm. Seeing teacher Yi Qing's skeptical look, Ling Chen could only offer an embarrassed smile. Yi Qing began assigning roles. Linger will focus on support, restoring teammates' conditions and removing control effects. Yikong will handle defense and disruption, using Wind Wall to protect the backline and Wind Blade to harass the enemy when appropriate. Lung Ningxuang will focus on control and damage, locking down opponents and following up with Winter is coming for attacks. When she got to Ling Chen, she paused for a moment before saying, as for you, your job is to draw enemy fire. As the team leader, you'll definitely be targeted. So just keep them busy and wait for the right moment to get close for a decisive strike. Yi Qing emphasized, team battles are not about individual strength, they're about teamwork. Even though she knew Ling Chen's strength far surpassed their opponents, she had no intention of letting him shoulder everything alone. Next came the task of choosing a team name. Yikong suggested Eagle Squad, but it was immediately dismissed by everyone. After much discussion with no result, Ling Chen proposed, how about the first team of the year? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? Someone worried. If you're not bold in your youth, then when will you be? Chenggu is right. Then why not call ourselves Chenggu is always right squad? In the end, this seemingly random name was unanimously agreed upon. Yi Qing then explained the competition rules. The 15 teams in Tianan City would compete in a round-robin tournament, with each team playing 14 matches over the course of a week. Winning a match earned 1 point, while losing deducted 1 point. The top 2 teams would advance to the main city qualifiers. In the main city, 22 teams from 11 satellite cities would face off against teams from 26 high schools in the main city in an intense elimination tournament. The top 3 teams would qualify for the national competition. After 2 rounds of explanations, everyone finally had a general understanding of the rules. Seeing the still somewhat confused faces of the students, Yi Qing sighed and said, whether you understand or not, just aim for total victory, and you'll be fine. Everyone nodded in agreement. Why didn't you just explain it this way earlier? The once complicated competition rules now seemed so clear and straightforward. Teacher Yi Qing then instructed everyone to begin their independent practice and sparring. On this planet dominated by supernatural abilities, mastering the techniques of using these powers was far more crucial than simple combat skills. As soon as the arrangements were made, Ling Chen quickly found a quiet corner, sat cross-legged, and focused on his source energy body refinement training. This was a critical step toward entering the first stage of transformation. Currently, he had only completed the first layer and still needed 9 more rounds of refinement to fully master it. The 3-stage Thunder God technique was not just a basic body refinement method. Its true purpose was to strengthen the body to withstand more powerful surges of source energy. It was a divine-level secret technique capable of unleashing astonishing power in a short time. On the other side of the training field, Yikong was engaged in an intense sparring session with Lung Ningxuang. Meanwhile, Xian Linger, a support-hype ability user, stood by, ready to heal whoever faltered. This meant that even after a prolonged battle, the 2 fighters, despite their immense exhaustion, remained in good condition. I can't do this anymore. I'm done. Yikong exclaimed, trembling all over, his eyebrows frosted with unmelted ice. I'm about to freeze to death. The 3 of them stopped and sat in the lounge area to rest. Xian Linger glanced at Ling Chen, who was still deeply immersed in his training. Look at him. He's been training non-stop since morning and hasn't even eaten. Is he really just a brank? Lung Ningxuang gazed thoughtfully at Ling Chen. What kind of person are you? Yikong stifled a laugh to himself, thinking, of course, he's not just brank. Brother Chen is an S-rank lightning ability user, but I'll keep that secret for him. After a full day of effort, Ling Chen managed to complete 3 more rounds of source energy body refinement. I should be able to finish it all tonight. he calculated silently, then suddenly remembered the lottery he hadn't yet used. The system notification chimed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining combat technique mastery. Not bad, a very practical reward. Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. After persistent training, Ling Chen finally completed all 9 rounds of source energy body refinement. He could clearly feel the tremendous improvement in his physical condition. More importantly, he was now capable of using the secret technique of the first transformation. The tournament is about to begin, Ling Chen murmured to himself. Looks like I have to claim the top spot and leave everyone in awe. The selection trials in Tianan City were set to take place in the central arena of the stadium. Just as Ling Chen was about to head downstairs to meet up with the others at school, he heard a familiar voice call out, Ling Chen, over here. Turning his head, he saw Yi Kong standing beside a red Ferrari, waving at him. In the driver's seat was teacher Yi Qing, wearing sunglasses. She adjusted them slightly, revealing her bright, sharp eyes. Hop in, it's time to go, she said. Swallowing hard, Ling Chen somewhat awkwardly got into the passenger seat. He never would have guessed that his beautiful teacher, who had been instructing him for 3 years, was actually a wealthy woman. For some reason, he felt a strange surge of excitement coursing through his veins. Let's go. After Ling Chen fastened his seatbelt, teacher Yi Qing pressed down on the gas pedal. With a roar from the engine, the vehicle sped off. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the sports arena. The group made their way through the special passage designated for participants and entered the venue. The massive arena, capable of holding 200,000 spectators, felt eerily empty, with only about 1,000 people scattered in the seats. This was likely due to the relatively low level of competition in the preliminary rounds. Inside, many participating teams had already arrived, with the team from First High School drawing the most attention. From the audience came bursts of exclamations. Those 2 guys are insanely strong. First and third in the citywide tests. That girl is absolutely gorgeous. Mom, I think I'm in love. As teams continued to gather, the announcement came over the speakers. Team captains, please come to the stage for the draw. Ling Chen, exuding confidence, strode to the stage and drew the first spot, meaning their team would kick off the competition. Their first opponents for the day were 6th High and 16th High, both ranked toward the bottom. The host announced the start of the first match, pitting First High School's Whatever Brother Chun Says team against 16th High's Soy Sauce team. The commentator introduced the players. For Whatever Brother Chun Says, Ling Chen, apprentice level 9 star. Yi Kong, Xianlinger, and Lung Ningxuang, all apprentice level 7 star. 4. Soy Sauce Team Li Baihe and Fang Shiming, apprentice level 6 star. Huang Huayu and Jin Zian, apprentice level 5 star. The match ended as quickly as it began. The audience watched in shock as Ling Chen swung his right fist, instantly sending all 4 opponents flying out of the arena. The crowd was stunned, and the system notification echoed. Congratulations to the host for shocking the audience during the match. Current task evaluation. F promising. The afternoon match against 6th High played out in a similar fashion. Ling Chen once again ended the fight with a single punch, leaving the opponents dumbfounded and frozen in place. Over the next few days, every team that faced Ling Chen's group met the same fate, defeated in 1 or 2 punches. Yi Kong, Xianlinger, and Lung Ningxuang essentially had the luxury of resting throughout, while Ling Chen's task evaluation steadily climbed to a D rating. Meanwhile, the remaining 14 teams fiercely battled for the last qualifying spot, as the first spot was firmly secured by Ling Chen's team. If they could, they might have filed a complaint. Someone here is definitely cheating. The irony, of course, was that Ling Chen really was. In the end, under the leadership of Ling Chen, the Chenggu Says It All team effortlessly seized the first place in Tianan City's competition. Meanwhile, the Strive for First team from Second High School secured second place. These 2 teams would represent Tianan City in the selection competition at the main city. As the referee stepped onto the stage to announce the results, the scene before him left him both amused and exasperated. 3 members of the winning team were fully engrossed in a card game of Landlord, while their captain, Ling Chen, was completely absorbed in his cultivation, oblivious to everything around him. I hereby announce that the winner of the Tianan City selection competition is the Chenggu Says It All team, and the runner-up is the Strive for First team, the referee declared hastily before quickly stepping off the stage, clearly at a loss for how to handle this peculiar champion team. Chenggu, this is way too boring. We feel so irrelevant. Yi Kong complained while playing his trump card. Next time, can I at least do something? Ling Chen responded with a grin. The trump card always comes last. You guys are the trump card of our team. Relax, I'm the captain and I call the shots. His matter-of-fact tone left his teammates speechless. Back in the training room at First High School, teacher Yi Qing greeted them with enthusiastic applause. I knew you wouldn't let me down. But the upcoming selection in the main city will be the real challenge, so don't get complacent. Yes, Ling Chen replied loudly, while the other 3 were each lost in their own world, some whispering quietly, others daydreaming. Watching this team that had won solely thanks to Ling Chen, Yiqing couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Fine, do as you wish, Yiqing sighed. Pack up today and get ready to leave for the main city tomorrow. With that, she strode out of the training room with her long legs. Chen-gu, what's the plan for the next round of competition? The team members asked. Just get some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and popcorn ready, and sit back to enjoy the show, Ling Chen replied, leaving everyone both amused and exasperated. This was no team competition, it was clearly Ling Chen's solo performance. When Ling Chen returned home with a bag of fresh fruit, he was just in time for the lavish dinner his sister Ling Shi had prepared. Sweet and sour ribs, braised shrimp, and stir-fried beef. The three siblings enjoyed the meal together, the warmth of their family filling the room, with Ling Ling fully integrated into this cozy household. Brother, I heard you defeated 4 teams all by yourself in the competition, knocking everyone out with just one punch. Ling Shi said admiringly, her big eyes sparkling with awe. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. I didn't expect them to be so weak. Ling Chen said smugly, then shifted the topic. By the way, I'm heading to the main city for the competition tomorrow. I might be gone for a week. If I advance, the national competition will take another week. Hearing that they'd be apart for half a month, Ling Shi pouted and pleaded, brother, can I go with you? Last time, Ling Chen had only been away for 3 days, and she had already felt lonely. Seeing his sister's pitiful expression, Ling Chen nodded. All right, I'll take you along so you can broaden your horizons. Ling Shi instantly broke into a joyful smile, her face glowing with happiness. Ling Chen then took out his Skynet communicator and dialed the principal's number. Hello, who is this? Principal Dong's voice came through the communicator. Principal Dong. It's me, Ling Chen. I'm heading to the main city tomorrow, and I'd like to bring my sister along. Is that okay? Of course. Ling Chen, do your best in the competition this time and make our school proud. Piece of cake. All right then, see you later. Ling Chen decisively ended the call, turned around, and gave Ling Shi an okay hand gesture. All set. Ling Shi beamed sweetly. Nearby, a timid voice piped up. It was Ling Ling, can I come along too? Sure, come with us. Ling Chen gently patted Ling Ling's head. Pack your things tonight. We'll leave tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Ling Shi and Ling Ling immediately dashed off to their room, thrilled to prepare for the trip. Ling Chen stood there, stroking his chin in thought for a moment, then walked over to the neighboring room and knocked on the door. An elderly man opened it, looking surprised. At this hour? What's up? We're heading to the main city tomorrow, Ling Chen said bluntly. I'll follow you discreetly, the man replied curtly before shutting the door. Moments later, muffled panting sounds came from within the room. A plant. This old rascal. Ling Chen shook his head, muttering to himself. Realizing he should prepare some self-defense items, he hailed a ride to the treasure pavilion. Located in the heart of the city, the treasure pavilion was the one place where no disturbances were tolerated. Each settlement and satellite city had its own branch, and it was rumored to be backed by one of the 3 most powerful individuals of the current era, though their identity remained a mystery. Long ago, a king-level expert caused trouble there and was immediately eliminated. Since then, even the strongest dared not act recklessly within its walls. The treasure pavilion had 3 floors. The first floor sold daily essentials, weapons, pills, and materials for low-level ability users. As Ling Chen stepped inside, a beautiful attendant approached him. Good evening, sir. How can I assist you? Do you have anything bad here? He asked, a hint of mischief in his tone. You're joking, sir. All our products are of guaranteed quality. Good. I'll take everything on this floor, except the weapons. Certainly, sir. Wait, what? The attendant gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Did you just say everything? How much for the entire floor? Flustered, the attendant excused herself to fetch her manager. A client this extravagant was beyond her expertise. Meanwhile, Ling Chen strolled leisurely through the first floor. The weapons section, filled with apprentice and bronze-level gear, failed to catch his interest. The pill section showcased a range of items, priced anywhere from 1,000 per bottle to millions per piece. The materials section offered basic components for novice alchemists and blacksmiths. As he browsed, a sultry voice sounded behind him. Little brother, are you the one planning to buy out the floor? Ling Chen turned around to see a stunning woman in a red cheongsam, holding a feathered fan. Her every gesture exuded charm. I want all the pills and materials. No weapons. How much in total? The pills come to 16.5 billion, and the materials are 8.5 billion. That's 25 billion in total. All right, I'll pay with spirit stones. Ling Chen retrieved 2,000 spirit stones from his ring and handed them to the woman. Ah, spending like water only to regret when funds run dry, she remarked wistfully. Despite her words, Ling Chen remained confident that this investment would pay off in the long run. Ling Chen stared at the dwindling pile of spirit stones and fell into deep reflection. He had thought that 100,000 spirit stones would be inexhaustible, but to his surprise, half of them were gone in just a few days. I can't let this continue. I need to find a way to make money, he muttered to himself, calculating his options. Becoming an alchemist is the most lucrative path. I have to seize the opportunity during this competition. As he pondered, a graceful woman dressed in luxurious attire approached him with elegant steps. Little brother, would you like to come upstairs with me? There's a lot of good stuff on the second floor, she said with a charming smile. Good stuff? Ling Chen's eyes lit up, but the woman interrupted him several times before he could finish speaking. He gave a wry smile and said, Sister, please don't cut me off like that, it could lead to misunderstandings. Go ahead, lead the way. The woman covered her mouth as she laughed softly, her figure exuding elegance as she turned to guide him upstairs. Ling Chen followed, forcing himself to look elsewhere, silently chanting in his mind, Do not stare. Do not stare. The decor on the second floor was entirely different from the first. Every item was meticulously displayed on luxurious pedestals, like rare and priceless treasures. Ling Chen stopped in front of one display and read the description. Diamond tier item, Huangji pill. Increases chances of advancement. Price, 2 billion. He glanced at the adjacent display. Special item, bloodstone. Can be used to forge weapons. Price, 1.5 billion. Surveying the room filled with extravagant displays, Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly at his own poverty. Just then, something on the central pedestal caught his eye, a stone egg that resembled a small dragon's egg, radiating an air of mystery. The display description read, Mysterious stone egg. Contains traces of life. Incubation method unknown. Initial classification, king tier beast egg. Price, 500 billion or incubation method. Ling Chen quietly activated his identification skill, and information instantly appeared before his eyes. Divine tier pet egg, ice crystal phoenix. Can be incubated using ultimate ice. I want this one. I know how to hatch it, he suddenly declared, his voice firm and resolute. His words drew the attention of nearby cultivators. An elderly man couldn't help but sneer. Ha ha ha, boy, even the treasure pavilion can't figure it out. Who do you think you are? Ling Chen ignored the mocking laughter, his determined gaze fixed on the elegant woman, waiting for her response. After a moment of contemplation, the elegant woman raised her hand and clapped lightly. Several robust individuals with special abilities immediately stepped forward, skillfully dispersing the surrounding crowd and setting up a perimeter. She then retrieved a glass orb and tossed it into the air. The orb began to expand, forming a transparent protective barrier that enveloped the central display platform, herself, and Ling Chen. This protective formation was not only capable of withstanding attacks from diamond-level powerhouses, but also had soundproofing and vision-blocking effects. In Tianan City, where platinum-level strength was considered the peak, such a defense was enough to deter anyone from attempting anything reckless. All right, you can speak now. How do we hatch it? The woman fixed her gaze on Ling Chen, her eyes brimming with anticipation. This is an ice attribute beast egg. It needs to be awakened with the purest form of ice. Ling Chen replied calmly. That's simple. The woman frowned, incredulous that her subordinates had not thought to try such a straightforward method. Exactly. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate right now. Our treasure pavilion values its reputation above all else. If you can hatch it, it's yours. Ling Chen nodded and retrieved a jade bottle from his spatial ring, releasing a wisp of purest ice toward the stone egg. As soon as the ice made contact with the egg, it transformed into mist and was rapidly absorbed. The egg emitted a cheerful hum, akin to the cry of a hungry infant. The woman stood stunned as she watched this unfold. This young man not only possessed spatial equipment, but also had access to the rare purest ice, far exceeding her expectations. After several rounds of feeding, the stone egg finally showed signs of life. It began with a slight tremor, followed by cracks forming on its surface. Soon, a small head topped with 3 tufts of down peeked out. As the eggshell shattered completely, a phoenix covered in crystalline, ice-blue feathers emerged. Unlike other newly hatched creatures, this ice crystal phoenix immediately fixed its gaze on Ling Chen, particularly on the jade bottle in his hand. It let out a soft chirp, its eyes filled with longing. Ling Chen understood its intent and released another wisp of purest ice before quickly stowing the jade bottle away. This was the key to controlling the phoenix. The little phoenix absorbed the ice with delight, letting out a satisfied chirp before fluttering to Ling Chen's feet, where it wrapped its wings around his leg affectionately. Well, can I take it with me now? Ling Chen asked with a slightly awkward smile. Of course. Thank you for sharing the awakening method. The woman murmured to herself, absorbing the purest form of matching attributes. I'll have to try that later. All right then. Since you're all blue, I'll call you Xiaolanda. Ling Chen gently stroked the phoenix's icy feathers, casually naming it. Would you like to come with me? Xiaolan nodded in agreement. Ling Chen pricked his finger and, following a method he recalled, traced a contract rune in the air. The rune merged into both their bodies, instantly forging a unique bond between man and phoenix. Xiaolon, I'm taking you to a really fun place, and there's a little friend to keep you company too. Ling Chen said to Xiaolon. Chirp? Really? Chirp. Xiaolon chirped excitedly. Let's go. Ling Chen waved his hand and stored Xiaolon into the pet space. A graceful woman watching this paused for a moment, clearly surprised by this unique way of handling a pet. However, she quickly regained her composure and professionalism, taking a business card out of her bag and handing it to Ling Chen. If you ever need anything, just call me. As long as the headquarters has it, I can get it delivered to you. Ling Chen accepted the card and nodded in thanks. This would make future purchases much more convenient. After bidding the woman farewell, he hailed a taxi and headed home. The house was quiet. His sisters were already asleep. Ling Chen tiptoed back to his room, preparing to break through his current level. After a week of intense training, his source energy had reached the peak of 9 stars, just one step away from the bronze level. The source foundation pill he purchased today was the key to achieving that breakthrough. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he adjusted himself to the optimal state and retrieved a dark green source foundation pill from his ring. The pill emitted a refreshing fragrance, melting instantly in his mouth, as a warm current surged through his body. Under the effect of the pill, Ling Chen could feel himself touching the barrier of the bronze level. Without hesitation, he consumed a second pill, focusing his mind on channeling his source energy to his dantian. As he completed a small circulation, the accumulated energy pierced through the barrier like a sharp blade. Bronze level, Ling Chen felt a surge of joy. He had just broken the record for source energy among high school students on Blue Star. This marked his official ascension to the rank of an ability user, no longer just a trainee. But instead of celebrating, he continued his cultivation to stabilize his new level. It was only at dawn that Ling Chen exhaled deeply and opened the system to check his stats. Character: Ling Chen. Strength: Bronze level 1 star EXP 199-2000. Power: 5,115 kilograms. Combat power: 8888. Pets: Supreme Divine Pet Xiao Long Growth Phase, Divine Pet Xiao Lan Infant Stage. Summoning Legion. Locked. With this strength, he could now take on high-level silverdeer beasts. Satisfied, Ling Chen nodded, his determination to grow stronger solidifying further. After washing up, Ling Chen found his 2 sisters already waiting in the living room. Stretching lazily, he was just about to speak. Dad, your son is calling you. Ling Chen's phone suddenly rang, and Yikang's name appeared on the screen. Hello, son. What's up? Son, hurry downstairs. Dad's here to take you to the station, Yikang said and quickly hung up. Ling Chen turned to his waiting younger sisters. Are you all ready? Nothing left to pack, everything's here. The 2 sisters replied in unison. Ling Chen skillfully stored their luggage into his spatial ring. Let's go. Yikang and the others are waiting for us downstairs. All right. The 2 sisters followed Ling Chen toward the staircase. Just as the 3 of them disappeared around the corner, a black-cloaked old man quietly appeared, silently watching their departing figures. Downstairs, a long luxury van was parked. It was Yikang's family car. The driver was already in position. Yiqing sat in the passenger seat, and Yikang and 2 others were in the back, leisurely sipping drinks and chatting. Seeing Ling Chen approach, Yikang immediately opened the car door. Son, get in. Whoa, look at you, making progress, huh? In the past, Ling Chen would have been amazed by the extravagance of Yikang's family. But now, he only thought to himself, I'm even wealthier than this. How annoying. Yiqing cleared her throat and began explaining the competition rules. This elimination tournament follows a single elimination format. The winner moves on, while the loser is eliminated. The competition has 2 stages, individual matches and team battles. First, each team sends 2 participants for unknown matches. The winning team earns 1 point per victory. Next is a 4v4 team battle, where points are awarded based on the number of participants still standing and capable of fighting at the end. 1 point per person. The final outcome is determined by the total score. Ling Chen and the others listened carefully and quickly grasped the mechanics. Even if they swept the individual matches, losing the team battle could still lead to overall defeat. The van smoothly headed toward the station, and the group boarded a direct train to the main city using the tickets they had prepared in advance. As the primary route between the satellite city and the main city, this journey was relatively safe, with minimal threats from beasts. Upon arriving in the main city, a designated vehicle was already waiting outside the station. Yiqing stepped forward to speak with the reception staff. Hello, we're the Tianan City representative team. Please get in. The hotel is right next to the arena. We'll discuss the details upon arrival, the staff member said in a flat tone. Yiqing frowned slightly, clearly displeased with the cold reception. However, she simply nodded and led the team onto the vehicle. Once everyone was seated, Yiqing lowered her voice and said, Let's show them what we're made of. Make them respect us. Yes, the team responded in unison. After about 2 hours of driving, the private car finally came to a stop in front of a grand, opulent hotel. All right, everyone, we're here, the driver announced, turning to the group. As the group began to get out of the car one by one, Ling Ci couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, so this is a hotel in the main city? It's huge." At that moment, another private car pulled up. A middle-aged man stepped out, followed by 4 young men. Leading the group was a boy with neatly styled golden hair, dressed in expensive clothing. "Ha, what a bunch of country bumpkins," the golden-haired boy sneered. "What did you just say?" Ling Ci gritted her teeth, ready to confront him, but Ling Chen stopped her with an outstretched hand. "Leave," Ling Chen said coldly, his face expressionless. "How dare you?" The golden-haired boy's face turned red with rage. As the son of Ningen City's lord, he had never been insulted like this before. "Break his legs," he shouted, gesturing furiously. The 3 young men behind him immediately charged toward Ling Chen. Ling Chen smirked disdainfully and moved with fluid precision. He dodged the first boy's kick effortlessly and countered with a single blow, knocking him to the ground. Then, with a swift double strike, he sent the remaining 2 flying. In less than 3 seconds, all 3 were writhing on the ground, groaning in pain. The golden-haired boy froze in fear, cold sweat forming on his forehead as he stood rooted to the spot. Just as Ling Chen began walking toward him, a sudden, fierce gust of energy surged from the side. In the nick of time, Yi Qing shouted sharply, "Huh?" A streak of green light shot from her hand, colliding with the incoming energy and creating a deafening boom. "You shameless old man, attacking students?" Yi Qing glared furiously at the middle-aged man who had launched the sneak attack. The man snorted dismissively, sending out a gust of wind to sweep up the fallen boys. Without another word, he turned and left. "Brother, are you okay?" Ling Ci asked anxiously. "I'm fine," Ling Chen replied with a smile, patting his sister's head. Watching the man retreat, a sly grin formed on his face. "If we face their team, don't hold back." "All right, let's head inside," he added. The group entered the hotel and registered at the front desk, receiving their room keys. Since each team typically consisted of 1 teacher and 4 students, they were assigned 5 rooms per team. Finally, Ling Shi and Ling Ling ended up sharing the same room, while Ling Chun and Yikong were assigned to another. After receiving the room keys, Ling Chen first escorted his sisters to their room, helped them settle in, and reminded them of safety precautions before leaving. When he returned to his room, Yikong was already lying on the bed, resting. Ling Chen frowned and said, "The competition is tomorrow, and you're still lazing around? As long as you're here, I just need to show up and perform," Yikong replied nonchalantly, remaining comfortably sprawled out. Ling Chen rolled his eyes and ignored him, finding a spot to focus on his training. Time passed, and when he noticed Yikong eventually getting up to train as well, a slight smile appeared on his lips. The next morning, a rapid knock on the door startled them awake. "Ling Chen, get up. It's time to prepare for the opening ceremony," came teacher Yi Qing's voice from outside. After quickly freshening up, the 2 hurried out. By 9 a.m., the main city's arena was packed with people. The Roman-style stands were completely filled, with even the standing areas overcrowded. Several multi-angle cameras hovered in the air, live-streaming the event. Teams from 22 satellite cities and 26 main city schools stood in neat formations on the central platform. The opening began with a soothing melody, followed by a lengthy speech from the Minister of the Department of Special Abilities Education. Finally, with the words, "All right, that's all I'll say," the audience collectively perked up. A host with flowing bangs then took the stage and announced the start of the draw. Ling Chen stepped forward and drew the number 9, followed by the other teams completing their draws. Soon, the first-round matchups were revealed. "Now, will the 2 teams who drew number 1 please come to the stage?" the host announced loudly. The match between the 7th Main City High School and the 1 in City representative team began. The first match of the individual round featured the 7th High School's captain, Li Ping, against 1 in City's captain, Xiao Feng. After exchanging bows, Xiao Feng immediately activated his special ability, transforming into a hulking gorilla-like creature. The aura of an apprentice level 6 star radiated from him, and his shirt tore apart in an instant. Jeers erupted from the audience. "Whoa, is this some kind of throwback evolution? So ugly, I want to puke." Fueled by anger, Xiao Feng channeled his rage into strength and charged at Li Ping. Li Ping calmly dodged, his fist somehow already transformed into gleaming silver, resembling solid steel. With a heavy punch to Xiao Feng's abdomen, he sent him flying off the stage. Claiming an effortless victory, Li Ping smirked with disdain. Satellite City folks are just too weak. The team members from 1 in City were furious, their angry glares piercing toward Li Ping like sharp swords. However, the subsequent match turned out to be completely one-sided. Whether it was 1v1 duels or team battles, 1 in City's team was utterly crushed, losing by a staggering score of 0-6. The winning team is Main City's 7th high school, the referee announced. The second match began immediately after, pitting Main City's 18th high school against the Huan City team. The result was equally predictable, with another 6 o'clock scoreline. The following matches followed the same script. Main City's high schools achieved 8 consecutive flawless victories, utterly overwhelming every satellite city's team. Next up, the team drawn as number 9, please step forward, the referee called out. Ling Chen stood up with his team. This was the 9th match, where Main City's 4th high school faced off against the Tianan City representatives. To streamline the process, Ling Chen directly forfeited the individual matches, starting with a 0:2 deficit. The spectators on the sidelines were already buzzing with discussion. The captain from the satellite city is only a 6-star apprentice. Too weak. Look at those 2 pretty girls over there. Forget it. That's my wife and my sister. As the match officially began, Ling Chen unexpectedly pulled a leather sofa and coffee table out of his ring. He set them up with snacks on top and casually invited Yikong, Lung Ningxuang, and Xianlinger to sit down. The 4th high school's captain was livid, unleashing the aura of an 8-star apprentice. Are you here to play, or to mess around? Facing an opponent team composed of an 8-star captain and 3 7-star teammates, Ling Chen remained calm, raising just one finger. To deal with you, one move is enough. This audacious declaration caused an uproar in the crowd. Everyone assumed this youth from Tianan City was merely bluffing. But in the next moment, as Ling Chen released the aura of a bronze-tier warrior, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence. Even the 4 players from 4th high school stood frozen in shock. Bronze level? Wu Hao stared at the young man, Ling Chen, in disbelief. Awakened for less than a month and already at the bronze level? Are you kidding me? Then, as if realizing something, he exclaimed, no wonder you're so arrogant. Turns out you've got real skills. Brothers, don't let him intimidate you. Let's take him down together. At Wu Hao's command, the 4-person team from 4th high sprang into action. As a speed-type awakener, Wu Hao turned into a blur, while the other 3 teammates followed closely. The 4 figures moved in unison, forming a pincer-like assault aimed at Ling Chen. Ling Chen's eyes narrowed, and his right hand suddenly ignited with blazing flames. Blazing palm, he shouted, channeling nearly 10% of his source energy. His entire body shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow. What speed? Gasps erupted from the audience. Ling Chen's speed was noticeably faster than the 4 who specialized in speed abilities. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the 4 opponents were struck by the force of Ling Chen's palm. All of them were sent flying off the stage, unconscious. Sigh. Not a single worthy opponent, Ling Chen muttered, shaking his head. He turned and jogged toward his teammates, Yikong and the others. Save me some popcorn. The crowd erupted into chaos. How are we supposed to compete with that? There's definitely cheating involved. He can't possibly be a senior this year. Voices of doubt and disbelief filled the air. The host, receiving instructions from higher-ups, raised the microphone and announced, Ling Chen, to resolve any controversy, we need to conduct a bone age test. Rest assured, there will be compensation afterward. Would you be willing to cooperate? No problem. Ling Chen agreed without hesitation. The staff quickly brought testing equipment onto the stage. Ling Chen, bone age, 18 years. As soon as the result was announced, the audience erupted once more. It's actually true? I'm also 18, so why am I still stuck at Apprentice 2-star? This has to be a cheat code. The winners are the Tianan City team, the host declared, and thunderous applause filled the venue. Yikong turned to Ling Chen. Brother Chen, I'm sick of snacks. Can we switch it up for the next round? Before he could finish, he noticed a camera pointed directly at him and immediately clammed up. The competition continued, and by the end of the first round, 19 high schools from the main city had advanced, while only 5 from the satellite cities made it through, 3 of which had only progressed because they faced other satellite teams. Ling Chen noticed that the Ningguan City team, with whom they had clashed last night, also made the cut. That concludes today's matches. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., the second round draw will take place. Teams, please arrive on time, the host announced. Ling Chen wasted no time, leading his teammates to quickly leave the venue. If Ling Chen didn't leave soon, he'd be surrounded by a swarm of reporters. In a rush, they made their way to the hotel. Upon learning that the prodigy Ling Chen, a bronze-level talent, had arrived in Tianan City, the hotel manager immediately arranged 2 rooms for his group. Finally having a place to settle down, Ling Chen eagerly prepared for his on-Seaver 3 days lottery draw. Silently, he prayed to win a god-ear skill before activating the system. The system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the king-tier skill Thunder Slash. This was a powerful ability capable of releasing crescent-shaped thunder strikes. Ling Chen was secretly delighted it perfectly complemented his existing Thunder Strike skill. One focused on large-scale attacks, while the other delivered devastating single-target damage. He quickly opened the system panel to check his updated stats. Character attributes showed that he was currently a bronze level, 1-star fighter with 399,2000 experience points, a strength value of 5,225 kilograms, and a combat power of 8,999. In terms of abilities, he possessed God-Ear spatial powers, S-Steer thunder abilities, and an evolvable Tire fire ability. The system interface continued to display his array of skills and equipment, from the Chaos God Slayer technique to the newly acquired Thunder Slash, from the Xinyuan sword to the City of Space, along with his super god level pet, Little Dragon, and various Legion-related data. Just as Ling Chen was about to familiarize himself with the new skill, there was a knock at the door. "Brother, we want to go out and explore. Come with us." It was Ling Zai's voice. Although Ling Chen had intended to focus on training, he decided to prioritize his sister's safety and stepped out of the room. Outside, Ling Shi was dressed in a youthful and lively JK uniform, while Ling Ling, rarely seen in such attire, wore a floral dress. Do I look good?" Ling Ling asked shyly, her face flushed. "You look great. The dress suits you," Ling Chen said with a smile, patting her head. The next 3 hours of shopping and wandering through the mall left Ling Chen feeling more exhausted than intense training ever had. By the time they returned to the hotel, his spatial ring was filled with all kinds of clothes. That night, for the first time since his transmigration, Ling Chen had a peaceful and restful sleep. The next morning, in the arena, the captains of the 24 advancing teams gradually stepped onto the stage, preparing to draw lots to determine their opponents for the second elimination round. The host announced the 24 teams that made it to the next round. When Ling Chen took the stage again, the atmosphere was entirely different from the first round. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, shouting, "Ling Chen! Ling Chen!" Among the deafening chants, someone even screamed, "Ling Chen, I want to have your babies." This over-the-top declaration drew laughter and teasing from the crowd, with someone jokingly saying, "Whoa, buddy, isn't that a bit much?" Ling Chen walked up to the lottery box, reached in, and fished out a ball marked with the number 1. The crowd fell silent instantly. The Ning'an City team, in particular, seemed nervous. Their captain muttered under his breath, "I swear on 10 years of my dad's life, please don't let us face Ling Chen." When the result was revealed, another captain nearby couldn't help but laugh. "Congrats, man. Looks like your dad just got 10 extra years." The Ning'an City captain groaned dramatically, "Ugh, Dad. Why couldn't you just shave off a few years? I was hoping to inherit your fortune sooner." His complaint triggered another wave of laughter, and someone quipped, "What a filial son you are." After the draw concluded, the host announced that the matches were about to begin. The first match was Tianan City versus Ning'an City, a battle that, in the eyes of the audience, seemed heavily one-sided. Tianan City's team boasted impressive strength: Ling Chen, a bronze 1-star grade fire elemental; Yikong, an apprentice 7-star grade wind elemental; Lung Ningxuang, an apprentice 7-star a grade ice elemental; and Xian Linger, an apprentice 7-star a grade healer. By contrast, Ning'an City's team members were all apprentice 6 stars. As the match began, Ling Chen repeated his usual antics. He leisurely set up a sofa and table on the battlefield, complete with playing cards and a tea set. Watching this, Yikong felt utterly content, imagining a carefree life of hanging out with pretty classmates and winning battles effortlessly. However, when Ling Chen turned around after arranging everything, he was surprised to see all 4 members of the Ning'an City team still standing on the field. "Where did you get the confidence not to surrender?" Ling Chen asked curiously. "Ling Chen, don't think you're unbeatable. If you've got the guts, don't use your hands," the Ning'an City captain taunted, shocking the entire crowd. "Oh, no problem," Ling Chen replied without hesitation. "All right, everyone. Together, if we take Ling Chen down, we win." The 4 of them shouted in unison, charging forward with determination. Ling Chen sighed. "Ah, so young, so naive." In a flash, he kicked each of the opponents one by one, sending them flying to the ground, unconscious. "Using my feet doesn't count as using my hands, right?" he remarked, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Technically, he had a point. Thus, the first match ended in a decisive victory for Tianan City. As the competition progressed, teams from other satellite cities were eliminated one after another. Notably, the main city's first high school demonstrated exceptional strength. Their captain, Qin Tian, was an apprentice 9-star S-grade lightning elemental, and his 3 teammates were all apprentice 8 stars, including 2 water elementals and 1 healer, forming a well-rounded lineup. Meanwhile, Ling Chen, utterly bored, returned to the resting area, muttering to himself, "Ugh, not a single worthy opponent." It was undoubtedly a formidable team. Facing the match against the top high school in the main city, even Ling Chen didn't dare to be overly confident. At the very least, he needed to exert 30% of his strength to handle it. Watching the slow pace of the match on the stage, Ling Chen couldn't help but yawn and scratch the back of his head. Turning to glance at Yikong, who was intently watching the game, Ling Chen thoughtfully stroked his chin, wondering if he had given his team too much leisure time recently, to the point where even their performance in matches had become lackadaisical. Can't you all just perform properly and make me proud? These student-level matches were far from exciting, too low in technical skill, like watching a group of elementary school kids awkwardly brawling. Shaking his head, Ling Chen decided to head back to the hotel to continue his training. Just as he reached his room door, Ling Chen suddenly felt a faint, almost imperceptible gaze on him. Alert, he turned around to scan his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Still, the feeling of being watched was unmistakable. Ling Chen immediately heightened his vigilance and quickly sent a message through his communicator. Meanwhile, in a certain foot massage parlor, an elderly man with a glowing, ruddy complexion was enjoying the service. When he heard the notification sound from his communicator, he reluctantly paused, reached out, and checked the message. A plant. So much trouble in broad daylight, the old man muttered under his breath, but he still sped up the pace of his actions. 3 minutes later, the old man trembled slightly, letting out a long breath of satisfaction. He swiftly got dressed and moved to the window. Before leaving, he turned back to blow a kiss toward the bed. Sweetheart, wait for me next time. With that, he leapt from the 6th floor, twisting gracefully in the air before landing steadily on the ground. Passers-by began whispering about the old man's actions. Some speculated he was there for fun, while others guessed he was skipping out on the bill. But the old man paid no attention to the chatter, racing toward the arena with determination. Not long after, the window to Ling Chen's room was knocked on, and the old man was perched outside. Ling Chen rolled his eyes, wondering if he had chosen the wrong bodyguard, but still opened the window to let him in. What's so urgent that you had to call me? The old man asked, his tone tinged with impatience. Ling Chen got straight to the point. Someone's been tailing me. Go investigate. Hearing this, the old man immediately set aside his irritation, his expression turning serious. Understood. The old man clasped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Ling Chen, then unexpectedly leapt out of the window. Ling Chen shook his head speechlessly, thinking to himself, what's wrong with this old guy? Broad daylight, and he chooses to go out the window instead of the door. Still, knowing the old man was investigating eased Ling Chen's mind a bit. After all, this was the Central District, so those lurking in the shadows likely wouldn't dare to act too recklessly. Besides, he had a master to rely on. Oh, so now you remember you have a master? A familiar voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ahem, heh, master. I've reached the bronze level. After the competition, he'll come find you. Not bad. Faster than I expected. It seems I underestimated your talent, boy. Of course, your disciple is destined to become a great emperor. Ling Chen blurted out proudly, quoting the system's evaluation. Watch your words. Be careful. His master's voice suddenly grew sharp, stopping Ling Chen mid-sentence. What's wrong, master? There are things that won't benefit you to know right now. When your strength is sufficient, you'll naturally understand. Until then, never mention those words again. If the heavens take notice, then... His master's voice abruptly trailed off. Although Ling Chen didn't fully understand why his master was so cautious, he decided not to dwell on it. For now, his priority was to secure first place in the competition. After a night of cultivation, the next day arrived. In the arena, 12 teams of 4 lined up neatly for the second round of matches. By the end of the round, the advancing teams were from Central City's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th through 12th high schools, as well as the Tian'an City representative team. When the host announced Tian'an City, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers. Ling Chen. Ling Chen. Some overly enthusiastic female fans even screamed, I want to have Ling Chen's babies. Just a pretty boy who relied on pills to force his advancement, sneered Li Chong, the captain of the 2nd high school team, his face dark with resentment. A lowly nobody from some satellite city, how dare he be more popular than me? Wow, Brother Chen. You're a real celebrity now. Yikong teased, popping a grape into his mouth. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. It's just some folks in the martial world showing me respect, Ling Chen replied with a casual wave of his hand. Just as the host was about to invite the captains on stage for the draw, Ling Chen raised his hand. Ling Chen, do you have a question? The host handed him the microphone. I just want to say, everyone here is Trashkov. I'd like to propose a rule change. This format is too time-consuming. I'd like to challenge all 11 remaining teams to unknown matches. The arena erupted in an uproar. The audience and live stream comment sections exploded with reactions. Whoa, this guy's so arrogant. Isn't that way too overconfident? Wow, so cool. I'm in love. Damn it, who was just saying to keep it low-key? There's no way he can take on so many people. The entire arena was instantly thrown into chaos. What? A bead of cold sweat appeared on the host's forehead. Ling Chen, are you sure about this? Let me check with the higher-ups first. Ling Chen nodded firmly, his voice resolute. I'm sure. All around, The other competing teams turned their attention to Ling Chen. One contestant couldn't resist sneering, "Ling Chen, don't get too full of yourself. You're just some genius who broke humanity's historical record by advancing to the bronze level right after awakening." Exactly, exactly. Another chimed in, "So what if you're a bit better looking than us? There are 44 of us. Do you really think you four can take us all?" Yikong quickly waved his hands, looking innocent. Hey, 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 don't count me in when you're talking about numbers. I'm just here to ride the victory train. How did I suddenly get dragged into this fight? Amid the mockery, Ling Chen simply closed his eyes and rested quietly, waiting for the organizer's decision. Meanwhile, in the office of the Ministry of Supernatural Abilities Education, Assistant Xiao Wang burst in hurriedly. "Minister Lin," he said, panting, "at the arena competition, Ling Chen, the captain of the Tianan City team, has requested to take on all 11 remaining teams at once. The viewership has already skyrocketed, and the streaming servers are about to crash. Everyone's saying they're here to watch Ling Chen." Minister Lin, who had been reviewing reports, looked up and, after a brief moment of thought, decisively said, "Approved. It's time to break some old traditions. Ling Chen is an unseen century prodigy. Let him show the other strongholds just how powerful our talent is." Xiao Wang immediately turned to notify the arena staff. Soon after, a staff member approached the host, whispered a few words, and quickly left. Clearing his throat, the host announced, "The competition organizers have approved Ling Chen's request. Now, do the remaining 11 teams agree?" "Agreed. No problem. Let's show him what we're made of. If we can't beat you on Ianon, do you think we'll lose in a group fight?" A chorus of responses echoed across the venue. The host continued, "Then let both sides take their positions. It's Tianan City versus the main city teams. Let's see who comes out on top." On the stage, Ling Chen's team of 4 stood on one side, while the other side was packed with 44 opponents, making the already narrow platform feel uncomfortably crowded. "Brother Chen, do you need us to join in?" Facing opponents outnumbering them many times over, Yikong felt it was time to step up. After all, if Ling Chen lost, he'd have to enter the fight eventually. Ling Chen shook his head. "Only step in if I can't handle it." As the referee's whistle blew, contestants from each team in the main city began to unleash their abilities. Some transformed into beast-like forms, while others activated their enhanced powers, creating a dazzling spectacle on the battlefield. However, faced with Ling Chen's overwhelming presence, no one dared to step forward first. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Everyone was calculating in their minds. Whoever went first would surely lose. It was better to let someone else deal with Ling Chen, and then make a move for a better chance of victory. "Humph. A bunch of cowards." Li Chong from second high school sneered, striding confidently to the front of his team. He stared arrogantly at Ling Chen. "I heard you're a rank fire user?" "Ha, I'm an S-rank fire user with Hellfire. Our talents aren't even on the same level." "Hey, dude, can you stop talking and just fight already?" Yikong interrupted impatiently, cracking sunflower seeds in his hand. "If you keep stalling, I'll finish all my seeds before you even start." "You're asking for death." Li Chong roared in fury as black flames erupted around him. In a flash, he charged toward Yikong like a bolt of lightning. Just then, Ling Chen stepped forward, casually stretching his arm. In the next moment, all eyes froze in place. Purple arcs of lightning danced like living vines around Ling Chen's arms. The sight sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. Whoa, Ling Chen doesn't just have fire abilities, she has lightning powers too. Dual abilities. And they're both S-rank. The audience buzzed with chatter, and the livestream's comment section exploded with reactions. Only Yikong remained calm, while Lung Ningxuang and Xian Linger exchanged knowing glances, as if they suspected Ling Chen had even more hidden aces up his sleeve. Despite his shock, Li Chong was already committed to his attack. "Die!" he shouted, accelerating toward Yikong. Ling Chen became a blur, instantly intercepting Li Chong's path. Thunder Slash. A crescent-shaped arc of lightning struck toward Li Chong. Though he crossed his arms to defend, the strike effortlessly tore through his sleeves and shattered several of his ribs. Li Chong spat out a mouthful of blood as his body slammed into the ground, carving a deep trench before falling unconscious. Ling Chen turned to face the remaining contestants, his voice cold and commanding. "Who's next?" Ling Chen looked down at the remaining contestants on the stage, his gaze sharp and unyielding. "Will you surrender willingly, or shall I take matters into my own hands?" A chill ran through the crowd. Earlier, when they believed Ling Chen to be merely a rank fire ability user, they had been confident in their chances. But now, after witnessing his S-rank lightning talent and bronze tier strength, hesitation crept into their hearts. Little did they know, Ling Chen's true power had already reached 6-star silver tier, far beyond their comprehension. Seeing their indecision, Ling Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. Slowly, he raised his hands, palms facing upward. Thunderstorm Wrath. At his low command, the sky darkened abruptly. Thick clouds gathered, and violet lightning crackled within. On the sidelines, an elderly couple whispered to each other, "Do you remember that move, the one with countless lightning bolts from the heavens?" Ling Chen ascended into the air, arcs of electricity dancing around him. With a single sweep of his arm, several lightning bolts, as thick as a person's arm, crashed down from the sky, striking the main city's team. Those who failed to dodge were hit directly, their bodies charred and smoking, hair standing on end, as they exhaled faint wisps of smoke. "I surrender. I'm out." More and more participants scrambled off the stage in panic. Before long, only the first high school team and a few unconscious students remained. Once the medical staff carried the unconscious away, the captain of the first high school team, Qin Tian, locked eyes with Ling Chen. "I admit you're strong, but the match isn't over yet." Suddenly, arcs of electricity sparked around. Qin Tianhe was also an S-rank lightning ability user. The audience erupted in excitement. A clash of S-rank lightning users. This ticket was worth every penny. Since both wielded lightning abilities, their attacks would greatly cancel each other out. At this moment, Ling Chen's fire ability became a decisive advantage. "Take this, Thunderstorm Fist." Qin Tian charged with his right fist, enveloped in crackling lightning, unleashing his full power. "Flaming Palm." Ling Chen responded calmly, using only 30% of his strength to block the attack. As their powers collided with a resounding boom, Qin Tian managed to hold his ground temporarily. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow in mild surprise before increasing his output. Finally, Qin Tian faltered, stumbling backward 5 steps before dropping to one knee. When Ling Chen turned his attention to the remaining teammates, the three immediately raised their hands in surrender. "Ling Chen, we give up." They rushed to help Qin Tian to his feet. Seeing their newfound sensibility, Ling Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Earlier, where was this decisiveness? Instead, they had acted as though they were prepared to fight to the death. The 1v11 team match has been won by the Tianan City representative team. They are the champions of this elimination tournament. The host's booming voice echoed throughout the stadium, deafening and electrifying. This was an unprecedented breakthrough. Previous years, top 3 spots had always been monopolized by the high schools of the main city. But this time, Ling Chen's meteoric rise completely shattered that pattern. The audience erupted in excitement, their cheers resounding one after another. "Ling Chen, Ling Chen, Ling Chen." While the crowd was ecstatic, Yikong merely gave a slight smirk. To him, this match was far less challenging than the principal had made it out to be. As Ling Chen led his team off the stage, Teacher Yi Qing was already waiting below with a stern expression. "Ling Chen, can you stop giving me headaches? Do you have to stir up trouble all the time?" "Relax, relax. I've got it under control," Ling Chen replied nonchalantly, brushing her off. He turned to leave but added over his shoulder, "Don't forget to let me know when it's time to collect the award." The main city's grand competition continued, with the remaining 11 teams fighting for the other 2 advancement spots. But at this moment, Ling Chen was preoccupied with another matter: the person who had been secretly watching him. He sat on the sofa, waiting for the old man he'd contacted, while sorting through his thoughts. He had always acted with integrity and couldn't think of anyone he'd offended. The young master from Ning'an City's faction was unlikely to resort to such tactics. As for crazed fans, that seemed even less plausible. A soft tapping sound came from the window, and the figure of the old man appeared outside. "Could you use the door next time?" Ling Chen said helplessly as he opened the window. The old man climbed in and sat nervously on the sofa. "Ling Chen, I'll need more money for this." "Huh, what do you mean? Do you know who's been watching you?" The old man lowered his voice. "It's a group of lunatics who call themselves the New Humans. They believe they're guided by some divine entity and think the rise of the beasts is merely a trial to eliminate the weak. They despise the Alliance for protecting ordinary people and have repeatedly caused destruction. The Alliance has sent powerful fighters to wipe them out, but all attempts have failed." "Wait a second," Ling Chen interrupted. "The point is, why are they following me?" "Because they're retaliating against the Alliance, specifically targeting talented prodigies." "Your record-breaking performance naturally caught their attention." Ling Chen nodded. He had anticipated something like this. Now, it was a matter of whether his plan would work. "So, who exactly is monitoring me right now? What's their plan?" The old man shook his head, indicating he didn't know. "Dig deeper. I'll add 10,000 spirit stones to your annual pay." "Deal." The old man beamed with delight and slipped back out through the window. Left alone on the sofa, Ling Chen felt a sense of unease creeping into his heart. "I need to increase my combat strength and fast." He stood and headed back to his room, ready to begin training. Ling Chen remained immersed in his cultivation, not stepping out of his room even once. Meanwhile, the elimination rounds in the arena were in full swing. Due to the absence of one team, the organizing committee decided to determine by through a lottery. The captains of both first and second high schools were unable to attend due to injuries, leaving their teammates to draw lots on their behalf. Surprisingly, First High School drew the bye. The remaining 10 teams faced off in 5 intense matches. In the end, 3rd High School, 5th High School, 8th High School, 9th High School, and 11th High School advanced, while 2nd High School was regretfully eliminated as their captain failed to recover in time. With that, the day's competitions concluded, leaving 6 teams to compete the next day for the final 2 spots to join Ling Chen's team at the national tournament. The following day, all 6 competing teams arrived at the arena on time. The contestants from Tianan City also took their seats in the players' area, but Ling Chen was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, he was lying on his hotel bed, punching the air in excitement. Just moments earlier, a notification sound from the system had rung out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a B-level skill concealment technique. Though not as potent as true invisibility, this skill allowed Ling Chen to blend into his surroundings, effectively becoming hidden. It was one of the abilities he had most desired upon arriving on Blue Star. Ling Chen eagerly planned to use the new skill that very night to investigate the whereabouts of the new humans. Back at the arena, the matches proceeded as scheduled. First High School claimed an early victory, followed by 3rd High School and then 7th High School. The 3 winning teams advanced to draw lots, determining the order of their matches. The competition adopted a point-based system, with the 3 teams taking turns to face each other. In the first match, First High School defeated 7th High School 51. In the second, First High School secured another win, beating 3rd High School 31. Finally, in a close third match, 3rd High School narrowly triumphed over 7th High School with a score of 21. On the final leaderboard, First High School topped the rankings with 8 points, while 3rd High School claimed 2nd place with 3 points. When the organizers announced over the loudspeaker for the top 3 teams to come forward for the awards ceremony, Ling Chen was still nowhere to be found. Teacher Yi Qing, frowning with concern, asked those around her and learned that Ling Chen hadn't been seen since morning was likely still in his hotel room. Left with no other choice, Yi Qing instructed others to stall for time before hurriedly heading to the hotel herself. Half an hour later, Yi Qing returned to the arena, dragging along a disheveled Ling Chen with messy hair. All eyes in the arena turned to the so-called genius of the bronze rank. Seeing his unkempt appearance, the crowd couldn't help but think, as expected, geniuses really are different from the rest of us. Once all the participants from the top 3 teams had gathered, the host picked up the microphone and began speaking with great enthusiasm. Now, I am pleased to announce the winners of this year's Hongdu Gathering competition. First place goes to the Changgu Says It All team from Tianan Satellite City. Second place is the Qin Tian squad from Hongdu No. 1 High School. And third place is the Zhaogang squad from Hongdu No. 3 High School. As soon as the host finished speaking, the competition venue erupted into cheers. The audience roared in unison, chanting, "Ling Chen is unbeatable. Go Ling Chen." Ling Chen, with a confident smile, raised his right hand and gave a slight wave toward the crowd, his body turning slightly in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Tianan City School, Principal Dong was leisurely sipping tea, his eyes fixed on the live broadcast of the competition. I knew I wasn't wrong about him. This year's college entrance exams are in the bag, he murmured to himself with satisfaction. In the study of the city lord's mansion, Zhang Jia was reporting the results of the competition to a middle-aged man. Oh, are you saying that young man possesses 2 abilities, one of which is an S-level lightning power? The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then chuckled wryly. So, we misjudged last time. The one we should have taken as an apprentice is clearly this young man. After the trophy presentation ceremony, it was time for the winners to give their speeches. Despite the host's apprehension, he followed standard procedure and handed the microphone to Ling Chen. Though he instinctively tightened his grip, Ling Chen effortlessly took it from him. Clearing his throat, Ling Chen's magnetic voice resonated through the venue via the microphone. The audience quickly quieted down, their attention fixed on him. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for your support. Now, I have 2 things to say. After a full 30 minutes of thanking people on an exhaustive list, Ling Chen finally got to the point. Alright, I think that covers everyone. I'm sure you're all getting hungry, so let me move on to the second thing. He shifted his tone. I'm a guy, 18 years old, into girls, and my goal is to eliminate monsters and restore peace. I'm now preparing to establish a mercenary group. We provide food, lodging, and a salary, and am inviting like-minded individuals to join. If you're interested, you can call my personal contact number 042-500-4250. I'll personally interview every applicant. His announcement caused an immediate stir among the crowd. Conversations erupted everywhere. Wow! Shamelessly advertising in public? Is he trying to compete with the military recruitment office? With such a handsome leader, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Finally, a chance to meet Ling Chen face to face. I'm joining. I'm clinging to this golden opportunity. The announcement particularly resonated with students from less fortunate backgrounds. For them, This seemed like a potentially better option than enlisting in the military. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, the host quickly stepped in. Ahem, ahem, young man, are you done speaking? Ling Chen reluctantly returned the microphone, thinking to himself that he had said everything he needed to. Afterward, Minister Lin took the stage to deliver a speech. The winner of this year's Hongdu Elimination Tournament is the team representing Tianan City. Congratulations! The rewards will be distributed shortly. Next week, you will compete in the finals on behalf of Hongdu. Best of luck to all of you. Before he could finish, the audience began to leave in droves. After all, no one wanted to endure another round of speeches following Ling Chen's lengthy monologue, let alone one from Minister Lin. Ahem, well, that concludes my speech. Once again, congratulations to everyone who made it to the top 3. Sensing the crowd's eagerness to leave, Minister Lin decisively ended his unfinished speech and led the 3 teams, including Ling Chen's, out of the arena. Not long after, they arrived at the minister's conference room in the Department of Supernatural Abilities Education. The room was simply furnished, with advanced electronic devices and screens on one side and a round conference table in the center. Chairs were placed around the table at 30-centimeter intervals, with a bottle of water and a small booklet neatly arranged in front of each seat. Minister Lin gestured for everyone to take their seats, his previously kind expression turning serious. There are a few matters I need to address. First, let's discuss the rewards for this elimination tournament. The first place team will receive 50 million per person and can choose 3 rewards from the booklet. The second place team will receive 30 million per person and can choose 2 rewards, while the third place team will receive 10 million per person and can choose 1 reward. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Chen suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Do you think I'm easy to dismiss? I demand to choose 2 more items. Before anyone could recover from their shock, Minister Lin coldly replied, "Get out." Ling Chen immediately broke into a sheepish grin and began flipping through the booklet to make his selections. The booklet was divided into 3 sections. The first 10 pages listed silverdeer equipment, the middle 10 pages featured cultivation pills, and the last 10 pages contained various supernatural skill books. After everyone had roughly browsed through the contents, Minister Lin continued, "The national competition is in a week, and it takes 5 days to travel from here to Dawn City. In the long run, I recommend choosing skill books. However, for this competition, weapons and pills might offer a better cost-to-benefit ratio." Pills? No need to pick those, I already have plenty, Ling Chen said, immediately eliminating one option for Yikong and the others. As he pondered, he realized that silverdeer equipment was no longer sufficient for him, was confident he could withstand a gold-tier beast for 5 seconds without losing. What Ling Chen needed most now were skills. Since his lightning abilities had already been revealed, he had more flexibility in his choices. While he was tempted to select spatial abilities, he doubted Minister Lin had any to offer. After careful consideration, Ling Chen decided to address his shortcomings in support and control skills. He meticulously examined the booklet, evaluating how each skill would complement his current abilities. Ultimately, he selected a mid-air lightning movement skill called Thunder Dash. Though it wasn't as exceptional as the skills he'd obtained through luck, it was still quite valuable. His second choice was a low-tier fire skill called Flame Shield, which could summon a fire-based barrier for protection. When it came to choosing the third skill, Ling Chen found himself hesitating. It wasn't until he accidentally spotted an unexpected skill that he finally made his decision. Combat Skill Breath Concealment Technique? Ling Chen's gaze lingered on this skill, which had no level indication, for a brief moment. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Though the skill seemed unremarkable at first glance, when paired with his stealth technique, it was practically a must-have for a night assassin. With this thought, he decisively circled it in the booklet and casually tossed it to the assistant beside him. Yikong quickly made his choice as well. He picked a wind-binding technique, reasoning that with Ling Chen handling the offensive output, he could focus on being a support. Equipped with a silver gray dagger and a pair of swift wind boots, he perfectly embodied the role of a support assassin. Xianlinger opted for practicality, choosing a piece of armor and 2 healing skills. Meanwhile, Long Ningxuang seemed disinterested in all of it. She directly selected 3 bottles of beauty elixirs, leaving Minister Lin twitching at the corners of his mouth. As Minister Lin silently criticized Xiao Wang for including beauty elixirs in the reward list, Ling Chen's attention shifted to Long Ningxuang's choice. Ahem, there's no need to choose that, Ling Chen said as he took out 10 bottles of beauty elixirs from his storage ring. If you want them, I have plenty. Long Ningxuang hesitated for a moment, but the allure of the beauty elixirs ultimately outweighed her reservations about accepting gifts from the opposite sex. She extended her slender fingers and stored the elixirs in her ring. "Thank you," she said softly, her tone noticeably gentler than before, no longer as cold and distant. Minister Lin was utterly dumbfounded as he watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself how extravagant this young man was, casually gifting items worth millions. Once everyone had made their selections, Minister Lin clapped his hands to draw their attention and began introducing the second matter. The upcoming national competition will be held in Dawn City. This city is the largest human settlement on Blue Star and our last line of defense. He elaborated, Dawn City spans an area of 9.6 million square kilometers and is divided into inner and outer sections. The competition will take place in the outer city's simulated primitive forest arena, which mirrors the conditions of the wilderness. The area primarily hosts apprentice-level beasts, with the occasional bronze-level beast appearing in the central region, though this is rare. Becoming familiar with this terrain will be highly beneficial for your future endeavors. Listening to these details, Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel at the vastness of the city. He thought to himself that it would probably take an ordinary person decades to explore the entire place. So, what are the specific rules for this competition? Everyone looked curiously at Minister Lin, filled with anticipation for the unknown city of Dawn. Clearing his throat, Minister Lin began explaining in detail. This year's national competition features a brand new format and will be live-streamed for the first time. 25 teams from various settlements will enter the simulated beginner-level area of the primeval forest from different directions. The competition will last 3 days, with the activity area shrinking each day. On the final day, it will be limited to the central plaza. Once you enter the plaza, your score will be locked. The scoring rules are as follows. Defeating a low-level apprentice beast earns 1 point, mid-level beasts 10 points, and high-level beasts 100 points. What about bronze-level beasts? Ling Chen suddenly asked, drawing curious glances from the others. Minister Lin smiled wryly. I knew you'd ask. Low-level bronze beasts are worth 1,000 points, mid-level 2,000 points, and high-level 5,000 points. Can points only be earned by defeating beasts? Yikong raised a question. If a team is entirely attack-focused, wouldn't they have a huge advantage? Of course not. Minister Lin replied with a mysterious smile. There's another common way to earn points by stealing them from other teams. You can take half of another team's points each time, but if a team is robbed 3 times, they're out of the competition. The room fell silent as everyone gasped at the ruthless rules. It was clear this competition encouraged direct conflict between participants. Ling Chen quickly picked up on a loophole in the rules. Can teams from different settlements form alliances? You can, but in the end, only one team can be crowned champion, Minister Lin replied, eyeing Ling Chen warily, already suspecting he was planning something unusual. After finishing the explanation, Minister Lin paused for a sip of water. Seizing the moment, Ling Chen immediately stepped forward. Everyone, why don't we work together? Join my mercenary group, and well strategize to take down the geniuses from other settlements. We can split the final rewards and proudly raise the flag of our settlement in the central plaza. Qin Tian and Zhao Gang exchanged a knowing glance. Thinking of Yi Kang's relaxed demeanor, they both nodded subtly in agreement. Standing off to the side, Minister Lin watched this scene unfold, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had intended to suggest that local teams support each other, but Ling Chen had already taken matters into his own hands. For the first 2 days, most teams won't have accumulated many points, Minister Lin added. On the 3rd day, it will be more efficient to target other teams for their points. Everyone nodded earnestly, signaling their understanding. All right, you all can discuss the final strategies for the national competition amongst yourselves, Minister Lin said, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The rewards will be handed out shortly. Xiao Wang will take you to collect them. I have just one small request. Don't embarrass our Hongdu base. Before anyone could respond, Minister Lin hurriedly left the meeting room, his footsteps quick and urgent, as if something pressing awaited him. Looks like that worked out pretty well, Ling Chen murmured, watching the minister's retreating figure. If Wed let him keep talking, who knows how long it would have gone on. Turning back to face the group, Ling Chen's expression grew serious. Qin Tian was the first to speak. Chunga, so what's the plan? Got any ideas? Should we start challenging teams on the first day? Someone suggested. But other teams won't have many points on the first day, Qin Tian said, puzzled. Wouldn't that just be a waste of effort? A sly smile tugged at the corner of Ling Chen's lips. You're thinking too small. Those are all my future followers. And don't forget, we have 3 teams. If they don't want to join us, we'll eliminate them. 3 teams taking turns to coincidentally encounter the same squad. Nothing unfair about that, right? The group was momentarily stunned, then quickly caught on, nodding in admiration. Genius. Only you could come up with something like this. Our squad will only grow bigger. If half the 25 teams are under our control, wouldn't that be game over? Ling Chen was already envisioning the scene of shocking the entire nation. No problem at all. The group echoed in agreement, silently pinning all potential blame for any consequences on their leader. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Chen had already been designated as the fall guy if things went awry. If there's nothing else, let's adjourn. We leave the day after tomorrow, and there's still work to do tonight. Sigh, life is tough, Ling Chen said with a dramatic sigh. As they stepped out of the meeting room, they spotted Assistant Wang pacing anxiously. Sister Wang, take us to claim our rewards. Ling Chen called out. Adjusting her glasses, Xiao Wang led them to a room in the resource department. On the table were the resources they had previously selected, and they also confirmed that the prize money would be transferred to their accounts. After the handover was complete, Ling Chen smiled and said, Sister Wang, we'll get going now. Let Minister Lin know we'll see him the day after tomorrow. With that, he led the group out of the Ability Education Bureau. Back at the hotel, they found teacher Yi Qing and Ling Chen's younger sisters waiting in the lobby. Big brother, you're amazing, Ling Shi said, giving him a thumbs up. Ling Chen grinned proudly and patted her head. Of course. Teacher Yi Qing announced that she wouldn't be joining them for the national competition and needed to return to her teaching duties. Before she left, Ling Chen discreetly took out cultivation pills and beauty-enhancing pills from his ring and slipped them to her. As they watched the car carrying teacher Yi Qing disappear into the distance, Ling Chen turned around with a carefree smile. Ah, finally. We can relax and have some fun? Without the supervising teacher around, he felt a newfound sense of freedom. Everyone couldn't help but put their hands on their faces, looking helplessly at Ling Chen. Just moments ago, he was performing a heart-wrenching farewell scene, but now he had abruptly stopped, leaving everyone hanging in suspense. Sisters, tell me what you want to eat, it's on me. Ling Chen declared boldly, patting his chest with confidence. Really? Ling Shi's eyes lit up. How about the Drunken Immortal Pavilion on the top floor? The mention of delicious food immediately energized her. Yi Kong cleared his throat. Why don't I treat everyone instead? I just got 50 million. If you're going to splurge, it might as well be on me. He recalled his recent visit to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion to inquire about prices where even a glass of plain water cost 998. His original $50 budget wouldn't have covered even a fraction of a meal for 6. Wow, Brother Chen, are you trying to bankrupt me here? Yi Kong joked, but he still generously insisted on footing the bill. After all, the money was an unexpected windfall thanks to his connections. All right then, let's go, Ling Chen said, gesturing behind him with his thumb. The 4 girls instantly lit up with excitement and rushed ahead eagerly. After all, food is the ultimate motivator. They took the glass elevator to the top floor, where the golden, radiant sign reading Drunken Immortal Pavilion came into view. Upon stepping into the restaurant, they were greeted by dazzling opulence, grand, gilded halls, intricate and exquisite decorations, exuding luxury at every corner. 2 rows of female staff stood neatly in formation, welcoming them in unison. Welcome. A manager who introduced himself as Xiao Lu approached to confirm the number of guests and promptly instructed a server named Xiao Li to guide them through several turns to private room 101. Once seated, Yi Kong eagerly grabbed the menu, but as he scanned the prices, he gasped sharply. Braised pork 88 per serving, steamed fish 666 per serving, and even a bottle of 1982 cola was priced at 9,999. The further he flipped, the more shocking it got. Stir-fried ironclad beef 888, and a whole roasted wind wolfen astronomical 999,999. To think that the Dawn Squad had recently sold meat for just 200 per pound. Bang! Ling Chen slammed the table hard. Call your boss out here. His brows furrowed deeply in dissatisfaction, clearly outraged by the exorbitant pricing. The server hurried off and soon returned with a poised middle-aged woman wearing sunglasses. Is there an issue I can assist you with? She asked coolly, her tone indifferent. Already finding faults before even ordering? You must be sent by Washenju next door to stir up trouble. Ling Chen stood up from his seat and slowly walked toward the middle-aged woman. Are you the owner here? Yes. The woman frowned slightly, her tone carrying a hint of displeasure. Can I invest in your business? Ling Chen suddenly threw out the question. Huh. The woman was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. You're not here to cause trouble on behalf of the neighbors? I'm genuinely interested in investing. I see great potential in our hotel. Why don't you name a price? Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Observing the situation, Ling Chen calculated in his mind. The cost of 1 pound of meat is 200, but once turned into a dish, it sells for 999,999, an astonishing 5,000 times profit. Such a lucrative opportunity was hard to resist. The woman still looked skeptical. Could it be that Washenju wants to buy out our Zue Xiangu? Sister, can I invest or not? Sorry, I'm not planning to sell shares at the moment. Unwilling to give up, Ling Chen asked pitifully, then how much does it cost you to source the beast meat for the restaurant? What exactly are you trying to do? The owner eyed him warily. Can I become one of your suppliers? Sorry, but we already have stable suppliers. The owner declined again. All right then. Ling Chen slumped, looking as though he'd lost all hope in life. After confirming there was no further issue, the owner clicked away on her high heels and left. Then came the ordering phase, and Xianlinger was the first to speak. They'll have a spirit fruit salad and kiwi wine. They'll have the same. Ling Shi raised her hand in agreement. No way. Kids can't drink alcohol. Replace hers with juice. Ling Chen immediately interjected. Fine. Ling Shi pouted and sat down. They'll take a Boston mutant lobster, stir-fried ironhide beef, and an 82 cola. Brother Chen, doesn't your conscience hurt? Yikong dramatically lay on the table, pretending to cry. The final bill amounted to 3,688,714 yuan, with Ling Chen's order alone accounting for 1,562,200 yuan. After the meal, Ling Chen leaned back in his chair, satisfied, and let out a burp. Both of his younger sisters rolled their eyes at him simultaneously. Yikong, with tears in his eyes, settled the bill. Ling Chen reached into his ring, pulled out a few bottles of cultivation pills, and handed them to Yikong. Yikong glanced down and was stunned. These pills were worth no less than 1,000,000,000 yuan. When he looked up to thank Ling Chen, the group had already walked off into the distance. Hey, wait for me. Yikong hurriedly ran after them. Descending to the floor where everyone resided, they each returned to their rooms to rest. After agreeing on the departure time for the next day, they dispersed. Back in his room, Ling Chen neither rested nor practiced. Instead, he retrieved a black robe from his ring and draped it over himself, adding a black, semicircular mask that covered the upper part of his face. Gently pushing open the window, he slipped out, merging seamlessly into the darkness of the night. With his concealment technique, Ling Chen became as intangible as air, nearly impossible to detect even if someone stood right next to him. He made his way to an old, ominous residential complex and used a breath-hiding technique as he quietly approached a warehouse tucked in the corner. Inside the warehouse, an elderly man was intently observing a neighboring building through the window. Ling Chen moved silently to a spot 3 meters behind him. Sensing something, the old man turned warily toward the door. After half a minute of seeing nothing unusual, he returned his focus to the view outside. It's me, Ling Chen, a sudden voice whispered by the old man's ear. Instinctively, the man prepared to strike, but his years of experience allowed him to calm down immediately. The top floor of the 6th building is a base for the new humans, the old man said in a low voice. There are 2 peak platinum level experts, 2 platinum 1-star individuals, more than a dozen gold level members, and a young boy at the silver level. They all have separate residences but gather here at specific times. Ling Chen couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing this. Even the lowest ranking member was beyond his ability to handle. How did you find this place? The old man fell silent for a long moment before gritting his teeth and replying, my wife and daughter were killed by them. A flash of deep hatred appeared in his eyes. I'm sorry for your loss, Ling Chen said softly. Should we inform the Ability Monitoring Bureau? It's useless. They have people inside the bureau, the old man replied bitterly, shaking his head. Then we'll wait until we can find someone trustworthy, Ling Chen suggested after some thought. Tomorrow, they'll be heading to the national competition. The people from the main city will provide protection, so you don't need to follow me. I'll leave this place to you to keep an eye on. The old man nodded in agreement, his gaze never leaving the lit window on the 6th floor. Ling Chen fell into deep thought, pondering how to test whether this base truly housed a diamond-level expert. Acting rashly, even with his concealment skills, would be extremely dangerous. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Looks like the little guy's in trouble again. The sudden voice of his master brought a flicker of joy to Ling Chen's heart. Master, can you check if there are any diamond-level powerhouses over there? Let me take a look. The master's voice echoed in his mind. I've got good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Amused by his master's leisurely tone, Ling Chen chose the good news. The good news is, there's no diamond-level presence inside right now. That's a relief. Ling Chen was about to breathe easy. The bad news is, there's a city guardian-level powerhouse in there, and he's already noticed you. What? Ling Chen exclaimed in shock. The elderly man beside him immediately sensed something was off. What's wrong with you? Ling Chen ignored the old man and began analyzing the opponent's intentions. If the other party wasn't making a move, it was likely because they were waiting for bigger prey, those who might bring diamond-level or platinum-level powerhouses to raid the stronghold. Clearly, he himself, a small fry, wasn't worth their attention. Glancing at the old man, Ling Chen thought to himself that the elder probably wasn't of much concern either. No need to linger here. Let's retreat for now and figure it out later. With that, Ling Chen activated his stealth technique, merging seamlessly into the darkness. The old man, though puzzled, followed suit, turning into a shadow that disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor of a residential building, a man in a purple-black suit was leisurely swirling a glass of red wine. Kneeling before him was a masked figure clad in black, who respectfully asked, Left Protector, are we just going to let them go? They're just a couple of insignificant little fish jumping around, the man replied, a cold glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. No need to rush, the big fish are still on their way. Understood, Protector. Using the cover of night, Ling Chen and the old man successfully slipped back into their hotel room through the window. After changing out of his black attire, Ling Chen turned to the visibly confused elder and explained, "There's someone inside who's even stronger than a diamond level." The old man was shocked at the revelation. Ling Chen continued, "We're lucky he couldn't be bothered with us." He took a deep breath, visibly fatigued after deactivating his stealth technique. "All right, let's put this matter aside for now. Focus on your training and make sure you advance to diamond level. If you run out of spirit stones, let me know. We need to get stronger before we can take revenge." The old man gritted his teeth and nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. After assigning the old man to another room, Ling Chen lay down on his bed, meticulously refining his plans for the upcoming competition. The emergence of the new humans had introduced a sense of urgency. I had once thought that steadily progressing through high school and getting into Qingbei University would allow him to easily rise to the top. But now, as a mere bronze level, he was already being targeted. Time to train harder. Ling Chen let go of some of the restraints he'd imposed on himself in the past and focused wholeheartedly on his cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered rapidly like a vortex, forming a whirlwind of energy around Ling Chen. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the whirlwind, his hands clasped together, his robes fluttered with the flow of energy. Ling Chen was fully immersed in cultivating the chaos god-slaying technique, continuously absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It wasn't until the morning of the next day that he finally opened his eyes, which gleamed with a sharp, determined light. "Bronze level 2 star?" he exclaimed in satisfaction as he opened the system interface, where all the data was clearly displayed. Strength had reached bronze level 2 star, with 993,000 experience points. Strength value was 5,888 kilograms, and combat power index was 9,998. Abilities included Divine level Spatial ability, SS level Thunder ability, and B level Fire ability. Talent was marked as Emperor's Potential, mastered multiple divine level skills, including the Chaos God-slaying technique. Additionally, the system indicated ownership of rare treasures such as the Xinyuan sword and the City of Space, as well as 2 pets, a small dragon and an ice crystal phoenix. The Legion system had been activated, though it currently only had 11 members, with enhancements still in the early stages. The inventory was filled with items like the Xinyuan sword seal, divine iron, and various medicinal pills. With his current strength equivalent to silver level 8 star, Ling Chen was confident he could hold his own against a beginner level gold opponent. Stretching his body and feeling the surge of newfound power, he freshened up, had a simple breakfast, and picked up his communicator. "It's time to take care of business," he said as he lifted the information blockade from the previous day. Unexpectedly, the first 10 seconds were met with complete silence. Suddenly, the communicator exploded with a flurry of notification sounds, the number of unread messages instantly displaying as 9999. Faced with such an overwhelming influx of messages, Ling Chen deliberated for a moment before deciding to send a mass message in pursuit of acquiring master-level alchemy techniques. "To all students interested in joining my hunting team, please meet at the entrance of the hotel next to the arena by 6 p.m. today for an in-person interview." No sooner had the message been sent than he received a response from Huaqing Communications. "Dear customer, greetings. As of today, your account has an outstanding balance of 54,268.6 yuan. Your account usage has been restricted. Please make a payment as soon as possible." Ling Chen stared at his phone screen, momentarily frozen in place. The message hit him like a bolt of lightning. Recruiting 100 people had somehow resulted in over 50,000 yuan in phone charges. Left with no choice, he gritted his teeth and topped up his phone account with a whopping 60,000 yuan. Later that day, Ling Chen set up a simple booth in the central garden near the hotel entrance. He brought a few old chairs and scrawled the words, "Recruiting team members, honest and fair," in bold strokes on a piece of white paper. Then, he leisurely reclined on one of the chairs, holding a pot of tea, and waited for applicants to arrive. Before long, a group of girls approached, chatting excitedly. One of them, a petite and adorable girl with stars in her eyes, exclaimed, "Wow, it's Senior Ling Chen. Senior, do you need someone to keep your bed warm?" Ling Chen remained composed and asked calmly, "Are you here for the interview?" Meanwhile, he quickly checked the system for information on the girls. Yang Hui, apprentice level, 4 stars, 299,400, loyalty 70, eligible for recruitment. Li Hui, apprentice level, 4 stars, 188,400, loyalty 62, eligible for recruitment. Zhang Xiao, apprentice level, 5 stars, 123,500, loyalty 35, not eligible for recruitment. That's right. We all want to follow the great master," Yang Hui eagerly replied. Ling Chen pointed at Zhang Xiao and said, "I can take you too, but not her." "Why not?" Zhang Xiao immediately protested, her temper flaring. "I'm the strongest one here. Why are you rejecting me? I don't need strength. I need loyalty. Your eyes have already betrayed you, Ling Chen said with an air of mystery. His words only deepened the admiration Yang Hui and Li Hui felt for him. Are you two willing to join my team? Are you ready to face monsters Hedon? Ling Chen asked seriously. We're willing. The two girls responded in unison. The system indicated that the team count had increased from 11 to 13. All right, let's exchange contact info. I'll add you to a group chat later, Ling Chen said, taking the initiative to add the two girls himself, given how many people had been trying to contact him. The interviews continued throughout the day. In addition to in-person interviews, many people who had seen the recruitment announcement during a live stream applied remotely. By the time the sun set, Ling Chen's legion had grown by 560 members. He promptly created a group chat and added all the new recruits. A system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main task. Ding! A system notification echoed in Ling Chen's mind, followed by an overwhelming surge of alchemy knowledge flooding into his consciousness like a tidal wave. These memories seamlessly merged with his own awareness, as if he had personally experienced centuries of alchemical practice. Before he could fully savor this hard-earned mastery, the system chimed again, granting him an exclusive all-ability power. Faced with the option of immediate activation, Ling Chen chose no. He decided to wait until he had fully mastered his ice-based abilities. After all, with his newfound prowess as an alchemy master, crafting pills with the power of absolute ice was now a simple task. Just then, a third system notification rang out, announcing the activation of the Legion summoning system. This system not only allowed him to summon loyal legions to serve him randomly, but also came with enticing rewards. Completing main quests would grant him epic summoning opportunities, and he could perform one free common summon each month. Eager to test his skills, Ling Chen headed to the hotel front desk to inquire about the location of the alchemy room. The young receptionist, taken aback by this handsome and youthful alchemist, quickly composed herself and professionally directed him to the 8th floor. As a token of gratitude, Ling Chen casually tossed her a foundation pill worth tens of thousands, then turned to leave, unaware that the receptionist was already daydreaming about their future together. Upon reaching the alchemy room, a staff member respectfully explained the 3 available tiers of rooms. After a brief moment of consideration, Ling Chen opted for the high-level alchemy room priced at 200,000 per night, ensuring the success of crafting the ice spirit pill. Guided by an attendant, he entered the room, which was spacious yet not overly empty. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs filled the air, invigorating his senses. At the center stood a towering, tumter-high alchemy furnace, adorned with lifelike carvings of divine dragons, exuding an aura of magnificence. Gazing at the elegant yet exorbitantly priced setup, Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel at the lucrative nature of the alchemy profession. Without delay, he retrieved the absolute ice and other supplementary ingredients from his storage ring and began preparing for the intricate process of crafting the ice spirit pill. These materials had already been prepared during Ling Chen's previous sweep of the treasure pavilion. Once everything was ready, he immediately began refining the ice spirit pill. Flames surged from his palm, channeling into the pill furnace as the auxiliary ingredients were added. The herbs slowly melted in the intense heat, transforming into crystalline droplets. When the purification process was complete, Ling Chen carefully enveloped the essence of extreme ice with his source energy, guiding it to merge with the pill liquid. Under his precise control, the ice spirit pill gradually took shape. After a long wait, 3 pills, white with faint blue patterns, finally formed and flew into his palm. Eagerly, he swallowed one. A chilling cold spread through his entire body, and a thin layer of ice formed on his skin. The system's notification sound immediately followed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the S-level ability Essence of Extreme Ice. My 4th ability. Ling Chen clenched his fist in excitement. Once he calmed down, he realized dawn had already broken. Time was of the essence, so he quickly freshened up and prepared to head to the rendezvous point. At 10 a.m., all the members of the 3 teams had gathered outside the hotel, including Ling Shi and Ling Ling. Minister Lin stood waiting with several fully armed warriors, personally leading the expedition to Dawn City. This year, he placed particular importance on the event, primarily due to Ling Chen's promising chances of winning. Minister Lin, if I may ask, what is your level of strength? Yikong directly voiced the question everyone had been curious about. Peak diamond level, Minister Lin answered without hesitation. The warriors I've brought along are all at platinum level or higher. Hearing this, everyone felt reassured and smiled, except for Ling Chen, who furrowed his brow slightly. Thinking of the city guard level experts among the new humans, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. Noticing his expression, Yikong asked what was on his mind. Ling Chen reminded everyone to stay vigilant on the journey. He positioned Ling Shi and Ling Ling close to him, silently grateful that his spatial ability could accommodate living beings. This was his greatest assurance in bringing his sisters along on this trip. The convoy was soon organized. 3 extended off-road vehicles carried the team members, 4 armored cars guarded the corners, and a troop transport vehicle followed at the rear. A total of over 40 platinum level or higher warriors accompanied them for protection. As the convoy departed the main city of Hongdu and headed north, Minister Lin turned to Ling Chen. This time, I specifically arranged the highest level escort team for you. Now, it's all up to your performance. Don't worry, Ling Chen replied confidently. I won't settle for anything less than the championship. The rewards promised by the system for winning were far too tempting to allow even a moment of complacency. Sitting in the passenger seat, Minister Lin's expression suddenly tightened, his entire body tensing up. His sharp instincts told him that something was wrong. Ambush! A startled shout came from the front. Everyone in the convoy instantly went on high alert. At that moment, the thunderous sound of artillery fire tore through the air. Several shells struck the convoy with precision, and one of the extended off-road vehicles was hit directly, flipping violently before crashing to the ground. Get out of the cars! Minister Lin's voice was calm and commanding, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Ling Chen and the others moved immediately, fully aware that staying in the vehicles would make them easy targets. Several soldiers quickly worked together to right the overturned off-road vehicle. Qin Tian and a few others staggered out, their faces pale as they clutched their throbbing heads. While this level of bombardment posed little threat to individuals of gold rank or higher, for a high school student like Qin Tian, it was potentially fatal. The 40-member squad had already split into 5 teams, with one squad leader coordinating the overall situation. Southeast direction, Team 1, move out. Teams 2 and 3, flank them. The squad leader issued his orders with calm precision. He wasn't overly concerned about the safety of his team members, as even the weakest among them held platinum 1-star strength. The remaining 2 teams formed a defensive perimeter, shielding the 3 student groups at the center. The distant artillery fire abruptly ceased. From the southeast hillside, dozens of figures clad in black trench coats emerged, their garments flapping in the mountain wind. At a signal from their leader, all the black-clad individuals unleashed powerful energy and charged toward the convoy in a wedge formation. Minister Lin quickly assessed the enemy formation. 32 platinum level fighters, 7 diamond level, 3 are diamond 1-star, 2 are diamond 2-star, 1 is diamond 6-star, and 1 is diamond 7-star. His expression grew grim. This could be trouble. Request reinforcements immediately. Before his words had even fully landed, Minister Lin had already launched himself toward the enemy formation. He had to intercept the diamond-level elites before they could reach the forward teams. The squad leader wasted no time and called out, Zhang San, Li Si. Here. 2 platinum 7-star soldiers responded promptly. Escort the students to Camp 818. We'll regroup there. Understood. The 2 soldiers acted swiftly, guiding Ling Chen and the others into an armored vehicle and speeding away from the battlefield. The battle erupted in an instant. 32 soldiers engaged an equal number of black-clad fighters in fierce combat. 6 platinum-level soldiers teamed up to hold off a single diamond 1-star enemy. The squad leader, showcasing his diamond 2-star strength, clashed with an equally skilled black-clad opponent. 33, pursue them and ensure the mission is completed, the black-clad leader commanded. Yes, my lord. A diamond 1-star black-clad fighter answered and took off in the direction of Ling Chen's retreating group. Going somewhere? Not without my permission. Minister Lin unleashed his full strength. With a wave of his hand, countless vines erupted from the ground, one of them shooting forward like an arrow, aiming directly at the black-clad fighter codenamed 33. Looking at the vines, 33's body visibly trembled for a moment, but he didn't hesitate. Instead, he quickened his pace and charged forward. Just then, a thick vine burst out of the ground like a venomous snake and wrapped tightly around his legs. Before he could react, a powerful force dragged him underground. 33 let out a blood-curdling scream. More vines instantly coiled around him, binding him tightly and dragging him like prey to Minister Lin, where he was thrown heavily to the ground. Minister Lin used the vines to tear off the masked man's face covering. When he saw the person's true identity, his face turned ashen. It's you. Standing before him was none other than Deputy Minister Tao from their own bureau. Well, there's nothing more to say. He'll admit defeat. Deputy Minister Tao sneered coldly, bound tightly by the vines. You think I won't kill you? Minister Lin's fury reached its peak as a sharp vine burst out of the ground, aiming directly for Deputy Minister Tao's throat. Stop him! At that critical moment, the leader of the group shouted. The remaining diamond-level experts sprang into action. The 3 strongest among them, the leader, a diamond 6-star deputy, and a diamond 2-star warrior, quickly surrounded Minister Lin. Meanwhile, under the cover of chaos, diamond 1-star operative 32 silently slipped away toward the students. Consumed by rage, Minister Lin failed to notice that one person was missing. Elsewhere, the armored vehicle had only been driving for a few minutes when 32 caught up. A towering earthen wall suddenly rose from the ground, blocking their path. An 11 Earth Element ability user, Diamond 1-star, 32. The vehicle was forced to come to an abrupt stop. Abandon the vehicle. Two warriors Zhang San and Li Si immediately jumped out. Against an earth element user, the vehicle was of no use. You attack, ill support. Zhang San growled, his hands beginning to gather wind-based energy. Li Si nodded in agreement, his muscles instantly hardening and taking on a metallic sheen. With a powerful burst of strength, he launched a steel-like punch at 32. From behind, Zhang San used his wind strangle ability to provide support. Pathetic, 32 scoffed, effortlessly catching the heavy punch. With his other hand, he struck toward Li Si's chest with overwhelming force. Li Si barely managed to raise his arm to block. Boom! The moment their attacks collided, a deafening explosion rang out. Li Si was sent flying backward as if struck by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood before crashing to the ground. Pain racked his body, and cold sweat soaked through his clothes. Li Si, Zhang San shouted in distress as he saw his comrade gravely injured. Captain, I don't think we can complete this mission. Wind Force Tornado. He unleashed his most powerful attack in desperation. But 32 had already activated his Earth Escape ability, vanishing from sight in an instant. Zhang San watched the ground warily, fully focused on guarding against any surprise attack from his opponent. Suddenly, the soil burst upward in a violent spray, and he immediately realized the enemy was closing in rapidly from underground. He quickly retreated several steps as the dirt coalesced into sharp, spear-like earthen spikes that shot toward him like arrows. Zhang San swiftly conjured a wind-based shield to block the attack, but the vast difference in power became evident in an instant. The shield was barely formed when it was already riddled with web-like cracks. With a sharp cracking sound, the shield shattered, and the earthen spears pierced through Zhang San's chest without resistance. Blood sprayed from the wound as his body was thrown heavily backward. Clutching his chest, Zhang San struggled to pull the spear out, using his powers to barely seal the wound and stop the bleeding. However, his weakened state left him incapable of continuing the fight. Just then, 32 burst out from the ground, preparing to unleash a fatal attack by gathering elemental energy. In the nick of time, Ling Chen appeared in front of Zhang San in a flash. Don't resist. I'll get you out of here. Before finishing his sentence, he had already transported Zhang San into his innate spatial dimension. 32 froze in place, staring in confusion at the spot where Zhang San had just disappeared. Before he could react, Ling Chen reappeared in another flash and swiftly transported the gravely injured Li Si into his well-prepared, livable space that could sustain someone for several days. Could this be spatial abilities? 32 finally realized something unusual, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. Across all of China, there were only 2 known spatial ability users, and this young bronze-ranked boy was one of them. When Ling Chen returned to the student group, his classmates were stunned, murmuring in awe at his incredible power. Only Long Ningxuang and Xian Linger exchanged knowing glances. This chosen one had indeed inherited that individual's legacy. Don't resist. I'll take you all to safety. Ling Chen waved his hand, transporting all his classmates into his spatial dimension before turning to face 32. I never expected to encounter a spatial ability prodigy, 32 said coldly, his eyes filled with malice. Facing this diamond-ranked foe, Ling Chen maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he was already calling out, Master. This time, I can only rely on you. Moments later, the voice of an old man echoed in his mind. What's the matter? Can't handle it on your own? Facing a diamond-tier opponent, Master, you must think highly of me. Ling Chen sighed inwardly. The voice of his master Kongming echoed in his mind. I'll pass my power to you. Take as much as you can handle. The rest is up to you. Despite the overwhelming gap between a bronze-tier and a diamond-tier opponent, even Master Kongming didn't want to force his disciple into a hopeless battle. A torrent of immense power surged from the fragment of his master's soul, pouring into Ling Chen's body like a mighty river. Heh, what's this? Do you think you've already won? Ling Chen tilted his head slightly, shrugged, and flashed a confident smile, locking eyes with the black-clad man labeled as number 32. Number 32 was startled by the boy's confident demeanor. He immediately began gathering earth elemental energy, intending to end the fight quickly. But as he charged midway, his expression abruptly changed. The boy before him suddenly unleashed an aura far more terrifying than his own. Ling Chen rolled his neck and flexed his wrists, the corner of his lips curling upward. From here on, a fair fight. Who are you? Are you Jiang Haoyin? Number 32's voice betrayed his panic. To him, someone capable of producing such overwhelming energy couldn't possibly be just a young boy. But this is the end for you. I am who I am, a unique spark in the world. Ling Chen activated a flash step technique, appearing instantly beside number 32 and delivering a powerful punch. Number 32 barely managed to block it, using the force to retreat. From this brief exchange, He realized the boy hadn't yet fully mastered this borrowed power. Relieved, he thought to himself that all he needed to do was stall until the borrowed energy dissipated. He quickly erected 4 sturdy earth walls around himself and conjured dozens of earthen spears, each brimming with dense earth elemental energy. Go! He commanded as the spears shot through the air. Ling Chen dodged effortlessly, then unleashed a thunder slash far larger than before. The crescent-shaped arc of lightning carved deep cracks into the earthen walls. Seeing this, number 32 reinforced his defenses, only to realize that his opponent's aura was growing even stronger. Panic set in as he turned to flee. Ling Chen retrieved the Xinyuan sword from his ring and used Flash Step to pursue his opponent. Forming a hand seal with his left hand, he summoned thousands of invisible sword auras that transformed into arrows, all aimed at the fleeing black-clad man. Now wielding mid-level diamond tier strength, Ling Chen's 10,000 swords returned to one technique was far mightier than it had ever been during his bronze tier days. The man in black, numbered 32, sensed the attack from behind and swiftly turned to erect an earth wall for defense. However, Ling Chen's sword energy cut through it effortlessly, leaving a fatal wound on the man's chest. Staggering backward, the man in black only stopped when his back hit the stone wall. This is impossible, he stared at the young man before him in disbelief. I'm a diamond-ranked warrior. How could I lose to an 18-year-old boy? Blood gushed from the wound on his chest, and crimson trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ling Chen leaped forward, his tone cold as he asked, "Are you with the new human organization?" Huh. The man in black sneered. Just wait. When the god descends, all of you will die. Before he could say more, he spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly collapsed to the ground. Ling Chen carefully searched the body and found only a metal token engraved with the number 32. After confirming there was nothing else of value, he chose a relatively clean spot on the ground, lay down, and released his companions from their exclusive space. Brother! Ling Shi was the first to rush forward, throwing herself into Ling Chen's arms, tears streaming down her face. I thought I'd never see you again. It's okay. See? I'm perfectly fine, Ling Chen said, gently patting his sister's back to comfort her. Whoa, look at that! Yikong suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the corpse of the man in black. Everyone turned in unison and then, as if on cue, all looked toward Ling Chen. Standard procedure, nothing fancy. Ling Chen coughed lightly. You're insane. Why even bother with the national tournament at this point? Someone shouted. Who are you calling insane? Show some respect and call him Brother Chen. Zhao Gang shot the person a glare before turning to Ling Chen with a grin. Brother Chen, you're incredible. At that moment, the sound of armored vehicles and off-road cars approaching filled the air. Zhang San gave a low warning, and everyone immediately assumed a battle-ready stance. But as soon as they saw it was Minister Lin and his team, they relaxed. The convoy came to a stop in front of Ling Chen, and Minister Lin and his group got out of the vehicles, their bodies marked with signs of battle. Is it over? Ling Chen asked. 6 of them have been taken care of, but the others got away. Minister Lin replied somberly. We also lost 2 of our warriors. Everyone fell silent for a moment, offering their prayers for the fallen. Minister Lin, we're just apprentice-level high school students. Why would they go to such lengths against us? Qin Tian asked, puzzled. You'll have to ask Ling Chen about that. Their target might very well have been him, Minister Lin said, his gaze suddenly landing on the corpse of the man in black. Is this? Ling Chen took him down. A bronze rank defeating a diamond rank? Minister Lin looked at Ling Chen in shock. You're not joking, are you? So it was really Ling Chen who did it? A bronze level defeating a diamond level? A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. Then does that mean even silver level fighters would admit they can't beat Ling Chen? That's just ridiculous. A warrior couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Ling Chen, how did you pull it off? Just one ultimate move, and the opponent was down. The atmosphere on site shifted entirely due to Ling Chen's stunning achievement. The remaining warriors now gazed at him with newfound respect and awe. They finally understood why they had been assigned to protect what seemed like a group of ordinary high school students. This was a true prodigy, someone who could very well become the hope for humanity's future and the revival of Blue Star. All initial doubts in their hearts dissolved instantly. However, one member of the team from the 3rd high school muttered quietly, doesn't that mean traveling with Ling Chen is really dangerous? Feel free to cross this area on your own, someone immediately shot back. Never mind. The team member awkwardly lowered his head. The journey that followed was unusually smooth. Any low-level beasts encountered along the way were dealt with effortlessly. As time passed, the outline of a massive city began to emerge on the horizon. Its sprawling walls stretched endlessly, disappearing into the distance. Wow, is this Dawn City? It's huge. Yikong exclaimed, standing atop a small hill, his face filled with astonishment. Are you kidding? A city spanning 9.6 million square kilometers isn't something to joke about, Ling Chen replied with a playful tone, though he couldn't entirely hide the amazement in his own eyes. A city that's a nation in itself. This is humanity's first line of defense and its last, Minister Lin said solemnly. After undergoing rigorous identity verification, the group was finally allowed entry into the city. Let's find a hotel to rest for the night. We'll continue our journey tomorrow, Minister Lin suggested. With over 100 kilometers remaining to the primary forest simulation zone, rest was indeed necessary. The group soon checked into a high-end hotel. Once room assignments were sorted, Minister Lin reminded them, get a good night's rest. Once we reach the simulation zone tomorrow, the competition will be up to you. After the skirmishes earlier in the day, everyone was thoroughly exhausted. In one of the rooms, 2 warriors were reporting the incident to their squad leader. When we were knocked down, that boy suddenly appeared. He told us not to resist, and then we were transported into some kind of mysterious space. Everyone else was brought in too, one of them explained. A spatial ability? That kid is no ordinary person, the squad leader mused thoughtfully. Write up a detailed report. They'll need to escalate this to higher-ups. Meanwhile, in room 303 on the 6th floor, Ling Chen was resting when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. He got up and walked toward it. Ling Chen was just about to rest when he suddenly noticed Lung Ningxuang standing at the doorway. Tilting his head slightly, he revealed a hint of confusion. This famously aloof girl showing up late at night, could it be that she actually had feelings for him? Can I come in and talk? The girl's sweet voice interrupted his wandering thoughts. This might not be appropriate. Ling Chen hesitated for a moment, but eventually stepped aside. Please, come in. He made a gentlemanly gesture, and after Long Ningxuang walked in, he closed the door behind her, locking it out of caution. Turning back, he noticed her looking at him with a hesitant expression. I want to know if I can be your friend? Her words seemed to take all the courage she had. Ling Chen was momentarily stunned, but quickly responded with a warm smile. Of course. We're already friends, aren't we? Thank you. They'll be going now. Lung Ningxuang kept her head down as she hurried past him, a faint, refreshing scent lingering in the air. When she realized the door was locked, she froze for a second before fumbling to unlock it and bolting out in a fluster. Cough, cough. Great. Now it looks like there's been a misunderstanding. Ling Chen chuckled bitterly, scratching his nose as he returned to his bed to rest. Only then did he realize that this so-called ice goddess wasn't cold and distant at all, she was just socially anxious. As for the misunderstanding, he'd explain it another time. Back in her hotel room, Lung Ningxuang covered her flushed face with her hands, utterly embarrassed. She berated herself for impulsively asking such a question. Could it be that she actually liked him? No way. Impossible, she muttered to herself, shaking her head in denial. Meanwhile, Ling Chen lay on his bed and opened his system interface to check his status. Character attributes. Strength level, bronze rank, 2 stars XP, 762-3000. Physical strength, 5,916 kilograms. Combat power, 10025. Abilities, God tier spatial ability, S tier thunder ability, S tier ice ability, tire fire ability upgradable. Talent, Emperor's aura. Secondary profession, master level alchemy. Techniques, chaos god-slaying art. Skills, blink, spatial chains, 10,000 swords return to Xinyuan, triple thunder god art, etc. Weapon, Xinyuan sword sealed, soul energy, 123100000. Relics, primal treasure city of space. Pets, God-ear pet little dragon growth stage, ice crystal phoenix infant stage. Army, 571 members summonable, free once per month. Inventory, sealed Xinyuan sword, divine iron 30, jade purity bottle, extreme cold spirit spring 99.99, and various pills and equipment. After reviewing everything, Ling Chen unhesitatingly activated the newly unlocked summoning feature, eager to see what it had in store. The summoning chime echoed, and Ling Chen's bedroom was instantly filled with a group of black-clad assassins. This Shadow Assassin Legion, led by their commander Qi Bajia, consisted of 57 members, all dressed in black, revealing only one sharp eye through their masks. Each member possessed strength talents, excelling in stealth, backstabbing, critical strikes, and trap setting, with their overall strength reaching gold rank 1 star. Ling Chen scanned the group of assassins, their loyalty at a perfect 100, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. However, as he glanced at the Legion's upgrade requirements, his brows furrowed slightly. The Legion points were still at 0, and the system provided no clue on how to obtain them. Besides Legion points, are there other ways to enhance your strength? Ling Chen asked. Commander Qi Bajio immediately responded, My lord, we can enhance our strength by absorbing beast cores. Good. You may organize yourselves to hunt in the wild when necessary. I will summon you if I need you. Understood, my lord. The shadow assassins responded in unison, then each of them disappeared into the shadows. However, Qi Bajio did not leave. He stepped forward respectfully and said, my lord. I wish to stay by your side to protect you. Ling Chen shook his head with a smile. I understand your concern, but it's not necessary for now. When your strength has grown even greater, you can protect me then. Though reluctant, Qi Baju eventually nodded in agreement. Then we shall go and strengthen ourselves, and in the future, we will follow you more closely, my lord. With that, he too vanished from sight. Ling Chen stood in the now empty room, a confident smile playing on his lips. With this shadow assassin legion, his plan to establish an invincible mercenary group had moved one step closer to reality. Of course, this would require ample manpower and resources. To calm the excitement within, Ling Chen decided to train until dawn. The next morning, the group gathered at the hotel entrance and promptly set off. 3 hours later, after passing through scattered clusters of buildings, a city within a city appeared before them, the simulation arena. 3 imposing golden characters were prominently displayed on a plaque hanging above the gate of the inner city. The gilded letters shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Is this the simulation field? Yikong exclaimed in awe, his eyes wide as he took in the sight, looking every bit like a country boy visiting the city for the first time. The higher-ups have arranged for us to stay at the Ability Users Hotel, which is right next to the simulation field, Linbu said, pointing to a nearby building. You're free to move around these next few days, but remember to get carried away. The competition is the top priority. Once it's over, you can do whatever you want. Understood, everyone replied in unison. The group entered the massive hotel. While distributing the room keys, Linbu explained, each participant and accompanying member has their own room this time. After handing out the keys, he seemed to have urgent matters to attend to, quickly giving a few more instructions before hurrying away. Watching Lin Bu's retreating figure, Yikang's lips curled into a mischievous smile. What do you think? Should we secretly follow him and see what he's up to? Are you that bored? Pointless. The others shook their heads, dismissing the idea as they each took their room keys and dispersed. In this unfamiliar place, focusing on training and preparing for the competition was the sensible thing to do. Ling Chen first went to his younger sister Ling Zai's room to help her unpack her clothes and daily essentials. If you need anything, just knock on my door. I'm right next door, he said with a warm smile. Got it. Now go away. Ling Shi immediately ushered him out and shut the door behind him. Staring at the closed door, Ling Chen sighed helplessly. Ah, sisters grow up and don't need their brothers anymore. Next, he went to Ling Ling's room and helped her with her luggage. Ling Ling handed him a glass of water and made him sit on the bed. Take a break, big brother, she said, then began massaging his shoulders. Half an hour later, Ling Chen left her room feeling refreshed, his steps noticeably lighter. Just as he was about to begin training, his communicator beeped. It was Captain Xiao asking when he'd be available for a mission. You guys go ahead without me. I won't be back for another half month. Oh, where are you? I'm participating in the national tournament. National tournament? Are you a high schooler? A high schooler fighting at silver rank and not losing? You've got to be kidding. Ling Chen replied indifferently. When Captain Xiao didn't respond for a long time, Ling Chen didn't bother following up and instead immersed himself in training. After all, considering that even diamond rank assassins had been sent to take him out, who knew what kind of opponents he'd face next? Meanwhile, in a remote region of the southwestern highlands, inside the headquarters of a new human organization hidden within a hollowed-out mountain, an elderly man with white hair reclined on a leather sofa, checking his communicator. Suddenly, he slammed his palm onto the solid wooden table in fury, leaving a deep, distinct handprint in the surface. A bunch of useless fools. You can't even handle a few kids. The elder's furious voice echoed through the office, but he quickly regained his composure. His slender fingers lightly pressed a button on the desk. Bring Xingtian to me. Yes, sir. The response carried a tone of evident reverence. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Come in. The door opened, and a man of striking, almost otherworldly beauty entered the room. His chiseled features seemed as though they had been meticulously crafted, and a sharp glint occasionally flickered in his eyes. His entire presence exuded a dangerous allure. Elder Hua, what are your orders? Xingtian asked impassively. There's a little pest that needs to be dealt with, Elder Hua said, as a file floated in the air before drifting toward Xingtian. The file contained detailed information about a high school student. Heh, Ling Chen, is it? Xingtian's expression turned icy, his eyes brimming with a bone-chilling hatred. A genius? Geniuses are my favorite prey to eliminate. After bowing to Elder Hua, Xingtian left. Watching his retreating figure, Elder Hua revealed a sinister smile. Ling Huang, if you knew that your former disciple had turned into this, I wonder how you'd react. Hehehe. Meanwhile, after a night of cultivation, Ling Chen could feel a significant increase in his source energy. By fully utilizing his cultivation technique to absorb the world's energy, his training speed had improved dramatically. Today's the day for a lottery draw, Ling Chen thought to himself with anticipation. Heaven help me. I swear on the 10 years of life of the leader of the new human organization, please give me a good skill. The system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained in strength skill enhance LV0. Temporarily boosts all attributes by 20. Can be upgraded. In the following days, as the nationwide competition approached, everyone stayed at a well-equipped hotel. Ling Shi and Ling Ling often went out together, while Ling Chen focused on preparing for the competition. On the morning of the competition, Ling Chen was in the middle of a critical moment in his cultivation. A vortex of source energy continuously flowed into his body, refined through his meridians, and gathered in his dantian. When the energy reached its limit, the membrane of his dantian shattered with a roar. Bronze 3-star. Ling Chen exhaled deeply. Time for another draw. This time, he'll swear on the leader of the new human organization's 100-year lifespan for a great skill. The system notification chimed again. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine skill nirvana. Passive skill. When near death, there is a 99 chance of fully reviving on the spot. Cooldown. 1 month. Ling Chen's heart raced with excitement as he eagerly opened the system interface to confirm this astonishing reward. Ling Chen examined his attribute panel. Character attributes. Level, Bronze tier, 3 stars. Experience, 664,000. Strength, 6,363 kilograms. Combat power, 14,250. Abilities, God tier spatial ability, S tier thunder ability, S tier ice ability, tire fire ability. Talent, Emperor's potential. Secondary profession, Master Alchemist. His skill panel was equally impressive. Techniques, Chaos God Slaying Technique. God-tier skills, Blink, Spatial Chains, Myriad Blades Return to Origin, Xinyuan Sword, Triple Thunder God Technique, Nirvana, Fiery Palm, among others. Notably, the beginner appraisal skill had already reached 89910,000. Additionally, he possessed unique abilities such as sensing a radius of 25 meters, enhancing all attributes by 20, as well as combat proficiencies like martial arts specialization, thunder slash, and overwhelming thunder. Equipment. Weapon. Sealed Xinyuan Sword Soul Energy. 12410,000. Artifact. Primordial Treasure City of Space. Pet. Super Godder Pet Little Dragon Growth Stage. Ice Crystal Phoenix Infant Stage. Legion System. Legion members. 571. Legion Strength. Capable of easily taking Hill 318. Special Legion. Shadow Assassin Legion summonable once per month. Legion points, 2112. Legion bonuses, 21 attack, 21 defense, 1 movement speed, 1 recovery. While Ling Chen was reviewing his attributes, the system suddenly spoke up. How about acquiring a time ability? This caught Ling Chen off guard. You can talk? He asked, surprised. You were too weak before, so I couldn't be bothered. The system replied lazily. Now I'm going back to sleep. Ling Chen shook his head with a faint smile and closed his attribute panel. The national competition was fast approaching. After passing several layers of verification, he entered the lobby of the beginner simulation arena. The lobby was already bustling with contestants from various settlements. To Ling Chen's surprise, many people immediately recognized him, their faces filled with astonishment. Some even whispered, "Isn't that Ling Chen?" Before long, he was surrounded by onlookers. It turned out that his title as the youngest bronze tier had already spread widely within the student circles. However, Ling Chen wasn't worried about being targeted, as he still had his trump card spatial ability hidden from everyone. On the main viewing platform, 3 prominent figures had already taken their seats, waiting for the competition to begin. As Minister of Education Shen Guoqiang introduced him, the space element user Shan Tian and military marshal Xia Feng both turned their attention to Ling Chen. Old Xia, are you sure about your intel? Shen Tian frowned as he scrutinized Ling Chen. I can't sense any spatial abilities from him. Oh. A hint of surprise flashed across Xia Feng's face as his sharp gaze carefully examined Ling Chen. My subordinates saw it with their own eyes. There can't be a mistake. Hearing this, Shen Tian was momentarily stunned and continued observing Ling Chen. Apart from his exceptionally strong physique, he indeed couldn't detect any spatial energy fluctuations. On the other hand, Xia Feng grew increasingly astonished the more he observed Ling Chen was able to perfectly conceal his aura, far exceeding his expectations. Of course, this was all thanks to the system. He must be a space element user. Let's observe for now, Xia Feng said, stroking his chin before shifting his focus to the opening ceremony speech. Hundreds of miniature flying cameras hovered above the participating teams, as this competition was being broadcast live online. The live stream was divided into a main channel and subsidiary channels for each team. The host began a long-winded introduction, and it wasn't until the final declaration of, "Let the competition begin," that the crowd perked up. The comment section exploded with activity. Finally, it's over. I just woke up and heard it starting. felt like a flag-raising ceremony. The drawing of lots for the 36 entry points concluded quickly, with Ling Chen pulling number 36. When Qin Tian and Lu Gang approached to ask about his number, Ling Chen casually showed them and quietly reminded, stick to the original plan in the first day. Advance toward the central area and regroup at the eastern perimeter of the central plaza. Most teams present were having similar discussions, except for the teams from Beijing and Shanghai, who exuded an air of unparalleled confidence. With a lineup of uniformly 9-star apprentice-level members, they stood out proudly among the competitors. Within the crowd, Ling Chen recognized Zhuge Kongming from Qingbei High School in Beijing and Ma Hentao from Wuda High School in Shanghai. Just as the host was about to instruct the staff to lead the teams to their respective entry points, a gentle yet aged voice interrupted. Qin Tian suddenly ascended into the air, his sleeves billowing as he waved them lightly, instantly opening spatial wormholes beneath each team. Amid a chorus of startled cries, all the participating teams, along with the cameras above them, were sucked into the wormholes. After a few seconds of disorienting spatial descent, Ling Chen and his group landed heavily on the ground. The group groaned and rubbed their aching backsides. Despite the pain, they couldn't help but secretly marvel at the power of the national-level spatial mage. Ling Chen lifted his head and surveyed the surroundings. A massive gate, towering 10 meters high, stood silently before him. The plaque on the gate glimmered faintly, displaying the number 36. Just as the group began dusting themselves off and preparing to push the gate open, a deep yet commanding voice echoed in the ears of every participant. Attention, students. I am your proctor, Shun Tian, responsible for your safety. I hope you all abide by the competition rules. Wishing you the best of luck and success. Before the voice had fully faded, an elderly man in a long robe appeared before Ling Chen and his three teammates. Though his frame was thin, his hair was snowy white, and his face youthful with only a few wrinkles, making him appear to be in his 50s or 60s. Yet, the immense aura emanating from him sent an involuntary chill through the group, an unmistakable pressure of the strong over the weak. Qin Tian's gaze swept across the four of them before finally settling on Ling Chen. Even at close range, he couldn't discern Ling Chen's true nature. What puzzled him further was that Ling Chen's two teammates were equally enigmatic. The only one he could clearly assess was the glasswind elemental youth. Could it be that I'm getting old? Qin Tian mused to himself. But my wife always seems pleased with my work when I hand in my assignments every night. As Shun Tian observed, Ling Chen calmly met his gaze with a composed and indifferent expression, his curiosity piqued by the old man's strength and spatial abilities. They'll find you after the competition, Qin Tian remarked before vanishing into thin air, leaving only a faint ripple in the space around him. Not quite refined enough, Ling Chen muttered, withdrawing his gaze and striding toward the towering gate. His three teammates followed closely behind. The moment they pushed the gate open, they were greeted by a rush of fresh, natural air, carrying the rich scents of trees and soil. Ling Chen immediately sensed that the concentration of elemental energy here was nearly double that of the outside world. What a remarkable place, he murmured. The team of four stepped into the simulation field, and the giant gate behind them closed automatically. What lay before them was a lush green meadow, with vibrant trees and bushes stretching into the distance. Every plant exuded a strong vitality. Training here would be at least 3 times faster than before. Ling Chen muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he commanded, let's train here for a bit. Before Yikong and the others could react, he had already seated himself cross-legged, closing his eyes to absorb the abundant elemental energy. In the main broadcast room, viewers watching the scene began to chatter excitedly. So this is the simulation field? It's so realistic. Why did all the contestants suddenly stop moving? Look at that. Someone's already started training. Ling Chen's unusual behavior quickly caught the audience's attention. Brother Chen, isn't it a bit reckless to start training like this? Yikong muttered, his mouth twitching as he glanced at Ling Chen, who was already fully immersed in his practice. Just give me a moment, Ling Chen replied softly, then fell silent once more. Before long, Ling Chen opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. The efficiency of the cultivation chamber was indeed far superior to the outside world. This mystery had to be unraveled to prepare for future training. Team up and move out. Ling Chen stood up decisively. Although it would only take them 5 hours to reach the central plaza at their speed, heading straight there seemed too boring. To earn more rewards, he needed to create a spectacle that would captivate the audience. After a moment of thought, Ling Chen decided to change his approach. Instead of staying low-key and emerging as a dark horse, he would go all out. After all, the system had granted him overwhelming power. His current strength had reached 6,363 kilograms, equivalent to a silver-level 8-star. Dealing with these students, who hadn't even reached bronze level, was a piece of cake. Come out, little dragon. At Ling Chen's summons, a chubby little dragon appeared, curled up and sound asleep. Wow, so cute. Linger's eyes sparkled with excitement as she instinctively reached out to pet it. Startled awake, the little dragon let out a series of soft cries, causing the live stream chat to erupt instantly. Adorable. I'd trade 10 years of my dad's life for one. The comment above is killing Mew had a way to inherit faster. Your turn, little blue. Ling Chen called out his second pet. As the ice crystal phoenix emerged, it let out a playful chirp. You tricked me. I want the tasty treat you gave me last time. Resigned, Ling Chen pulled out a drop of extreme frost essence to feed it. Little Blue immediately chirped joyfully, swaying its head with delight. Cold Ning Shuang stood stunned at the sight. Wasn't this the divine beast depicted in her family's totem? And the item Ling Chen casually used as footed was none other than the rare and precious sacred water. As she hesitated over whether to ask for some, Ling Chen had already taken out an ice spirit pill from his ring and tossed it to her. Make sure to take it. Without another word, Ling Chen strode confidently toward the central area. Watching his departing figure, Cold Ning Shuang narrowed her beautiful eyes, a subtle and meaningful smile playing on her lips. Her long lashes fluttered gently, and a glimmer of cleverness flashed through her dark pupils. What are you grinning about? Already smitten? Linger teased, noticing the faint smile on the young girl's face. She poked Long Ningxuang's arm playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Long Ningxuang's cheeks flushed lightly, but she said nothing. Instead, she gracefully leapt forward, her lithe figure quickly falling in step with Ling Chen. Huh, got you. Linger chuckled softly and followed after them. As the trio made their way forward, a massive fire elemental wild boar suddenly burst out from the bushes. Its tusks gleamed menacingly as it charged straight at them. This was no ordinary creature, it was an apprentice-level 8-star beast. Ling Chen's expression turned cold, his eyes flashing with indifference. With a powerful push off the ground, he launched himself forward, his right fist pulling back to gather strength as he shot toward the boar like an arrow. Just as they were about to collide, Ling Chen struck with a devastating punch. A resounding boom echoed through the air as the immense force of his blow smashed into the boar, sending its massive body flying backward. The beast tumbled across the ground several times before coming to a halt. Snort, wheeze, screech. The severely injured boar let out agonized cries, its life ebbing away. At that precise moment, the main live stream camera switched to capture this astonishing scene. The audience erupted into chaos, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. Whoa, is this guy even human? How is this possible at just bronze level? Same 9 years of supernatural training, why is he so exceptional? A surge of viewers poured into Ling Chen's individual live stream. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Ling Chen took advantage of the camera's shift to exchange a quick glance with Yikong. Catching the signal, Yikong swiftly stepped forward to finish off the dying boar. Let's go, Ling Chen said calmly, leaping ahead to continue the journey. His expression remained as stoic as ever. The two girls followed closely behind. Throughout the rest of the journey, every apprentice-level beast they encountered was subdued with a single, brutal punch from Ling Chen. In this simulated arena, his raw physical strength was unmatched. By the afternoon of the first day, after 4 hours of competition, they finally encountered their first opposing team. By this time, Ling Chen's team livestream had amassed a devoted crowd of fans, eagerly watching their every move. The live chat was buzzing with excitement. What do you think? How many moves can this squad hold out? 1 move per person? How many moves can they even manage? I really want to see my goddess in action. Can Brother Chen give us a chance to watch? On the battlefield, a 4-person squad was locked in combat with a 9-star apprentice fire monkey. Noticing Ling Chen and his group approaching, the squad immediately tightened their formation, their eyes filled with vigilance. Wu Yun, the squad leader, stepped forward and unleashed the full pressure of his 9th-level apprentice strength. The fire monkey, upon spotting Ling Chen, began chirping excitedly, as though it had found a savior. Relax, it won't take long, Ling Chen said indifferently. With a sudden burst of strength, he launched himself forward like an arrow, hurtling toward Wu Yun's squad. Courting death, the 4 members roared in unison, each using their unique abilities. Clang, bang, snap, whoosh. Ling Chen's movements were fluid and effortless as he dodged their attacks with ease. With a swift step, he propelled himself upward and struck one squad member square in the chest, sending him flying backward. Without missing a beat, Ling Chen spun around, his left hand slamming down on another's shoulder while his right fist drove into their abdomen, knocking them unconscious. The remaining 2 members stood frozen in shock. How is there such a massive gap in strength? What kind of monster is this? Wu Yun quickly regained his composure and, along with the last squad member, moved to encircle Ling Chen. But Ling Chen ducked low and delivered a sidekick that sent Wu Yun sprawling to the ground. He then spun around and landed a punch that sent the last member hurtling through the air. Who are you? Wu Yun stammered from the ground, trembling. His squad's weakest member was a peak 7-star apprentice, and he himself was a 9-star. Yet they hadn't lasted more than 3 moves. What's the matter? Not convinced? Want to go another round? Ling Chen's eyes were sharp, and his tone was icy. Wu Yan forced a bitter smile and conceded defeat. After handing over half of their points, he and his teammates left in dejection. Ling Chen turned to the fire monkey and smiled. Hello, I'm Ling Chen. From now on, why don't you stick with me? The fire monkey tilted its head, scratching it with a paw as though deep in thought. After a brief pause, it suddenly let out a chirp and darted into the dense forest, vanishing from sight. The live chat exploded again. Wow, typical beast behavior saved it, and it just runs off. Why didn't he kill that beast? Didn't you notice this fire monkey seemed pretty gentle? Not like that wild boar earlier that charged at anything it saw. Brother Chen saved it for nothing. Ling Chen didn't seem to care about the fire monkey's decision. Just as he was about to leave, a chorus of rapid chirping sounds erupted from the forest behind him. Chirp, chirp, squeak, squeak. A group of small fire monkeys emerged one after another from the dense forest, numbering around 100. They moved swiftly, leaping and darting through the branches, eventually gathering in front of Ling Chen. Each of the little fire monkeys scratched their heads and rubbed their ears, their round, curious eyes fixed on Ling Chen. Suddenly, a slightly smaller fire monkey darted out from the group, quickly bounding to Ling Chen's feet. It affectionately wrapped its arms around his leg, nuzzling against him while letting out squeaky chirps. It was the very monkey Ling Chen had saved earlier. Are you all pledging allegiance to me? Ling Chen asked, pointing to himself. The fire monkeys chattered in unison, nodding energetically. All right then, I'll take you all in. Follow me from now on, and you'll listen to my commands, Ling Chen said with a smile. He noticed that all these fire monkeys were at the apprentice level, and surprisingly, the one that approached him first was their leader. Ling Chen crouched down and gently stroked the little monkey by his feet. From now on, I'll call you Xiaohua. You'll be in charge of keeping these fire monkeys in line. He then examined Xiaohua's attributes. Ancestral fire monkey, apprentice level 9-star. Attribute, fire. Skills, bite, lightning fist. Loyalty, 85. With proper training, it could yield unexpected rewards. Ancestral traits? Ling Chen murmured thoughtfully. After a moment, he turned to Xiao Long and beckoned with his hand. Xiao Long waddled over, its chubby body swaying. Boss, what's up? From now on, you're in charge of these fire monkeys, Ling Chen said, patting Xiao Long's shoulder. In his mind, he was already envisioning the formation of a beast army. He wasn't concerned about the current levels of the beast. She had enough resources to nurture them himself. To him, loyalty was the most crucial factor. After making the arrangements, Ling Chen decided it was time to head to the central plaza and regroup with the others. It was time to set his plan into motion. You know this forest well. Lead the way to the plaza in the central area, Ling Chen instructed the monkeys. The fire monkeys chirped excitedly and quickly disappeared into the dense forest, skillfully navigating the branches. Xiaohua had quietly climbed onto Ling Chen's shoulder, its claws gripping his clothes tightly. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was scrolling non-stop, with the number of viewers surpassing 10 million. Though it couldn't compare to the hundreds of millions in the main broadcast, it was still an impressive figure. An hour later, Ling Chen and his group arrived at the eastern side of the central plaza. At the center of the plaza stood a towering stone platform, dozens of meters high, with the Huaxia flag fluttering proudly at the top. The Qin Tian team and Lu Gang team had been waiting there for some time. Upon seeing Ling Chen, they immediately stood to greet him. Brother Chen, you're finally here, they exclaimed, as if their pillar of support had arrived. Now, it's hunting time. Ling Chen responded with a brief nod. The detailed plans for the competition had already been discussed beforehand, leaving no need for further words. Hey, what's up with Chen? Lu Gang nudged Yikong with his elbow and asked in a hushed tone. Chen wants to gain some fans. Let's just go along with it. Yikong replied, lowering his voice as well. Yeah, this? I'm familiar with this. Lu Gang flicked his flowing bangs dramatically, a melancholic look flashing in his eyes as he was about to speak. Don't idolize me, I'm just a legend? Yikong quickly interrupted before Lu Gang could finish his line. Ling Chen tilted his head slightly and whispered to the small creature on his shoulder, Stop talking. Xiaohua, ask your little friends to help us find someone. Once they locate the person, just have them keep watch quietly. Xiaohua immediately leapt off Ling Chen's shoulder and let out a few crisp cries toward the dense forest. In an instant, a large number of monkeys appeared from all directions, entering everyone's view. Whoa, so many? Qin Tian instinctively drew his weapon, ready to respond to any potential threat. Xiaohua swiftly coordinated the group, pairing the monkeys into teams and sending them off in different directions. After completing its task, Xiaohua nimbly hopped back onto Ling Chen's shoulder. With their help, we don't need to search ourselves, Ling Chen remarked. Then, Turning to Xiaohua, he asked, "Do you know where we can find any powerful demonic beasts nearby?" Seeing Xiaohua nod, he immediately said, "Take us there." His plan was to score points as efficiently as possible, and taking down formidable, fearsome beasts would surely impress the audience. Under Xiaohua's guidance, the group soon arrived at the base of a hillside. Xiaohua pointed toward a cave above, signaling that the target was inside. Ling Chen followed its gaze and spotted an enormous snake-like python. Bronze level, 3 stars. Same level as me, but it's kind of ugly, Ling Chen remarked with a frown. Everyone present shared a look of disdain for the grotesque creature. Suddenly, Xiaohua let out a series of sharp, angry cries. Ling Chen understood. This python frequently hunted Xiaohua's group, but due to the disparity in strength, they were powerless to resist. "Don't worry. I'll take care of it," Ling Chen reassured Xiaohua, gently patting its head. First, Ling Chen activated his appraisal skill. Sneaky Python, bronze level, 3 stars. Possesses venomous abilities and toxic spray. To avoid poisoning, we need to remove its fangs first. Everyone, watch out for the venom spray. He strode forward, stopping about 50 meters from the python. The creature, sensing his presence, opened its massive jaws and spat a stream of venom at him. Ling Chen didn't dare underestimate it, quickly forming a layer of fire element energy around his body to create a fire shield. Although the venom's corrosive properties were alarming, the fire shield managed to hold up and neutralize the attack. Seeing that its attack had no effect, the giant python let out an enraged hiss, opening its massive, blood-red jaws and lunging toward Ling Chen. Ling Chen remained calm and motionless, just as he had planned. His physical strength, far surpassing the limits of ordinary energy, was more than enough to handle such an assault. Just as the python was about to sink its fangs into him, a cloud of black mist erupted from its mouth. Without a change in expression, Ling Chen raised his right hand, instantly summoning his lightning ability. Arcs of electricity streaked through the air, colliding with the black mist and purging it completely. Enraged, the python thrashed its massive body and launched another attack. Ling Chen clenched his right fist, and as the python lunged toward him, he delivered a devastating punch to its lower jaw. With a thunderous boom, the python's jaw shattered on the spot, and its enormous body was flung several meters backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Though it writhed desperately, it could no longer rise. Seizing the moment, Ling Chen surged forward. His hand, sharp as a blade, struck the python's abdomen like a flash of lightning. With a resounding crack, the snake's belly split open, spilling foul-smelling blood. Swiftly, Ling Chen extracted the snake's gallbladder and stored it in his spatial ring. Ding killed the resilient python. Experience 500. The system notification made Ling Chen pause briefly before excitement lit up his face. So killing bronze-level beasts could grant experience points? This meant he could grow stronger through hunting instead of dull cultivation sessions. The livestream chat exploded with comments. "These beasts are so vicious. Honestly, isn't Brother Chun the real savage here? Wait, did he just use 2 types of abilities? New here? Dual abilities are totally normal." The little fire monkey watched the scene unfold, its eyes filled with relief, and chirped happily at Ling Chen. Ling Chen extracted the beast core from the python's head and tossed it to the little fire monkey. The monkey clutched the core tightly, examined it briefly, and swallowed it in a single gulp. The core quickly melted inside the monkey, transforming into a warm energy that coursed through its body. In mere seconds, the little fire monkey's strength surged, advancing to bronze level 1 star. Overjoyed, it nuzzled Ling Chen with its fluffy head, both to express gratitude for avenging it and to celebrate its newfound power. The surrounding apprentice-level beasts were so terrified by the scene that none dared to approach. Ling Chen, uninterested in the low-level creatures that offered no experience, turned eagerly to the little fire monkey and asked, "Are there any stronger beasts around?" The little monkey chirped and nodded enthusiastically. Soon after, Ling Chen led his team deeper into the forest in search of more prey. Navigating through the dense woods, they quickly spotted a bronze tier 2-star beast. The creature stood no chance against Ling Chen, who effortlessly took it down, earning the team another 1,000 points. Meanwhile, the leaderboard in the main livestream saw a dramatic shift. Ling Chen's team surged to the top with 2,345 points, far surpassing Zhuge Kongming's team in second place with 1,820 points and the third-place team with 1,655 points. The audience was in awe. Just half an hour ago, Ling Chen's team had been at the bottom with only 345 points. Now, they were dominating the competition. However, Ling Chen and his team remained unaware of their ranking. According to the rules, the scores could only be viewed at the central plaza. Ling Chen, however, had no intention of ending the hunt early. He firmly believed that the competition should be fought until the very last second. On the viewing platform, the observers watched intently. This simulation seems far too easy for Ling Chen. At this rate, he might end up wiping out all the beasts, someone said with concern. If that happens, the public might start thinking even high school students can effortlessly handle ordinary beasts. That goes against the message we're trying to convey. Shin Tian immediately stood up. They'll talk to him. Before he finished speaking, he had already stepped into a spatial rift that appeared before him. At that moment, Ling Chen was extracting the beast core from a bronze tier 3-star earth-splitting lizard he had just defeated. Over the next stretch of time, he went on to collect 18 more bronze tier beast cores, bringing his total kills to 21 and skyrocketing his team's score to 21,345 points, over 17,000 points ahead of the second-place team. His teammates had long since transitioned from shock to numb acceptance, while the live stream audience grew increasingly exhilarated. Place your bets. Will Ling Chen's team surpass 25 kills? The chat buzzed with excitement. As Ling Chen prepared to continue the hunt, a sudden spatial disturbance caught his attention. Though he suspected it might be the chief examiner paying him a visit, he remained on guard. When Shun Tian emerged from the spatial rift, Ling Chen stood his ground, meeting the man's gaze without flinching. Ling Chen, that's enough. Let the beast have a chance to survive, Shin Tian said sternly. Sir, we're acting entirely within the rules, Ling Chen replied, calm yet unyielding. Through a transmission of yuan energy, Shin Tian added, your score is more than sufficient. If you want to hunt beasts, they'll take you after the competition. Ling Chen gave a silent nod. With first place already secured, it was time to shift his focus to other matters. Receiving Ling Chen's nod of agreement, Shun Tian left with satisfaction. As the sky darkened, night gradually descended. The pitch-black night enveloped the land, greatly limiting everyone's vision. They could only rely on the soft glow of the moonlight to barely make out their surroundings. Let's camp here for the night, Ling Chen said, looking around. All right, everyone responded in unison. Ling Chen quickly retrieved dozens of tents from his spatial ring and distributed them to everyone. While they were busy setting up their tents, he sent a few small fire monkeys to gather firewood nearby. Soon, a temporary campsite was established. The tents were arranged in a circle, with a warm bonfire blazing in the center. Everyone sat around the fire, enjoying pre-prepared food, chatting and laughing in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Scrolling comments. Did I join the wrong live stream? Just curious, is this a camping stream? Why are other teams still sleeping in trees? Well, Ling Chen will always be Ling Chen. The entire competition's vibe has been completely shifted by Ling Chen and his team. Late at night, everyone returned to their tents to rest, while the boys took turns standing guard. Ling Chen specifically arranged for Xiaolong, Xiaolan, and Xiaohua to share a tent to help them bond. Back in his own tent, he began reviewing the experience points he had gained that day. System panel display. Character, Ling Chen. Power level, bronze tier, 3 stars. Experience, 166,4000. Experience pool, 10,500. Upgradable. Strength, 6,388 kilograms. Combat power, 14,300. Detailed system data remains unchanged. Noticing the newly added experience pool feature, Ling Chen didn't hesitate to upgrade twice. A surge of pure energy instantly flowed into his body, and he could clearly feel his source energy rapidly increasing. Advancing 2 levels in a row, he reached bronze tier, 5 stars, with 1,666 experience points remaining. Awesome! Ling Chen suppressed his excitement, reminding himself not to slack off on his daily training. He sat cross-legged and began circulating his cultivation technique, quickly entering a state of deep focus. When the sunlight of the next morning streamed in, Ling Chen opened his eyes, feeling the powerful source energy coursing through his body. A faint smile appeared on his lips. With the simulation field's rich source energy and the assistance of beast cores, he had advanced by another star in his cultivation. As Ling Chen surveyed the surroundings, he noticed a colossal blazing bear perched on the cliff wall dozens of meters away, its predatory gaze fixed intently on them. This massive creature dwarfed ordinary black bears, its wide, bloodthirsty eyes glinting with a chilling light. Its thick claws scraped against the rock face, producing a nerve-wracking crunching sound. Faced with this unexpected guest, the group remained unusually calm, their eyes collectively turning to Ling Chen. Ling Chen glanced helplessly at the surveillance camera overhead and shrugged, signaling that this wasn't his fault. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Shin Tian and Marshal Xiao watched the scene unfold, their lips twitching as they silently mourned the ill-fated blazing bear that had wandered into its doom. Quickly scanning the system's information, Ling Chen noted, blazing bear, bronze tier, 7-star attributes, earth element skills include bite and explosive armor. A faint smile played on his lips as he anticipated the experience points he was about to gain. With a deafening roar, the blazing bear launched itself forward, its iron-like forelegs slicing through the air as it charged at Ling Chen. Ling Chen let out a low shout, crossing his arms to block the attack. Boom! The heavy impact forced Ling Chen to take 2 steps back, a rare occurrence for him when facing a bronze-tier beast. The audience erupted into chaos, their gasps and exclamations of worry and excitement blending into a cacophony of sound. But Ling Chen remained unfazed. Instead, he took the initiative, stepping forward to confront the blazing bear Hedon. Under the collective sharp intakes of breath from the crowd, he delivered a powerful punch that collided directly with the bear's paw. The thunderous impact sent the blazing bear flying several meters before it crashed heavily to the ground, motionless. Ling Chen, however, stayed vigilant. Noticing that the system hadn't displayed a kill notification, he realized the cunning creature was feigning death. Striding forward, he delivered a crushing punch to its chest, causing its ribcage to cave in. Even as the blazing bear stubbornly clung to its act, Ling Chen let out a cold snort. He stomped hard on the ground, propelling himself into the air, and unleashed a devastating whip kick aimed directly at the bear's head. This time, the blazing bear abandoned its pretense, attempting to resist, but its injuries left it powerless. Ling Chen's kick struck with precision, shattering its skull. A translucent beast core flew from the shattered remains of its head, landing securely in Ling Chen's hand. Ding! The system notification sounded as the explosive bear fell. A hint of joy appeared on Ling Chen's face. 2,000 experience points earned. Just 2 or 3 more of these creatures, and he would level up. Although winning the championship in this competition was no longer possible, the gains were still significant. The livestream audience was stunned by what they were witnessing. The comment section froze for a few seconds, then erupted like a tidal wave. Whoa, is this really the national high school tournament? This looks even more intense than a college league match. Ling Chen gently stroked the soft fur of Xiaohua. Xiaohua, lead us to the other teams, he said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiaohua nodded and swiftly leapt onto the nearest tree, moving nimbly between the branches as it searched for traces. Suddenly, Xiaohua stopped on a branch, its sharp eyes spotting a series of distinct claw marks. It immediately jumped back down to the ground, stood upright, pointed in a specific direction, and let out an urgent squeak squeak. Ling Chen instantly understood and led his team in the indicated direction. Though small in size, Xiaohua was incredibly fast, even quicker than a rabbit. After about 10 minutes of sprinting, the sound of fierce fighting and agonized screams reached their ears. It's just over there. Ling Chen confirmed the direction and quickened his pace. Before long, they arrived at a clearing where an intense battle was unfolding. 2 teams had already suffered heavy losses, with 7 or 8 members from each lying on the ground. The remaining fighters continued clashing, their skills lighting up the air in chaotic bursts. Ling Chen quickly gave orders to Xiaohua. Summon the nearby fire monkeys and surround this area. Xiaohua darted off to carry out the command. Meanwhile, Yikong could barely contain his eagerness. Ling Chen, what's the plan? Charge straight in. Ling Chen shouted. With his command, their teams stormed into the fray. The 2 battling teams immediately halted their fight and turned their attention to this new threat. Facing a 12-seat disadvantage, coupled with Ling Chen's formidable reputation, the opponents quickly conceded. Ling Chen, we surrender. We'll hand over our points, one of the team leaders said. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow and smirked. Points? I'm not interested in those. Then, what do you want? The members of both teams grew wary. Join me. Let's work together to take down the other squads, Ling Chen stated calmly, revealing his true intention. The opposing teams exchanged uncertain glances, clearly caught off guard by the proposal. Join you? What? Not interested. Ling Chen's tone turned cold. In that case, the 3 of us will have to send you home first. After careful consideration, both teams made their decision. They were well aware that their chances of winning the competition were slim to begin with, so they decided it was wiser to follow Ling Chen. More importantly, with the extraordinary talent Ling Chen had demonstrated, he was bound to become a formidable figure in the future, barring any unforeseen events. Establishing a connection with someone of such immense potential early on was undoubtedly a smart move. Soon enough, 7 small teams were consolidated under Ling Chen's leadership. At that moment, Xiaohua appeared before the group, leading a lively troop of little fire monkeys. Xiaohua, go find the next one. Ling Chen commanded succinctly and firmly. Xiaohua nodded in agreement and swiftly led the monkey troop, leaping into the treetops and moving rapidly northward. Ling Chen, are these monkeys trained by you? The newly joined team members couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Ling Chen gave a faint nod and then called out, follow me. With that, he lightly pushed off the ground with his toes, propelling himself forward like an arrow, speeding in the direction the monkeys had disappeared. As they advanced, Ling Chen suddenly came to a halt. With an elegant wave of his hand in the air, 4 arcs of electricity shot out in different directions. Explosions echoed in quick succession, and several figures hidden in the trees fell heavily to the ground, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. This was a 4-person team that had attempted an ambush but underestimated Ling Chen's sharp sensory abilities. You have 2 choices, Ling Chen declared with an undeniable authority in his voice. Either you're out or you join us. Faced with the now 20-strong team, this small squad didn't hesitate to choose the latter. As the competition progressed, with the Fire Monkey Troop scouting ahead, nearly every team they encountered was awed by Ling Chen's overwhelming strength. Even when they came across the Zhuge Kongming team, which consisted entirely of 9-star apprentice-level members, they were stunned upon seeing Ling Chen's 60-strong army. Ultimately, they, too, decided to join this unstoppable force. Throughout the second day, Ling Chen led his massive team, sweeping through the simulation arena with unmatched dominance. While victory seemed firmly within reach, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed that his mission's shock rating was only graded at an S level, still 2 ranks away from the highest tier. As they marched toward the central plaza, he pondered ways to improve his score, eventually deciding to showcase more of his abilities to achieve his goal. Soon, Ling Chen and his group arrived at the central square, only to find Ma Huntao already waiting with over 20 men. These individuals were scattered across the square, some sitting, some leaning casually, exuding an air of nonchalance. "You're finally here," Ma Huntao sneered, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Despite facing Ling Chen's 60-strong group, he showed no sign of fear, as though he had everything under control. Ling Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Ma Huntao's composure was unnerving, clearly hinting at a hidden trump card. As the two sides stood in a tense standoff, Ma Huntao suddenly crossed his arms over his chest and tilted his head back to chant an incantation. "Come forth, the undead." As his voice fell, several pitch-black whirlpools appeared on the ground. From them crawled out grotesque undead creatures, clad in green robes. Their bulging eyes, flat noses, wide mouths, and exposed fangs made their faces utterly horrifying. What was even more shocking was that these undead beings possessed bronze-level strength. "What the hell are these things?" Cries of alarm erupted from Ling Chen's group, and many began to retreat in fear. Amid the chaos, only the 3 teams from the Hongdu settlement and Zhuge Kongming's team stood firm. Seeing the panic, Ma Huntao burst into wild laughter, then gave a command. The horde of undead charged at Ling Chen's group. Ling Chen managed to send one flying with a single punch, but others required multiple people working together to handle even one. Yi Kang's team demonstrated excellent coordination. Yi Kang used his wind-based ability to draw attention, Lung Ningxuang focused on attacking, and Xianlinger provided supportive enhancements. Meanwhile, the other 2 teams and Zhuge Kongming's group each managed to engage and hold off one undead creature. In the end, 7 undead remained, forming a circle around Ling Chen. Ma Huntao stepped forward with deliberate strides, openly releasing his bronze-level aura. "Surprised, aren't you? I'm also bronze-level. I was supposed to be the only bronze-level in Blue Star's history, but then you appeared." Ma Huntao glared disdainfully at Ling Chen, exuding confidence in his SS-level summoning abilities. Just as Ma Huntao waved his hand to command the 7 undead to attack Ling Chen, an even more shocking turn of events was about to unfold. But it was a miss. The living corpse lunged forward, only to hit an empty shadow. Ling Chen had already teleported behind Ma Huntao in an instant. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he delivered a heavy punch without hesitation. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking was unmistakable. Ma Huntao spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling uncontrollably forward. "There is still an insurmountable gap between us," Ling Chen stated with an undeniable air of dominance in his voice. The audience fell into a stunned silence. Meanwhile, the live stream chat exploded with frantic messages, with countless viewers questioning what they had just seen. What the heck? How did Ling Chen suddenly appear behind Ma Huntao? Is this some kind of spatial ability? On the main stage, Shun Tian abruptly stood up. He had keenly noticed that the spatial fluctuations Ling Chen exhibited far surpassed those of an ordinary bronze-level fighter. Moreover, Ling Chen's teleportation didn't tear through space, showcasing extraordinary talent. In that moment, the thought of taking him on as a disciple began to form in Shan Tian's mind. You're actually a spatial-type user." Ma Huntao turned around, his face pale as he stared at Ling Chen, struggling to accept the reality of being defeated in seconds. Seeing Ling Chen's silent confirmation, a deep sense of unwillingness surged within him. If it weren't for Ling Chen, this year's national championship would have been his. Burning with rage, Ma Huntao made a desperate move. Gritting his teeth, he struck his own body, spitting out a few drops of vital blood. His face instantly turned even paler. Forming seals with both hands, he chanted an incantation, and the vital blood transformed into thin threads, burrowing into the living corpse. Under the stimulation of the vital blood, the living corpse's strength skyrocketed from bronze level 1 star to bronze level 7 star. Its eyes glowed blood red, becoming even more bloodthirsty and frenzied. Ling Chen immediately recognized this as a dangerous forbidden technique that used vital blood to awaken the dark energy within a summoned entity. Although confident he could handle it, he decided to stop holding back. Suddenly, arcs of lightning appeared out of nowhere, swirling around Ling Chen. Threefold Thunder God technique, first form. The lightning surged into his body, and his aura surged dramatically. His strength soared from bronze level 5-star to silver level 1-star. He activated another enhancement skill, pushing his power even further to levels comparable to silver level 3-star. His raw strength reached an astonishing 8,888 kilograms, and the durability of his physical body achieved the terrifying standard of gold level 3-star. As Ling Chen's overwhelming aura radiated outward, everyone present was left frozen in shock. Almost everyone had the same thought flash through their minds. Silver rank? 3 stars? Ling Chen's power level was utterly despair-inducing. The skies suddenly darkened, with ominous gray-black clouds swirling above, crackling with menacing arcs of lightning. Ling Chen raised his hands, and several lightning bolts as thick as an arm roared down like serpents, striking the horde of undead directly. Thunderous wrath. With a series of muffled booms, over a dozen undead collapsed to the ground. But to everyone's astonishment, within just a single breath, the undead fully regenerated. Severed limbs reattached, and gruesome wounds healed instantly. Huh. Ling Chen. My undead are immortal. Ma Huntao sneered triumphantly. That was just a warm-up, and yet it gave you so much confidence. Unfazed, Ling Chen pressed his palms together, summoning a massive crescent-shaped arc of light. Thunder slash. The light arc howled forward, obliterating the undead horde into fragments. This time, the attack's intensity clearly exceeded their regenerative limits. Ma Huntao's expression shifted dramatically. He hurriedly retrieved the shattered remains of his undead into his spatial storage. I concede, he declared, collapsing weakly onto the ground. The aftereffects of using his essence blood had left him pale and drained. And so, the grand competition concluded. Ling Chen's team secured an overwhelming victory with a total score of 41,234, claiming first place. Qin Tian's team and Lu Gang's team took second and third places, respectively. Behind Hongdu Base's resounding triumph, everyone understood that it was all thanks to one person, Ling Chen. From this moment forward, the spectators began calling him Ling Shan Godling, a title that now rivaled the legendary Ling Huang Emperor Ling. After the competition ended, familiar whirlpools appeared beneath the feet of the teams. Amidst a cacophony of screams, everyone was teleported back to the primary simulation hall. This competition had made history. Previous champions had at most reached apprentice rank, 9 stars, but Ling Chen had dominated the event with his silver rank power. Back in the hall, congratulations poured in from all sides. Brother Chen, congrats on the championship. Ling Shen, make sure to look out for me when we meet at university. Ling Shen, let me join your crew. As others looked on in admiration at Ling Chen's effortless leadership, envy filled their eyes. At that moment, a commanding voice echoed through the microphone. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. I am Chen Guoqiang, the organizer of this competition. As the minister of the Huaxia Department of Supernatural Education, Chen Guoqiang's appearance immediately captured everyone's attention, and all eyes turned to the stage. Now, I have a few announcements to make. Minister Chen stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping across the audience below. First, let's congratulate Ling Chen and his team for winning the national championship. As soon as the words left his mouth, the hall erupted in thunderous applause. All the participating teams stood up to cheer for Ling Chen's team. Secondly, tomorrow, representatives from top universities will be visiting for early admissions. Those who performed outstandingly in this competition will have the chance to secure early entry into college. This announcement immediately caused a stir among the crowd below. It's over. I didn't even get a chance to show off. My unbeatable pet turtle didn't even get to make an appearance. Meanwhile, discussions about Ling Chen were particularly lively. Ling Shen is definitely heading to Qingbei University. I'm betting 50 cents that Ling Chen will go to Qingbei. Some girls even shouted, Ling Shen, I want to have your babies. Minister Chen continued, thirdly, all winning teams must report to the weapons department within 3 days to register and customize their exclusive equipment sets. That concludes this year's competition. Minister Lin added with a meaningful tone. Today's competition was truly impressive. I hope you all continue to strive. As the competition officially came to an end, the crowd began to disperse. The boys eagerly anticipated a good night's sleep, as the past few days of camping in the wilderness had been far from restful. The girls, on the other hand, couldn't wait to take a hot shower. Having gone days without properly cleaning Yupit had been quite uncomfortable. Just as Ling Chen was about to leave with his teammates, a voice carried through the air to him. Kid, come to the podium. It was the voice of Marshal Shen, a space element ability user and the chief examiner. Ling Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he said to Yi Kong and the others, you guys go ahead. With that, he flashed twice and appeared on the podium. This move caused a commotion among the lingering crowd. Dude, charging in like that, is that really okay? Standing on the podium, Ling Chen got straight to the point. So, does taking on a disciple come with any perks? His blunt question left the three prominent figures momentarily speechless. A welcome gift? Xia Feng's eyes gleamed as he retrieved a silvery, crystal-clear beast core from his ring. I have a platinum-tier space element beast core here. Hold on. Shin Tian interjected, visibly anxious. Kid, take me as your master. I'll give you a diamond-tier space element beast core with an attached skill. Ling Chen first turned to Xia Feng with a questioning look. Xia Feng shook his head and explained, space element beasts are extremely rare, and killing one is even harder. Nearly all the space element beast cores in Huaxia are in Shan Tian's possession. Without further hesitation, Ling Chen turned to Shan Tian, clasped his fists, and said, Master. Shin Tian turned his head at the sound, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his clouded eyes. You really want to take me as your master? Of course. Ling Chen nodded firmly. As a fellow spatial element cultivator, Shin Tian's guidance was undoubtedly a rare opportunity for him. Besides, the conditions offered were simply too generous to refuse. A kind smile spread across Shin Tian's deeply wrinkled face. Good. In a couple of days, we'll hold a simple apprenticeship ceremony and a communication press conference. By the way, you have a senior apprentice brother, Jiang Haoyin. He's already a diamond level 3-star and is currently stationed at the front lines. When he returns, I'll introduce you to... Sounds great, Master Shan. Ling Chen responded enthusiastically. Though he had often heard of this senior brother's reputation, they had yet to meet in person. All right, go and rest for now. Shin Tian coughed lightly before casually throwing a jade token engraved with the character Shan to Ling Chen. Catching the token, Ling Chen's eyes sparkled as he grinned and asked playfully, Master, about the apprenticeship fee, should we settle that first? Do you think I'd cheat you? Shin Tian feigned annoyance before taking out a silver-white beast core, about the size of a pigeon egg, and handing it to Ling Chen. This is a platinum-level spatial element beast core, complete with an innate skill. You're still at bronze level, so you'll need to wait until you're at gold level before attempting to absorb it. Rubbing his hands together eagerly, Ling Chen asked expectantly, Master, do you happen to have any diamond level or city guardian level beast cores? I'd love to take one back to study. Study it, only to accidentally lose it, right? Shin Tian's face darkened. Master, your insight is truly unparalleled. Ling Chen exclaimed in mock surprise. Get out of here. Shin Tian waved him off with a light reprimand, though a smile lingered on his lips. After bowing respectfully to the three esteemed figures, Ling Chen blinked away in a series of spatial flashes. Watching his disciple's retreating figure, Shin Tian felt a surge of pride. This kid not only has rapid cultivation speed and a solid foundation, but also exceptional comprehension. All right, stop showing off your prized disciple, Marshal Xiaofeng scoffed. If he weren't a spatial element cultivator, do you think you would have gotten him? Shin Tian stroked his beard and laughed heartily, his satisfaction evident. Back at the hotel, Ling Chen couldn't wait to check his system task evaluation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. First place in the competition. Ding. Task evaluation. SSS level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading physical attributes by 1 level. Previously, when Ling Chen advanced to bronze level 5-star, his physical attributes had already reached silver level 9-star. Now, a mysterious energy flowed into his body, and he could distinctly feel his strength rising once again, reaching the equivalent of gold level 9-star. Yet to others, he was still perceived as a mere bronze level 5-star genius. Ling Chen retrieved the platinum level beast core from his ring. The silver-white crystal radiated a dazzling brilliance, its energy fluctuations intense. Ling Chen focused his thoughts and swallowed the beast core. In an instant, a surge of immense energy erupted from his abdomen, flooding into every corner of his body like a tidal wave. This is incredible. Ling Chen felt the continuous rise of the source energy within him, his eyes gleaming with delight. It even enhances physical attributes. Beast cores capable of improving physical strength were exceedingly rare. Clearly, the one given to him by Master Shan had far exceeded his expectations. It took Ling Chen the entire night to fully absorb the core's energy. His physical strength directly broke through to platinum rank, reaching platinum 3 stars, while his source energy climbed to bronze 7 stars. What thrilled him even more was that the beast core came with an additional skill called Spatial Tremor. This area effect attack skill could create unstable waves within a specific space, dealing damage to enemies through spatial disturbances. Perfect! Ling Chen was ecstatic. This was precisely the offensive skill his spatial abilities had been lacking. Feeling the vigorous source energy coursing through him, he couldn't help but feel a touch of pride. At dawn, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Ling Chen, want to go watch the admissions at the simulation arena? Called out Yikong. I'm coming, he responded. An hour later, Ling Chen's team stood in formation at the simulation arena's main hall. Morning, Ling God. A greeting immediately drew everyone's attention. Ling God is here. People around began to gather and greet him. The admissions staff's eyes lit up as they quickly surrounded him. A middle-aged man with a kind yet slightly sly smile stepped forward. Ling Chen, have you considered joining Jiangxia Martial University? We're offering 30 billion in resource credits, 100,000 campus points, and a diamond-grade exclusive beast core. They'll think about it, Ling Chen replied, not rushing to make a decision. The representatives from Modu Martial University and Qingbei Martial University immediately followed up, offering the same terms. Just as Ling Chen was leaning toward Qingbei Martial University, an elderly man approached. The three representatives were visibly startled and quickly bowed. Greetings, Elder Mu. The elder nodded slightly and fixed his gaze on Ling Chen. Dawn Academy offers no conditions. Everything depends on your own efforts. However, we can give you an opportunity to take the entrance test. Are you interested? Ling Chen was momentarily stunned. Although he had never heard of Dawn Academy, the reactions of the other representatives made it clear that it was no ordinary institution. Oh, by the way, Elder Mu added, your mentor, Xiao Shun, is also from Dawn Academy? Ling Chen nodded. All right, I'm willing to take the Dawn Academy entrance test. Great. I look forward to you becoming a part of our academy. I hope you won't let us down, the elder said, his gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Ling Chen. These words immediately caused a stir among the crowd. Faces turned to expressions of disbelief, and whispers spread rapidly. People were astonished that Ling Chen had chosen an academy with little reputation and limited resources. Some even had a glint of calculation in their eyes, secretly considering how they might surpass him in the future. Meanwhile, the admissions officers from Wuda University exchanged knowing glances. They were well aware of the true strength of Dawn Academy. It was a place that nurtured not only geniuses but also true warriors. Watching a prodigy like Ling Chen slip away from their grasp, the representatives from Modu Wuda and Jiangxia Wuda quickly shifted their attention to Yikong and his two teammates. Although their performance in the competition had been average, they were still members of the championship team. Qingbei Wuda, however, appeared uninterested and turned their focus to Ma Huntao, who had performed exceptionally well. Senior, may I ask which Wuda is closest to Dawn Academy? Lung Ningxuang's voice was light and melodic. Modu Wuda, the elder replied succinctly. Then I'll go to Modu Wuda, the young woman declared resolutely, drawing surprised looks from those around her. Her cheeks flushed with a faint blush. Ling Chen, seemingly oblivious to this moment, turned to the elder and asked, when will the assessment take place? My name is Mu Rong, but you can call me Elder Mu. I am one of the elders of Dawn Academy's council, the elder explained patiently. The assessment at Dawn Academy has 3 stages. The first tests your innate potential, the second evaluates your source energy and physical fitness, and the third is a comprehensive examination of your combat ability and battle techniques. Once you pass, you'll gain access to the Academy's cultivation methods and resources, though you'll need to earn those for yourself. Ling Chen was secretly impressed after hearing this, but remained confident. With his bronze level 7-star source energy and platinum level physical strength, he was certain the first 2 stages wouldn't be an issue. Elder Mu then used source energy to transmit a message to Ling Chen. For the first 2 stages, you can head to Modu for testing when you're free. As for the 3rd stage, it will depend on your performance in the college entrance exam. Understood, Ling Chen replied briefly. Afterward, your master will take you there, Elder Mu added before departing. Yikong approached curiously. Brother Chen, is this Dawn Academy really impressive? I don't know. I'll find out once I get there, Ling Chen replied, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Since his master came from there, it couldn't be an ordinary place. In the end, Yikong and his 2 teammates also decided to enroll in Modu Wuda. After wrapping up the early admission procedures, Yikong suggested they visit the armory to customize their weapons. Platinum-grade custom gear. The group entered the armory and was quickly guided by the staff to the custom gear section. Since the area was divided by gender, Ling Chen and Yikong were taken to the men's section. Everyone here looks so well dressed, Li Xianxian remarked, genuinely impressed as she observed the people customizing their weapons. Ling Chen nodded in agreement. Before long, it was their turn. The staff led the 2 of them to a corner of the armory, into a forging room. Inside, a burly middle-aged blacksmith was hard at work. The blacksmith, who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, had sun-darkened skin and wore simple work clothes. Holding a hammer, he looked up and examined the 2 young men. Youngsters, tell me what grade of gear you need, along with your measurements and requirements. Platinum-grade gear, Ling Chen replied. Huh. The blacksmith's expression shifted slightly. Are you the champions of this year's national competition? Yes, Yikong admitted directly. What's your name? The blacksmith asked. Ling Chen, he replied. Oh, Ling Chen? The blacksmith murmured thoughtfully. You do look a bit like. Do you happen to have a younger sister? Though spoken softly, Ling Chen caught the words. What do you mean by that? He asked urgently. Ha ha ha. I can't believe how much you've grown. The blacksmith's comment left Ling Chen momentarily speechless. You know me? Ling Chen asked. I don't know you. The blacksmith shook his head, but I might know your father. I even crafted gear for him in the past. He's alive. Ling Chen stood frozen in shock. Does this mean I'm not an orphan? Of course. Don't worry, he'll come looking for you soon, the blacksmith said confidently. Ling Chen was overwhelmed by the sudden revelation, his mind racing with questions. Who exactly was this blacksmith? Why was he so certain that his father would come for them? And how did he know about his sister? Hey, hey! The blacksmith called out a few times, waving his hand in front of Ling Chen's face when he didn't respond. Ling Chen snapped out of his thoughts. What? What is it? Your gear customization, of course. What are your requirements? Suppressing his swirling doubts for the time being, Ling Chen provided his measurements. I don't have too many specific requests. Just melt down all the weapons and armor into a single sword for me. And me. Yikong interjected eagerly. I want a set of throwing weapons. Make sure the full set is included. After confirming their requests, the blacksmith stepped into the forging room. An hour later, he emerged with the freshly crafted gear in hand. Placing the items on the table, he said, Here is what you asked for. 7 sharp swords were neatly arranged on the table, each measuring 3 feet 5 inches in length and weighing about 30 pounds. The blades were forged from mithril, intricately engraved with enhancement runes, and exuded an intimidating sharpness. These were the platinum-grade weapons custom-made as per Ling Chen's request. On the other side, Yikang's custom platinum-grade armor set was also complete. Though its design closely resembled his current attire, the materials used were worlds apart. Eagerly, Yikang donned the entire set and was pleasantly surprised to find that it felt no heavier than ordinary clothing. The final custom-made items were 6 specially crafted concealed weapons. The middle-aged man presented 6 slender black iron spikes and explained, These black spikes are forged primarily from black iron, combined with rare materials. Once they hit their target, they can easily pierce through the human body, inflicting fatal damage. Feel free to test them now. Hearing this, Yikong immediately acted. The 6 black spikes shot through the air with a sharp whistling sound. They struck the opposite wall with precision, embedding themselves completely and creating a loud crash as a large hole appeared. Ha ha ha, impressive! Yikong exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He thought to himself that, combined with his wind-based ability, these concealed weapons would undoubtedly produce extraordinary results. Just as Ling Chen was about to ask more about his father, the man left him with only one sentence. Come find me again once you're in the academy, and said no more. It was then that Ling Chen realized this mysterious blacksmith was also a member of Dawn Academy, which only heightened his anticipation. After bidding the man farewell, Ling Chen returned to his hotel with a mix of emotions. In his past life, he had been an orphan, and he had assumed the same was true in this life. Unexpectedly, he had now uncovered a clue about the original host's father. As he was lost in thought, the system chimed in at the perfect moment. Detected that the host is too distracted to cultivate and is in a complex mood. Suggest drawing a prize to cheer up. Ling Chen snapped back to reality. Since things had already unfolded this way, he decided to embrace it. After all, it was good news. He immediately opened the prize draw interface, where a notification appeared. The prize draw system has been fully updated and will no longer be limited to skills. Without hesitation, he clicked to draw. The system promptly announced, Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SS grade talent card. One of your talents below SSS grade will be upgraded by 1 level unconditionally. Ling Chen instantly applied it to his lightning ability. In an instant, a surge of powerful lightning energy coursed through his body, flowing freely through his limbs and bones. With a simple thought, arcs of electricity danced across his arm, clearly showcasing the significant enhancement of his lightning ability. Ling Chen's thunder arcs danced wildly in the air, their power amplified more than tenfold compared to prior instances. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, he could clearly feel that his lightning ability had successfully ascended to SSS level. This system is truly incredible, Ling Chen silently praised. The recent lottery had made him realize how the system tailored its assistance specifically for him. At this point, his dual talents were nearing their peak, and there was a real possibility that his lightning ability might one day advance to God level. However, Ling Chen quickly reined in his thoughts. To only manage a fight with a platinum-level opponent, it's still too weak, he reflected, his expression turning serious. He began calculating his next moves. Once I return, I need to ask the old master for a few heavenly-grade techniques. For now, the priority is to enhance my source energy realm. After a night of grueling cultivation, the grand competition concluded. Ling Chen spent the next 2 days accompanying his 2 excited younger sisters, exploring the simulation grounds. Before departing, he attended an important press conference, formally announcing to all of Huaxia that he had become a personal disciple of Master Shen. The news caused an immediate sensation throughout the cultivation world. Meanwhile, within the Huaxia Alliance headquarters in the inner city of Dawn City, a meaningful conversation was taking place. A man in a white robe stood by the window, his gaze deep as he watched magical beasts streak across the sky outside. Behind him, a burly middle-aged man in military uniform wore a worried expression. "Aren't you going to check on him?" the middle-aged man asked. "I'll wait until he enters Dawn Academy. The beasts have been watching too closely these past years," the man in white replied. The middle-aged man seemed ready to say more, but the white-robed man raised a hand to cut him off. "No need to worry. He is my Sony, trust him." After a brief pause, he added, "Once he returns, inform Long Ju that he can come back." "Understood." The middle-aged man responded solemnly before turning and leaving. After the apprenticeship ceremony, Ling Chen requested permission from Minister Lin to return to Hongdu. Master Shun decided to accompany them back to Hongdu first before taking Ling Chen to Modu for the assessment. As Ling Chen prepared to set off, all the prodigies who had participated in the competition gathered to see him off. "Farewell, Ling Chen," they shouted in unison. Master Shin quietly appeared in the vehicle, reclining in a comfortable spot. "Ahem. You brat, your popularity is almost on par with mine back in the day," he teased. Ling Chen smiled and waved in acknowledgement, feeling no trace of humility. He knew full well that with his current rate of progress, there was no one in Huaxia's high school senior class who could rival him. "Move out," Minister Lin commanded from the front. As the convoy departed the simulation area, someone in the crowd discreetly sent a message. 5 diamonds, 48 platinum. Following the previous attack, Minister Lin had specifically increased the security detail. The convoy moved cautiously forward, while in the carriage where Ling Chen was seated, a prominent figure was peacefully sleeping. The convoy arrived safely at the walls of Dawn City. After routine inspections, they passed through the gates. The students from the 3 squads glanced back at the magnificent city with lingering reluctance, silently vowing to explore every corner of it someday. On top of the city gate, a man dressed in a white, form-fitting outfit stood gazing at the departing convoy. He had a strikingly handsome face and long, slender legs. At that moment, Ling Chen suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation and turned to look out the window. Across the 1,000-meter distance, their eyes met in midair. A strange, indescribable feeling surged within Ling Chen, but he quickly shook it off and averted his gaze. Half a day later, the convoy was traveling along the edge of a dense forest. "There's been a group trailing us a few kilometers behind," Shenshi remarked nonchalantly. "What? Could it be the people who ambushed us last time?" Yikong exclaimed in alarm. Ling Chen gave a wry smile and explained, "It seems the Shadow Squad stealth techniques still need some work." "Oh, they're your people?" Shenshi asked through a source energy transmission, his tone tinged with surprise. Ling Chen nodded in confirmation. "Then the group ahead must be the real ambush," Shenshi said, his words immediately putting Ling Chen on high alert. Suddenly, the entire convoy braked to a halt. Emerging from the forest was a group of black-clad individuals, dressed identically to the attackers from before. However, this group radiated an even more sinister aura. Each wore a mask, remaining silent and motionless, resembling messengers of death. At the forefront stood Xingtian. His face was strikingly handsome but carried an eerie allure, his eyes gleaming with cold, murderous intent. The long sword in his hand emitted a faint, ghostly blue glow, like a venomous serpent poised to strike. "Stay in the car. Don't get out," Minister Lin ordered firmly before leading all the warriors out to confront the threat. "It's him?" Shenshi gasped in shock upon recognizing the figure. "Who is he?" Ling Chen asked. "He was once the pride of Huaxia, but he was supposed to have died." Like a phantom, Xingtian charged toward the convoy, his overwhelming aura making Minister Lin despair guardian level, 9-star pinnacle. Behind him, the 12 masked individuals unleashed their source energy, revealing themselves as all being peak diamond-level powerhouses. Minister Lin felt a jolt of panic, realizing how hopelessly outmatched they were. As the looming slaughter seemed inevitable, a commanding voice suddenly rang out from the convoy. "Stop!" Shenshi appeared outside in an instant, hovering in midair. Seeing Xianxi's figure, Xingtian's expression suddenly changed, and a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Xinshi, long time no see. Ling Yuntian, you're still alive? How did you end up like this?" Xinshi's tone was filled with deep concern. The name Ling Yuntian carried great weight, though was the last disciple of Ling Huang, the strongest in modern China, a prodigy who had reached the peak of Guardian City-level strength by the age of 30. "I ended up like this all thanks to you." Xingtian's lips curled up in a mocking sneer. "What exactly happened back then?" Shenshi furrowed his brows and pressed further. My affairs are none of your concern," Xingtian coldly interrupted. "I'm only worried about your safety. Since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask further," Shenshi replied, his expression growing stern. "But know this, if you dare to harm anyone tonight, I won't let you get away with it." "Heh." I'd like to see how you'll stop me. Xingtian sneered as his words barely faded. Behind him, a group of men in black surged toward the convoy like a tidal wave. Shunshi swiftly clasped his palms together, veins bulging on his arms. Strange spatial ripples erupted from his palms, striking the surrounding enemies. Explosions echoed one after another. Though the group was forced back several steps, they remained standing. Without hesitation, Shunshi unleashed a spatial lock, an invisible force binding the enemies in place. Seeing this, Xingtian's face darkened, his gaze filled with fear. Wrath of thunder, he roared, and in an instant, arcs of violet red lightning crackled across his body. His aura surged to the level of nation stabilizing, 1 star. 9 Heavens Thunder Command. Xingtian swung his sword, summoning roaring thunderbolts that transformed into giant dragons. Shunshi remained composed, gathering a radiant white light between his palms to counter. Amid the continuous explosions, the thunder dragons shattered into fragments, dissipating into sparks of electricity. In a flash, Shunshi appeared before Xingtian. Turn back, he commanded, throwing a punch as powerful as a collapsing mountain. Xingtian hastily raised his sword to block, but the blade shattered on impact. The force of the punch struck his chest directly, caving it in and sending him flying like a broken kite. He crashed heavily against a tree. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Xingtian struggled to his feet, his face pale as a sheet. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he pulled out a jade token and crushed it. I'll be back, he declared. Not good. Xingshi sensed danger and moved to cast another spatial lock. However, a rift appeared out of thin air, and a giant hand reached out, pulling Xingtian into it. Before disappearing, Xingtian cast a meaningful glance at Ling Chen. Damn it! Xingshi muttered angrily, realizing too late that the enemy had prepared a spatial ability locator. He quickly sealed the source energy of the remaining 12 men in black and ordered his subordinates to guard them strictly. Move out. After a long journey, the group finally arrived at the main city of Hongdu. Minister Lin's face finally showed a relaxed expression. He turned to Ling Chen, patted him on the shoulder and said, Ling Chen, drop by whenever you have time. Once we return, I'll personally deliver the reward from above. Sure, I'll definitely visit often. Ling Chen nodded in agreement. Haha. Minister Lin laughed heartily. I'll be waiting then. With that, he led the entire squad of soldiers away. Watching Minister Lin's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Ling Chen thought to himself, this Minister Lin is indeed a responsible and dedicated person. Master, do you have any plans here in Hongdu? Ling Chen turned and asked. No, everything is up to you, Shunshi replied, gazing in the direction of Hongdu with a fleeting, almost imperceptible look of nostalgia in his eyes. Ling Chen made a decision. Then we'll stay here for the night and head back to Tianan City tomorrow. After settling the group into the hotel they had stayed at during the competition, night fell. Ling Chen suddenly appeared in the room of the old man who had hired bodyguards. It's me. I'm back. Sensing the sudden surge of vigilance in the bedroom, Ling Chen quickly spoke up. The old man opened the door and stepped out. His disheveled hair was a clear sign of his reclusive lifestyle in recent days. But to Ling Chen's relief, with the help of the spirit stones, the old man had successfully advanced to diamond rank 2-star. Ling Chen recounted in detail the encounter with the new humans during this journey. After listening, the old man's pupils contracted slightly, and his expression turned grave. Mr. Hao, please join us on our journey tomorrow, Ling Chen said before disappearing from the room in a flash. Back in his own room, Ling Chen suddenly called out, come out. A team of shadow assassins materialized like ghosts, led by Qi Bajia. Greetings, my lord, he said respectfully. Ling Chen was stunned as he inspected them. These shadow assassins had all reached gold rank 4-star, clearly having gained significant experience from slaying a great number of beasts. 789, there's something I need you to take care of later, Ling Chen said seriously. Master, please give your orders. 789 immediately straightened up and responded respectfully. Ling Chen spoke slowly. I will provide you with some funds to establish an assassin intelligence organization. I need crucial intelligence on major gathering points and the internal affairs of the beasts. More importantly, you must become elite assassins capable of infiltrating beast groups to eliminate their leaders. Master, are you suggesting the creation of an intelligence network? 789 asked cautiously. Exactly, Ling Chen confirmed with a nod. This organization will not only gather intelligence, but also become a professional force in intelligence operations. He needed to keep track of the movements of special beasts and their territories at all times. This organization would be named Shadow Unseen Yet Omnipresent. Understood. I will get to it immediately. 789 replied solemnly. Ling Chen took out a spatial ring containing 10,000 spirit stones and handed it to 789. Go ahead, he gestured. 789 led the shadow assassins and quickly disappeared into the night. Ling Chen returned to his bed, sat cross-legged, and began meditating, staying awake through the night. The next morning, sunlight streamed in. After a simple wash, Ling Chen woke up his sisters and teammates one by one. Suddenly, a spatial rift appeared, and Master Shen stepped out with his usual enigmatic demeanor. Once everyone had gathered, they set off, taking the old man along with them. By evening, they finally arrived at Tianan City. Yikong, Bing Ningxuang, and Xianlinger each bade their farewells. Ling Chen and his group of 5 returned to their familiar apartment. Elder Hao greeted them briefly before retreating to the room next door. Ling Chen's 2 sisters, complaining of fatigue from the journey, also went to their rooms to rest. Ling Chen sat on the sofa, lost in thought. The new human organization had just suffered a major blow and was now being heavily pursued by the Huaxia Alliance. For the time being, they likely wouldn't have the capacity to target him. Master, Ling Chen turned to Master Shen. What kind of place is Dawn Academy? Master Shen explained in detail. Dawn Academy is a facility established by the Huaxia Alliance to train top-tier talents. Every teacher there is among the Alliance's strongest, with the minimum rank being National Guardian level. The number of students is extremely limited some years. They might not admit even one. Admission requires passing rigorous assessments and is reserved for the most exceptional individuals. As long as you have sufficient talent, you will receive continuous resource support. The graduation requirement is simple. Achieve City Guardian level before the age of 30. To date, over 20 students have successfully graduated. After hearing the explanation, Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel at what a haven for prodigies it was. His heart surged with anticipation. Here I come. Dawn Academy? Ling Chen firmly believed he could get into the academy. Master, let's set off in a few days. I need to go out for a while, and I'd trouble you to protect my sister during this time, Ling Chen said earnestly, standing before Master Shen. Now having reached bronze level 7 stars, he planned to return to the trial grounds to seek further training from his grandmaster. He was well aware that, despite his exceptional talent, there was still a vast gap between him and those truly monstrous geniuses. To become the strongest on Blue Star, he had to continuously improve his strength. All right, go ahead. I'll take care of them, Master Shen replied, not prying into Ling Chen's plans and giving his tacit approval. After bidding farewell to Master Shen, Ling Chen quickly left the city and found a secluded spot before teleporting back to the trial grounds. The familiar scene of the trial grounds had not changed, even after many days. He made his way directly to Master Kongming, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master. You've arrived. Kongming nodded slightly. Over this period, he had been secretly observing Ling Chen's progress. The disciple's talent and diligence had far exceeded his expectations, leaving him very satisfied. I'll teach you a technique first. Your task is to master this technique. With a wave of his hand, Kongming distorted the space around them, forming a massive vortex that pulled both master and disciple into it. They entered a vast, white expanse. Kongming began explaining. This is a spatial skill I've comprehended, spatial traversal. Here, the flow of space is 1,000 times faster than the outside world. If you move 1 meter here, it equals 1,000 meters outside. However, maintaining this space requires a continuous consumption of source energy. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at Ling Chen's forehead. A golden light flashed and entered Ling Chen's mind. A system notification followed. Ding. A divine-level skill, spatial traversal, has been detected. Would you like to learn it? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned spatial traversal, LV0. Tenfold amplification applied. Duration depends on source energy. Back by the creek, Kongming was about to resume his fishing when he assumed Ling Chen wouldn't grasp much in just a few days. To his surprise, Ling Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Master, I've learned it. Oh, show me, Kongming said, intrigued. Spatial traversal. A small spatial vortex appeared in front of Ling Chen. Stepping into it, he reappeared 5 meters away, stumbling to the ground as his source energy was depleted. Seeing Ling Chen successfully master spatial traversal, Master Kongming was utterly astonished. This disciple's talent far surpassed even his own as a teacher. Could it be that Ling Chen is on the verge of breaking through to the legendary Emperor realm? The astonished gaze of Kongming, the elder, caught Ling Chen's attention, filling him with a sense of pride. Just after performing spatial teleportation, he exclaimed excitedly, Master, I've mastered it. Good. That's my disciple. Kongming nodded approvingly, his face filled with satisfaction. However, the next moment, Ling Chen collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his body completely drained of energy. This skill is way too exhausting. That's because you've only just begun to learn it, Kongming remarked bluntly. Also, it's because you're too weak. Once you fully master it, with your current energy reserves, you'll easily be able to cover tens of kilometers. By then, the power of spatial teleportation will be vastly enhanced. Not only will it grant you incredible speed, but it will also allow you to traverse through space. Within spatial vortices, Anyone below the saint level won't even be able to detect you. These words made Ling Chen's eyes light. It was practically the ultimate life-saving skill. Alright, for the next few days, focus on practicing, Kongming instructed before taking out a fishing rod and paying no further attention to Ling Chen. After meditating for half a day to recover his energy, Ling Chen resumed his rigorous training in spatial teleportation. 2 days later, he managed to increase the spatial vortex's enhancement from 10-fold to 20-fold. On the day of the draw, Ling Chen silently prayed, "Please, system, give me something good." The system's notification sounded promptly. Ding, starting the draw. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10-fold comprehension card, granting 10 times the comprehension ability for 24 hours. As expected, system, you do love me, Ling Chen said gleefully, immediately using the card. Instantly, his thoughts became clearer than ever before, and all his previous doubts were resolved. Seizing every moment, he practiced diligently. By the end of the day, he had successfully enhanced his spatial teleportation to a 100-fold level. Master, I've cultivated spatial teleportation to a 100-fold level, Ling Chen reported excitedly to the elder. Kongming was taken aback. Reaching this level in just 3 days? It had taken him 3 whole months back in his day. Clearing his throat, he said, "Not bad. You're catching up to me. Keep up the hard work. But remember, spatial teleportation is just a foundational auxiliary divine skill. How you use it is up to you." Understood, Master. I'll take my leave now. Ling Chen bowed respectfully before departing. Returning home, Shunshi was in the living room watching a live broadcast on TV. In this era, television no longer aired entertainment programs, having been replaced by news about beasts and live competition broadcasts. "You're back." Shunshi noticed the more restrained spatial energy emanating from Ling Chen and gave him a second glance. "Yes, Shunshi," Ling Chen replied, sitting down on the sofa. "When are you leaving?" "Tomorrow." Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he thought about his upcoming journey to Dawn Academy. Master Shun looked at Ling Chen and asked gently, "Are you ready for your trip to Dawn Academy?" Although he wasn't entirely sure of Ling Chen's current strength, he had unwavering confidence in this talented and hardworking disciple. "I'm ready," Ling Chen replied firmly. "In that case, we'll set off tomorrow," Master Shin said. "Thank you, Master," Ling Chen responded respectfully. Master Shin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities between us." Ling Chen stood up and said, "Master Shun, I'll head back to my room now." The next morning, Ling Chen rose early. After bidding farewell to his younger sisters, he departed with Master Shun. As they reached the outskirts of the city, Ling Chen asked, "Master Shin, how will we get there?" "Dawn Academy isn't far from here. I'll take you there," Master Shin replied. Before Ling Chen could respond, Master Shun grabbed the collar of his robe with one hand and made a sweeping motion through the air with the other. Instantly, a rift in space opened before them. As they traveled through the parallel space within the rift, Ling Chen could clearly see spatial wind blades slicing past them. He pondered silently, realizing this was different from the self-created spatial techniques taught by Kongming Master. It was a naturally existing spatial passage. Within a few breaths, they had traversed hundreds of kilometers and arrived atop a towering mountain outside the city of Modu. Behind them stretched an endless range of mountains, while in front lay a steep cliff with a distant view of the city's silhouette. Master Shun led Ling Chen through a dense forest, arriving shortly at a stone wall. On the wall was a recessed area resembling a keyhole. "Take out the jade token I gave you earlier and place it here," Master Shin instructed, pointing to the indentation. Ling Chen retrieved the jade token from his ring and carefully inserted it into the slot. Instantly, a beam of light shot out from within the stone wall. Master Shun stepped through the wall first, with Ling Chen following closely behind. The jade token automatically returned to Ling Chen's hand as the light faded away. After passing through a long corridor, the space ahead opened up. A grand, ancient stone gate stood before them, flanked by 2 stone lions. Above the gate hung an intricately designed plaque engraved with the words, "Dawn Academy." Beyond the gate, a gray, stone-paved path stretched toward a sprawling complex of buildings. "This is Dawn Academy," Master Shun said, introducing the place. "Follow me. I'll take you to the assessment area." "Understood," Ling Chen replied with a nod, following Master Shun through the stone gate and along the path toward the Academy's buildings. Master Shun led Ling Chen through the buildings of Dawn Academy, heading deeper into the campus. Ling Chen followed closely, his eyes scanning his surroundings with vigilance. He was well aware that this was a place where geniuses gathered, and anyone who could gain admission here was extraordinary. Soon, the two arrived at the central square of the Academy. In the middle of the square stood a towering, jet-black stone monument, 100 meters high, gleaming with a faint, mysterious light under the sun. In one corner of the square, there was a simple wooden table and an old rocking chair that seemed to have seen better days. An elderly man with snow-white hair lay dozing in the chair, which swayed gently with the rhythm of his breathing. This is the first challenge the talent assessment, Master Shan announced, striding confidently toward the old man and slamming his hand heavily on the table. Thud. The elderly man jolted awake, his eyes darting around warily. When he recognized the visitor, a look of displeasure crossed his face. What brings you here, you old scoundrel? Old Lin, you sure have it easy. I've brought my disciple for the talent test, as arranged by Elder Mu. Oh, admissions this year already? The old man's gaze shifted to Ling Chen. Sensing the boy's pure and potent energy and the strength coursing through his well-built frame, he nodded slightly. So young, yet clearly talented. Of course. Do you even know whose disciple he is? Master Shan stroked his beard with pride. Your disciple? Also spatially gifted? Old Lin suddenly understood, pulling out a weathered registry book that recorded the names of every student since the academy's founding. After completing the registration, the old man gestured toward the stone monument. Go over there and place your hand on the stone. Let it sense your abilities. Once the test begins, the monument will emit a light. You pass if the light reaches 30 meters. Ling Chen nodded and approached the monument, pressing his right hand against its cool, smooth surface. Instantly, a golden halo enveloped him, its shimmering glow scanning him up and down. Moments later, the halo dissipated, and a golden beam of light shot upward from the base of the monument. How high do you think your disciple will reach? Old Lin asked Master Shen. My record back then was 36 meters. My disciple is a triple ability wielder, with stacked talents. 30 meters? That's a given. Master Shun replied confidently. Naturally. It's been years since anyone failed the first challenge, Old Lin muttered, rolling his eyes. The highest record for the talent monument is 66 meters, set by that person back in the day. He's still alive. Master Shun interrupted curtly, clearly unwilling to elaborate. The two men turned their attention back to the golden beam, watching as it climbed higher and higher. 30 meters, 40 meters, 50 meters. It continued to rise until it finally stopped at an astonishing 99 meters. The golden glow on the stone steel did not diminish but grew even brighter, becoming increasingly dazzling. The two elders stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with disbelief. By all logic, the height of the steel should only reach 99 meters. Yet at this moment, the brilliance intensified even after reaching its peak, signifying that Ling Chen's talent far surpassed the 90 nanometer limit. As the radiance gradually faded, Ling Chen's figure reappeared before the two elders. He slowly opened his eyes. Congratulations on passing the first talent test. Elder Lin suppressed the shock in his heart and spoke with a smile. You have qualified to move on to the second test. I hope you continue to excel. Thank you, senior. Ling Chen bowed respectfully to the two elders, who nodded in satisfaction in return. Suddenly, Elder Lin seemed to recall something. Raising his right hand, he extended his middle and index fingers while silently chanting an incantation. Waves of energy transmitted his message far and wide. At that very moment, in the elders' meeting room where discussions about the beast battlefield were underway, all the elders simultaneously received the transmission. Ling Chen, talent of 99 meters. 99 meters? Who is this Ling Chen? A newly recruited student this year? The elders were stunned. Sitting nearby, Elder Mu smiled and explained. Ling Chen is this year's champion of the national high school competition. He possesses triple abilities, lightning, fire, and space. I personally invited him to join. The meeting room fell into a heavy silence, as everyone was overwhelmed by the news. Triple abilities? And only 18 years old. His potential is limitless. Our academy has truly welcomed a prodigy this time. His aptitude might surpass all students in our history. One elder suggested, since he has passed the first test, why don't we go observe the second test? The others agreed unanimously and proceeded to the training hall. As they arrived at the testing platform, they saw Ling Chen being led onto the stage by the two elders. The second test evaluates energy reserves and physical constitution. The elders fixed their eyes on Ling Chen, but they found themselves unable to discern his exact cultivation level or strength. They could only sense the boundless, ocean-deep aura emanating from him. After confirming that Ling Chen's bone age was indeed 18, the second test officially began. The first part was the energy test, which measured not only cultivation level, but also the purity and total volume of energy. Ling Chen's cultivation had already advanced from bronze level 5 stars during the competition to 7 stars. Ling Chen, please channel your energy into this crystal orb, Elder Lin instructed, pointing to the crystal orb on the testing platform, which was accompanied by a crystal screen behind it. Ling Chen nodded and complied, directing his energy into the crystal orb. Buzz. The crystal orb suddenly emitted a dazzling glow, and the crystal screen displayed the results. Energy level, bronze 7 stars. Total energy, 26,662. Purity, 97. The astonishing data left everyone present utterly speechless. Ling Chen was likely the youngest of this year's senior high school students and had only awakened his abilities a little over a month ago. At the testing site, the elders observed the young man before them, their eyes gleaming with amazement. Such pure elemental energy clearly indicated that Ling Chen's foundation was extraordinarily solid. This was precisely the reason they had founded Dawn Academy to nurture prodigies like Ling Chen. Ling Chen, the elemental energy test is complete, Elder Lin said with a smile. Next is the physical aptitude test. First, strike the testing device with your raw strength. Then, use your ability to deliver your most powerful attack. Ling Chen nodded in agreement and stepped up to the testing device, taking a deep breath. Clenching his fists tightly, he swung forward with all his might. With a loud boom, the device emitted a heavy sound, and arcs of electricity formed contracting circles across its surface. Finally, a number appeared on the display: 15,135. 15,135 kilograms? The elders collectively gasped. This level of physical strength is comparable to a platinum 1-star. Such talent is exceedingly rare in the entire academy. Ling Chen remained calm and composed as he prepared for his strongest strike. Threefold Thunder God Art, he softly declared. Instantly, the power of thunder enveloped his body, his elemental energy surging to silver 4-star, while his physical strength reached platinum 4-star. A secret technique? This boy must have had a fortuitous encounter, the elders whispered among themselves. Enhance. Ling Chen pushed his limits further, his physical strength breaking through to platinum 6-star. Then, unleashing a newly mastered technique, he summoned spatial tremors. A silver glow surrounded him as the formidable force of spatial vibrations condensed around his fist. Boom. The testing device displayed 23,927. Heaven blesses us, the elders exclaimed in awe. This young man is destined to become a sage one day. After Elder Lin announced that Ling Chen had passed the second trial, the head elder spoke with satisfaction. The third trial is a comprehensive assessment, but with your performance, there's no need to worry. After the college entrance exams, report directly to the academy. Xiao Shun, take your disciple on a proper tour. As Master Shun led Ling Chen around the campus, Ling Chen noticed how eerily quiet the grounds were and couldn't help but ask why. Master Shun explained that in the past 40 years, Dawn Academy had only admitted a little over 200 students, with the requirement that they must reach the Nation Defender level within 10 years to graduate. So far, only a little over 20 had successfully graduated, and currently, the Academy had only 19 enrolled students. Why is the graduation rate so low? Ling Chen asked, puzzled. Master Shun's expression turned somber. Because they died in battle. Hearing those words, Ling Chen's body visibly trembled. Master Shun fixed his gaze on him, a deep sense of reminiscence flashing through his eyes. Do you know the original purpose behind the establishment of Dawn Academy? Ling Chen shook his head. I've never even heard of it. The purpose of founding Dawn Academy was to protect this land, to safeguard the entirety of Blue Star, Master Shen said, his tone growing uncharacteristically serious. In truth, the power of the beasts far surpasses that of humanity. Then why? Ling Chen began, confusion evident in his voice. It was the sacrifice of countless brave predecessors that made it possible. Master Shun's voice carried profound sorrow. They gave their lives to protect the land of Huaxia, willing to die 1,000 deaths if necessary. Dawn Academy was initially founded by the first group of great warriors who survived the battlefield. During the fight against the invading beasts, they deeply understood the importance of peak combat power, which led to the creation of this academy exclusively for the gifted. The first group of survivors? Ling Chen asked, astonished. That's right. Each of them had reached the Saint Realm. Ling Chen's heartbeat quickened involuntarily. It was only now that he began to grasp the true nature of the institution he had joined. Master Shun continued his explanation. Every student at Dawn Academy is extraordinarily talented, but talent alone is far from enough. They must undergo constant combat training to reach the pinnacle. Here, out of the 365 days in a year, more than 300 are spent fighting beasts on the front lines. His voice grew hoarse as he added, and in the process, the majority of the students fall in battle. Ling Chen nodded silently, a growing sense of purpose welling up within him. So, the very essence of Dawn Academy is to protect Blue Star, Master Shun declared with solemnity. Now that I've shared this secret with you, I hope you will remember your mission and defend this land. Ling Chen clenched his fists tightly, his expression resolute. Rest assured, I will give it my all. Good. Hearing that puts my mind at ease, Master Shun said with relief. Then, as if remembering something, he added, there's one more thing you must understand. What is it? Your identity, Master Shun said gravely, his eyes locking onto Ling Chen's. The founding purpose of Dawn Academy must never be disclosed. This concerns the safety of the entire Blue Star. If outsiders were to discover it, you would undoubtedly become a target for all. I understand. Very well. Let me show you around first, and then we'll head to the administrative building to get you a temporary identification badge. After the college entrance exams, you'll officially enroll. Ling Chen nodded in agreement and quietly followed Master Shun through the cluster of buildings, heading toward the central oval-shaped administrative building. Along the way, Master Shin gave a detailed introduction to the surrounding facilities, and Ling Chen listened attentively to every detail. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the towering four-story structure that resembled a giant eggshell. Passing through the deserted first-floor lobby, the two of them went straight up to the second floor and entered a spacious office. In the office, there was a desk accompanied by a few armchairs and a coffee table. An old man was hunched over the computer on the desk, engrossed in the screen, occasionally letting out a sly chuckle. Old Su, make a temporary identity badge for my disciple. Shun Shi's voice suddenly rang out, startling the old man so much that he flinched in surprise, his focus on his studies completely disrupted. You old geezer, can't you knock before coming in? Old Su turned around in irritation, hurriedly closing the educational website on his computer screen. He glanced at Ling Chen and asked succinctly, "Name?" Ling Chen. Old Su's hand traced a few intricate patterns in the air, causing a strange ripple to form. A transparent crystal stone rose from his palm, hovering midair and emitting a dazzling glow. With his right hand, he inscribed the characters Ling Chen in the air, and the crystal stone transformed into a beam of light that landed in Ling Chen's hand. This is your temporary identity badge, Old Su said. Ling Chen carefully examined the badge in his hand, a pure white crystal engraved with intricate patterns, with the ancient characters for Ling Chen etched on the back. This badge is no ordinary item, Old Su said with a serious tone. Our Dawn Academy is protected by a barrier array. Without a teacher's identity jade, you'll need this badge to enter and exit. Once you infuse it with source energy, it will guide you to the academy. Outside, it can also serve as proof of identity. But remember, if you're alive, the badge must be with you. Thank you, senior. Ling Chen expressed his gratitude, hesitating for a moment before asking, by the way, is there tuition? Tuition? Shun Shi chuckled. You misunderstand Dawn Academy. Not only do we not charge tuition, but we also provide an annual scholarship of 100,000 spirit stones. Hearing 100,000 spirit stones, Ling Chen's eyes lit up. For someone about to deplete his savings, this was undoubtedly a fortune. All right, let me take you back. After the college entrance exams, you can come back to enroll. Shun Shi patted Ling Chen on the shoulder. After bowing to Old Su, Ling Chen followed Shun Shi back the way they came. Passing through the corridor and returning to the dense forest, he couldn't resist reaching out to touch the mystical stone wall. The cold sensation under his fingertips made him marvel at the intricacies of the array. Before he could ponder further, Shun Shi grabbed him, tore open a spatial rift, and stepped through it in an instant, vanishing from sight. In Tianan City, within the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Zhu Li has brought another group of respected elders to the gate, requesting an audience. Zhang Jie reported to the middle-aged man who was deep in thought. Lately, rumors have been spreading outside the city that martial artists have repeatedly found sheepskin scrolls in the stomachs of beasts. These scrolls bear 8 bold characters clearly written. The Zhu family shall rise, Zhu Li as City Lord. It should have been dismissed as an absurd tale after all. Under the governance of the current City Lord Yi, Tianan City has remained stable and prosperous. Even the occasional minor beast tides have been handled efficiently. As for Zhu Li, the deputy City Lord, he is nothing more than a greedy, indulgent glutton who spends his days drowning in wine and lust. However, some highly respected elders have come to believe in this so-called mandate of heaven. Bound by their rigid, traditional mindset, they see fate as unchangeable. Moreover, Zhu Li has long since won their favor by lavishing them with wealth and rare treasures. Let them in, City Lord Yi said, rubbing his temples. Moments later, a corpulent man with a fleshy face entered the hall. His bulky frame clashed awkwardly with the sharp energy exuded by the long sword hanging at his waist. Following him were several elderly men with white hair. City Lord Yi, this is the sheepskin scroll I retrieved from the corpse of a beast. Please take a look. Zhu Li presented the scroll. I've seen through these petty tricks long ago. City Lord Yi scoffed coldly. City Lord, you must be mistaken. This is heaven's decree. Zhu Li feigned surprise. Would you dare defy the will of the heavens? The will of the heavens? City Lord Yi laughed heartily. Zhu Li, you and I both know the truth behind these schemes. Why bother pretending? Emphasizing the word deputy, he continued, Deputy City Lord Zhu, do you realize the consequences of your actions? Zhu Li finally dropped the pretense. I came here today to demand your abdication. Surely, the situation is clear enough by now? City Lord Yes' face darkened with fury. Zhu Li, are you trying to rebel? Even if you truly were the chosen one, I would never relinquish my position. In that case, Zhu Li sneered and clapped his hands twice. In an instant, 3 agile elders, accompanied by dozens of black-clad figures, stormed into the hall. Zhu Li turned to the elders behind him. Gentlemen, I'll have to rely on your support for this matter. The elders nodded in agreement. City Lord Yi, I'll give you one last chance, Zhu Li threatened. Never. City Lord Yi refused without hesitation. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. Zhu Li waved his hand. Seize him. At his command, the 3 elders lunged towards City Lord Yi. The overwhelming aura of the 3 elders filled the air. Among them, 2 were at Platinum 1-star level, while 1 had reached the formidable strength of Platinum 4-star. You think you can capture me with just this? City Lord Yi sneered coldly, unleashing a surge of immense energy that collided heat-in with the aura of the 3 elders. What? The elders exclaimed in shock. They hadn't anticipated that City Lord Yi had already advanced to Platinum 4-star. Caught off guard, they were forced back several steps by the sheer force of his power. Zhang Jie led the golden level guards of the City Lord's mansion forward, forming a standoff against the black-clad attackers outside. City Lord Yi frowned deeply, realizing that this prolonged confrontation was unfavorable for him. Zhang Jie, go seek help from the senior we met last time. City Lord Yi instructed via Yuan energy transmission. Taking advantage of the chaotic battle, Zhang Jie whispered a few words to his deputy and quietly slipped away. Meanwhile, outside Tianan City, Shen Shi was preparing to leave. He reminded Ling Chen to ensure he joined Dawn Academy after his college entrance exams, promising to personally guide him. After watching Shen Shi disappear into a spatial rift, Ling Chen turned and headed home. Just as Ling Chen reached the apartment building, he encountered Zhang Jie, who had visited previously. Hello, Ling Chen. I'm Zhang Jie, a guard from the City Lord's mansion. I visited your master before. Could you please ask him to come and help? Zhang Jie asked politely, unaware that the person standing before him, whom he referred to as master, was actually Ling Chen himself, as Ling Chen had been masked during their previous encounter. What's the matter? Ling Chen asked directly. Zhang Jie quickly explained the situation. Vice City Lord Zhu Li has rebelled and is attempting to seize the City Lord's position. Ling Chen immediately recalled the parchment he had once found in the belly of a beast. What's their strength? 2 at Platinum 1-star and 1 at Platinum 4-star. The rest are all golden level. Let's go. I'll go with you. Ling Chen, confident in his abilities, decided to head to the City Lord's mansion without hesitation. Wait, Ling Chen, you can't. Zhang Jie tried to stop him, believing that Ling Chen, who had only competed in the national tournament against bronze-level opponents, was no match for platinum-level enemies. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the battle was brutal. The bodies of guards and black-clad attackers lay scattered on the ground. The City Lord, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, was on the verge of collapse. Ling Chen, leave now, the City Lord shouted urgently upon seeing the young prodigy appear. Ling Chen, however, smiled calmly. He retrieved a healing pill from his ring and slipped it into the City Lord's mouth. City Lord, weren't you the one who asked Uncle Zhang Jie to find me? Ignoring the City Lord's stunned expression, Ling Chen turned to face the 3 platinum-level powerhouses. In a steady voice, he declared, from now on, your opponent is me. Where did this little brat come from? The 3 platinum-ranked elders sneered as they sized up the young man before them, their eyes filled with disdain. With your mere bronze-level strength, you think you're worthy of challenging us? Oh, really? Let's find out. Ling Chen shrugged with a casual smile. With a wave of his right hand, a crimson flame ignited in his palm. In a flash, his figure darted forward, aiming straight for the strongest of the 3. Blazing flame palm, the elder bellowed, his movements swift as lightning. A layer of pale blue frost formed on his palm as he struck directly at Ling Chen's chest. Frozen realm. Victory seemed certain in the elder's eyes, but just as their attacks were about to collide, Ling Chen's figure abruptly vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared behind another elder. With a thunderous sound, Ling Chen delivered a powerful punch straight to the elder's back. The elder had no time to react as his body was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into the wall and spitting blood upon impact. Impossible. The remaining 2 elders were stunned. One of them quickly summoned an energy armor to cover his body. Ling Chen's punch landed on the armor, causing the elder to stagger back 3 steps, but leaving him otherwise unharmed. Hey kid, is that all you've got? The elder's smug grin had barely formed when Ling Chen spread his hands, calmly chanting, threefold thunder god technique. In an instant, the power of thunder surged through Ling Chen's body, his aura climbing rapidly until it reached the peak of silver rank, 4-star. Cracking his knuckles, he smirked before launching himself at the elder like a cannonball. With a single punch, the energy armor shattered into pieces. Before the elder could recover from his shock, Ling Chen struck again, his fist slamming into the elder's head. Without giving him a chance to react, Ling Chen followed up with another punch to his chest, shattering his ribs. Blood spurted from the elder's mouth as he collapsed heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. You brat, you're courting death. The last four-star elder roared in fury, conjuring 2 blocks of ice in his hands and hurling them at Ling Chen while charging forward with blinding speed. As the icy projectiles hurtled toward him, Ling Chen raised an eyebrow. With a swift motion of his right hand, he caught one of the flying ice blocks effortlessly in his palm. Not bad, but your ice skills might not be enough to handle this. As soon as Ling Chen finished speaking, his wrist flicked sharply. The block of ice before him suddenly shattered, emitting a piercing screech. Countless tiny shards of ice sparkled coldly in the air, and, with a wave of his right hand, shot toward the elder like a rain of arrows. The elder's face changed drastically. In a panic, he summoned a sky-blue ice shield before him. However, in the blink of an eye, Ling Chen's figure vanished from where he stood. In the next moment, he reappeared silently behind the elder, an icy blade gleaming chillingly in his hand. The blade lightly pressed against the elder's neck. With a soft slicing sound, the icy blade sank into the elder's neck. The elder's pupils contracted sharply, his body stiffened, and the ice shield he had conjured dissipated slowly. His lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The entire battle, from start to finish, had lasted no more than 3 minutes. Lord Yi, standing to the side, watched the scene unfold with wide eyes and a stunned expression. Although he knew the opponent had already expended much of his energy and had underestimated his enemy, the fact that a young man could defeat 3 platinum-level warriors in just 3 minutes was beyond his comprehension. Lord Yi. After finishing off his opponent, Ling Chen quickly returned to the city lord's side, clasping his hands respectfully. No need for formalities, young man. We owe you a great debt. Lord Yi, I'll leave this one to you. Ling Chen pointed to a chubby man in the corner, who was attempting to sneak away. Without a word, Lord Ye's sword flew through the air, striking the man's back with precision and pinning him in place. Deputy Lord Zhu, where do you think you're going? Lord Yi approached with a cold smile. Zhu Li trembled uncontrollably, a chill running from his tailbone to the top of his head. City Lord, you are wise and mighty. This position rightfully belongs to you. I'm nothing but a fool. Please spare me. Zhu Li prostrated himself on the ground, pleading for mercy. Guards, take the deputy lord to the dungeon and make sure he's well taken care of. At Lord Ye's command, the guards immediately escorted Zhu Li away. Later, Lord Yi invited Ling Chen to the orchid pavilion in the rear garden. Raising a cup in gratitude, he said, "Young friend Ling Chen, if not for your help today, my Yi family might not have survived this calamity." It was nothing worth mentioning, Ling Chen replied, downing his drink in one gulp. Lord Yi glanced around and lowered his voice. "Young friend Ling Chen, I hear you've received an invitation from Dawn Academy?" "Yes, that's true," Ling Chen nodded. This was public knowledge after the recent competition, so there was no need to conceal it. "I heard that Dawn Academy only accepts geniuses, and every graduate from there is destined for greatness," said City Lord Yi, his eyes gleaming with respect and his tone sincere. Suddenly, he stood up, bowing deeply to Ling Chen with great solemnity. "Young friend Ling Chen, I have an audacious request to make. Go ahead. I wish to follow you, and from now on, I will serve you with unwavering loyalty." City Lord Ye's gaze was filled with determination. "Follow me." Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback, his eyes glancing at the system's displayed information. Yi Zhenxian, Platinum level, 4 stars. 1234550000000 loyalty, 85. His loyalty is quite high. It seems genuine, Ling Chen thought. He nodded with a smile. "Since City Lord Yi has made up his mind, then follow me. As long as you remain loyal, your future will be bright. Then allow me to thank my lord in advance." Yi Zhantian quickly corrected himself, his expression full of respect. It wasn't just out of gratitude for being saved, but also because of Ling Chen's extraordinary talent, which hinted at a limitless future. "No need for formalities. Just call me Ling Chen," Ling Chen said, motioning for him to sit down. During their subsequent conversation, Ling Chen gained a detailed understanding of Tianan City's situation. This city occupied a unique geographical position, its east side open to the vast plains leading to Hongdu, while the other 3 sides were surrounded by mountain ranges stretching for hundreds of miles. As a frontline outpost for Hongdu's settlements, Tianan City frequently faced beast-tide invasions. Fortunately, with timely support from the main city's ability user army via communication devices, coupled with the resilience and composure its residents had developed through countless battles, the city had managed to stand firm. "My lord, young Master Ling, what do you think of the city lord's mansion? From now on, it will be yours," Yi Zhantian said with a smile. "There's no need. You can continue living here," Ling Chen replied, a thoughtful look crossing his face. "Does the city lord's mansion have any underground bunkers or similar structures?" Are you perhaps planning to build an underground palace, young masterling? Exactly. I want to establish an underground kingdom dedicated to training elite warriors. This will be the starting point for our campaign against the beasts. Ling Chen's words ignited a fire in Yi Zhentian's heart. Understood, my lord. I will devote myself to transforming the underground of the city lord's mansion into a formidable palace. Only those I personally approve of should be privy to this matter, Ling Chen said cautiously. With the system at his disposal, he could ensure the reliability of every participant. Yi Zhentian had no objections, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Ling Chen and Yi Zhentian spent an entire day discussing and refining every detail of their plan. Young Master Ling, there's one more thing I'd like to ask, City Lord Yi spoke hesitantly. Go ahead, Ling Chen replied with a smile, gesturing for him to continue. What scale does the master plan to build Tianan City to? Yi Zhentian asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Although the current plan was limited to constructing an underground kingdom as the headquarters, he firmly believed that the above-ground Tianan City would eventually expand. Dawn City. Not bad, right? Ling Chen replied casually. This simple answer struck Yi Zhentian like a bolt of lightning. Dawn City? This ambitious goal left him breathless, his eyes fixed on Ling Chen, filled with excitement and awe. He had never imagined he would one day be part of elevating Tianan City to the level of Dawn City. All right, I'll leave it to you for now. Once you've selected the right people, inform me. I hope to complete the underground kingdom before the college entrance exams, Ling Chen said before turning and walking away. Watching Ling Chen's departing figure, City Lord Yi clenched his fists, silently thinking to himself, this time, it seems I've truly made the right bet. Without delay, he hurried to arrange the tasks Ling Chen had assigned. When Ling Chen returned home, his two younger sisters were curled up on the couch watching TV, each holding a bag of chips. Big brother, you're back? How was the assessment? Ling Shi asked without turning her head, her eyes still glued to the screen. With your brother's talent, how could I possibly fail? Ling Chen replied confidently, sitting down beside his sisters. Ugh, narcissist, Ling Shi retorted, rolling her eyes. Ling chuckled softly beside her. It's been a while since I've had a taste of my sister's cooking. Looks like I'm in for a treat today, Ling Chen teased. Oomph. Now you know how great this chef's skills are, Ling Shi said proudly, putting down her chips and striding toward the kitchen with her head held high. Ling Chen and Ling exchanged amused smiles. As the three of them were enjoying dinner together, a knock came at the door. When Ling Shi opened it, she found Aunt Lin standing there, holding a basket of fruit. Aunt Lin, would you like to join us for dinner? Ling Shi asked warmly. No, thank you. I just came to say goodbye. I'm leaving, Aunt Lin said softly. Where are you going, Aunt Lin? Ling Shi asked, startled. Aunt Lin simply shook her head and left a parting remark. We'll meet again someday. Then she turned and walked away. Ling Chen and Ling Shi exchanged puzzled glances, both sensing the confusion in each other's eyes. Big brother, what's going on with Aunt Lin? Ling Shi asked, bewildered. Ling Chen fell silent, lost in thought. A vague suspicion arose in his mind. Perhaps this had something to do with their father, the man they had never met. At the heavily guarded gates of Dawn City, a military base, a woman dressed in a blue military uniform and wearing a dark green beret walked steadily toward the entrance. The gate guards immediately raised their hands to stop her, but as she retrieved a blood-red token engraved with the number 9 from her chest, the soldiers straightened up, saluted her, and stepped aside to let her pass. Inside the base, her presence drew many curious glances. In this predominantly male military compound, the sight of a woman was indeed striking. She navigated through the layers of checkpoints with ease and finally stopped in front of an office door. After 3 knocks, the sound of a low, raspy voice came from inside. Come in. As she entered, she was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man seated behind a desk. He wore a long white robe, his pale face exuding a quiet yet commanding strength. What stood out the most were his deep, ocean-like eyes, which seemed to pierce through everything. Linny, you're back? You've worked hard all these years, the man said, his gaze softening as it rested on her. If Ling Chen and his sibling were here, they would immediately recognize this person as Ling Chen. It's nothing. It's what I should do. How have you been, young master, over the years? Linny inquired. I'm managing. Just the same old ailments, the man replied, stifling a few coughs into a handkerchief. Young master, about the young lord, the fledgling must leave the nest to spread its wings and soar, the man interrupted firmly, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. When the young eagle takes flight, that will be the day we set the plan in motion. As they spoke, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. A middle-aged man in a meticulously pressed military uniform entered upon being granted entry. He hesitated slightly upon seeing Linny present. The man behind the desk gestured. Longjio, report back to the Long Squad. Yes, Commander. Linny executed a crisp salute and left the room without delay. Commander, urgent report from the frontlinist Beast Tide is launching a massive assault, the middle-aged officer reported anxiously. Their numbers have reached tens of millions, and it's suspected that a supreme-level beast is leading them. The commander fell into a brief silence. In this world, while Saint-level warriors possessed extraordinary power, their prolonged recovery periods after every battle often kept them in a delicate balance with the Saint-level beasts. As a result, supreme-level beings were the most formidable forces on the battlefield. Notify the Dragonhawk Corps to dispatch 20,000 troops for immediate support across the front lines. Also, inform the Long Squad to prepare for combat at a moment's notice. Deploy an additional 100,000 high-ranking ability users to reinforce the front. The commander swiftly issued a series of directives, demonstrating his characteristic decisiveness. Yes, sir. The man in military uniform responded promptly and left the office in haste. As he strode forward, he decisively issued a series of commands. Contact the Dragonhawk Legion immediately and deploy 20,000 troops to support the front lines at full speed. Summon the ability users from the training ground and prepare them to depart at once. Notify the Dragon Squad to ready the weapons and accompany me to the battlefield. His subordinates answered in unison, their expressions serious as they dispersed to carry out the orders. Before long, the warriors of the Dragonhawk Legion mounted their majestic eagles and sped toward the front lines. Meanwhile, in the distance, a massive beast tide was advancing steadily. With every stretch of ground they covered, more monstrous creatures joined their ranks. At the center of the tide stood a colossal demonic tiger, towering 5 to 6 meters tall, exuding an overwhelming presence. The surrounding beasts prostrated themselves in reverence. This was the commander of the Beast Tide, the Beast King. Kneeling on one knee before the Beast King, a demon general clad in black armor reported, Your Majesty, the human defense line is 100 kilometers ahead. The Beast King's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he surveyed the surroundings and commanded in a deep voice, Halt the army's advance. The beasts responded in unison. Take 30 beasts to scout the path. The rest shall rest and prepare for tomorrow's attack. The demon general obeyed and quickly selected 30 beasts from the horde, leading them toward the human front lines without delay. In Tianan City, a few days after Aunt Lin's departure, Ling Chen had been diligently training at home, not neglecting his daily lottery draws. The system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden wound medicine, capable of healing old injuries. Ling Chen stored the medicine away, stretched, and decided to visit his school. Returning to campus after a month, Ling Chen was filled with emotion. As he stepped into the classroom, he saw his classmates engrossed in practicing martial techniques, preparing for the upcoming college entrance exams. The moment they noticed Ling Chen, the room erupted into enthusiastic applause. His title as the national competitions champion had made him the center of attention. Yikong reminded him, Brother Chen, the principal asked to see you as soon as you arrived. Ling Chen nodded, stood up, and headed to the principal's office. Come in, a hoarse voice called from inside. Ling Chen pushed the door open and was greeted by Principal Dong's warm smile, who gestured for him to take a seat. Ah, Xiao Chun, I've already heard the wonderful news about the national competition. First of all, congratulations on taking first place, and thank you for bringing honor to our school. Ling Chen humbly replied, It was nothing, really. It was simply my duty. You're such a good kid. You've always been one of my most valued students. Principal Dong said with a kind smile, sitting behind his desk and looking warmly at Ling Chen. Please go ahead, Principal Dong. Ling Chen replied with a knowing expression, already guessing the direction of the conversation. Clearing his throat, Principal Dong's eyes sparkled with expectation. Ling Chen, since you took first place in the national competition, I'm sure many martial arts universities have approached you for early enrollment. Well, I was hoping you could represent our high school in the college entrance exams. Oh, well? Ling Chen feigned a conflicted expression. Student Ling, you've worked so hard lately. The school is prepared to offer 100 million. All right, I agree. Ling Chen interrupted decisively, cutting off the principal mid-sentence. As a student of this school, it's my duty to bring honor to it. Of course, Principal, don't forget to transfer the money to my account. Principal Dong was initially moved by Ling Chen's passionate promise, but the last line left him speechless, his face darkening. You little rascal, always full of tricks. He sighed helplessly and nodded. Internally, Ling Chen was thrilled. He had already planned to take the college entrance exams, and now had effortlessly earned 100 million. But on second thought, he mused, 100 million, converted into spiritual stones, that's just a few dozen? Is that kind of low? By the way, Principal, I need to take some time off. Ling Chen suddenly clutched his chest dramatically, pretending to be weak. The competition left me covered in injuries. I need a couple of days to recover. Principal Dong, who had been leisurely sipping tea, nearly spit it out when he heard Ling Chen's next words. Just give me leave until the day before the exams. Though taken aback by the audacious request, Principal Dong, considering Ling Chen's current strength, eventually nodded in agreement. As he left the office, Ling Chen smirked triumphantly. Earning 100 million for free feels amazing. Back in the classroom, his classmates gathered around him again. When school ended and Ling Chen watched his classmates leave in small groups, he sighed theatrically. The bonds aren't what they used to be. Nothing beats a home-cooked meal. Yikong slung an arm around his shoulder and asked, Brother Chen, what's the plan next? I'm heading out of town to train for a month. Good luck, Brother Chen. With a carefree wave, Ling Chen rested his hands behind his head and walked off into the sunset. That evening, back at home after dinner, Ling Chen turned to his two younger sisters. My dear sisters, your brother is heading out for a while. Got it, just come back soon. Ling Shi waved him off nonchalantly, seemingly unbothered by his departure now that she had Ling Ling for company. Stay safe, Ling Ling said with a cheerful smile. Ling Chen reached out and ruffled both their hair before heading into his room. 789. Ling Chen called softly in his mind. As soon as the words left his thoughts, a pitch-black spatial vortex tore open before him, and a man clad in black combat attire stepped out. It was none other than 789. He immediately dropped to one knee and said respectfully, My lord, how did it go? Ling Chen asked directly. Reporting to you, my lord, the Shadow Organization is in the process of being established. The initial reconnaissance efforts are all being personally handled by us, and our members are now spread across the 8 major settlements. 789 replied in a cold tone, though a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Very good. What's the situation in Dawn City? Dawn City is currently under lockdown, making entry impossible. According to our informants, tens of thousands of troops have already been dispatched to the front lines of the Beast battlefield. It seems something significant is happening at the front lines, Ling Chen murmured, stroking his chin in thought. Gather the rest of the shadow assassins. We're heading to the front lines as well. With his spatial abilities and stealth skills, he was confident their movements would remain undetected. Understood. 789 responded, vanishing into the shadows. Ling Chen stood up, stretching his limbs, and gazed out the window as he whispered, Let's hope everything goes smoothly. In the next instant, his figure disappeared into the night. Moments later, he reappeared in a clearing within the forest outside the city. Dozens of black-clad, masked shadow assassins stood concealed among the moonlit shadows of the trees, their presence as silent as ghosts. Greetings, my lord, they called out in unison. Ling Chen scrutinized them, noticing that every single one of these assassins had reached the pinnacle of the golden rank 6-star level. Surprised, he remarked, It's only been a few days, and your strength has improved so rapidly? My lord, I arranged for them to train in the wilderness during their downtime, 789 explained. Good. Let's set out. Train as we go. With Ling Chen's command, the dozens of shadow assassins vanished into the forest in an instant, and he followed closely behind, speeding toward the front lines. 3 days later, the group finally arrived at the battlefield. The continuous training along the way had elevated Ling Chen's strength to the peak of bronze rank 9-star, just a step away from silver rank. His physical prowess now rivaled that of a platinum rank 3-star. In the distance, a towering, majestic pass stood firm on the path the beasts were taking. Beast Suppression Pass. The sounds of fierce combat echoed from beyond the pass, the roars of beasts and the shouts of humans intertwining in a chaotic symphony. My lord, the beasts are launching a fierce assault on the pass, 789 said gravely. Let's take a look. Ling Chen led his group, melding into the shadows as they moved toward the side of the pass. There, a burly middle-aged man was locked in combat with hundreds of beasts. Wielding a massive blade nearly 5 feet long, he unleashed sharp, deadly strikes, cutting down the beasts around him. Beside him, dozens of warriors were fighting valiantly, though the casualties were severe. The wall of the pass had begun to crack under the relentless assault of the beasts, and more soldiers were being grievously injured or killed. Ling Chen's gaze darkened as he observed the blood-soaked battlefield. It dawned on him that while they trained in peace at school, these brave warriors were shedding their blood on the front lines to protect that very tranquility. Kill! With a furious roar, Ling Chen leapt into the fray like a tiger, charging at the horde of beasts. Bang! Ling Chen's fist smashed onto the head of the ferocious beast, sending it flying with an immense force. The beast crashed heavily onto the ground, letting out a dull thud before falling silent. A system notification immediately followed. Ding! Killed a gold-level beast. Experience 2000. This scene enraged the surrounding beasts, and they roared in unison, charging forward in a frenzy. The city wall was teeming with gold-level beasts, while only a few platinum-level beasts were locked in fierce combat with the human elites. As the horde of beasts closed in, shadowy assassins suddenly emerged behind Ling Chen. Their daggers moved like lightning, slicing precisely across the throats of the beasts. Blood splattered everywhere, and in less than 3 seconds, over 20 beasts lay lifeless on the ground. A group of middle-aged men watched this unfold, staring in shock at Ling Chen and the black-clad shadow assassins. "Who are you people?" one of the men asked. Ling Chen turned around and retrieved a token from his ring, displaying it briefly before putting it away. It was the emblem of the Dawn Academy, symbolizing temporary command authority on the battlefield. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in realization, and his expression immediately turned respectful. "Why are there no diamond-level beasts here?" Ling Chen asked with a frown. Logically, if stronger beasts were present, wouldn't this section of the wall have fallen easily? "Sir, the diamond-level beasts are all on the main battlefield and won't be deployed here," the man explained respectfully. With Ling Chen and his team's arrival, the morale of the warriors on the wall surged. Sword chi, flashing blades, and bursts of various elemental powers intertwined as the battle intensified. The middle-aged man swung his massive blade, cleaving the head of a platinum-level demon wolf into pieces. However, the real threat revealed itself at that moment. Below the wall, a peak platinum-level beast, the leader of the assault, suddenly rose. It let out an ear-splitting howl, its fur bristling and its skin turning a fiery red. A protrusion the size of an egg emerged on its forehead, and its body swelled rapidly to a towering height of 10 meters. Giant wings sprouted from its back, its fanged mouth exuding a foul stench, and its entire body was encased in impenetrable scales, radiating a suffocating aura of menace. Roar! A deep growl shook the air as the crimson-crested red-tailed dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a blazing red flame directly at Ling Chen and his group. "Watch out! Everyone! Defend yourselves!" Ling Chen's heart tightened at the sight. He quickly led his team to retreat. The fireball smashed into the city wall with a deafening explosion, causing the entire fortress to tremble. Thankfully, the wall's protective barrier held firm, absorbing the deadly impact. Wasting no time, Ling Chen assessed their opponent's information. Crimson-crested red-tailed dragon, platinum-tier pinnacle, capable of flame breath, fireball, reckless charge, and earth slam. Before he could think further, Ling Chen had already flashed in front of a golden-tier beast, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated it into a mist of blood. A system notification sounded in his mind. Golden tier beast slain. Experience 2000. Finally, he had accumulated enough experience. A surge of immense power coursed through his body as Ling Chen advanced to silver tier, 1 star. A faint smirk appeared on his lips as he immediately activated the third revolution Thunder God technique, his aura skyrocketing to the peak of silver tier while his physical strength surged to platinum tier, 7 stars. Enhance. With a soft command, Ling Chen's power broke through again, reaching golden tier, 2 stars, with his physical attributes climbing to the pinnacle of platinum tier. "Now, let's settle this on equal footing." Purple lightning crackled around Ling Chen as he decisively unleashed Thunder Slash, sending a crescent-shaped arc of lightning slicing toward the red-tailed dragon. The colossal dragon displayed astonishing agility, effortlessly dodging the attack before lunging at Ling Chen with razor-sharp claws tearing through the air. A glint of determination flashed in Ling Chen's eyes as he countered with a blazing fire palm. Boom! Claw and palm collided, forcing both combatants to stagger back. Ling Chen was secretly alarmed his strike, which rivaled the peak of platinum tier, had only left a shallow mark on the dragon's claws. Furious at being pushed back, the red-tailed dragon roared and spewed an even more intense burst of flames. Ling Chen swiftly formed seals to summon a fire shield, but the overwhelming force still sent him flying, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Spatial tremor. Silver light radiated from Ling Chen as he prepared his next move. In a flash, he appeared beneath the red-tailed dragon, channeling the tremor force into his fist and striking with all his might. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated across the battlefield. Boom! A heavy thud echoed as Ling Chen's fist landed squarely on the crimson-crested, red-tailed dragon's chest and abdomen. The immense force sent the massive beast staggering backward, its chest caving in instantly, leaving a deep imprint of his punch. The shockwaves of the impact had fully penetrated the creature's body. The beast let out a pained roar, its body trembling violently as its blood-red eyes locked onto Ling Chen with seething hatred. Before it could react, Ling Chen snorted coldly and unleashed a second punch. Boom! Another devastating strike sent the enormous dragon flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crushing several other beasts behind it into pulp. Ling Chen's figure flashed, and in an instant, he appeared above the red-tailed dragon, his arm crackling with blinding lightning as he struck down with his palm. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as a bolt of lightning detonated within the dragon's body. Amid its agonized wails, the colossal creature crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The people on the city wall stood in stunned silence. A young man with only silver tier strength had managed to challenge and defeat an opponent equivalent to platinum tier level 9? The middle-aged leader was utterly astonished. No wonder he's a student of Dawn Academy. A system notification sounded shortly after. Platinum level beast killed. experience 4000. Steer beast flame detected. Absorb? Without hesitation, Ling Chen chose to absorb it. A crimson flame emerged from the beast's body and flew straight into his mouth. A searing heat surged through his entire body, and the excruciating pain made him tremble as cold sweat poured down like rain. Moments later, the system confirmed his success. He had acquired an Steer fire ability. With the death of their leader, the remaining beasts scattered in all directions. But Ling Chen had no intention of letting them escape. Summoning thunderous lightning, he unleashed it upon the retreating beasts. Several massive bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, exploding amidst the fleeing horde and incapacitating a large number of them instantly. As his experience points steadily accumulated, Ling Chen's gains were substantial. Witnessing this, the guards on the city wall felt their morale soar. They raised their weapons and launched a counterattack. In no time, most of the beasts in the area were either dead or grievously injured. Only a few dozen platinum-level beasts and 100 or so gold-level ones remained, desperately attempting to retreat. Ling Chen and his team fought fiercely, cutting down the beasts as they pursued them, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Once most of the surrounding beasts had been slain, Ling Chen believed in leaving some spoils for others while taking his share. Moments later, the battlefield lay silent, devoid of any living beasts. Ling Chen strode forward and extracted an orange-yellow beast core from the corpse of the crimson-tailed dragon. The core was crystal clear and about the size of a chicken egg. He then gathered the beast cores from the other creatures he and the shadow assassins had taken down over 100 golden grade cores, each the size of a quail egg. From the collection, he carefully selected 5 elemental cores for himself and handed the rest to Jia, as the fledgling shadow organization was in dire need of resources. My lord, thank you for your assistance. A middle-aged man wielding a broadsword approached Ling Chen, clasping his fists respectfully. He then ordered his subordinates to clean up the battlefield. It was nothing, no need to thank me, Ling Chen said with a dismissive wave of his hand. Earlier, I noticed you're a student of Dawn Academy. May I have your name to record your military contributions? The man inquired politely. Ling Chen, he replied. Ling Chen? The man repeated the name, his expression shifting. So it's you. You know me? Ling Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. The man straightened up and explained, you may not be aware, but every student from Dawn Academy is registered with the Alliance Army. In critical situations, the Academy's students are authorized to temporarily act as commanders for any martial-less corps. Oh. Ling Chen's eyes lit up. This was news to him apparently, not even old Shan had mentioned it. It seemed the Academy had implemented this rule after he had arrived on the battlefield early. Does the Beast Fortress currently have a marshal? Ling Chen asked, a flicker of excitement in his gaze. Yes, Marshal Xia is stationed within the fortress, the man answered, his lips twitching slightly as if he could foresee the chaos that might ensue had the answer been no. What a pity, Ling Chen sighed, slightly disappointed. It seems things are under control here. I'll head to the front lines. With that, he leapt onto the city wall and dashed toward the main battlefield, his movements swift and fluid. A squad of shadow assassins followed closely behind, blending into the shadows. As Ling Chen disappeared into the distance, the soldiers on the wall exchanged knowing smiles. With talents like him, how could humanity not rise again? They quickly returned to their posts, maintaining their vigilant watch. Ling Chen knew that with his current strength, his impact on the main battlefield would be limited. Yet, an inner voice urged him forward. For the sake of safety and preparation, he resolved to enhance his power first. System, it's time. Let's do this. Ling Chen opened the system interface and carefully examined his attributes. Character strength, silver level 1 star. Experience points 110,000. Strength value reached 46,666, capable of bearing up to 19,999 kilograms, equivalent to platinum level 4-star combat power. His abilities were even more astonishing: God level spatial ability, SS level lightning ability, S level ice ability, and S level fire ability, with another ability rapidly approaching. He continued browsing. The talent, Emperor's Presence, highlighted his extraordinary potential, and he was a master in alchemy. In terms of techniques, he had mastered the Chaos God-slaying art, with skills including spatial abilities like Blink and Spatial Chains, lightning abilities like the 3-turn Thunder God's Secret Technique, and fire abilities such as Fiery Palm. Special skills included 10,000 swords returned to 1 and basic appraisal. In the equipment section, the Xinyuan sword remained sealed, with soul power at 199910000. The treasure City of Space had its first layer unlocked. In the pet section, he owned a super god-level Young Dragon growth phase and a god-level Ice Crystal Phoenix infant phase. The Legion information displayed 572 soldiers and 108 Legion beasts under his command. The Legion's strength was sufficient to easily capture Hill 318. He could summon the Shadow Assassin Legion once a month, with 12,345 Legion points. The Legion's enhancement stats were fully detailed. His inventory contained the Xinyuan sword, divine iron, and numerous other precious items. After reviewing everything, Ling Chen let out a deep breath and decisively upgraded twice in a row. A flash of white light passed, and his level instantly advanced to silver level 3-star. As a quad-element ability user, he clearly felt that the source energy he gained with each upgrade was 4 times that of an average person. Suddenly, he remembered the all-skill exclusive skill card in his inventory and decided to use it immediately. The system matched 4 god-level skills: Sea of Flames, Ice Armor, Thunder God Fist, and Dimensional Slash. Among them, Sea of Flames could summon a fiery sea within a specific area for continuous damage, while Ice Armor enhanced both physical and magical defense levels. The Thunder God's Fist, with arms infused with the power of lightning, unleashed a punch that stirred a terrifying vortex of energy in the air. The Dimensional Slash, with a mere flick of the sword's edge, could send an invisible arc of energy slicing through the void, harnessing the power of space to strike down foes. The overwhelming strength of these 4 godder skills left Ling Chen in awe. More importantly, he understood that such rare skills were nearly impossible to come by. With these 4 skills in his arsenal, Ling Chen experienced a qualitative leap in power. He now had the confidence to take on a diamond-level expert without external aid. However, as he gazed at the still-sealed Xinyuan sword, he frowned at it would take 8,000 soul energy to unlock the first layer of the seal. Nonetheless, with the impending beast tide, that amount of soul energy seemed within easy reach. When Ling Chen and his companions arrived at the front lines, the scene before them was suffocating. The mountains and plains were teeming with an endless horde of beasts, stretching beyond the horizon. Tens of thousands of ability users were locked in a brutal battle against the beasts, recklessly unleashing their powers to blast some beasts away. Yet, even more beasts surged forward like a relentless tide. The battlefield was littered with severed limbs and remains, blood pooling into streams. Ling Chen's expression darkened as he realized that these suicidal beast charges were composed mostly of gold-tier creatures mere cannon fodder meant to drain human resources. The true elite forces of the beasts were still waiting in the rear. The human commanders had clearly seen through this strategy, keeping their strongest fighters in reserve for the decisive clash. At that moment, an elderly voice rang out beside Ling Chen. Turning, he saw an old man with a head full of white hair. When the elder introduced himself as Fengguzi, Ling Chen felt no recognition. However, when the man revealed that he was the headmaster of Dawn Academy, Ling Chen was stunned. Just as Ling Chen was about to ask why the headmaster was not joining the fight, the old man sighed and interrupted him. If I intervene, it would signify an all-out war between humanity and the beasts. Humanity is not yet strong enough for that. After speaking, the elder glanced at Ling Chen's subordinates and left him with the advice: nurture them well, before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the sky. Ling Chen stood in place for a long time, lost in thought. His heart was heavy with emotion. A powerful figure like this, unable to fight to protect humanity, must feel like his heart was being torn apart as he watched his people perish on the battlefield. No matter what, you are a hero to humanity, Ling Chen murmured to himself. Turning back to the battlefield, a grim and brutal scene unfolded before his eyes. Countless beasts surged toward Zhenshu Pass like a relentless tide. Although the human warriors fought valiantly, cutting down wave after wave of the monstrous creatures, even more continued to charge forward without hesitation. A savage and bloody battle raged across the land, staining the vast ground with crimson. The carnage was devastating. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers perished on the battlefield, and the human losses were staggering. While the beasts had the advantage in numbers, they paid a heavy price, with millions of their kind falling in the fray. In terms of individual strength, human warriors were indeed superior to the beasts of the same level, but the beast commanders seemed confident, intending to wear down the human strength over time. On the city wall, over a dozen generals in military uniforms surrounded Marshal Xiafeng. Though they carried an air of authority and valor, their faces were marked with grief. These generals had followed Marshal Xia for years and trusted his judgment, but watching their comrades fall one after another left their hearts heavy with sorrow. Marshal Xia, give the order. Let the brothers join the fight, one general exclaimed passionately. I cannot send you to your deaths. Xiafeng shook his head. If Zhenshu Pass falls, the beast army will sweep through unimpeded, and the consequences will be unimaginable. Are we just supposed to give up? We've already lost so many brothers. How can you bear to watch more sacrifices? The generals demanded angrily. Xiafeng responded in a resolute voice. Divide the Dragonhawk Legion into 3 groups and send them to the battlefield in rotation. Their mobility will allow them to fight and rest alternately. A glimmer of hope appeared in the eyes of the generals, though they knew it was a small consolation in the face of overwhelming odds. As he gazed at the battlefield, a relentless slaughterhouse, Ling Chen finally made up his mind. Damn it, let's go together. With a light step, he vanished and reappeared amidst the chaos. In a battle involving hundreds of thousands, the addition of their small group of fighters seemed insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. Kill! Ling Chen roared, wielding the Xinyuan sword, cutting down several beasts in a single strike. A system notification immediately sounded. Golden tier beast slain. Experience 500. When he noticed the reduced experience gain, the system explained that it was adjusted based on the disparity in power levels. Ling Chen unleashed his Thunder Flash technique, moving like a phantom across the battlefield. Each swing of his sword felled dozens of beasts. The surrounding warriors were astonished to see him, with his silver-tier strength, effortlessly slaying golden-tier beasts. Meanwhile, the shadow assassins darted through the battlefield, their blades harvesting the lives of the beasts. Amid the spray of blood, Ling Chen's relentless sword strikes continued to cut down wave after wave of monsters, leaving the battlefield awash in blood. Ling Chen moved like a reaper in a wheat field, clearing the entire area single-handedly. The battle raged on for a long time as he wielded the Xinyuan sword, each swing claiming the life of a beast. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. The surrounding beasts scattered as if receiving a command, creating a path. From the shadows emerged a colossal creature, standing 2 meters tall. Its body was covered in blue-green scales, its blood-red eyes burning with violent intent, and its thick tail thrashed against the ground with force. A diamond-grade beast. Ling Chen's brows furrowed, his expression turning grim. It seemed the enemy could no longer stay idle. A terrifying, oppressive energy erupted from the diamond-grade beast. Its gaze locked onto Ling Chen with a menacing roar. In the next instant, it transformed into a streak of blue lightning, charging at him with incredible speed. Ling Chen flicked his wrist, raising the Xinyuan sword to meet the attack. The blade clashed with the beast's tail, producing a resonant hum. The immense force traveled up his arm, forcing him back dozens of steps, leaving his arm numb. What incredible strength! Ling Chen muttered, glancing at the accumulated 60,000 experience points. Without hesitation, he chose to level up. A surge of warmth coursed through his body as his power instantly broke through to silver grade, 4-star. He then enhanced his Thunder God Art to its 3rd level. At this moment, Ling Chen's energy realm had reached gold grade, 4-star, with a total energy reserve comparable to the peak of platinum grade. His physical capabilities, however, were now at diamond grade, 4-star. Activating the Thunder Flash technique, Ling Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing directly in front of the beast. He slashed with the Xinyuan sword, but the strike merely produced a dull thud, unable to penetrate its formidable defense. The beast roared in fury, its tail sweeping across with gale-like force. Ling Chen snorted coldly, deftly dodging the attack. Swiftly, he retrieved several platinum-grade swords from his ring and unleashed the myriad sword convergence. Countless sword energies coalesced in midair, surrounding the beast. Attack! The sword energies rained down like a storm, colliding with the beast's tail in a series of explosions that sent debris flying. Seizing the moment, Ling Chen flashed above the beast and drove the Xinyuan sword directly into its eye. The beast let out an ear-piercing wail as blood gushed forth. While it thrashed in agony, Ling Chen teleported once more, plunging his sword deep into the beast's body and pinning it to the ground. Its struggles grew weaker until it finally lay motionless. A system notification sounded. Diamond grade beast defeated. Experience 4,000. This astonishing scene left everyone in shock. A mere silver grade youth had slain a diamond grade, 4-star elite beast. Kill, kill, kill. Human morale soared, their fighting spirit igniting like wildfire. Ling Chen slew a 4-star diamond level beast with a single strike, igniting the fighting spirit of the human warriors like a shot of adrenaline. However, he didn't pause for a moment. In a flash, he appeared beside a gold level beast. His sword arced downward, and yet another beast's head flew into the air, blood mist scattering across the battlefield. The remaining gold-level beasts let out furious roars that reverberated across the land. At that moment, a system prompt chimed in. Activate auto-leveling mode for the host? Wouldn't that ruin my strategy of farming experience at this level? Ling Chen thought to himself. Without dwelling on it, he charged back into the fray, continuing his assault on the beasts. Ding! Gold-level beast slain. Experience 250. With the system's notification, a surge of warmth flowed through his body, and his exhaustion was instantly wiped away as he leveled up. He had now reached silver level, 5 stars. Just as Ling Chen was fully immersed in the battle, a thunderous rumble echoed from the distance. He looked up to see an overwhelming wave of enormous figures emerging on the horizon. It was a massive army, millions of platinum-level beasts, tens of thousands of diamond-level beasts, and hundreds of city-breaking level beasts advancing like an unstoppable tide. What was even more terrifying was the presence of 4 nation-destroying level beasts, their bodies clad in impenetrable scales and armor. They stood like guards around a colossal tiger at the center of the beast army. This tiger, with two horns protruding from its back, gleaming fangs, and blood-red eyes brimming with killing intent, was none other than the supreme ruler of the beasts, the Flame War Tiger, a sovereign-level beast. The system promptly displayed its stats. Sovereign level, 2-star Beast King. It specialized in fire-based abilities, including Flame Ball, Flame Wave, Flame Roar, and Devour. Unbelievable! Ling Chen gasped, his breath catching. The Beast King seemed to sense him and locked its blood-red eyes onto his position. With a deafening roar, the Beast King unleashed a blazing fireball from its mouth, surging toward Ling Chen with devastating force. His heart tightened, and he immediately activated his flash step ability to evade. The fireball narrowly missed him, slamming into the ground and leaving behind a massive, bottomless crater. Spatial abilities? The Beast King appeared surprised that such a lowly silver-level warrior had managed to evade its attack. Without hesitation, it unleashed an even larger and faster fireball, intent on obliterating Ling Chen. In that critical moment, a figure descended from the sky, intercepting the fireball with a single palm strike. Your opponent is me. A familiar voice rang out. It was none other than Marshal Xiafeng. Marshal Xia wielded a black iron staff that exuded an overwhelming aura. Its tip gleamed with a cold light as he brought it crashing down toward the Flame War Tiger. The tiger, recognizing the threat, turned its head and issued a low command to its subordinates. The beast lunged at Xia Shui, its sharp claws gleaming coldly as they aimed directly for his vital points. Man and beast clashed fiercely in midair, their battle seemingly signaling the start of an all-out assault. Deafening roars echoed through the skies as millions of ferocious beasts surged forward like a tidal wave. Each creature was extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing the golden-ranked cannon fodder. Their savage bloodlust and overwhelming momentum drove them relentlessly toward the battlefield. On the city walls, tens of thousands of elite human warriors let out a unified battle cry. Kill. Raising their weapons, they unleashed the long-held energy within them, launching a counterattack against the monstrous army. A dazzling array of elemental abilities intertwined across the battlefield in a chaotic yet breathtaking display. Ling Chen darted into the fray. Despite having lost the boost from the third stage of the Thunder God technique, he still maintained the strength of a platinum 8-star rank. His Xianyuan sword danced through the air as his ghostly figure weaved through the horde of beasts. Wherever his blade swept, blood splattered, and beasts fell, staining the battlefield crimson. System notifications echoed continuously. Ding! Platinum-ranked beast slain. Experience 500. Just as Ling Chen was immersed in the battle, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon him. Not good. It's a fortress-level beast. His heart raced with alarm. Around him, the other human elites were already entangled in their own battles, leaving him to face this formidable foe far beyond his current abilities. At that moment, a monstrous wolf attacked from behind, its gaping maw snapping toward Ling Chen. He desperately dodged, only to find himself unable to fully evade. The wolf missed its first strike, but quickly pressed its assault, leaving Ling Chen's expression grim. The wolf's fangs sank into Ling Chen's shoulder, blood spurting out. The searing pain momentarily froze his movements, giving the wolf an opening to clamp its jaws around his throat. For the first time, Ling Chen felt the chilling threat of death as blood poured from the wound in his neck. In a dire moment, Ling Chen used consecutive teleportation skills to put distance between himself and the wolf. He then activated spatial traversal, stepping into a swirling vortex that materialized before him. The wolf, missing its prey, stood on guard, waiting for its target to reappear. Ling Chen frantically retrieved every remaining spirit stone from his backpack, channeling the energy within them into his body through the Chaos God-slaying technique. As he burned through his energy reserves, he sprinted desperately in one direction. When the final spirit stone was depleted, Ling Chen plummeted from the void, collapsing to the ground below. Atop a towering mountain that pierces the clouds, a colossal structure stands like a jade pillar supporting the heavens. At the very peak of the building, two massive jade statues, pure white in color, dominate the scene: a dragon and a phoenix, exquisitely lifelike. Their eyes radiate a piercing, commanding light as they gaze up into the heavens. Between the statues, a grand platform holds a towering plaque inscribed with 3 bold characters: Demon God Hall. The powerful strokes seem to transcend barriers, piercing the skies and compelling all who look upon them to feel a sense of awe. Inside the hall, silence reigns, broken only by the faint whisper of the wind. At this moment, a man and a woman stand within. The man, clad in a black robe, is tall and slender, his sharp features exuding a cold, unapproachable aura. He radiates a chilling, killing intent, like ancient ice that forbids any to draw near. The woman, draped in crimson robes as vivid as blood, is stunningly beautiful, her figure graceful and alluring. Every movement she makes is imbued with a deadly charm. Her eyes, bright as the stars and fluid as spring water, shimmer with a captivating light, her every expression and smile brimming with enchantment. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, you summoned me? The woman in red asked, her voice sweet and melodious. The man in black did not reply, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Unbothered, the woman continued in a gentle tone, Your Majesty, what troubles you? The beast god has returned, the man in black said calmly, though a fleeting glimmer of excitement flashed in his icy eyes. The beast god. The woman in red furrowed her brows slightly, then as if recalling something, her beautiful eyes filled with alarm. Your Majesty, you can't possibly mean the legendary ferocious sacred dragon? Seeing the man in black nod, she drew in a sharp breath. The beast god truly exists. What are we to do? Invite the beast god to ascend the throne and unite the clans, the man in black declared firmly. Our demon beast clans are fractured, divided by territory. If this continues, we are doomed. Head southeast and seek the beast god's return. Understood. The woman in red responded resolutely before vanishing in an instant. Watching her retreating figure, the man in black allowed a sinister smile to curl at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, The beast god. Hog. In a dense forest thousands of miles away, a gathering of ferocious demon beasts exuded an aura of menace. Their bodies were covered in thick fur, sharp horns crowned their heads, and they were enveloped in an oppressive air of death that chilled the very soul. Amidst the chaos, a bloodied figure lay collapsed on the ground. It was Ling Chen. His body was covered in wounds, his breathing faint, and he was teetering on the edge of life and death. Sensing that its master was in grave danger, Xiaolong instantly emerged from the pet space. With its chubby body, it positioned itself in front of Ling Chen, spreading its arms wide and shouting, You, don't come any closer. Although the dragon aura emanating from Xiaolong exerted a faint bloodline suppression on the approaching beasts, the overwhelming disparity in strength still drove them to close in step by step. At this critical moment, Xiaolong tilted its head back and let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a formidable presence that momentarily intimidated the nearest beast. That beast recoiled in shock, inwardly astonished at the terrifying pressure exuded by such a small creature. However, as a silver-ear dragon, Xiaolong was ultimately unable to completely deter all the enemies. Seizing the opportunity, a platinum-tier beast lunged directly at the severely injured Ling Chen. In that split second, the system's notification sounded, Ding! The host's current life status is critically low and in a near-death state. Passive ability triggered Nirvana. Ding! Congratulations to the host for instant full recovery. Nirvana cooldown activated. 30 days. A surge of warmth coursed through Ling Chen's entire body. His wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace, flesh regrowing as he was restored to full health in less than a second. Ling Chen exhaled deeply, feeling the vitality return to his body, and a relieved smile spread across his face. The lingering shadow of death had vanished, and the sensation of being alive felt particularly precious. Seeing Xiaolong still standing protectively in front of him, Ling Chen's heart softened. This little companion, despite its limited strength, had unhesitatingly stepped forward in such a perilous moment. Xiaolong, I can tell friends from foes. Ling Chen's gaze sharpened as he swiftly caught the attacking beast midair. With a forceful twist, a sickening crack echoed as the beast's neck snapped, its blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The other beasts froze in shock, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and fury. Ling Chen sneered, Submit or die. Sensing the killing intent radiating from Ling Chen's eyes, the beasts exchanged wary glances before slowly lowering themselves to the ground in submission. With the danger now averted, Ling Chen finally had a chance to observe his surroundings. Towering trees stretched skyward, their dense foliage forming a canopy that blocked out the sunlight. The lush jungle seemed endless. Where is this place? Ling Chen asked aloud. A massive golden bear, over 10 meters in length, stepped forward, letting out a low, rumbling growl. Oh, what does that mean? Ling Chen turned to Xiaolong, I don't speak beast language. Xiaolong glanced up at the sky and explained, This clumsy bear is saying that we're currently in the territory of the demon emperor within the demon realm. What? Ling Chen froze, staring in disbelief at the massive golden bear before him. This was actually the territory of the demon emperor? By all accounts, the demon emperor's domain was tens of thousands of miles away from Jinyao Pass. Had he really crossed such an immense distance? Thinking back to the frantic scene of absorbing spirit stones within the spatial vortex to hasten his journey, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. But what troubled him even more was the presence of the demon emperor, a figure of legendary saint-level strength. If he accidentally caught the demon emperor's attention, the consequences would be unimaginable. Do you know which direction the human territories are? Ling Chen asked urgently, his gaze fixed on the group of beasts before him. The golden bear let out a series of deep growls and gestured with its massive front paw toward a specific direction. Ling Chen immediately understood and nodded. Without hesitation, he summoned a squad of shadow assassins through the summoning space. To Ling Chen's delight, these shadow assassins had all advanced to platinum rank. Clearly, they had earned significant merits in past battles. Master, are you all right? As soon as they appeared, Chi Ba Jiu rushed forward with concern, vividly recalling the dire state their master had been in earlier. I'm fine. Ling Chen waved dismissively. Scout the path ahead. With that, he dashed off in the direction indicated by the golden bear, with Xiao Long and the other beasts following closely behind. As Ling Chen focused on his journey, the system's prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Summoning system cooldown complete. Ready for summoning. Ling Chen paused briefly, then broke into a grin of excitement. What kind of surprise awaited him this time? Summon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for summoning the Goblin Legion. The system promptly displayed detailed information. Legion size, 571. Legion Commander, Ian Kalimdor. Legion Talent Grade, A. Attributes, Greed. Skills, Treasure Hunting, Plundering, Trading, Forging, Construction, Reproduction, Combat Strength, Gold Rank 1-star upgradable. Traits, Extremely Rapid Reproduction. Before him appeared a dense crowd of humanoid creatures. Their dark green skin stretched over muscular frames, and their sharp fangs and claws gleamed menacingly. Though small in stature, their bright green eyes radiated a savage and ruthless energy. The varied outfits they wore hinted at their specialized roles within the Legion. Greetings, leader. The goblins knelt in unison on one knee, their raspy voices echoing in a formal greeting. Rise. Ling Chen gestured with a wave of his hand. As he observed the Legion, a satisfied smile spread across his face. While goblins might not excel in combat, their abilities to gather resources were unparalleled. You are free to develop as you see fit. Gather as many resources as possible, Ling Chen instructed, already planning how to utilize them. Understood. The goblins responded in unison, quickly dispersing into the surrounding forest. Watching their retreating figures, Ling Chen's mind churned with ideas. Given enough time, this legion was sure to bring about extraordinary results. Let them grow and develop slowly in the land of the beasts, Ling Chen murmured, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. For the first time, he savored the joy of being a hands-off overseer. With a powerful push of his foot, his figure shot forward like an arrow, vanishing in an instant. The mountain range stretched endlessly, its dense forests interwoven with streams and rivers. Ling Chen followed the waterway until he abruptly halted. Ahead, perched on a massive boulder by the riverbank, sat a graceful figure. It was a woman clad in red, her silhouette elegant and her beauty breathtaking. Her features were as delicate as a painting, finely arched brows, a sculpted nose, and lips as crimson as cherries. She seemed lost in thought as she gazed at the flowing water. Ling Chen's guard went up. This was the demon domain. After all, who was this woman? Sensing his presence, the woman turned her head. When her eyes fell upon the small dragon behind Ling Chen, they widened in shock. Beast. Beast god? Her voice trembled with disbelief. Staring at the dragon's round, plump form, she silently wondered. Could this chubby creature truly be the majestic and awe-inspiring beast god of legend? The little dragon tilted its head, looking utterly clueless. Ling Chen, however, was deep in thought. Had she mistaken the dragon for something else? Considering the dragon had been entrusted to him by an ancient divine dragon that had lived for millions of years, perhaps it did have an extraordinary identity. May I ask what you need? Ling Chen asked, his tone calm but his vigilance heightened. By the decree of the demon emperor, I have come to welcome the beast god to ascend the throne, the woman replied. Though she was still puzzled by the dragon's appearance, she could feel her own bloodline being suppressed by its aura. Ling Chen frowned slightly. The demon emperor was willing to relinquish the supreme position to a so-called beast god at the silver rank? Something about this felt off. There's no need. The little dragon is my companion. Please inform the demon emperor that we have no interest in the throne, Ling Chen said firmly. The little dragon nodded repeatedly in agreement. The woman looked visibly confused. Just as Ling Chen was about to leave with the dragon, her sharp voice rang out, "Stop right there." An overwhelming aura, capable of toppling nations, surged toward him, leaving Ling Chen momentarily breathless. The woman's expression turned icy as she said, "Human, the beast god is the future leader of the demon clan. I cannot let you take it away." It seems this won't end peacefully, Ling Chen muttered, his face growing serious as he retrieved the Xinyuan sword from his system. He pointed the blade directly at her. But then, to his surprise, the demon woman suddenly withdrew her aura. Her expression shifted to one of joy and astonishment as she exclaimed, "It's you." Ling Chen's heart raced as he stared at the demonic woman opposite him, confusion written all over his face. She knew who he was? This left him utterly baffled, as he was certain they had never met before. A flicker of something strange flashed in the woman's eyes, and a faint, enigmatic smile tugged at her lips. You are the future leader of our nine-tailed fox clan. My name is Bai Yu, an elder of our clan. Ling Chen frowned slightly, pondering to himself. Since when did I become the leader of the nine-tailed fox clan? He had no memory of such a thing. Bai Yu seemed to sense his confusion. Her gaze shifted to the Xinyuan sword in his hand. Do you know this sword? She asked. The Xinyuan sword? Ling Chen lowered his head, examining the sword awarded to him by the system. He couldn't help but wonder if it had a deeper history. The Xinyuan sword is the symbol of the Xinyuan family from ancient times, Bai Yu explained slowly. Seeing Ling Chen's puzzled expression, she added. The Xinyuan family was the most powerful family on Blue Star in ancient times. Our nine-tailed fox clan became a subordinate race to the Xinyuan family, bound by a contract to never betray them. Ling Chen suddenly understood. Internally, he calculated. So the Xinyuan family was this powerful, and because of the Xinyuan sword granted to me by the system, I've been mistaken as a descendant of the Xinyuan family, and thus made the leader of the nine-tailed fox clan. Thinking of the legendary beauty of the nine-tailed foxes, he couldn't help but reveal a subtle, meaningful smile. Noticing his slightly improper smile, Bai Yu's cheeks flushed faintly. She glared at him playfully but quickly regained her composure. From her sleeve, she took out a token and handed it to Ling Chen. This is my token. With it, you can command members of the demon clan within a certain range. I will also fully support you. Ling Chen accepted the token and nodded, placing it into his storage ring. I would like to invite the Swordmaster to visit the nine-tailed fox clan, Bai Yu said softly. Certainly. Ling Chen agreed readily. He was in need of allies, and the nine-tailed fox clan's voluntary allegiance was an opportunity he couldn't refuse. After making arrangements for the other beast clans and shadow assassins, Ling Chen followed Bai Yu deeper into the demon territory. All the while, he was secretly contemplating how to gather information about this Xinyuan family identity to avoid exposing himself later within the nine-tailed fox clan. Before long, the two of them arrived above a mountain peak. The terrain here was flat, and the surrounding forests were shrouded in a dense demonic aura. Bai Yu landed gracefully, with Ling Chen following closely behind. At the mountain's summit, a striking young woman sat on a stone chair. She wore a flowing purple dress, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her figure was elegant and curvaceous, her skin as fair as snow, and her features were exquisitely delicate. Most captivating of all were her cherry-red lips, which seemed to draw attention effortlessly. Bai Yu stood respectfully by the young woman's side, bowing slightly as she spoke in a low voice. Saintess, he holds the Xinyuan sword. At this, the young woman raised her gaze slightly, her eyes meeting Ling Chen's. The young girl's eyes flickered, and she suddenly stood up from the stone chair, walking slowly toward Ling Chen. Each of her steps was light and graceful, her flowing purple gown gently fluttering in the breeze, and her jet-black hair shimmered with a silky luster under the sunlight. Ling Chen watched as this ethereal beauty approached, his chest inexplicably heating up and his breathing becoming rapid. He forced himself to look away, afraid he might lose himself in those eyes that sparkled with an unusual allure. Hello, my name is Bai Ling, she said, stopping in front of Ling Chen. Her voice was clear and melodious, like the song of a lark. Ling Chen, he replied briefly, still avoiding direct eye contact with her. Bai Ling extended her delicate hand, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation. May I see the Xinyuan sword? Faced with such a request, Ling Chen found himself unable to refuse. Of course. He retrieved the Xinyuan sword and handed it to her. Bai Ling took the sword, her slender fingers gently tracing the blade as she examined it intently. This is indeed the Xinyuan sword, she exclaimed, her tone filled with emotion. We, the nine-tailed fox clan, have existed since ancient times. Though the Xinyuan family has declined, we have never forgotten the kindness they bestowed upon us and have always regarded ourselves as their vassals. She then went on to recount the history of the nine-tailed fox clan in detail. She spoke of the calamities of ancient times that had left their clans severely weakened, but even so, they had remained loyal, tirelessly searching for traces of the Xinyuan family. As Ling Chen listened to this story, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could this Xinyuan sword, granted to him by the system, truly signify something deeper? Could he really have a connection to the Xinyuan family? From now on, the entire nine-tailed fox clan will follow your commands, Bai Ling declared suddenly, leaning closer to Ling Chen. Her bright, watery eyes gazed directly into his. And furthermore, I will belong to you as well. Ling Chen froze for a moment, instinctively wanting to avoid the girl's gaze. However, when his eyes met hers, bright, glistening, and full of allure, a surge of uncontrollable emotion welled up within him. It felt as though an invisible force was pulling at him, urging him to embrace her. Reason quickly regained control, and he silently cursed himself for his improper thoughts. How could he, of all people, entertain such ideas about the holy maiden of the nine-tailed fox clan? Noticing his flustered expression, the girl chuckled softly. Are you thinking about holding me? Uh. Ling Chen forced an awkward smile. The girl giggled, her smile radiant. Not bad. You actually managed to keep your composure under the influence of my charm technique. Her words startled Ling Chen. So, his racing heart just now was all due to her seductive powers. All right, I'm done teasing you, the girl playfully stuck out her tongue. But you should know, every generation's holy maiden is destined to be with the master of the Xinyuan sword. Ling Chen could only rub the back of his head awkwardly and return her words with a sheepish smile. The girl's expression turned serious as she said, since you are the Xinyuan sword master of this generation, the entire nine-tailed fox clan will follow your command. A system notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the nine-tailed fox legion. Legion members, 2,333. Legion commander, by Ling. Legion members levels, S level and above. Attributes, flame. Skills, charm, deception, illusion, flame barrier, sea of fire. Strength, platinum level to supreme peak level. Note, non-summonable legion, cannot be summoned at will. Ling Chen stood there in shock as he read the notification. Supreme peak level? This meant that within the once declining nine-tailed fox clan, there were warriors of such immense power. In their prime, wouldn't they have had multiple beings at the Saint Realm? And yet, this powerful race was merely a subordinate clan. What's wrong? Bai Ling asked softly, noticing his dazed expression. Nothing, just a bit overwhelmed, Ling Chen replied, snapping back to reality with a faint smile. Bai Ling smiled knowingly. Come, let me show you around our clan. With that, she turned and walked toward the depths of the mountain cave. Ling Chen followed her, walking along a wide corridor paved with intricately carved stone slabs. After a long journey, they finally reached the massive bronze gate adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns. The designs were not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also brimming with dense spiritual energy. Strange beast-like symbols covered the walls, and although Ling Chen couldn't decipher them, he knew they were the language of the beasts. This is the sacred land of the nine-tailed fox clan, Bai Ling explained, pushing the massive stone door open. A wave of dense spiritual energy surged out, invigorating Ling Chen instantly. Beyond the door was a self-contained world. Spirit herbs grew in abundance, vibrant flowers bloomed in every direction, and rare medicinal plants exuded an enticing fragrance. This is where our nine-tailed fox clan resides, Bai Ling said with a proud smile. Bai Ling pointed at the spiritual field in front of her and smiled. Even though our nine-tailed fox clan has fallen into decline, there are still many rare spiritual herbs within the clan's territory. Following her gesture, Ling Chen looked in the direction she indicated. Surrounding the spiritual field were various kinds of herbs, neatly arranged and glowing faintly, releasing waves of medicinal fragrance. The quality of these herbs was exceptional, with even the lowest grade suitable for refining platinum-level elixirs. If you need them, feel free to pick as you like, Bai Ling said with a light laugh, noticing the eager glint in Ling Chen's eyes. Without hesitation, Ling Chen got to work, skillfully harvesting the lower-grade herbs. His movements were quick and precise, carefully storing each herb into his storage ring. Watching from the side, Bai Ling's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. Are you an alchemist? Ling Chen nodded in response, his hands never pausing. Most of the alchemy techniques of our nine-tailed fox clan have been lost. Many herbs are directly absorbed, wasting their potential, Bai Ling continued, her curiosity growing. What level are you? Master-level alchemist. Why do you ask? Ling Chen paused his work and looked up at her. Master level. Bai Ling gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Her gaze quickly turned hopeful. Then, could our future leader help guide our alchemists? Ling Chen nodded in agreement. Having just received so many herbs, offering some guidance was no trouble at all. You don't need to call me leader from now on. Just call me Ling Chen. All right, Ling Chen, come with me, Bai Ling said excitedly, grabbing his hand and pulling him forward. The soft touch of her hand brought a faint warmth to Ling Chen's heart. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of a room with an ancient plaque reading, Alchemy Room. Bai Ling knocked briefly before pushing the door open and stepping inside, with Ling Chen following closely behind. Inside the alchemy room, several elder alchemists of the nine-tailed fox clan were deep in discussion. One of them noticed the newcomers and asked, Saintess, what brings you here so late? And why have you brought someone into the alchemy room? This is Ling Chen. I've brought him to guide you in alchemy. Bai Ling introduced him with a smile. Ling Chen shook his head helplessly. As expected, the elder immediately looked disdainful. Guide us in alchemy? This boy doesn't even look old enough to grow a full beard. Does he think just anyone can waltz into the alchemy room and teach us? Such arrogance. Ling Chen merely smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on the alchemy furnaces on the table. The furnaces were of excellent quality, with the lowest being earth grade, and one even reaching the heavenly grade. Nearby, there were various high-grade materials, and some finished elixirs. Kid, have you ever seen such things before? The elder sneered. Indeed, Ling Chen replied calmly. I've never seen such top-tier furnaces and materials used to create such low-quality elixirs. The elder's face turned livid at the remark, while the other elders in the room began to look at Ling Chen with growing disapproval. Ling Chen shrugged, looking indifferent and disinterested. The elders, seeing this, were instantly filled with rage. Young man, we'll spare you this time on account of the Saintess, but don't get cocky. Saintess, get him out of here immediately and stop delaying the pill refining. One elder barked at Bai Ling with a stern voice. Humph. He's not a pill refiner of our nine-tailed fox clan. He should leave the refining room and not sully our sacred grounds. Exactly, Saintess. Someone so young couldn't possibly be a high-level alchemist. He must be a fraud. The other elders chimed in, their faces filled with disdain. Hearing their words, Ling Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. His gaze swept across the elders, but instead of anger, his expression grew even more amicable. Oh, you're saying him a fraud? Of course. The elders responded in unison. Good. Then watch closely and see for yourselves whether or not I'm a pill refiner. Before his words could fully sink in, Ling Chen channeled his energy to his dantian and raised his right hand. A crimson flame sprang to life in his palm, gradually forming into the shape of a cauldron. The fire danced along the cauldron's surface as he retrieved several diamond-grade medicinal herbs from his ring. Glancing at the side, Ling Chen noticed the spirit-enhancing pills made from precious herbs, designed for city-breaking level beasts. Shaking his head, he sighed. Spiritual herbs shouldn't be wasted in such a crude manner. He picked up a fresh, Xianin spirit flower and gently placed it into the cauldron formed by his energy. One elder was about to speak, but was stopped by a companion. Don't interrupt. Energy materializing into a cauldron, that's a master-level technique. Inside the cauldron, the crimson flames flared, engulfing the Xianin spirit flower. In an instant, the herb liquefied into a milky white fluid, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow. As the refinement continued, the liquid grew increasingly pure, resembling a translucent pearl. Ling Chen then added water cloud bamboo, scarlet chaingrass, and dozens of other herbs, refining each into pearl-like drops of pristine liquid. Under his precise control, these liquids merged slowly, their volume fluctuating before condensing into a single, crystal-clear orb. Finally, he added scarlet firegrass. The moment this herb entered the cauldron, it transformed into a steaming, dark green liquid. When this final ingredient fused with the previously refined orb, a sizzling sound arose, and wisps of white vapor spiraled upward from the blending liquid. The white mist gradually dispersed, revealing the embryonic form of a pill within the alchemy furnace. The pill had a milky white hue, with faint purple patterns swirling across its surface. It exuded a powerful and unique aura, so beautiful it left everyone breathless. The alchemy room fell into complete silence as everyone focused intently on the pill that was about to take its final form. Even their breathing became cautious. When the pill finally solidified completely, Ling Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Despite his energy levels far surpassing those of his peers, he still felt a trace of exhaustion. A rich, fragrant aroma wafted from the pill, instantly refreshing everyone present. Before anyone could ask, an elder exclaimed excitedly, "A treasure pill! This is undoubtedly a treasure pill." As soon as the words were spoken, the hall erupted in excitement. The elders stared at Ling Chen in astonishment, murmuring among themselves, "A treasure pill? This young man actually managed to refine a treasure pill?" The only one who wasn't celebrating was the person who had previously provoked Ling Chen. His face turned ashen, and he wished he could disappear on the spot. Ling Chen glanced at the crowd with a hint of amusement and said softly, "So, do you still think I'm a fraud?" The elders immediately looked embarrassed and stammered, "We wouldn't dare." With a simple gesture, Ling Chen summoned the treasure-grade Spirit Ascension pill into his palm. After examining it briefly, he casually tossed it to Bai Ling. "It's yours. Consider it a token of gratitude for gathering the herbs, but don't expect this to happen again." Bai Ling froze for a moment, realizing that Ling Chen was subtly warning her not to use him as a tool in the future. The elders quickly stepped forward to apologize. "Young man, we were blind to your greatness. Please forgive us." Ling Chen waved dismissively, signaling that the matter was resolved, and cast a meaningful glance toward Bai Ling. Understanding his intent, Bai Ling smiled knowingly and then announced, "From this day forward, Ling Chen will be our leader." As her words echoed, Ling Chen drew a dazzling long sword, glowing with golden light. The Xinyuan sword? The crowd was stunned, their eyes fixed on the divine weapon in Ling Chen's hand. One elder murmured in awe, The Xinyuan family is finally emerging. Another elder was so overwhelmed that tears streamed down his face. Our nine-tailed fox clan has waited for this day for so long. Amid the cheers, all the elders bowed in unison to Ling Chen. Greetings to our leader. Ling Chen waved his hand and said, "Let me teach you a new method of alchemy first." Standing in the center of the alchemy room, he began to explain each step of the process in detail. As he spoke, his hands moved skillfully over the alchemy furnace, demonstrating the intricate process with precision. Under his guidance, the elders quickly grasped the essentials, and their alchemy skills improved significantly. Watching the elders earnestly absorbing the knowledge, a faint smile appeared on Ling Chen's lips. He thought to himself, these senior alchemists are already approaching master-level proficiency. With the new method I've taught them, they'll likely reach the master level soon. Then they'll be able to refine precious pills. The small world of the nine-tailed fox is filled with spiritual herbs. It's practically a treasure trove of free labor. Just as he was lost in his pleasant thoughts, Bai Ling gently tugged on his sleeve. Ling Chen, are you done teaching? What are you thinking about? Nothing. Nothing at all. Ling Chen replied with an embarrassed laugh, though Bai Ling's skeptical expression showed she didn't believe him. The elders expressed their gratitude to Ling Chen one after another, some even vowing to reach master-level alchemy within a year. Bai Ling also thanked him sincerely, saying, Ling Chen, thank you so much. You're welcome, it was nothing. Besides, I am your new leader now. After all, Ling Chen replied with a cheerful grin. His words completely eased Bai Ling's concerns, and she couldn't help but laugh. All right, let me take you to see the rest of the place. Let these old men practice on their own, Bai Ling said, pulling Ling Chen out of the alchemy room. Standing in the spacious square, Ling Chen finally had the chance to take a closer look at the nine-tailed fox's territory. Bai Ling pointed around and introduced the area. We're currently on the west side of the square. To the north is the council hall, where we discuss important matters of the clan. Behind the council hall is the residential area. The south is where we came from, and to the east is the treasure pavilion, where all our clan's treasures are stored. Want to take a look? Under Bai Ling's guidance, Ling Chen arrived at the treasure pavilion. It was an enormous palace spanning 100 meters, built from massive stone blocks, radiating a sense of solemnity and grandeur. At the entrance stood 2 rows of nine-tailed fox guards, each with a towering physique and sharp, piercing gazes. They were all peak-level fortress-breaking experts. Ling Chen knew full well that there were undoubtedly even stronger guards hidden in the shadows, ensuring the pavilion's security. Ling Chen and Bai Ling walked to the entrance, where the guards stationed there stood in perfect formation and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Holy Maiden." Bai Ling nodded gracefully and introduced Ling Chen to the guards. This is Ling Chen. He will become the leader of our nine-tailed fox clan, and he has unrestricted access to the treasure pavilion. Understood. The guards responded in sync. The treasure pavilion consisted of 2 levels. Bai Ling led Ling Chen inside. The first level housed medicinal herbs, rare natural treasures, and beast cores, while the second level stored the combat techniques and martial arts of the beast clan. As soon as they stepped onto the first level, Ling Chen was stunned by the sight before him. Piles of dazzling treasures stretched as far as the eye could see, radiating an array of colors. This wealth far exceeded anything he had ever imagined. Noticing Ling Chen's astonished expression, Bai Ling's lips curved into a faint smile. The nine-tailed fox clan was extraordinarily powerful, and after cultivating in this small world for countless years, amassing such treasures was only natural. Take whatever you need, Ling Chen, Bai Ling said generously. Hee, I feel a bit embarrassed. I'll just pick something random, Ling Chen replied, scratching his head awkwardly while silently consulting his system. The system quickly responded. A time beast core has been detected. It is extremely rare and highly recommended for retrieval. After reading the description of the beast core, Ling Chen could hardly contain his excitement. The time beast had the power to traverse the river of time, and its core, formed after its death, held the ability to control the forces of time. This was undoubtedly the most powerful treasure. I want this one, Ling Chen said, suppressing his excitement as he walked over to the pile of beast cores and picked up the one he desired. When was this beast core placed here? Bai Ling asked, puzzled. By her understanding, only nation-destroying level beast cores were stored in this pavilion, and she remembered each one except for this particular core. Do you need anything else? Bai Ling inquired. No, that's enough for now. I'll come back next time. Ling Chen shook his head, his gaze never leaving the beast core in his hand. At that moment, a thought struck Ling Chen. Oh, right. Little dragon. A round, chubby little dragon popped out of his pet space, cheerfully exclaiming, Boss, take a look around and pick whatever you want. It's on me, Ling Chen said with a grin. The little dragon's eyes lit up with excitement as it darted around, pointing at various treasures. This one, and oh, that one too. I want them all. Just as Bai Ling was about to tease Ling Chen for using his pet to grab more treasures, her expression suddenly changed. She stared intently at the little dragon and exclaimed, This, this is the aura of the beast god. Bai Ling's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on Xiaolong's figure. Ling Chen, why does everyone think Xiaolong is the beast god? Ling Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully, recalling how the divine dragon once mentioned that Xiaolong had been frozen for 3 million years. Could it be an egg left behind by the previous beast god? If so, Xiaolong might very well be the beast god's descendant. Wait a minute, Bai Ling suddenly realized something. The beast god is your pet? She remembered that Ling Chen had summoned Xiaolong from his pet space earlier. You're a bit slow to catch on, Ling Chen said with a helpless expression. But Xiaolong and I share an equal contract relationship. Just then, Xiaolong came bouncing back, clutching a large pile of beast cores. Excitedly, he rushed over, ready to hand everything to Ling Chen. Ling Chen took a look and his eyes lit up. They were all supreme-grade beast cores. I'll keep these safe for you, boss. I'll return them when you grow up, Ling Chen said with a serious tone. Okay, boss. Xiaolong replied innocently, trusting Ling Chen completely. Watching this scene, Bai Ling shook her head silently. Soon after, under Bai Ling's guidance, the three of them left the treasure vault and headed straight for the council hall. Inside the hall, Bai Yu was pacing anxiously. As soon as she saw them arrive, she hurried forward to report, Holy Maiden, the demon emperor has sensed the beast god's presence and has ordered me to invite the beast god to ascend the throne and unify the entire beast clan. Bai Ling's expression shifted slightly as she turned to Ling Chen. If we leave directly, what kind of impact will it have on the nine-tailed fox clan? Ling Chen pondered for a moment. The demon emperor will undoubtedly vent his anger on the nine-tailed fox clan. Given his greed for your resources, extinction might not be far off. With the defenses of our small world, we definitely can't withstand attacks from those associated with the beast god, Bai Ling said with a bitter smile. I might have a solution, Ling Chen said with a mysterious smile. I know of a place that's even bigger than this one, but it would require your entire clan to relocate. He thought of his long-unused space city, which could finally serve a purpose. Where are we going? The two women asked in unison, their eyes filled with curiosity and caution. Ling Chen smiled faintly, his expression calm. I can only tell you that it's a very safe place. Once we get there, you'll understand. Bai Ling pondered for a moment before nodding gently. All right then, but this concerns the entire clan. I need to call a clan meeting to discuss it with everyone. Don't worry, Ling Chen said firmly. Even if you leave temporarily, it won't be long before you can return openly and with pride. These words warmed the hearts of Bai Ling and Bai Yu. They felt a renewed sense of trust in the Xinyuan sword master, confident that he could lead their clan back to greatness. Bai Yu immediately offered, they'll go notify the clan members now. With that, she turned and left the council hall to gather the clan. Meanwhile, Ling Chen asked Bai Ling about the location of the training room. Under her guidance, they arrived at her private chambers. Bai Ling approached the wall and gently turned a hidden mechanism. A stone door slid open, revealing a spacious stone chamber. This is where I usually train, Bai Ling explained. There are plenty of resources here for cultivation. Feel free to use them. After expressing his gratitude, Ling Chen watched as Bai Ling left to prepare for the clan meeting. Once she was gone, he entered the secret room and closed the door behind him. Sitting cross-legged, he retrieved the time beast core he had just acquired. Its surface shimmered with a dark golden hue, intricate patterns etched across it, radiating a faint golden glow. After steadying his state of mind, Ling Chen swallowed the beast core. Instantly, a vast and ancient energy surged through him. The system notified him that he had obtained the divine ability, Child of Tai, and the unique skill, Time Freeze. Ling Chen was overjoyed, especially with the game-changing potential of the Time Freeze ability. As he refined the core, Ling Chen was astonished to discover a beast core forming within his own Dantian. The system explained that this was a unique inheritance method of the Time Beast, effectively making him the new Time Beast in a certain sense. Once the process was complete, Ling Chen's cultivation level had risen to silver rank, 5 stars. Just as he was about to take a look around the Saintish chambers, Bai Ling's voice called from outside the room. Ling Chen, the clan meeting is about to begin. As the new leader, you need to attend. Got it. I'll head over right away, Ling Chen responded, striding quickly toward the conference hall. The moment he stepped into the hall, the solemn atmosphere hit him like a wave, causing him to pause for a brief moment. He glanced around to see all the elders wearing serious expressions, their piercing gazes fixed on him. Their eyes sparkled with surprise, curiosity, and scrutiny. It was clear that Bai Ling had not revealed his identity beforehand. Ling Chen walked straight to the front of the hall without hesitation. Without any unnecessary movements, he drew the Xinyuan sword and raised it high above his head. Everyone, I, the master of the Xinyuan sword, have arrived. As his words echoed through the hall, a profound silence descended. The elders stared unblinkingly at the sword, which radiated an aura of majesty and authority. Is this The Xinyuan sword? One elder exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be? The rightful leader of the clan has finally emerged, another elder murmured, his voice trembling. The alchemist elder stood silently to the side, observing his colleagues' astonished reactions with a knowing smile. After all, he had experienced the same shock just a few hours earlier. Bai Ling quickly intervened to quell the commotion. Everyone, quiet down. From this day forward, Ling Chen will serve as our leader. Her voice carried an undeniable tone of authority. Yes, leader. The elders responded in unison, dropping to their knees in reverence. The moment the Xinyuan sword appeared, Ling Chen's status became indisputable. Please, rise, Ling Chen said as he sheathed the sword, feeling a sense of relief at their acceptance. Bai Ling wasted no time and shifted the focus to a pressing matter. Her tone turned grave as she announced, Now, I must share something that concerns our very survival. The Demon Emperor has set his sights on our territory, and an attack is inevitable. Therefore, I have decided we'll relocate the entire clan. Her words sparked an immediate uproar in the hall. Some questioned whether relocating would truly evade the Demon Emperor's pursuit, while others worried about where they would go. There's no need for concern, Bai Ling said firmly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Our leader has already made arrangements. Besides, don't you all wish to follow the Xinyuan lineage and restore its former glory? Of course we do. The elders responded in unison. With no further objections, Bai Ling issued her final directive. The relocation must be completed within a week. Take all essential belongings with you, and leave nothing for the Demon Emperor to exploit. The elders accepted their orders and dispersed to begin preparations. Once the hall was empty, Bai Ling and Bai Yu approached Ling Chen. Ling Chen, could you take us to see the relocation site? Bai Ling asked, her tone filled with anticipation. Of course, Ling Chen replied with a nod, gesturing for her to follow. Xiaolinger, come with me. Ling Chen retrieved a formation disc from his spatial storage, his right hand tracing a peculiar arc in the air with 2 fingers. He pointed toward the disc, and a flash of golden light surged into it, instantly forming a dazzling circular formation in front of the 3 of them. Let's go, Ling Chen said with a faint smile. The 3 stepped into the formation and vanished in an instant. Moments later, a white light flickered in the central area of the trial grounds within the city of space, and 3 figures appeared. Bai Yu glanced around and remarked, So this is the place we're relocating to? The elemental energy here is decent. That's right. Ling Chen nodded in confirmation. This can be considered a small world. You can choose the settlement location for your race yourselves. Bai Ling responded affirmatively, grabbing Bai Yu's hand as they flew off into the distance, carefully surveying the surroundings. Ling Chen watched the 2 women leave and chuckled while shaking his head. Thinking it had been a while since he'd visited his master, he decided to go see him. Just then, a fire monkey waved its arms at Ling Chen, letting out chirping noises. Turning to look, Ling Chen spotted a familiar peach tree and waved with a smile. Oh, it's you, he said before disappearing on the spot. When Ling Chen arrived at his master's celestial abode, he saw Master Kong Ming sitting on a large boulder by a stream, fishing without a hook. Hey, old man. Long time no see. Did you miss me? Who are you calling old man? Show some respect and call me master, Kong Ming retorted, his beard bristling as he glared and pretended to raise a hand to hit him. Heh, master. Do you have anything good to teach me? Ling Chen quickly replied with a sheepish grin. Kong Ming was about to lecture him on being insatiable when he suddenly froze, stammering, You actually inherited the Time Divine Beast? Seeing Ling Chen's puzzled expression, Kong Ming explained that the Time Divine Beast possessed a near-eternal lifespan and encountering one was already extraordinarily rare, let alone one that had just passed away and left behind a beast core. Disciple, can I possess you? Kong Ming joked, but then his expression turned serious. However, I do have something to teach you now. He pulled out a skill book titled Temporal Prohibition and handed it to Ling Chen. Study it thoroughly. If you don't understand something, experiment on your own. Don't bother your master. The system immediately notified Ling Chen that it had detected a fragment of a superdivine skill, Temporal Prohibition, and asked if he wanted to learn it. Ling Chen cast a skeptical glance at his master before choosing to learn it. Well, do you feel anything? Kong Ming asked, his gaze somewhat evasive. It's indeed powerful. Took me a few seconds to fully comprehend it. Ling Chen replied with a nod. You mastered it? Kong Ming's eyes widened as he stared at his disciple in disbelief. Suddenly, the master's hearty laughter echoed through the open space. Ha ha ha, I knew I was right. Hearing the master's laughter, Ling Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The meaning was clear enough. This skill was the master's own creation, and he had become the first test subject. As if reading Ling Chen's thoughts, Kong Ming smiled knowingly and nodded in confirmation. Yes, you're the first. Ling Chen shook his head inwardly. Truly, this was the treatment of a personal disciple. But on second thought, being chosen as the test subject meant the skill must be extraordinary. Considering the master's strength, it was likely a spatial restriction technique rather than a time-based one. Kong Ming's expression turned serious as he suppressed his laughter. Disciple, this skill is powerful, but it consumes a lot of energy. You must use it wisely and at the right moment. I understand, Ling Chen replied earnestly with a nod. All right, go about your tasks, Kong Ming said with a wave of his hand. Ling Chen nodded in acknowledgement and instantly vanished. After he left, Kong Ming gazed into the distant void, muttering to himself, what kind of prodigy have I taken in? Just wait and see. Ling Chen teleported directly above the trial grounds, took out an array plate to locate his companions, and found Bai Ling and Bai Yu in a valley. He landed quietly behind the two women. You're here. We've decided on this spot, Bai Ling said without turning around. Ling Chen surveyed the surroundings. The valley was rich in energy, with a faint, pleasant fragrance wafting from its depths. It was vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people, though as a trial ground, no buildings had been constructed yet. This is a good choice, Ling Chen agreed. I'll set the teleportation array here, then. All right, let's do that. Bai Ling nodded in agreement. Ling Chen closed his eyes and focused, manipulating the array plate to activate the teleportation array. Moments later, the three of them returned to the small world. Ling Chen moved to the central plaza and summoned a permanently glowing circular teleportation array. Over the next week, the nine-tailed fox clan worked tirelessly as members gradually migrated to the trial grounds through the teleportation array. During this time, Ling Chen took the opportunity to draw rewards twice. One draw granted him the muscle-hardening skill, which made his body nearly indestructible for half an hour. The other provided him with a mysterious treasure map. Seeing the map, Ling Chen's eyes lit up, already anticipating an exciting treasure hunt after settling the clan. Finally, on the seventh evening, the entire nine-tailed fox clan had completed their migration to the trial grounds. The valuable resources in the small world had been nearly emptied, leaving behind only medicinal herb seeds. In the central plaza, only Ling Chen, Bai Ling, and Bai Yu remained. It's time for you two to leave as well, Ling Chen said to Bai Yu and Bai Ling. Bai Ling glanced at Bai Yu, a glint flashing in her eyes. Bai Yu, you go ahead. From now on, you'll oversee the clan. Understood, holy maiden, Bai Yu replied respectfully, bowing before stepping onto the teleportation array and vanishing. As Bai Yu disappeared, Ling Chen immediately stopped channeling energy into the array plate. Finally, no more dealing with the clan's trivial matters. Bai Ling stretched her body and let out a lazy yawn. The moonlight poured through the clouds, accentuating her graceful figure and outlining her alluring curves. Ling Chen was momentarily stunned, quickly turning his face away as he secretly swallowed hard. Ahem. Stop trying to seduce me with your charms, he said, feigning composure with a light cough. Pfft, I don't know any charm techniques. Bai Ling responded with a playful laugh. This? Ling Chen scratched his head awkwardly, wondering why he couldn't seem to stop glancing at Bai Ling lately. So, where is our esteemed leader planning to go now? Bai Ling teased, blinking at him mischievously. Ling Chen pulled out a treasure map from his system and handed it to her. How about we go treasure hunting? Bai Ling took the map and examined it carefully. The illustration depicted a snow-capped volcano surrounded by volcanic rocks and layers of ice. The most striking feature was a symbol of flames intertwined with snowflakes. Her eyes lit up. This must be the legendary Icefire Mountain. Oh, you know this place? Then lead the way. Ling Chen said excitedly. Follow me. Bai Ling immediately took off, and Ling Chen followed closely behind. After a long flight, the two finally arrived in the skies above their destination. Bai Ling pointed downward. There it is. Upon landing, Ling Chen surveyed the scene before him. A massive sheet of ice stretched alongside the volcano, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter and towering over 1,000 meters high, emanating a faint, chilling glow. Standing at the edge of the ice, an intense coldness swept over them. Ling Chen, look over there, Bai Ling suddenly exclaimed, pointing to one side of the volcano's crater. There, a narrow cave entrance appeared, just wide enough for one person to pass through. That must be the passage leading inside the volcano. Let's check it out. After a brief inspection to ensure safety, Ling Chen stepped into the cave first. The frigid air at the entrance was almost unbearable, prompting him to activate his ice element abilities. A layer of pale blue energy formed around him, providing protection. As they ventured deeper, the cold gradually gave way to scorching heat, and Ling Chen switched to his fire element abilities to endure the rising temperatures. Finally, a bright light emerged at the end of the narrow passage. This must be the legendary treasure chamber. Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The two stepped into the chamber together, surprised to be greeted by a refreshing coolness that washed over them. Lifting his head, a massive cavern came into view. At the very center of the cavern, two oval-shaped pools stood side by side, forming a striking contrast. The pool on the left glowed a vivid crimson, steaming with heat as bubbles continuously surfaced. The pool on the right shimmered with an icy blue hue, cold mist swirling above its surface, with a thin veil of fog floating atop. Surrounding the pools were scattered various medicinal herbs. Look, Ling Chen! Bai Ling suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward the bottom of the right pool. Ling Chen followed her gaze and saw a crystal-clear icicle standing upright at the pool's base, emitting a faint glow. At its tip, a lotus-shaped object was growing. The system immediately prompted, detected a rare natural treasure ice lotus. Found in extreme environments, a manifestation of ultimate cold, can be used to enhance supernatural abilities. With anticipation, Ling Chen turned to the crimson pool on the left. At its base, a wisp of pale white flame flickered slowly. The system chimed again, detected a celestial flame Sinluo flame, one of the heavenly flames, born in places of both extreme heat and cold. Guard me, Ling Chen said briefly to Bai Ling before sitting cross-legged by the pool, focusing on absorption. The pale white flame, drawn by his energy, rose from the boiling water and hovered in front of him. Surprisingly, it emitted no heat. Before Ling Chen could process this, the flame darted directly into his mouth. A surge of destructive energy exploded within him. His entire body trembled, cold sweat beating on his forehead as waves of excruciating pain swept through him. The celestial flame rampaged through his body, and when he summoned his elemental fire to try and tame it, the collision between the two flames unleashed a force so intense it felt as if his internal organs were being torn apart. Ah! Ling Chen gritted his teeth and let out a muffled groan. Hang in there, Ling Chen! Bai Ling called out anxiously from the side. Seconds turned into minutes as Ling Chen's consciousness began to blur, his breathing growing labored. Yet, in the end, he prevailed, the pale white flame fully fused with his elemental abilities. The system promptly announced, "Congratulations to the host for fusing the Sinluo flame. Fire elemental ability upgraded to SSS level." Simultaneously, his internal energy advanced to silver rank, 7 stars. Ling Chen extended his hand, and a wisp of milky white flame danced in his palm. Though small in appearance, the flame radiated a terrifyingly immense power. Great! A joyful smile spread across Ling Chen's face. He had just successfully acquired an SS-level ability, fusing with flames. Now, it was time to deal with the ice lotus. Ling Chen fixed his gaze on the ice lotus, his palm gradually becoming crystalline and frosty. Wisps of chill emanated from his hand as he raised his right hand, releasing a stream of energy toward the ice lotus. The moment the energy touched the water, it froze into ice, encasing the ice lotus within. With a gentle tug, he pulled the ice lotus from the bottom of the pool. Flames suddenly ignited in the palm of his left hand, and the ice block quickly melted into vapor. Ling Chen picked up the ice lotus and tilted his head back, placing it into his mouth. The ice lotus melted instantly, transforming into a cold liquid that slid down his throat into his stomach. Refreshing! Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The sensation was incredible. After consuming the ice lotus, the previous pain in his body eased significantly, leaving him feeling as though he had been enveloped in a cooling frost. He immediately activated his ice ability, wrapping the liquid from the ice lotus in its power. The liquid quickly solidified, and the energy within was entirely absorbed by his ability. A system notification echoed. "Congratulations, host. Ice lotus absorbed. Ability level advanced to SS class breakthrough. Silver grade 8 stars. Fantastic!" Ling Chen exclaimed once more. Not only had his ice ability reached SS level, but it had also become even purer thanks to the fusion with the ice lotus. Nearby, Bai Ling stood frozen in shock, her eyes wide as she watched everything unfold. Ling Chen had dared to directly consume both the heavenly flame and the ice lotus, legendary entities known for their destructive power. What was even more astonishing was that he had perfectly fused with them. Just as Bai Ling was about to step forward and ask questions, the cave suddenly began to tremble violently. With a deafening rumble, rocks started falling around them. Ling Chen and Bai Ling quickly stood up, scanning their surroundings warily. A massive beast covered in emerald green scales appeared before them. Its head and claws were grotesquely shaped like dragon horns, its blood-red eyes radiating ferocity, and its exposed fangs glinted menacingly. Its body was marked with black patterns, exuding an aura of darkness like a demonic creature from nightmares. "That's the azure-scaled demon dragon," Bai Ling gasped. "I can't believe such a creature still exists in this world." At the mention of its name, information immediately surfaced in Ling Chen's mind. Azure-scaled demon dragon, supreme class 1-star attribute, possessing toxic abilities, explosive dragon breath, poisonous mist, water manipulation, and deadly dragon claws. Any encounter with its poison would lead to catastrophic consequences. A supreme class 1-star. Ling Chen's expression turned grim as he realized that he might not even have a chance to scratch its surface before meeting his end. Ling Chen, fall back. Bai Ling's commanding voice rang out as she stepped in front of him. She unleashed the overwhelming aura of someone at the pinnacle of the nation-destroying class. Behind her, a massive phantom of a nine-tailed fox materialized, radiating an intimidating presence. The azure-scaled demon dragon's blood-red eyes glimmered with greed and malice as it spotted Bai Ling opening its jaws. It spewed a cloud of pitch-black poisonous mist, which surged toward her like a tidal wave. Break! Bai Ling shouted angrily, slamming her palms toward the eerie black mist. With a deafening boom, the black mist dissipated instantly, but her hands were corroded by its sinister energy. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body swaying unsteadily, nearly collapsing. Ling Chen reacted quickly, catching the faltering Bai Ling in time. Although their opponent was only one rank higher than Bai Ling, the gap between the supreme and nation-destroying levels was like a chasm. It was clear she had sustained severe injuries. You're hurt, Ling Chen said, frowning in concern. I'm fine. Bai Ling wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze sharp and vigilant as she stared at the distant Qinglin demon dragon. That creature is incredibly strong. Ling Chen, you should leave first. I'll hold it off. Ling Chen studied the demon dragon for a moment before turning to Bai Ling. With unwavering resolve, he said, I won't leave you behind, but you'll die if you stay. Bai Ling shouted angrily. Stop saying that. I'm not leaving. Ling Chen's eyes were firm. He handed her a sacred healing pill. You focus on recovering. Leave the rest to me. Standing up, Ling Chen stretched his limbs and roared. Third stage Thunder God technique. Enhance. A surge of platinum level, 2-star energy erupted from him. Lightning enveloped his body, elevating his physical strength to diamond level, 5-star. The Qinglin demon dragon sneered at Ling Chen's transformation. You've merely gone from being an ant to a slightly larger ant. It opened its jaws, unleashing a stream of dragon breath aimed to obliterate Ling Chen. With 2 swift flashes, Ling Chen evaded the attack. The dragon breath struck the cavern wall, corroding it into a smoking crater. Spatial restriction. Ling Chen muttered under his breath. An invisible force spread out, freezing the space around the demon dragon. Taking advantage of the brief stillness, Ling Chen unleashed the Thunder God Fist, a devastating punch shrouded in lightning, aimed directly at the dragon's abdomen. But just as the punch was about to land, the restriction broke. The demon dragon tensed its abdominal muscles, forcefully enduring the attack. Boy, that move of yours. The demon dragon's eyes glimmered with a trace of astonishment. It had never encountered an opponent capable of momentarily restraining it. Ling Chen panted heavily, sweat dripping down his forehead. This technique fuses time and space, yet it only managed to bind it for a single second? The power gap is too vast. My skills aren't strong enough. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Wait, fusion of time and space. What if the fusion wasn't limited to just time and space? The resulting power might reach an entirely new level. As soon as the thought emerged, Ling Chen decided to act on it without hesitation. Kid, this is the end of the line for you. The furious roar of the dragon echoed all around as a blazing breath of fire surged toward Ling Chen. With a swift movement, Ling Chen effortlessly dodged the fiery attack. His hands spread slightly, fingers curling as a flickering pale white flame appeared in the palm of his left hand, while a swirling frost formed in his right. The dragon's pupils contracted as it fixated on the 2 distinct abilities in Ling Chen's hands, a wave of shock coursing through its mind. How many powers does this human possess? It dared not underestimate him and unleashed a barrage of fiery breaths in rapid succession. Ling Chen darted through the air with agility, evading each attack with ease. Hovering high above, the skies above him roared with thunder, and lightning crackled wildly, illuminating the scene. In the corner, Bai Ling, who was tending to her wounds, watched Ling Chen's silhouette intently. Her heart silently called out his name, her eyes filled with worry. Fusion. Ling Chen exhaled deeply, ready to attempt an unprecedented fusion of his powers. The flame in his left hand, the frost in his right, and the lightning above his head began converging toward a central point, forming an expanding orb of light. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from the sphere. Spatial ability, join. Temporal ability, join. Ling Chen commanded as the 5 powers merged chaotically within the orb, the energy fluctuations growing increasingly intense. The dragon, sensing a lethal threat, instinctively began retreating. Ling Chen continued to pour his source energy into the orb while compressing its size. When the 5 abilities reached a perfect balance, the orb ceased absorbing energy. Fixing his gaze on the retreating dragon, Ling Chen gave a knowing smile. Trying to escape? Too late. In an instant, Ling Chen vanished, reappearing above the dragon. Spatial lock. Blink. Die. He hurled the glowing orb down with force toward the dragon's head. The orb detonated in a blinding explosion, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy that swept across the battlefield. The dragon's anguished roar was abruptly cut short as its massive body disintegrated into a mist of blood. Although Ling Chen managed to evade the core of the blast, the shockwave sent him crashing into a wall. Sliding to the ground, he coughed up blood, clearly suffering severe injuries. Ling Chen, are you okay? Bai Ling staggered toward him, her voice filled with concern. I'm fine, just need a couple of days to recover, Ling Chen reassured her with a wave of his hand. But suddenly, an intense heat surged through his body, as if he had been afflicted by some strange force. Turning to look at Bai Ling, he noticed her flushed cheeks and the dazed expression in her eyes as she gazed at him. Damn it, could it be? Ling Chen's face darkened. Bai Ling's gaze was unfocused and dazed, her eyes tinged with a rosy hue, as though she were intoxicated. A faint blush adorned her cheeks as she gently closed her eyes and murmured softly, Ling Chen? Her voice was weak and delicate, as though she might collapse at any moment. The tremble in her tone sent Ling Chen's mind into a fleeting daze. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, he silently warned himself that he must address this quickly, or the consequences would be unpredictable. Taking a deep breath, Ling Chen channeled the energy within him, attempting to suppress the unfamiliar sensations surging through his heart. Yet, the more he tried to quell it, the stronger the feelings surged back, each attempt at control only intensifying the rebound. Suddenly, Bai Ling extended her arms and clung to Ling Chen tightly, leaving no space between them. Feeling the soft warmth of her body against his, Ling Chen's last shred of rationality crumbled. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of icy energy erupted, sealing the entire underground cavern layer by layer. Faint, intermittent sounds echoed from deep within the cave. Time slipped by unnoticed, and an entire day and night passed. When the ice finally cracked, two figures emerged slowly. Bai Ling, walking behind, seemed slightly unsteady, while Ling Chen, ahead of her, appeared dazed, as though waking from an enchanting and vivid dream. The warmth of the night lingered in his mind, her shy and tender expression replaying over and over. An inexplicable surge of emotion rose within him, compelling him to turn back and gaze at Bai Ling. Her flawless, smooth skin gleamed like fine jade, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and her delicate, rosy lips. Ling Chen coughed abruptly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Catching his gaze, Bai Ling's face flushed deeply, and she lowered her head in shyness. About last night? Ling Chen began, but Bai Ling gently raised her hand to cover his mouth. I told you before, from now on, I belong to you, she said softly. Ling Chen froze for a moment before replying with firm resolve, Linger, don't worry. I will take responsibility for you, and ensure you feel safe by my side. I will never let you down. A fleeting glimmer passed through Bai Ling's eyes before she lowered her head, warmth spreading through her heart. System, what's going on here? Ding. The system advised you to avoid getting poisoned. Remember? How was I supposed to know? And now this poison seems irresistible. Wait, no. Ding. No need to explain. I understand. After all, someone used hardened skin just now, didn't they? System, were you spying on me? Ding. I'm tired. Going offline for a nap? Linger, let's go. Come back to the human realm with me, Ling Chen said. Bai Ling nodded in agreement. After the intimacy of the night, the distance between them seemed to vanish entirely. Ling Chen naturally wrapped his arm around Bai Ling's waist, and the two of them took flight toward the human realm. Bai Ling leaned silently into his embrace, allowing him to hold her. The invisible barrier between them had completely dissolved in that moment. Bai Ling's cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head, avoiding eye contact with Ling Chen. Though no words were exchanged, their feelings were already clear to each other. Riding the wind, they soared several hundred meters away in an instant, leaving their previous spot far behind. 3 days later, the grand and imposing Zhenshou Pass finally came into view. The towering city walls stood majestically, though faint traces of battle scars could be seen upon them. We're here, Ling Chen said, gazing at the distant fortress before turning to Bai Ling. You should return to your clan first. I'll find you once I cross the pass. All right, Bai Ling replied softly. Ling Chen took out a formation disc and sent Bai Ling into the trial space. Watching her figure vanish, an indescribable sense of loss welled up in his heart. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he pushed off and sped toward Zhenshou Pass. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, his brows furrowing as he took in the scene ahead. The city gates of Zhenshou Pass lay in ruins, with nearly half of the structure collapsed, evidence of a fierce assault. It was clear the recent beast tide had breached the gates. Concealing his aura, Ling Chen approached the city gates cautiously. Halt! Who goes there? A guard raised his weapon to block his path. Ling Chen retrieved a token from his ring and presented it. After verifying it through a device, the guard immediately saluted. Greetings, Marshal of Defense. Please proceed. Entering the pass, Ling Chen was met with scenes of devastation. The streets were desolate, lined with crumbled buildings and shattered storefronts, a haunting picture of desolation. So this is war, he murmured, his heart heavy. As the largest stronghold of humanity, even Zhenshu Pass had struggled to withstand the onslaught of the savage beasts, unknowing the ferocity of the conflict. Ling Chen stopped a patrol unit and, after showing his credentials, inquired about the situation. A middle-aged warrior, his face streaked with dried blood, responded with a resolute expression, a bitter victory. We lost over half our forces. Were it not for General Xia severely wounding the enemy leader, the beast tide would not have retreated. Ling Chen inhaled sharply at the news. He pulled out a bottle of platinum-grade source enhancement pills and handed it to the soldier. These are source enhancement pills. Share them among yourselves. Without further words, he vanished into a blur. With only half a month remaining until the assessment, Ling Chen resolved to return quickly. As he exited the pass, he re-entered the trial space to retrieve Bai Ling. The journey felt unbearably lonely without her company. When Bai Ling emerged, she was dressed in a light blue combat outfit, complemented by black leather pants and a fitted short-sleeve top that accentuated her graceful, alluring figure. Her long, slender legs were particularly captivating, drawing Ling Chen's gaze. He couldn't help but silently admire. Her beauty rivals the elegance of clouds and blossoms, as if spring's breeze and morning dew have brought her to life. Radiating youthful energy and liveliness, Bai Ling's clear and pure eyes resembled an untainted spring of water. Ling Chen gazed at the girl in front of him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Linger? You're so beautiful." Hearing his words, Bai Ling smiled softly, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she shyly lowered her head. "Come, let's go home." Ling Chen stepped forward, gently wrapping his arm around Bai Ling's slender waist. She bit her lips lightly and nodded gently. In a swift motion, Ling Chen carried her as they sped off into the distance. Along the way, he had a vague feeling that he might have forgotten something, but the smooth, soft sensation beneath his hand quickly drove the thought from his mind, prompting him to quicken his pace. Meanwhile, in a remote part of the demon realm, a masked shadow assassin approached Qi Baijiu for instructions. "Captain, when will the master summon us back? Be patient. The master hasn't forgotten us," Qi Baijiu replied with a shake of his head. The shadow assassin nodded and left. Despite having already reached Platinum 4-star level, they still hadn't received Ling Chen's summons. Over the next 10 days, Ling Chen took Bai Ling, who had never seen the human world, on a journey to explore and enjoy its sights. Each time she encountered something new and exciting, Bai Ling would let out a delighted gasp, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Ling Chen, which only added to his sense of pride. During this time, a few lucky draws yielded him 2 Earth-level cultivation techniques and a skill enhancement item. After a moment of thought, Ling Chen decided against enhancing his commonly used skin hardening skill and instead chose to upgrade the time-space restriction. A system notification sounded, indicating that the incomplete time-space restriction had been repaired. It now gained the ability to rewind 1 second within the confined area. While the two were enjoying a scenic view, their peaceful moment was interrupted by a communication from Principal Dong. "Ling Chen, my young friend, the graduation assessment is tomorrow. Where are you now? Are you prepared?" Ling Chen froze for a moment, realizing how quickly time had passed. Composing himself, he replied confidently, "Don't worry, Principal Dong. I'm ready. The assessment won't disappoint you." After ending the call, Ling Chen beckoned Bai Ling over. When she obediently approached and asked, "What's wrong?" he smiled and said, "Let's head back." With that, he took her hand and flew toward Tian'an City. By evening, they managed to enter Tian'an City just before the gates closed. As soon as they were inside, Ling Chen released Bai Ling from the spatial storage. Ling Chen didn't rush back immediately. Instead, he took Bai Ling straight to the city lord's mansion. Pushing open the heavy wooden doors, they found City Lord Yi engrossed in studying a pile of architectural blueprints in his study. When Ling Chen and Bai Ling suddenly appeared in front of the desk, City Lord Yi looked up in surprise and delight, immediately rising from his chair. "Ling Xiao, you're finally here." City Lord Yi hurried forward to greet him. "How's the progress?" Ling Chen asked with a smile. "Remarkably efficient," City Lord Yi exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. "The underground fortress is nearly complete, just a few finishing touches left." Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Good. I've brought some extra help." With a wave of his hand, he said, "Goblins, come out." A swirling vortex appeared, and dozens of goblins with sharp heads and dark skin emerged in an orderly manner. City Lord Yes' eyes widened in shock. "Goblins? Ling Xiao can actually command goblins?" "Assist the City Lord in perfecting the construction of the underground fortress. There must be no flaws," Ling Chen instructed the goblins. "Understood." The goblins responded in unison. While City Lord Yi was still reeling from the shock, Ling Chen gave another command. Shadow assassins, reveal yourselves. From the shadows emerged dozens of black-clad assassins, led by Qi Bajie, who stepped forward with tears of loyalty in his eyes. Master! Qi Bajie's voice was filled with unwavering devotion. The headquarters of Shadow will be established in this underground fortress. Once the construction is complete, move in, Ling Chen ordered succinctly. Understood, Master. The assassins replied in unison. After making these arrangements, Ling Chen left with Bai Ling, leaving City Lord Yi and the goblins and assassins to exchange glances. Sensing the overwhelming aura of these platinum-level experts, City Lord Yi secretly felt relieved about his earlier choices. Back at the residential area, Ling Chen and Bai Ling teleported directly to his room. Soon after, sounds of intimacy filled the air. The next morning, Ling Chen woke up early to freshen up and prepare for the upcoming graduation assessment. As he pondered the deeper meaning behind the third phase of the Dawn Academy's assessment, a familiar system notification sounded. Ding! New system mission issued. Please check. Achieve first place in the assessment. Mission rewards. 1. Legion size doubling card 1. 2. Exclusive skill card 1. 3. Legion skill enhancement card 1. You've got this, young man. Opening the door, faint rustling sounds came from the kitchen. Two girls, hearing the commotion, quickly ran out. Brother, you're back. Lingxi called sweetly as she threw herself into Ling Chen's arms. Ling stood nearby, her face lighting up with an excited smile. Yeah, I'm back, Ling Chen replied with a smile, ruffling his sister's hair. Noticing that her strength seemed to have grown, he immediately glanced at the data panel. Lingxi, Apprentice 9 star 888900 loyalty, 100 recruitable. Oh, by the way, Ling Chen said seriously, I've decided to start my own organization, dedicated to hunting down and eliminating beasts. These words left Lingxi and Ling momentarily stunned. They had never imagined that the usually steady Ling Chen would make such a bold decision. However, Lingxi quickly snapped out of it. Brother, I support you. Take me with you. Me too. I want to join. Ling chimed in without hesitation. Ling Chen smiled warmly, gratified by their enthusiasm, and immediately welcomed them into his team. After breakfast, he hurried off to school to take part in the graduation assessment. The assessment was similar to the simulated tests, consisting of 3 parts: a test of source energy and attack strength, a talent evaluation, and a combat assessment. Source energy strength ranged from Apprentice 1 star to 9 star, scoring between 100 and 900 points. Attack strength was scored directly in kilograms. Talent levels, from SS grade down, offered multipliers. SSS provided a 2.6x bonus, with each level lower reducing it by 0.2x. The combat assessment was scored based on performance, with a minimum score of 60 unless eliminated. At the sports field of Tianan City's #1 high school, over 1,000 students had already gathered. As soon as Ling Chen appeared, a wave of excited screams broke out. Isn't that Ling Chen? Instantly, all eyes turned toward him. Ling Chen gave a calm smile and walked toward his class. Yikong immediately approached, playfully punching his shoulder. Chun, where have you been these days? You didn't even take me along. I went on a long trip. Ling Chen rolled his eyes. Even if I told you where I went, could you skip school to join me? Ling Chen, you're definitely going to take first place in the entire nation this time. Of course. Ling Chen is the undisputed champion of the national competition. As the crowd gathered around Ling Chen, showering him with admiration, a broadcast announcement interrupted. The source energy and strength assessment is about to begin. Students from classes 1 to 5, please proceed to the testing stations. A quarter of the students on the field lined up and headed toward the testing platforms. Each of the 5 testing stations was equipped with a measuring stone and a strength testing machine. The talent evaluation device was placed independently on a high platform at the front of the field, with a large screen behind it displaying real-time rankings. Currently, the top spot was held by a student named Wang Ba from Class 8. Just as Ling Chen's class was still waiting below, an announcement suddenly came through the speakers. Ling Chen, please come up to the platform alone for testing. Ling Chen remained calm, ignoring the astonished gazes around him, and walked steadily up to the platform. Principal Dong approached him with a cheerful smile, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Haha, Ling Chen, it's been a while. You look much more spirited. The invigilator nearby asked cautiously, Ling Chen, could you suggest what upper limit we should set for the strength testing machine? After all, last time, you completely wrecked it. Would a limit of 10,000 be sufficient? Ling Chen lightly shook his head. A collective gasp echoed among the teachers present. A strength of 10,000 was already considered a gold-tier power, yet Ling Chen indicated it wouldn't be enough. Then how about 50,000? The testing teacher's voice trembled slightly. Ling Chen nodded in agreement and first approached the spirit measuring stone. Gently placing his hand on it, his internal energy surged like a tidal wave, pouring into the stone all at once. In an instant, the stone emitted a dazzling light. The candidates below began murmuring among themselves. At last year's national competition, Ling Chen was already at bronze tier 3 star. By now, he should be at least 4 or 5 star, right? Probably around 4 or 5,000 points. This is incredible. The teachers nearby stared wide-eyed at the display screen. 84,210. Silver tier 8 star. The invigilator quickly snapped out of his shock and rushed to record the result in the system. On the large screen, Ling Chen's score effortlessly claimed the top spot. Whoa, is Ling Chen even human? 9 years of ability training, and he's in a league of his own. The crowd below erupted in astonishment. But the real shock was yet to come. Ling Chen took a few steps toward the testing machine, clenched his right fist slightly, and let a faint smile curve his lips. Without any unnecessary movements, he threw a single punch. Boom! A deep, resounding impact echoed as the numbers on the testing machine skyrocketed, surpassing 10,000, then 20,000, before finally freezing at an utterly jaw-dropping figure. 24,888 platinum tier 6 star in pure strength. The entire venue fell into a stunned silence for 3 full seconds before exploding into chaos. Ling Chen, can you be a little more human? Tone it down, please. Are we even practicing the same cultivation system? Principal Dong burst out laughing. Heaven blesses our first high school. Haha, the school is going to soar. Next year, we must raise the tuition fees. And at the school entrance, we must erect a statue of Ling Chen. After Ling Chen's test, the other candidates' performances seemed utterly lackluster in comparison. The first round of testing soon concluded, and next came the talent assessments. Most candidates showed no changes in their talent until it was Ling Chen's turn. Ling Chen, please proceed with the aptitude test. Standing calmly in front of the glowing screen of the testing device, Ling Chen exuded confidence. All eyes were fixed on this extraordinary talent, who had displayed fire, lightning, and spatial abilities during the competition. The crowd eagerly awaited the test results. With a composed expression, Ling Chen gently placed his palm on the testing device. Instantly, crimson energy surged from his hand, flowing into the instrument like a living entity. The screen quickly displayed the result: SS level fire element. The crowd erupted in excitement. No way. Wasn't Ling Chen just a level fire element user? How did it jump to SS level? Before the crowd could settle down, the energy in Ling Chen's hand shifted to a vivid purple. The screen flashed again. SS level lightning element. Another triples. Ling Chen is unstoppable. The cheers grew louder, echoing across the field. Then, silver energy poured from Ling Chen's hand. This time, the screen seemed unable to fully display the result, with SS blinking continuously. The crowd's excitement reached a fever pitch. Even the machine can't handle this. Ling Chen, you're a legend. Bro, let's spar sometime. Cling to Ling Chen's coattails while you can. Amidst the frenzy, Ling Chen simply smiled faintly and shook his head lightly. This wasn't even the full extent of his power. Principal Dong, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, Ling Chen, you've truly kept your talent hidden. With this result, you're undoubtedly the top in Huaxia. It's decent, Ling Chen replied calmly. Soon, the total score from the first 2 assessments was announced. A staggering 283,655 points, over 50 times higher than the second-place score of 5,050. After so many shocks, the crowd had become almost numb to these surreal results. Just as Ling Chen was about to start the practical combat assessment, a sharp eagle cry pierced the sky. A massive eagle descended in a wide arc, and 2 men dismounted from its back. One was a man in military uniform with a major rank insignia, and the other was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The man with the glasses approached Ling Chen with a stern expression. Are you Ling Chen? He asked. After Ling Chen nodded in confirmation, the man continued, Hello, I'm Su Liang, Deputy Minister of Education for Huaxia. Due to your exceptional abilities far surpassing your peers, you are required to undergo a separate assessment in accordance with Academy regulations. Ling Chen nodded, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. I wonder what the specific content of my individual assessment will be? With a wave of his right hand, the man with gold-rimmed glasses prompted the uniformed officer beside him to act. The officer swiftly began dispersing the surrounding crowd. Your individual assessment is to challenge the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower? Ling Chen frowned slightly, the name stirring a vague sense of familiarity in his mind. That's right, the man with gold-rimmed glasses explained. As the name suggests, the Demon Suppression Tower is a place to battle demonic beasts. The tower has a total of 81 floors, with the beasts becoming progressively stronger as you ascend. The first floor corresponds to the strength of a 1-star bronze-level beast, and every 9 floors mark a major tier increase. He elaborated further. The difficulty levels are divided into beginner, easy, hard, and hell modes. With each increase in difficulty, the number of beasts multiplies by 10. In beginner mode, you face one beast, while in hell mode, you face 1,000. The Academy's requirement for your assessment is to clear 30 floors at the hard level, which means simultaneously battling 100 platinum 3-star beasts. Not bad. Ling Chen exhaled deeply, then seemed to recall something. Is there any reward for challenging the Demon Suppression Tower? Each floor you clear will enhance your mental strength. Mental strength? Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback before realizing. Is that also a type of ability? Indeed. The deputy minister with gold-rimmed glasses nodded. For powerful ability users, a strong mental capacity is absolutely essential. Once Ling Chen confirmed he was ready, the deputy minister and the middle-aged man led him away. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Ling Chen climbed onto the back of a massive eagle waiting nearby. With a long, piercing cry, the eagle spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its speed was astonishing, faster than any plane Ling Chen had ever flown on. After a while, a towering structure bathed in golden light appeared on the horizon, the legendary Demon Suppression Tower. The entire tower was enveloped in a golden barrier, exuding an overwhelming aura that suggested something fearsome could break free at any moment. Even the eagle carrying them trembled slightly, clearly intimidated by the presence within the tower. The eagle circled a few times before landing on a massive boulder. Ling Chen followed the deputy minister toward the tower's entrance, where he saw strict security in place. Teams of diamond-level guards stood ready, their presence alone enough to make Ling Chen inwardly marvel at the level of defense. At the entrance of the Demon Suppression Tower, 2 guards clad in armor and armed with weapons raised their hands to block the group. Show your pass token, one of the guards demanded in a deep voice. Ling Chen furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at Deputy Minister Su Liang in confusion. Ah, your Dawn Academy tokens are universal, Su Liang explained with a smile. Realizing this, Ling Chen pulled out the temporary Dawn Academy token engraved with his name from his pocket and handed it to the guards for inspection. All right, you can go in, one of the guards signaled with a wave. Go ahead, Ling Chen. We'll wait for you outside, Su Liang said, leading the others as they turned to leave. Ling Chen stepped onto the stairs and pushed open the heavy doors of the Demon Suppression Tower. Beyond the door was a desolate, barren expanse. As he entered, the doors slowly closed behind him. A deep rumbling echoed beneath his feet, and above was a dim, overcast sky. The surroundings were vast and bleak. Welcome to the Demon Suppression Tower. An aged voice resonated in the void. Please select your difficulty level, novice, easy, hard, or hell mode. Once selected, it cannot be changed for life. The number of beasts at each level is 10 times that of the previous one. Novice mode reduces pain to 10, easy mode to 50, hard mode to 100, and hell mode amplifies pain to 500. Considering that the Dawn Academy's assessment benchmark was the 30th floor of hard mode, Ling Chen chose hell mode without hesitation. His goal was not just to pass the assessment, but to reap the rich rewards that came with higher difficulty. Hell mode activated. Consciousness transfer commencing. Before the voice had finished, a beam of white light descended from above, enveloping Ling Chen's body. He slowly closed his eyes and became motionless. After the consciousness transfer, Ling Chen found himself in a blood-red, desolate world, standing atop a massive rock. The surroundings were devoid of any life or vegetation, resembling a lifeless wasteland. Hell mode has begun. Prepare yourself, challenger. Being killed will result in failure, and your consciousness will return to your body. The first challenge will start in 3 minutes. Ling Chen's heart steadied as he retrieved the Xinyuan sword, gently running his hand along its blade. Today, you'll feast to your heart's content. 3 minutes later, the sound of galloping hooves erupted from the distant horizon. The overwhelming aura of 1,000 bronze tier, 1-star beasts surged into the sky. As the horde of beasts charged toward him, Ling Chen's lips curled into a confident smile. These bronze-tier beasts were nothing more than a warm-up. The real challenge lay in the later floors. My Xinyuan sword has been starving for far too long. Kill! Ling Chen shouted in a low voice as he swung the Xinyuan sword down with immense force. As the blade cut through the air, hundreds of blood-red streaks exploded in the sky, and countless bronze-level beasts fell lifeless to the ground. Their corpses instantly transformed into white light, which was completely absorbed by the Xinyuan sword. That feels amazing. Let's go again. Ling Chen laughed heartily, swinging his sword repeatedly. Each slash claimed the lives of hundreds of bronze-level beasts. As the sword's light flickered, thousands of beasts were swiftly annihilated by his relentless strikes. System, where's the experience? Are you stealing from me? Ling Chen questioned sharply. The system immediately responded. Ding? These beasts are merely manifestations of their souls. They had already perished long ago. Ling Chen frowned slightly but quickly checked the soul power value of the Xinyuan sword. 3899-10000. This battle had added 1,000 points of soul power to the sword, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. At least it increased. Otherwise, choosing Hell mode would have been pointless. After successfully passing the first stage, a cloud of white mist drifted toward Ling Chen, accompanied by an ancient voice. The system prompted him to absorb the spiritual essence. Ling Chen silently issued the absorption command, and a refreshing sensation flooded his mind, instantly boosting his mental strength by 10%. As expected of Hell mode, Ling Chen remarked, brimming with anticipation for the challenges ahead. Before long, he fought his way through stage after stage, reaching the 8th level, with his mental strength more than doubled. As he continued slaying beasts, the system suddenly alerted. Ding! Soul power fully collected. The Xianyuan sword can now be unsealed. Without hesitation, Ling Chen took out 16 pounds of divine iron and 5 elemental beast cores, initiating the unsealing process. A golden light enveloped the Xianyuan sword and the materials, merging them together into a towering beam of light. The system announced that the first seal had been successfully lifted. Ling Chen eagerly examined the new attributes of the Xianyuan sword. Platinum level sealed attack, 29,999. Xianyuan sword techniques, first sword, 10,000 swords return to 1. Second sword, Xianyuan sword song. Xianyuan sword song transforms into sword energy, performing high-speed slashes within a designated area while remaining invincible during the technique. Remaining 6 techniques, unlocked in future stages. Second seal unlock requirements. 1 platinum level beast core for each of the 5 elements, 1 chaos crystal, and 100,000 soul power. Seeing the newly unlocked invincible sword technique, Ling Chen was ecstatic. As for the unlock requirements, apart from the unknown chaos crystal, the rest seemed manageable. With the newly enhanced Xianyuan sword in hand, Ling Chen swung it once more. Whoosh! A sharp burst of sword energy instantly pierced through dozens of bronze-level 8-star beasts. The sword energy pierced through dozens of beasts, continuing its unstoppable charge forward. With the sharp whistling sound of it slicing through the air, one beast after another fell until every creature in that direction lay slain. Only then did the sword energy gradually dissipate. The power is much stronger than before. So this is the strength of unlocking the first layer. Ling Chen couldn't hide his excitement as he gazed at the overwhelming force of the sword energy. Before long, he passed the 8th trial, absorbed the spiritual energy orb from that level, and waited quietly for the 9th layer to open. 3 days later, the national assessment finally concluded. The next day, an unexpected result shocked everyone. Ling Chen did not take first place. The leaderboard showed. First place, Chu Tian, Military Academy, 19,804,096 points. Second place, Ling Chen, Tianan City First High School, 283,655 points. These points, did he wipe out an entire beast nest? Killing just one bronze-level beast earns 1,000 points. How many did he have to kill for that score? Turns out he's from the Military Academy. No wonder he's so strong. As discussions erupted across the nation, on the training grounds of the Dawn City Military Academy, a young man walked steadily forward. The gazes of those around him were filled with shock and awe. This newly awakened genius had already reached a strength comparable to the silver level, surpassing most soldiers who had been in service for a year. Ling Chen, we didn't get to face each other in the last national competition. Let this assessment's results serve as our first clash, the young man said calmly, long accustomed to such attention. Chu Tian, well done. Did you make it to the 10th level of the Trial Tower's hard mode? An elderly man with white hair and a long beard stroked it in satisfaction. Yes, teacher. The young man replied with a respectful bow, his voice resonant and powerful. Meanwhile, on the 30th floor of the Demon Suppression Tower, Ling Chen was performing the Xianyuan sword song, unleashing waves of sword energy that swept through the air. Wherever the sword light passed, blood blossomed, and the surrounding beasts fell one after another. After defeating 1,000 platinum-level 4-star beasts, he finally showed signs of fatigue. After absorbing the reward's spiritual energy orb, Ling Chen suddenly felt a strange transformation, as if an invisible barrier had been broken. His understanding of the world around him became clearer than ever before. Ling Chen felt a warm current surge through his body, followed by the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the mortal realm and entering the human realm. He lightly touched his nose, feeling quite satisfied with this breakthrough. Since he had already obtained the Dawn Academy token as proof of passing the trial, it was time to conclude today's challenge. Over the past 4 days, the crowd outside the demon-suppressing tower had gone from initially doubting Ling Chen's combat performance to silently waiting, and finally to expressing helpless sighs. At that moment, the tower's door let out a creaking sound, and a dazzling beam of light shot through the gap. The meditating onlookers all looked up, surprise flashing in their eyes. Deputy Director Su quickly stepped forward, asking with great interest, "Student Ling Chen, how did it go?" Ling Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned his right hand. An emblem of dark gold appeared in his palm, with the number 30 clearly visible on it. Deputy Director Su's pupils contracted, his voice trembling slightly. Hell level? After using a scanner to confirm the result, Deputy Director Su was utterly speechless for 093,000,000 points. The surrounding crowd was stunned, as most candidates this year had only scored in the 3 or 4-digit range. Student Ling Chen, Deputy Director Su finally regained his composure. This score needs to be reported, but it might not be made public. What do you think? That's fine, Ling Chen replied calmly, but I must be recognized as the national top scorer. The astonishing result sparked a 2-hour-long high-level meeting. In the end, it was decided not to disclose the specific score, but Ling Chen's first-place ranking was confirmed. Compensation would be issued through Dawn Academy. In the sky, an eagle's cry pierced through the air. Ling Chen effortlessly leaped onto the eagle's back and flew toward Dawn Academy. Meanwhile, the assessment leaderboard quietly updated, and the first-place name stood out, Ling Chen, Tianan City First High School. As soon as the results of the assessment were announced, the news of Ling Chen securing first place spread like wildfire among the students. I knew it. I didn't see Ling Chen's name on the previous practical performance leaderboard. Turns out, he was number 1. Although the specific score was unknown, no one questioned the result after all. Ling Chen's overwhelming performance in the national competition was well known. At this moment, the sports field of Tianan City's number 1 high school was completely deserted, a stark contrast to the bustling scene just days ago. Under the blazing sun, a majestic eagle soared across the clear sky, tracing a graceful shaped trajectory through the clouds as it sped toward the school. Ling Chen lay on the eagle's back, eyes closed, resting. The trials over the past few days had given him a deep understanding of his physical condition. Though not at his peak, he had reached an astonishing level of strength. Chirp, chirp. The eagle's cry echoed, followed by the calm voice of Minister Su. Ling Chen, we've arrived. Ling Chen opened his eyes, his sharp gaze gleaming with brilliance. The eagle circled a few times before landing steadily on the field. Thank you, Ling Chen said as he leapt off the eagle, gently stroking its neck. Minister Su, who still needed to return to discuss matters regarding Ling Chen, bid him a brief farewell before riding the eagle and disappearing into the horizon. It wasn't until the eagle's figure vanished into the sky that Ling Chen withdrew his gaze. I wonder when Xiaolong will be able to fly as gracefully, he mused silently. Boss, I've already reached platinum rank. Just one more step, and I'll be able to fly. Xiaolong's cheerful voice echoed in his mind. Oh, and when will you rank up? I'm not sure. But I'll do my best, Xiaolong quickly promised. Ling Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to Xiaolong. He strolled leisurely through the campus he was about to bid farewell to. After the assessment, a third of the students had left, leaving the school unusually quiet. This was likely his final visit to his alma mater soon. He would be heading to Dawn Academy to begin a new chapter. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving first place in the assessment. Task completed. Rewards are as follows. Legion Size Doubling Card, Exclusive Skill Card, Legion Skill Enhancement Card. Ling Chen rubbed his chin, feeling quite satisfied with the rewards for such a simple task. Brother! A familiar voice suddenly called out. Ling Chen looked up to see Ling Shi waving at him from the second-floor balcony. Ling Shi hurriedly ran downstairs and approached Ling Chen. Her face lit up with a bright smile as she cheerfully exclaimed, Brother, you're amazing. National first place. Ling Chen was momentarily taken aback before reaching out to ruffle his sister's hair with a smile. Keep working hard. Oh, by the way, I missed your birthday while I was away. Here's a gift to make up for it. As he spoke, he handed Ling Shi a space ring. Thank you, brother. Ling Shi accepted the ring, her smile growing even sweeter. Inside the ring were some low-grade pills Ling Chen no longer needed, but the most precious item was a pet egg of the mythical beast Qinghuan, which he had prepared for her in advance. This egg contains an ancient divine beast, Qinghuan. Take good care of it. Let me know if you ever need resources. Ling Chen advised her earnestly. Ling Shi nodded obediently. Suddenly, Ling Chen seemed to remember something and said, Oh, right? Come with me to a place. The assessment was over, and he was about to leave for Dawn Academy. However, he hadn't yet told his sister that the city lord's mansion was their family's property. All right. Ling Shi held her brother's hand. The two of them vanished instantly, leaving a faint voice in the air. I haven't even asked for leave yet. Meanwhile, beneath the city lord's mansion, under the guidance of a goblin master, a massive underground kingdom capable of housing tens of thousands of people was nearing completion. The inverted triangular structure was divided into 3 levels. The first floor consisted of training grounds and research facilities to enhance the Legion's combat power. The second floor was divided into 6 zones, with one currently occupied by the assassin group, while others were reserved for divisions like the beast taming and summoning groups. The central area was managed by goblins for trade affairs. The third floor served as the office and residential area for the Legion's high-ranking members. When Ling Chen and Ling Shi appeared at the gates of the City Lord's mansion, she asked curiously, "Brother, why did you bring me to the City Lord's mansion?" "You'll see once we go inside," Ling Chen replied with a smile, leading the way. As they stepped through the entrance, a young, wiry guard with a dark complexion approached them, his expression filled with respect and deference. "Young Master Ling." Ling Chen nodded and said, "Take me to see the City Lord." "Yes, this way please." The guard bowed respectfully and led them forward. Ling Shi stood in shock, watching the scene unfold. The guards of the City Lord's mansion were treating her brother with such respect, and to her surprise, he even seemed to know the City Lord. This was completely beyond her expectations. Under the guidance of the guards, they arrived at the backyard of the City Lord's mansion. The guards stopped in front of an imposing hall and said, "Young Master Ling, the City Lord is inside." Ling Chen gave a brief nod and pushed the door open. The spacious and well-lit hall was tastefully and simply decorated. City Lord Yi was seated at the head of the room, deeply engrossed in studying some blueprints. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he immediately looked up, his eyes lighting up with delight. "Young Master Ling, it's finished. Thank you for your hard work, City Lord." Ling Chen responded with a polite smile before gesturing to his sister. "This is my younger sister. Shall we go take a look?" "It is my duty," the City Lord quickly replied, standing up. "Young Master Ling, please follow me." Hearing how the City Lord addressed her brother, Ling Shi was so astonished that she covered her mouth with her hands. She pointed at Ling Chen and stammered, "Brother, you, what's wrong?" Ling Chen asked, amused by his sister's expression. With a playful wink, he added, "Didn't I tell you? Your brother is starting an organization." "You already managed to win over the City Lord?" Ling Shi exclaimed in disbelief. Ling Chen paused for a moment, then flicked her forehead lightly. "That's your brother's charm. And besides, win over? I'm not leading a rebellion." "Ouch." Ling Shi winced, rubbing her forehead, and rolled her eyes with a pout. Before long, they followed the City Lord to the back of the meeting hall. The City Lord stepped forward and twisted two candle holders. With a rumbling sound, the floor revealed a hidden staircase leading downward. "After you, young Master Ling," the City Lord said respectfully, bowing. Passing through the underground passage, they arrived at a grand assembly hall. On the left side of the hall were several tables and chairs. The City Lord began to explain. "The entire underground fortress has been constructed as per your instructions, with 3 levels, each having its own designated entrance. We are currently in the assembly hall on the 3rd level." As Ling Chen listened to the explanation, a system notification suddenly appeared. "Ding! Summoning system cooldown has ended. Summoning is now available." Ling Chen nodded and said, "All right, we'll go over the details later. First, take me to the 2nd level. I have something to take care of." The City Lord led them to the 2nd level. Once there, Ling Chen asked his sister and the City Lord to wait while he headed alone to one of the areas. Ding! The system's notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have summoned the Holy Healer Legion." A radiant portal of light slowly unfolded before Ling Chen. From within, 25 girls dressed in white priestly robes and long cloaks stepped out in an orderly fashion. Each held a staff, their expressions devout, and a gentle glow surrounded them. These healers not only possessed flawless, porcelain-like skin, but also exquisitely beautiful features. Every movement exuded an aura of divine purity. At the center of the group stood a particularly striking young girl. She wore a flowing blue robe with matching boots, a delicate crystal crown on her head. A pink silk scarf partially veiled her face, and in her hand, she held a jade scepter. Her presence was nothing short of extraordinary. "Greetings, Master." The girl bowed gracefully to Ling Chen, her voice clear and melodious. Ling Chen suppressed his amazement and smiled. "From now on, this area belongs to you. You have the authority to forbid anyone from entering." "Thank you, Master." The priests responded in unison, bowing in perfect harmony. "Ahem, Allahim, I'll leave you to it." Ling Chen coughed awkwardly, then turned and walked away. On his way back to meet his sister and Lord Yi, Ling Chen suddenly remembered the Legion doubling card in his possession. Ding! "Would you like to use the Legion doubling card?" "Use it." Ding! "Congratulations, host. The number of your legions has doubled. Holy Healer Legion, 50 members. Shadow Assassin Legion, 114 members. Goblin Legion, 9,136 Goblin." Ling Chen froze in shock. The goblin count had already skyrocketed from 571 to 4,568 before, which was astonishing enough. Now it had doubled again? He recalled the system's earlier remark about their extremely rapid reproduction rate and couldn't help but mutter, even a So couldn't compete with this. Before long, Ling Chen spotted Lord Yi and his sister Ling Shi chatting casually. "Brother, you're finally here. This old man is so boring." Ling Shi immediately ran up to him. 10 minutes later, In the three-story meeting hall, everyone had taken their seats. Ling Chen, Ling Shi, Lord Yi, Assassin 789, healers Sokka Hiram and Ian Kalimdor, and Bai Ling were all present. In the near future, they'll be heading to the academy for training, Ling Chen announced, glancing around at the group. During this time, I hope you will all cooperate sincerely. And please, take good care of my sister. We will not fail your expectations, Master Ling. Everyone responded in unison. Before I leave, I'll assign tasks for the coming days. Unless there's an urgent need, I want summon you. Ling Chen's expression turned serious. 789. Present. Carry out the task I entrusted to you properly, Ling Chen said in a deep voice. The Assassin Intelligence Organization, the eyes of the Legion, must be developed. Yes. Chi Baijio cupped his fists in acknowledgement. Ian, the money-making missions will be handed over to you. Ling Chen looked at Ian with a serious expression. Ian's eyes sparkled with a sense of loyalty, as if exuding an aura ready to claim all the resources of the world's mythical beasts. Sokka, you all, ahem, need to practice your healing skills more. If you improve your healing output, there won't be any worries in battles. Ling Chen coughed twice and gave a small smile to Sokka by his side. Hearing Ling Chen's words, Chi Baijio and Ian exchanged strange looks. Could it be that, in future battles, they could rely on healing? Lord Yi, the daily management of Tianan City is in your hands. This place will become our base of operations in the future. Understood, young Master Ling. Yi Chengzhu replied earnestly, his gaze firm. Then I'll leave the hard work to all of you. When I'm not here, within reasonable limits, my sister's words will carry the same weight as mine. After a moment of thought, Ling Chen added. Everyone looked at each other and eventually nodded in agreement, responding in unison, understood. Then I'll take my leave for now. I hope that when I return, this place will have a brand new look. Ling Chen thought to himself with satisfaction how wonderful it was not to have to manage things personally. Farewell, Lord Ling. Everyone cupped their fists again in salute. Ling Chen left, glancing back at Yi Chengzhu. Yi Chengzhu, Tianan City is now in your hands. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, contact Chi Baiju. He'll know how to find me. Understood. Yi Chengzhu responded dutifully. After Ling Chen departed, everyone once again bowed respectfully, watching his figure disappear into the distance, their hearts surging with determination. Clearly, their lord had high expectations of them. Ian and Chi Baijio exchanged a glance, a spark of understanding passing between them. A fraction of a second later, they were in front of Sokka. Sokka, let me show you around my place, Ian said, rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. No, Sokka shook her head. Why not? Because you're too ugly. Sokka replied bluntly, leaving Ian choking on his indignation. Then, Sokka, are you free tomorrow? Chi Baijio, standing to the side, brightened at the opportunity, brushing his flowing hair aside and giving her a brooding look. Nope. I hate assassins the most. Sokka rolled her eyes and waved him off. Chi Baijio, why should I take the blame for the actions of other assassins? Chi Baijio muttered under his breath. Yi Chengzhu, observing quietly from the side, could barely suppress his laughter. His face twitched as he pinched himself, thinking, don't laugh. Don't laugh. Goodbye, old man. Sokka waved at Yi Chengzhu before turning and walking away. Yi Chengzhu sighed inwardly. Did he always end up as collateral damage? Back at home, Ling Chen had a simple meal with his sisters, sharing laughter and lighthearted banter. He left them with ample resources for cultivation, leaving the rest to their own efforts. As for their futures, it would be up to them to forge their own paths. In the stillness of the early hours, a shadowy figure darted across the rooftops, vanishing into the night. On an empty field outside Tianan City, Ling Chen landed silently, gazing at the distant city, standing in place for a long time. Finally, he leapt lightly into the air, stepping across the void before disappearing into the night. In the midst of spatial travel, a vortex opened. After confirming the direction, Ling Chen entered without hesitation, and the vortex dissipated into nothingness. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying a faint trace of dust in the air. At the peak of a towering monolith that seemed to pierce the heavens, a swirling vortex-like spatial gate slowly opened, and the slender figure of Ling Chen emerged from within. The morning sunlight bathed the sky, with a crimson glow resembling blood accentuating the rising sun. Ling Chen retrieved a temporary token from his spatial ring, gazing at the faint glow flickering on its surface. Without hesitation, he infused it with his source energy. Instantly, a soft white light shot out from the token, pointing into the distance. Following the guidance of the white light, Ling Chen moved swiftly and soon recognized a familiar stone wall, the very entrance to Dawn Academy he had used last time. Skillfully, he placed the token into the groove in the wall. The moment it fit perfectly, a brilliant light flashed. Ling Chen stepped through the stone wall without hesitation and proceeded down the dimly lit corridor. Unlike the apprehension he felt during his first visit, Ling Chen's mindset was now completely different, was no longer a student undergoing an assessment, but an official member of Dawn Academy. Passing through the gate, he walked along the stone-paved path and headed straight for the administrative building to complete his enrollment. As he moved forward with a series of quick flashes, a spatial barrier suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Who goes there? A cold voice rang out, and a young man with striking features but a stern demeanor appeared before him. Ling Chen, disciple of Master Shun. Ling Chen replied calmly. I assume you must be Senior Zhang Haoyan? Oh, so, you're Ling Chen. The young man's expression shifted from stern to a smile. I was wondering who this spatial type was. Welcome to Dawn Academy. Master has mentioned you before. Let me take you to see him. I need to complete my enrollment first, Ling Chen said. Zhang Haoyan nodded in agreement and led him toward the cluster of academy buildings. Senior Jiang, where are the other students? Ling Chen asked along the way, unable to suppress his curiosity. This was his second time at the academy, yet he had only encountered Zhang Haoyan both times. They're all out on missions. Zhang Haoyan explained with a grin, his face showing a trace of determination. I just returned from a mission myself to report back. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen me either. Mission? Ling Chen asked in confusion. You'll find out once you start school. Senior brother Zhang explained with a smile. Every year, Dawn Academy organizes practical training missions. Completing them earns you credits, which can be exchanged for various rare treasures. Ling Chen nodded in understanding and refrained from asking further. As Zhang Haoyan led the way, he continued to explain, currently, the academy has 19 students, and with you, that makes 20. There are 2 others still on campus, and you'll meet them later. As a new student, you'll get 6 months of free unknown guidance from a mentor. Free. Ling Chen picked up on something unusual in his words. I thought there were no tuition fees? Zhang Haoyan flashed a sly smile. After 6 months, you won't be a new student anymore. From then on, all guidance sessions will require credits. To earn credits, you can either complete missions or, like Yawan in the academy, exchange items such as refined pills. She's only 25 and already a master-level alchemist. His tone carried clear admiration. Ling Chen simply shrugged, appearing indifferent. You're not even a little surprised? The two walked along a stone-paved path leading to the academy's central square, where the teaching area of Dawn Academy came into view. In the distance stood 4 distinct buildings, one in each cardinal direction, while at the center rose a third-dimensional spiral black tower covered in mysterious engravings. Surrounding the tower were numerous stone tablets etched with illustrations of alchemy furnaces, pill formulas, formations, martial techniques, and more. Zhang Haoyan elaborated on the layout of the teaching area. The eastern zone was a daily training area where cultivation speed was 3 times faster than elsewhere. The western zone was for practicing martial skills. The northern zone housed alchemy rooms, and the southern zone was the teaching block for academic knowledge. At the center stood the treasure pavilion. Its first floor served as the mission hub, while floors 2 through 9 stored various weapons, martial techniques, materials, and cultivation manuals, all obtainable with enough credits. After hearing the explanation, Ling Chen began calculating the potential of using his master-level alchemy skills to earn credits. Come on, let's get your enrollment paperwork done, and then I'll show you to your dorm. Zhang Haoyan continued introducing other aspects of the academy as they walked. When the two arrived at the office on the 2nd floor of the main building, Zhang Haoyan suddenly stopped. With an odd expression, he raised a finger to his lips and gestured for Ling Chen to stay quiet. Pointing towards the office, Ling Chen curiously pressed his ear against the doorframe. Strange noises came from inside, mixed with the old man's sleazy laughter. Huh, I've heard this before. Ling Chen blurted out, his ears twitching slightly. I think it was the same last time I was here. Huh, good memory. Zhang Haoyan teased with a mischievous grin. He placed his hand on the doorknob, suddenly pushed the door open, and shouted sternly, Anti-porn squad, stand up. Behind the desk, old Su was startled by the abrupt commotion, his whole body trembling. Instinctively, he reached out to shut off the screen. Realizing what was happening, he immediately turned and barked at Zhang Haoyan. Damn you. Instead of learning good things, you just pick up all the bad habits from your lousy old master. Haha, master was right. This is so damn fun. Zhang Haoyan laughed even harder. Sensing the tension between the two, Ling Chen quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Senior, I'm here to complete my enrollment procedures. Hearing this, old Su turned around, and upon seeing Ling Chen, the anger on his face vanished instantly. Ah, Ling Chen, you're here. Hand me your temporary token. Ling Chen handed over the token. Old Su took it and retrieved a golden crystal, crushing it in his hand. A burst of golden light flowed into the token. Then, he took out a jade plaque and asked Ling Chen for 2 drops of blood. Ling Chen bit his fingertip, using his energy to guide the blood drops to Old Su. Old Su performed a series of hand seals in the air. 1 drop of blood merged with the token, while the other was absorbed into the jade plaque. This will be your academy token from now on, Old Su said, handing the token back to Ling Chen. Pointing to the jade plaque, he continued, this piece will be stored in the Hall of Longevity. If it shatters, it means you're not coming back. Ling Chen carefully examined the translucent token with its faint golden glow. Zhang Haoyan, standing nearby, urged, Old Su, hurry up and assign Ling Chen a dorm. I'll take him there. Old Su nodded, turned to face his computer, and calmly closed a certain website before skillfully logging into the Academy's housing platform. Villa 404 is vacant. You can stay there, he said, pulling a key card from a drawer and handing it to Ling Chen. The two thanked him and left, soon arriving at the residential area. Ling Chen was awestruck by the sight of the villa complex, hundreds of two-story villas, each spanning thousands of square meters and equipped with a private backyard. Led by Zhang Haoyan, they approached Villa 404. In front of the entrance stood a massive fountain, spraying water over 10 meters high. As they entered the courtyard, a rich flow of energy enveloped them. Ling Chen noticed that the entire courtyard was embedded with a formation designed to gather energy. He took out the keycard and swiped it on the sensor. With a soft beep, the front door swung open. Ling Chen and Zhang Haoyan stepped into the villa. The living room on the first floor was simple yet elegant in design, furnished with a set of rosewood sofas and 2 tea tables. Next to one of the tea tables stood a bookshelf lined with an array of ancient-looking books that Ling Chen had never seen before. On the left side of the living room, a rustic wooden cabinet neatly displayed various potions and elixirs used for cultivation. A thick, soft animal skin carpet stretched from the entrance to the spiral staircase leading to the second floor. After a brief stop on the first floor, the two ascended the stairs. The second floor mirrored the layout of the first, with a study at the end of the hallway, its door slightly ajar. Through the gap, Ling Chen noticed several books on the shelves, one of which caught his eye, Global Trials, Awakening Dual Abilities at the start. He couldn't help but admire the taste of the villa's previous occupant. To the right of the study was a spacious bedroom. Ling Chen pushed open the door and was greeted by the sight of a large bed. On the bedside desk lay an admission guidebook. Opposite the desk, a painting hung on the wall. Zhang Haoyan approached with a mysterious smile and pointed at the painting. Behind this painting is a cultivation chamber with excellent soundproofing. You can try channeling your source energy into it. Ling Chen nodded and directed his source energy into the painting. The canvas shimmered briefly before slowly unfurling, revealing a hidden, empty yet expansive chamber. Junior brother Ling, don't forget the welcome ceremony tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the square, Zhang Haoyan said with a smile, waving as he left. After seeing his senior brother off, Ling Chen familiarized himself with the villa before entering the hidden chamber to begin his cultivation. The next morning, Ling Chen stretched and loosened his muscles after completing his training. After a simple wash-up, he left the villa. When he arrived at the square, he found only 3 other students waiting idly. Among them were senior brother Zhang Haoyan, another man, and a woman. The man looked vaguely familiar to Ling Chen. His face was as refined as jade, adorned with a scholar's cap, a sword at his waist, and dressed in white robes. It was none other than Zhuge Kongming, whom Ling Chen had encountered briefly before. The other was a petite female student in a floor-length alchemy robe. Her short hair framed a delicate face, accented by black-rimmed glasses without lenses. Despite her small stature, her figure was striking, and her confident demeanor exuded charisma. At that moment, the lottery system chimed in with a notification. Congratulations! You have obtained a Heaven-tier weapon. Vermilion Bird Feather Fan. Increases the user's intelligence by 20 points and enhances the damage output of fire element abilities. This must be the alchemy master, senior sister Yao Wan, who was mentioned yesterday. In the center of the plaza, on a high platform, a group of elders stood solemnly, their expressions serious and dignified. The 4 academy students had all arrived, and at this moment, a hunched figure slowly stepped forward. Now that everyone is here, let's welcome our new student, Ling Chen, to the stage. Hearing the familiar voice, Ling Chen looked over carefully. The speaker was none other than Elder Su, whom he had coincidentally encountered twice before. Recalling how both times he had caught Elder Su watching the same movie, Ling Chen mused to himself. It seems Elder Su doesn't have much variety in his collection. Maybe I should share the terabytes of study materials Yikong gave me last time. Who knows, it might earn me some favors. Ling Chen stepped onto the high platform. Elder Su cleared his throat and announced, let's give a warm welcome to the 40th batch student of Dawn Academy, Ling Chen. The sound of 3 people clapping rose from the crowd. The detailed history and specifics of Dawn Academy can be found in the newcomer's handbook. Alright, I believe everyone has gotten a sense of who Ling Chen is. Just make sure you don't accidentally kill him when you see him next time. I hereby declare the welcome ceremony over. Everyone, go catch up on your sleep. The moment Elder Su finished speaking, the elders quickly left the plaza, leaving Ling Chen standing there, stunned by the wind. That's it? They called me up here just to show my face? Junior brother Ling, congratulations on officially joining Dawn Academy. Zhang Haoyan approached and cupped his hands in greeting. Don't worry too much about it. Dawn Academy takes a free-range approach to education. Whatever you want to learn, they'll teach you. Thank you. But didn't they only recruit me this year? What's the deal with Zhuge Kongming? Him? Zhang Haoyan pointed to his head. He's been here for a while. He relies on this. Ling Chen suddenly understood, so this world values intelligence as well. He immediately used his system to analyze. Zhuge Kongming, bronze level, 2-star, intelligence 666, 2000, loyalty 666, 65 strategic genius, wisdom like a deity. Recommended for recruitment. Seeing the system's recommendation for recruitment, Ling Chen realized that his army had been lacking a leading figure, and Zhuge Kongming was the perfect candidate. With a loyalty score of 65, there was a decent chance of success. He immediately approached Zhuge Kongming. Zhuge Kongming, I didn't expect you to be my senior. Student Ling Chen, I look forward to working with you. Zhuge Kongming replied with a polite smile and cupped hands in return. Brother Zhuge, I have a request, Ling Chen said, clasping his fists. Please speak, Student Ling Chen. I wish to invite Brother Zhuge to join my beast hunting army as a military strategist so that we can one day eliminate the demonic beast together. Ling Chen's eyes shone with determination, and his tone was filled with anticipation. Zhuge Kongming looked at Ling Chen, a subtle and meaningful smile playing on his lips, and slowly raised 3 fingers. You can join, but you'll need to accomplish 3 tasks first. What 3 tasks? Ling Chen asked cautiously. Zhuge Kongming's expression turned serious. First, you must ensure I have strong enough protectors to guarantee my safety. Second, I want you to reach diamond level strength in a short period. The third task is less urgent. I'd like you to mobilize your legion's resources to help me find a lost treasure of my clan, the Vermilion Bird Feather Fan. Ling Chen paused upon hearing the last condition. The Vermilion Bird Feather Fan? The name immediately reminded him of an item he had drawn from the system earlier that morning. He quickly retrieved the fan from his inventory and handed it to Zhuge Kongming. This time, it was Zhuge Kongming's turn to be stunned. What a coincidence. The system works in mysterious ways, Ling Chen said with a grin. I bought this at an auction. So, the third condition is already fulfilled. As for the first 2, they won't be a problem either. With that, Ling Chen clenched his right fist and murmured under his breath, Third evolution. Thunder God's technique? In an instant, a surge of lightning power coursed through his body, and his presence intensified dramatically. In a flash, he struck the testing device with a Thunder God punch. The numbers on the device rapidly climbed before settling at 48, 888 diamond level, 6-star pure strength. The 3 people present were stunned by the result. After all, Ling Chen had just recently finished his college entrance exams, during which he had demonstrated 6-star platinum level strength. To think that even that wasn't his full potential was a testament to his extraordinary talent. In that case, I agree, Zhuge Kongming said solemnly. Ling Chen threw an arm around his shoulder. Great. From now on, we're brothers. Zhuge Kongming was momentarily taken aback, but then broke into a smile. All right, brothers it is. The system promptly issued a notification. Zhuge Kongming has joined the Legion. Congratulations on recruiting a peerless strategist. Ling Chen couldn't help but feel elated. With such a legendary strategist on his side, the issue of commanding large-scale battles was as good as solved. He decided to have Baiyu focus on protecting Zhuge Kongming for now, and adjust the plan once the Shadow Assassin Legion grew stronger. By the way, how many people are in your legion currently? Zhuge Kongming asked. Ling Chen checked his stats panel. 2,977 legion members, along with 18,436 summon troops, for a total of 21,443. About 21,000 people, though most of them are goblins. Go, goblins? Zhuge Kongming repeated, his tone turning slightly peculiar as he looked at Ling Chen. Ling Chen was momentarily stunned, his brows furrowing slightly. What's going on? How did you manage to tame so many goblins? At first, I only managed to tame 500 goblins, Ling Chen replied, his tone carrying a hint of melancholy as his gaze flickered. I never expected them to multiply to over 18,000 now. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The unsightly goblins had undeniably lowered the overall appearance of his legion. Ling Chen then went on to give a detailed report on the organization's current situation to strategist Zhuge. With the system in place, he didn't feel the need to hold back. Adhering to the principle of trusting those he employed, he shared everything without reservation. After listening, Zhuge studied Ling Chen with a meaningful gaze. While he had initially been drawn to Ling Chen's talent, he now admired his ambition and foresight even more. However, he also identified a critical issue: the efficiency of resource allocation needed urgent improvement. There's no time to waste. I've decided to head to Tianan City immediately. Zhuge volunteered without hesitation. Ling Chen nodded in approval, and the two began discussing the details. Ultimately, they agreed that Zhuge Kongming would set off in 2 days. Once their plans were finalized, the night deepened, and Zhuge quickly returned to his villa. Back in his room, Ling Chen picked up the enrollment guide and studied it carefully. He learned that aside from courses on magical beasts and combat, other subjects could be chosen freely. As a freshman, he would receive free learning and cultivation resources for the first 6 months. After that, he would need to exchange academic credits for them. The primary way to earn credits was by completing tasks of varying difficulty. Tomorrow, we'll try out the Academy's training room, Ling Chen thought to himself as he headed into the secret chamber. Come out, Linger. With his call, a beam of white light shot out from the formation disc, and Linger's graceful figure appeared. Ahem, it's been days since I practiced skin hardening. Come train with me. Ling Chen coughed lightly as he walked toward Bai Ling. The night passed quietly, the soundproofing of the secret chamber proving to be excellent. At dawn, Ling Chen arrived at the Academy's training room. After a simple check-in, he entered an advanced training chamber, immediately feeling the dense surge of elemental energy around him. Sitting cross-legged, Ling Chen began to activate the Chaos God-slaying technique. The surrounding elemental energy frantically converged, pouring into his body through his open pores. Such a rich concentration of elemental energy. The training efficiency far exceeded Ling Chen's expectations. He cultivated for an extended period, and the bottleneck that had been troubling him finally broke through, allowing him to advance smoothly to Silver Tier, 9 stars. It seems he'll need to visit the training room frequently. Linger will have to bear with it for now, Ling Chen thought as he made his way toward the Southern Teaching Building to select his desired courses. Just then, a hurried figure bumped into his shoulder, muttered a quick sorry, and disappeared around the corner. Looking at the figure from behind, it indeed resembled the person from the morning. Ling Chen shook his head and dismissed the thought, heading straight to the course selection hall on the first floor of the teaching building. Faced with hundreds of courses, Ling Chen carefully selected 5 that intrigued him the most. Fusion 112, Irresistible Obsession, The Art of Group Dynamics, The Mystery of Life's Origins, and How Divine Artifacts Are Forged. Though the course titles were cryptic and lacked detailed descriptions, Ling Chen understood that they were likely specialized courses with concealed purposes. The generated schedule was well organized, 1 course per day from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., with weekends free. Ling Chen was quite satisfied with this arrangement, as it left his evenings open for cultivation practice in the training room. Considering the credit requirements for the semester, he decided to revisit alchemy and earn credits by trading the pills he crafted. With this plan in mind, Ling Chen headed to the alchemy building to the north. The first floor hall displayed various finished medicinal pills, giving the space an unusually empty feel. As he ascended to the second floor, he was greeted by rows of alchemy rooms with transparent windows, designed to facilitate learning and interaction among alchemists. In the alchemy room closest to the entrance, a short-haired woman in a long robe and black-framed glasses was intently channeling her elemental energy to refine a pill. She was Yao Wan. Ling Chen paused by the window, quietly observing her focused expression. An hour passed quietly, until the sharp smell of burning filled the air. The herbs had turned black, their properties completely destroyed. Yao Wan frowned deeply, removed her glasses, and rubbed her forehead in disappointment, murmuring, still unsuccessful. Are you trying to refine a treasure-pilching Sheen pill? Ling Chen's voice suddenly broke the silence. Yao Wan spun around abruptly. Seeing the figure outside the window, she hesitated and asked, Are you the new student, Ling Chen? I know a thing or two, but Qingxin pill isn't refined this way, Ling Chen said with a smile and a shake of his head. The recipe is incomplete. Do you mean to say you know how? Yao Wan asked, her tone tinged with surprise. Well, as it happens, I do, Ling Chen said with a casual shrug. Yao Wan scrutinized him skeptically. After all, refining pills required fire elemental energy, and Ling Chen had only awakened his abilities a few months ago. Even with relentless practice, he would barely qualify as a novice alchemist. Why don't we find out? Ling Chen said with a confident smile as he stepped into the alchemy room. With a wave of his left hand, he conjured a flame out of thin air and directed it into the alchemy furnace. The intense heat spread instantly. His expression grew serious as his gaze fixed on the furnace. With his right hand, he picked up a few herbs from the stone table and placed them into the fiery furnace. In an instant, the medicinal herbs burned to ash, leaving behind a few drops of liquid containing the pure essence of the ingredients. Ling Chen skillfully continued adding precious herbs into the alchemy cauldron. Dan Yin Lotus, Li Shui Jade, 7-star grass. His movements were precise, and under his meticulous control, each herb transformed into pure liquid, gently floating within the cauldron. Yao Wan stood nearby, observing intently. Initially skeptical of Ling Chen's abilities, she couldn't help but re-evaluate the young man as she witnessed his precise mastery of heat control. She carefully noted each of his actions, hoping to uncover the reasons behind her own failures in alchemy. Crimson flames surged within the cauldron as Ling Chen's deep eyes remained fixed on the fire. He casually retrieved an ice elemental beast core he had prepared beforehand. As soon as the core entered the cauldron, it was enveloped by the flames. Its hard shell gradually softened until it finally melted into a pool of sky-blue liquid. During the final fusion stage, Ling Chen's fingers moved nimbly, guiding dozens of pure liquid droplets to blend seamlessly under his control. The flames seemed almost alive, wrapping around the entire mixture. As the liquid condensed further, an ice-blue pill began to take shape, its delicate medicinal fragrance spreading through the air. It's done, Ling Chen said as he gestured with his right hand, drawing the clear heart pilla treasure-grade elixir into his palm. Yao Wan stared in shock at the scene before her, unable to believe her eyes. How did you do that? She asked incredulously. Ling Chen shrugged and explained. The key is precise heat control and understanding the properties of the ingredients. Also, your formula was missing 7-star grass. It helps neutralize the repelling properties between the medicinal liquids. Realization dawned on Yao Wan, and she finally understood the root of her failures. She sincerely thanked Ling Chen and took the opportunity to ask him several alchemy-related questions. Ling Chen patiently provided clear answers, which only deepened her admiration for him. Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Yao Wan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Will you be my master? She asked eagerly. Although Ling Chen initially tried to decline, citing a lack of time, he eventually gave in to Yao Wan's persistent enthusiasm. Overjoyed, Yao Wan almost jumped with excitement. She immediately introduced herself formally, saying, Master, my name is Yao Wan, but you can just call me Wanner. As she spoke, she adjusted her black-framed glasses and beamed up at her new mentor. I've heard so much about you. Ling Chen nodded slightly in greeting. Master, since we're now in a teacher-student relationship, could you guide me in refining the Qingxin pill? Yao Wan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Of course. Ling Chen agreed readily, unaware that this decision would soon lead to regret. What followed was a relentless barrage of questions from Yao Wan. Master, how do I control the heat here? Master, what should I watch out for during the condensation process? One question after another left Ling Chen scrambling to keep up. By the early hours of the morning, an utterly exhausted Ling Chen finally succumbed, slumping over the stone table and dozing off. Though he usually relied on cultivation to stave off fatigue, this time, drowsiness overtook him. Meanwhile, Yao Wan remained as enthusiastic as ever, showing no signs of stopping. Master, come on, just hang in there a little longer. Yao Wan's voice was full of energy. Zzz. Ling Chen was already fast asleep, oblivious to the world. Master's not that great, huh? Only lasted a few hours. Yao Wan muttered quietly, careful not to wake the sleeping Ling Chen. Her passion for alchemy was far from sated. The next morning, Ling Chen woke up feeling refreshed after a rare full night's rest. As he turned his head, he was startled to see Yao Wan slumped nearby. With a jolt of panic, he immediately teleported away from the scene of the crime. The admission system at Dawn Academy was highly flexible. Students could start classes the day after passing the entrance exam. Today, Ling Chen was scheduled to attend one of the 5 courses he had chosen. Fusion 11, though the course description was brief, the name alone sparked his curiosity. The class was held at the Western Training Grounds, which surprised Ling Chen. Why is a theory class being held at the training grounds? Could there be a practical component? The thought excited him. With a few quick teleports, Ling Chen arrived at the training grounds. The system informed him that his teleportation skill had been upgraded, now covering a range of 100 meters. In the training area, an elderly man with snow-white hair hovered in midair. He wore a simple blue robe, his eyes closed in meditation. Beside him stood Ling Chen's master, Shanshi. Kid, you've got good taste. It's been decades since I've had a single student, the old man said with a chuckle. No one ever signed up for my class, so I asked old Su to help me rename it recently. Looks like it worked. Ling Chen couldn't shake a sense of foreboding as he listened. Just then, Shanshi burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. All right, old Jiang. Stop scaring my disciple. Ling Chen, while others might not be able to handle this class, it's absolutely perfect for you. Teacher Shen couldn't help but burst into laughter as he observed the ever-changing expressions on Ling Chen's face. A flicker of interest flashed in Ling Chen's eyes. He turned to Elder Jiang and asked, May I ask, Senior, what are we going to learn in this class? Elder Jiang slowly opened his eyes, and for a moment, a sharp glint pierced through the cloudiness of his gaze, making Ling Chen's heart skip a beat. We'll be learning about the coordination and fusion of abilities. What? Ling Chen's eyes widened as memories of his past attempts at ability fusion surfaced in his mind. This was precisely the course he had always wanted to take. Elder Jiang continued, however, before you, there hasn't been a single experimental student with multiple awakened abilities. His tone carried a hint of regret. Just as he was about to explain how this course was built upon extensive experimental data, Teacher Shen suddenly coughed twice and interjected, Ahem. Non-human big data? Elder Jiang explained further, this course is designed to help students with multiple abilities learn how to coordinate or fuse them effectively. Each of your abilities can complement and enhance the others, creating a synergy that results in power far greater than the sum of its parts. Ling Chen nodded thoughtfully. I've tried fusing abilities before. Let me show you if this is what you mean. Before he could finish, he raised his hands and activated his ice and fire abilities simultaneously. Suddenly, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and deafening thunder. A bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel tore through the sky, leaving a blinding streak of white. Under the astonished gazes of the two elders, Ling Chen began channeling 3 abilities at once, fusing them together. As the energies intertwined, the clash of lightning, fire, and ice formed an ever-expanding sphere of light in the air. This is, Elder Jiang exclaimed in excitement. Such a miraculous fusion technique. We never even considered this possibility. Elder Jiang's expression turned serious. Although your fusion method has significantly increased its strength, it hasn't quite reached the level of a true fusion skill. However, the power of this ice-fire-lightning sphere is already approaching a city defense level. Combined with your teleportation ability, it could create incredibly unpredictable effects. Hearing this, Ling Chen's eyes lit up as he began contemplating how to perfectly integrate his teleportation with his other abilities. At that moment, Teacher Shin seemed to remember something crucial and asked in shock, "Wait a second, what did you just say?" "I said combining it with teleportation," Elder Jiang replied. "No, before that. The ice-fire-lightning sphere?" "Ah, yes, exactly. Hold on, Disciple, when did your ice, fire, and lightning abilities all reach SSS level?" Teacher Shin shouted in disbelief. Master Shun's eyes widened in astonishment. In his view, awakening a single SS level ability was already the mark of a rare genius. But the fact that his new apprentice had awakened multiple abilities was beyond anything he could comprehend. Just lucky, I guess. Had a bit of a fortunate encounter," Ling Chen said, rubbing his nose with a slightly embarrassed expression. "Lucky?" Master Shun shook his head with a wry smile. "You, my boy, are practically defying the heavens with your fortune." Hearing this, Ling Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, while Elder Jiang standing nearby also chuckled helplessly. "Next, we'll focus on teaching you how to combine and utilize your abilities," Master Shin said seriously. Ling Chen nodded earnestly. At the high school level, students generally had limited abilities and skills, so the basics rarely delved into the coordination of different powers. Your dual abilities of fire and lightning can merge seamlessly, combining lightning-fast speed with devastating flames to create a blazing white fire-lightning strike. Meanwhile, your spatial ability can complement the others to produce unexpected effects. As the simulated sunlight in the small training world gradually faded and night fell, the intensive training session for the day came to an end. Ling Chen had gained a lot, not only mastering the essentials of ability fusion, but also creating his own unique sequence of skill combinations. "That's it for today. Get some rest," Master Shan said before disappearing with Elder Jiang from the room. "Master!" Ling Chen called out, but there was no response. Watching the two elders vanish, he pursed his lips, still eager for more, and headed toward the training room to continue practicing on his own. However, before he reached the door, Ling Chen sensed a familiar presence. Seat was his overly eager apprentice, Yao Wan. "Nope, not tonight. I'm too worn out," he muttered to himself before swiftly teleporting away, evading her and heading straight for the training room. Once inside, Ling Chen let out a long breath of relief, thankful to have avoided what would have been a night-long barrage of questions. A powerful suction force soon surrounded him as he began absorbing a steady flow of energy. Meanwhile, outside the training room, Yao Wan stood quietly, drawing circles in the air and muttering to herself, "Why isn't it over yet?" The next day, Ling Chen studied the schedule with a thoughtful expression. While there were still no course descriptions, today's class was to be held at Villa 101. Feeling a mix of curiosity and anticipation, he made his way to the location. The villa's gates were open, and in the courtyard, a woman with an ethereal presence was leisurely sipping tea, occasionally glancing toward the entrance. When she spotted Ling Chen, she froze for a moment before a playful smile appeared on her face. Her gaze turned hazy and otherworldly, and as their eyes met, Ling Chen's expression gradually became vacant and dazed. This was a spacious and luxurious room, filled with an enchanting atmosphere. On the bed lay a woman draped in light, gauzy fabric, her alluring figure fully revealed. Ling Chen, faced with this tempting scene, merely shook his head gently and uttered a low no. Instantly, the surroundings shattered into fragments. When his vision cleared, the woman before him was calmly sipping tea, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Seeing how quickly he broke free from the illusion, she let out a soft "oh" before chuckling. "Not bad, your willpower is impressive." "Too young, not interested," Ling Chen muttered under his breath before straightening up and asking, "Was that an illusion just now?" "Indeed, just a very basic one. If you'd indulged in it, it would have been hard to escape." The woman set down her teacup and beckoned him with a slender finger. Come over and sit. Want to learn? Ling Chen nodded, intrigued. The woman produced a translucent jade pendant and handed it to him. This is a mental strength testing pendant. Let's check your aptitude first. Place your palm on it and sense it with your mind. Following her instructions, Ling Chen closed his eyes and concentrated. Moments later, the pendant emitted a faint blue glow, with energy currents visibly flowing within. Human realm? The woman gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Such pure mental strength at your age. Ling Chen, however, was unsurprised by the result. He had already discovered his level during his time in the trial tower. Call me Aunt Lon. I'm the ninth elder of the Academy's Elder Council, the woman said as she composed herself. Over the next few hours, she explained the various types and levels of illusions in detail and handed him a book titled The Fundamentals of Illusions. When Aunt Lon was about to demonstrate further, a system notification interrupted. Ling Chen quickly mastered beginner-level illusions and immediately showcased his skills. This left Aunt Lon astonished once again, even sparking thoughts of taking him as a disciple. In the days that followed, Ling Chen's schedule became vibrant and diverse. On the third day, he attended a combat class titled Life Thrives in Group Activities, where several instructors personally guided sparring sessions. On the fourth day, he explored the mystery of life's origins, which, to his surprise, involved learning how to hatch eggs. By the fifth day, Ling Chen had to admit that choosing how divine artifacts are forged had indeed been his wisest decision. With a determined mindset to thoroughly learn the art of forging, Ling Chen pushed open the door of the smithing room. Inside, a darkened silhouette was deeply engrossed in its work. That familiar figure made Ling Chen's heart skip a beat. It was the same middle-aged man who had crafted their custom gear during the national competition. Hearing the door open, the man turned around with a gentle smile on his face. We meet again, Ling Chen. It's you. Ling Chen quickly stepped forward, grabbing the man's arm, his voice trembling with excitement. Tell me, who is my father? Where is he? Back in the weaponry room during the competition, this very man had revealed to him that his father was still alive. Calm down, the man said, gently patting Ling Chen's hand. Your father is a hero, but he has his reasons. I can't tell you his identity just yet, but you'll find out soon enough. He said that once you reach the Guardian level, you should seek him out on the Abyss battlefield. Abyss battlefield, Ling Chen murmured, repeating the unfamiliar name as he slowly let go of the man's arm. What kind of place is that? You'll understand when the time comes, the man said, changing the subject. For now, aren't you here to learn forging? Go practice hammering over there. With that, he picked up a hammer and resumed striking the piece of iron before him. With each strike, the clear sound of metal echoed through the room, accompanied by a surge of fiery, elemental energy emanating from the iron. It was then that Ling Chen noticed intricate flame ability runes etched onto the surface of the iron. Ling Chen was at a loss for words. This is a flame ability rune, the Forge Fire, the man explained. It's an advanced rune I inscribe using fire elemental energy. With your current strength, you won't be able to control it yet. As Ling Chen prepared to move aside and start practicing the basics, a system notification suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Advanced rune detected. Would you like to learn it? Learn. Ding. Congratulations, host, for mastering the advanced rune the Forge Fire. A flood of knowledge about the skill surged into Ling Chen's mind. Raising his right hand, crimson energy flowed through the air, swiftly forming a flawless rune pattern that radiated a dazzling red glow. The man turned around and saw the scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. Did you draw that? Just a lucky attempt, Ling Chen replied modestly, silently praising the system's assistance. Without hesitation, he picked up a hammer, channeling the forge fire into the raw iron as he began to forge. The rhythmic clanging of the hammer echoed throughout the smithing room, and with the rune's enhancement, the process of removing impurities became significantly easier. Amid the crisp clanging of metal striking metal, Ling Chen focused intently as he wielded the hammer, gradually mastering the art of forging. For 3 full days, he hardly stepped out, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to learning the craft of blacksmithing. By the end of the 3rd day, Ling Chen let out a long breath and activated the system's lottery feature. A prompt immediately chimed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring advanced forging technique. Instantly, a flood of memories containing decades of forging expertise surged into his mind. Ling Chen couldn't help but marvel. 3 days of forging practice couldn't compete with a 1-second lottery win. However, the hands-on experience from the past 3 days had deepened his understanding of the acquired knowledge. During this time, Ling Chen also learned the name of the man who had been guiding him was referred to as Old Wang from next door. On the final evening of the first week, Ling Chen felt his elemental energy had reached the peak of silver rank. He bid farewell to Old Wang, preparing for his breakthrough. Returning to the training chamber, Ling Chen hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door to ensure no interruptions. Sitting cross-legged, he began circulating the chaos god-slaying technique. Instantly, a massive vortex of elemental energy formed within the room, with its center at his abdomen. The energy continuously surged into his body, refining and condensing within his dantian. When the energy finally coalesced into a liquid state, it marked his advancement to gold rank, level 1. A month later, Ling Chen had fully mastered the techniques of elemental fusion, illusion, combat skills, and forging, with his blacksmithing nearing the master level. In these 5 disciplines, he had reached the level required for early graduation. Over this period, he performed dozens of lotteries, acquiring 2 physical enhancement cards, several platinum-grade weapons, and some techniques he had no immediate use for. He exchanged the unused techniques for points, and used the weapons as accessories for the Xinyuan sword. When the summoning system's cooldown finally ended, Ling Chen eagerly prepared for a new summon. This time, he summoned an SS-grade demon legion, led by a commander named Jun Xie, who possessed powerful abilities such as Yama's Pursuit and Demonic Possession, with a strength level of diamond rank, level 1. However, since he was still within the academy, Ling Chen chose not to summon the legion for now. After a month of training, Ling Chen's strength had reached gold rank, level 3. Yet, he remained dissatisfied with his progress. With the system at his disposal, traditional cultivation seemed far too slow. Determined to accelerate his growth, he decided to take on academy missions to seek faster ways to improve. It was said that the academy's mission rewards were extremely generous. With high expectations, Ling Chen pushed open the doors to the first-floor mission hall of the Treasure Pavilion. What greeted him was a massive screen stretching across an entire wall, densely packed with various mission details. The missions were categorized into 4 levels of difficulty: normal, difficult, hell, and transcendent, corresponding to levels below Diamond, National Guardian, Supreme, and Saint, respectively. Most of the missions displayed on the screen were of normal and difficult levels, while hell and transcendent level missions were rare. At the front counter of the hall, an elderly man with a sallow complexion and a short, stout figure was dozing off. Ling Chen noticed that first-time missions for new students were restricted to difficult level and below, likely as a protective measure by the academy. As Ling Chen pondered over which mission to choose, a series of tasks related to the new human organization caught his attention. Normal level mission: destroy any branch of the new human organization, reward 10 credits, no limit. Difficult level mission: eliminate any city guardian level deacon of the new human organization, reward 80 credits. Difficult level mission: eliminate any national guardian level protector of the new human organization, reward 200 credits. Ling Chen was taken aback by these tasks. Had the new human organization grown to the extent that it warranted the academy's attention? Remembering the 2 previous attacks he had suffered at their hands, Ling Chen didn't hesitate to accept all 3 tasks, a sharp glint of determination flashing in his eyes. As he was about to leave, Ling Chen noticed a smaller screen in the corner with the words Bounty List written across it. Below the screen was a detailed list of new human organization members, including their codenames, strength levels, and related information. Ling Chen quickly copied the information. Approaching the counter, Ling Chen lightly tapped on the desk. The elderly man slowly opened his cloudy eyes and squinted at Ling Chen. "What do you need, kid?" the man asked. "Hello, I'm Ling Chen, a new student at the academy. I'd like to collect the starter spirit stones and cultivation materials," Ling Chen said as he handed over his token. The old man took the token and examined it briefly, a trace of surprise flickering in his eyes before returning it to Ling Chen. He stood up, turned toward a staircase nearby, and said in his raspy voice, "Follow me." Ling Chen nodded and followed him. Walking through the long staircase corridor, Ling Chen arrived on the 2nd floor. Before him stood an ancient ironwood door, with the words Spirit Storage Room prominently engraved on it. As he pushed open the door, a surge of dense elemental energy greeted him. Inside, piles of crystal-clear spirit stones were stacked like mountains, each radiating a powerful aura of energy. Around the room, spirit-gathering arrays were in constant motion, continuously drawing elemental energy from the air and channeling it into the stones. Ling Chen's eyes lit up at the breathtaking sight. With a wave of the elder's hand, countless spirit stones rained down at Ling Chen's feet. He quickly stored the stones into his storage ring, counting exactly 100,000 pieces. The elder remained silent, leading Ling Chen further into the depths of the 2nd floor. At the very end, they stopped in front of another door. Pushing it open, the scene inside left Ling Chen utterly astonished. The spacious 100-square-meter room held 4 massive round tables arranged neatly, each covered with an array of rare herbs and heavenly treasures. The rich fragrance of medicinal herbs filled the air, instantly invigorating Ling Chen. "All of this is yours," the elder said with a gentle smile, stroking his beard. "Everything?" Ling Chen asked in disbelief. "Indeed. These were freshly harvested from the herb garden just for you." After introducing themselves, Ling Chen learned that the elder's surname was Li, and he respectfully addressed him as Elder Li. Following Elder Li's instructions, Ling Chen carefully stored all the herbs into his storage ring, his heart brimming with excitement. After returning to the villa, Ling Chen immediately entered the painting space and began refining pills. With his right hand, he condensed fire elemental energy, forming a crimson cauldron. Focused and meticulous, he added the herbs and, after a long process of refinement, successfully crafted dozens of precious pills. Each one contained potent energy for replenishment and healing. Storing the pills safely, Ling Chen made a decisive choice. It's time to set off. In a flash, his figure streaked like lightning, swiftly passing through Dawn Academy and heading toward the academy's entrance. Passing through the familiar passageway, Ling Chen broke through the crumbling wall. Before him stretched a lush forest and a crystal-clear pool of water, but he didn't pause to admire the scene. Instead, he quickly scanned his surroundings. After confirming there were no other creatures nearby, he immediately activated his spatial traversal technique. A vortex, larger and more stable than ever before, materialized in front of him. With a flicker of his figure, Ling Chen disappeared into it, and the vortex vanished without a trace. Within the spatial passage, he moved swiftly toward his intended destination. When he emerged from the void midair, he stumbled and began to plummet downward. Below him, a small team was locked in fierce combat with a high-tier bronze-level beast. Ling Chen fell straight toward the beast. With a loud boom, he crashed into the ground, leaving a massive crater and sending dust flying everywhere. The bronze-level beast was smashed into a mangled heap. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to steal your kill. Ling Chen stood up, brushing off the dust, and apologized with an embarrassed expression. Ling Chen? A familiar voice called out. Looking up, he found himself face-to-face with his old friend Yikong. Beside him stood Bing Ningxuang, Xianlinger, and several classmates from school. Long time no see. Bing Ningxuang greeted him warmly. Long time no see, Ling Chen replied, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Ling Chen, where have you been lately? Why didn't you come to the class reunion after graduation? Xianlinger asked, voicing the question on Bing Ningxuang's mind. I went to the academy to report in and have been training there ever since, Ling Chen explained. You've already started at the academy? Wow, you're really dedicated, Chen. Yikong remarked, though he secretly lamented that the stash of hundreds of terabytes of action movies would now remain for his eyes only. During their conversation, Yikong informed Ling Chen that beast tides had been occurring frequently outside Tianan City. The city lord was leading efforts to expand the city and reinforce its defenses. Their group had ventured out this time to contribute to the city's protection. Watching Yikang's impassioned demeanor, Ling Chen couldn't help but feel doubtful. With Yikang's lackluster combat skills, he'd be lucky to defeat a single bronze-level beast even after half a year of fighting, let alone face the beast tide. Since you're here, why don't you join us? Yikong invited. I can see you've got decent organizational skills. How about I assign you a task instead? Ling Chen said, a new idea forming in his mind. In the Legion system, aside from Ling Chen, only the Legion leader and deputy leader had the authority to recruit new members. Yikong was lost in his thoughts when he was suddenly interrupted by Ling Chen's laughter. Remember when I mentioned forming a team to deal with beasts? Ling Chen's lips curved into a faint smile. I want to appoint you as the vice captain. Your main responsibility will be recruiting members and organizing their daily training. Of course, no problem. Yikong slapped his forehead as he recalled that conversation. He then asked, so, can I use your name to recruit people? Naturally. Ling Chen smiled and pulled out a low-level spatial ring from his storage space, handing it to Yikong. The spirit stones inside are your funds, and the pills and resources are for your cultivation. I can't have my vice captain falling behind in strength. Yikong accepted the ring and stared at the mountain of spirit stones and pills inside, momentarily stunned. Although he quickly composed himself, the slight tremor in his right hand betrayed his inner shock. Come to the city lord's mansion tonight. Ling Chen transmitted to Yikong through elemental energy. Yikong nodded silently in agreement. At that moment, a few enthusiastic students approached. Godling, can we join too? Of course you can. Just report to Yikong, Ling Chen said, looking appreciatively at the young people who dared to venture beyond the city to hunt beasts. They were indeed more exceptional than most. The group cheered excitedly. Thank you, Godling. Before leaving, Ling Chen tossed an array disc to Yikong. This is a defensive formation. In emergencies, it can activate a shield capable of withstanding platinum-level beasts. It was something he had won in a draw, and since he no longer needed it, he figured it could ensure the group's safety. With a few quick flashes, Ling Chen arrived at the city lord's mansion. He entered the second underground level of the fortress through a specific entrance and made his way to the central conference room. Soon, Kabajiu, Sokka, and Ian assembled. Greetings, master, the three said in unison. Ling Chen nodded in acknowledgement and silently chanted a spell. A pitch-black gate of contract appeared, and 11 figures, shrouded in dense black mist, emerged from within. Sokka and the others turned pale at the sight and stammered, Master, this is... this is my newly summoned legion, just like you. Get along well with them, Ling Chen said calmly. The 11 figures immediately knelt on one knee. Greetings, Master. As the black mist dissipated, their true appearances were revealed. At the forefront stood Jun Xie, a strikingly handsome man with disheveled black hair and deep, mesmerizing eyes. His face bore a devilish smile. Behind him stood 10 robust demon warriors, each with a resolute and imposing demeanor. So handsome. Sokka instantly turned into a fangirl, bounding over to Jun Xie's side and completely forgetting her earlier fear. Jun Xie ignored Sokka, who only reached his waist, and respectfully bowed to Ling Chen. Master, I am Jun Xie. These are the first batch of demon warriors under your command. The first batch? Ling Chen asked in puzzlement. I thought summoning a legion was a one-time thing? That's correct, Master. As your legion's level increases, more demon warriors will join. Jun Xie explained. Ling Chen rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Demons. They seem a bit different from the other legions. After waiting for a response from the system for quite some time, Ling Chen was beginning to feel puzzled when the familiar notification sound suddenly chimed. The system briefly informed him that he lacked sufficient clearance, only revealing that the demon race indeed existed in this timeline. Truly exists? Ling Chen pondered the meaning of these words. Could it imply that the beings he had summoned earlier were not actual creatures from reality? After thinking for a moment, he decided to set the question aside for now, trusting that the truth would eventually come to light. How is the Shadow Division faring recently? Ling Chen shifted his focus and asked. Chibaji responded respectfully, My lord, everything is progressing smoothly. The Shadow Division has infiltrated every major settlement and city, and its scale is steadily expanding. Good. Ling Chen's eyes grew sharp. Hey, race the next task. Investigate the distribution of the new humans in all cities across Waxia. Report to me immediately upon discovery. If their strength is weak, the Shadow Division is authorized to eliminate them directly. Understood, my lord. Chibaji bowed deeply and disappeared in an instant. Next, Ling Chen inquired about Ian's progress and learned that the Goblin tribe had secured a territory in the Demon Realm, amassing a substantial amount of low-level resources. These could be conveniently used for training soldiers in Tianan City. However, when he noticed that Sokka's strength had not advanced at all over the past month, Ling Chen frowned slightly. He immediately assigned Jun Xie the responsibility of leading the healers to level up, instructing them to avoid drawing human attention as much as possible. Although Jun Xie's expression twitched ever so slightly, he still agreed to the order. Sokka, on the other hand, eagerly expressed his gratitude. After handling these matters, Ling Chen thought of his younger sister, whom he had not seen in a while, and decided to visit her. With a flash, he appeared in the bustling city lord's mansion. At that moment, the crowd was orderly making their way toward the training grounds. Ling Chen's sudden appearance startled those around him, but someone quickly recognized him, and shouts of "Godling is here" erupted throughout the area. Ling Chen smiled and waved to the crowd in acknowledgement before heading toward the training grounds. There, several guards were directing people into the venue, while on the high platform sat City Lord Yi and Zhuge Kongming. When Ling Chen suddenly appeared on the platform, City Lord Yi tensed up in alarm, only relaxing upon recognizing him. Zhuge, on the other hand, maintained his usual composed demeanor, as though he had long anticipated Ling Chen's arrival. Young Master Ling, you're back. City Lord Yi eagerly stepped forward, reporting quickly, We're currently recruiting soldiers. Those who pass the selection will be sent to the military camp for training, and the top performers will be transferred to the training base in the underground fortress. Ling Chen's sharp gaze cut straight to the point. Was the recent beast tide you're doing? Yes, Master. City Lord Yi replied respectfully, explaining, under Mr. Zhuge's suggestion, we orchestrated this small-scale beast tide. Thanks to our preparations, there were no casualties. Using the frequent beast tide as an opportunity, we've started expanding the city. The city guard achieved remarkable results during this operation, boosting their reputation significantly. Now, there's a constant stream of people signing up for the recruitment exams. Well done. Ling Chen nodded approvingly, then turned to Zhuge. Zhuge lightly waved his feather fan and added, To the public, we announced that the resources for city construction were generously supported by the nation's top figure, Ling Chen. Now, the city's residents are encouraging their children to learn from you, Ling Chen, and never forget their home city. Ling Chen's eyelid twitched slightly. While this method of winning hearts wasn't entirely in line with his original intentions, he recognized the benefit it brought to the stability of the base. He simply said, Continue according to your plans. Have the goblins work with the ability users to construct the new city. Make sure it's impregnable. Understood, young Master Ling. City Lord Yi responded with determination. Meeting in the conference room tonight, Ling Chen instructed before vanishing from sight. Returning to his familiar apartment, Ling Chen opened the door to find his two younger sisters watching a replay of the national competition. Brother, you're back. Ling Shi feigned displeasure, pouting. Still remember you have two sisters, huh? Ling Chen chuckled and ruffled their hair affectionately, but then he noticed a change in Ling Shi's strength. Huh, you've already reached the bronze level? Of course. Your sister has the potential of an empress. Ling Shi declared proudly, tilting her head high. Turning to Ling Chen was even more surprised to see she had advanced to the gold level. Ling gave a sweet smile. Brother, you left us so many resources, we couldn't even use them all. In the future, you'll realize that these resources are nowhere near enough, Ling Chen said meaningfully. If you have any questions about cultivation, go find Brother Zhuge. He had a strong feeling that once his sisters fully awakened their potential, they would astonish everyone once again. As for why he said again, well, those who know, know. After resting at home for half a day, Ling Chen headed to the city lord's mansion under the cover of night. The meeting hall was brightly lit, and Yikong, Zhuge Kongming, the city lord Yi, Qibajia, and others were already seated in an orderly manner. As Ling Chen's figure appeared at the entrance, a fervent light immediately flashed in everyone's eyes. Brother Chen. Yikong was the first to stand up and greet him enthusiastically. Ling Chen gave a slight nod, striding to the main seat at the head of the hall. He scanned the room before announcing the military corps plan. Our Special Abilities Corps will consist of two main divisions, the Ability Corps and the Super Ability Corps. Everyone must first pass an initial assessment to qualify for new recruit selection. Those who pass will enter the training camp in the underground fortress and officially become members of the Ability Corps. The Ability Corps will be organized into units of 10,000, with each unit led by a deputy leader and a strategist. Warriors who achieve diamond-level strength can be promoted to the Super Ability Corps, enjoying better benefits. The Super Ability Corps will be divided into 5 specialized departments: melee combat, tanking, cavalry, ranged output, and assassins. In addition, a logistics department will be established separately. Those skilled in alchemy, crafting, formations, or runes can directly join this department. The Ability Corps will have positions for a corps leader, deputy corps leaders, and a military strategist, while other positions can be arranged by you. The authority to mobilize the Super Ability Corps rests solely with the corps leader, the military strategist, and me. The corps stationed on the second level of the underground fortress will be under my direct command, independent of the main corps. As Ling Chen finished speaking in one breath, astonishment appeared on everyone's faces, clearly recognizing his ambition from the plan. Military strategist Zhuge Kongming will handle the specific details. Thank you, boss. Zhuge Kongming stood up, bowed to everyone, and then returned to his seat. I will temporarily serve as the corps leader. Yikong will be the deputy corps leader, overseeing recruitment and training. I accept the responsibility. Yikong stood up and saluted solemnly. Turning to the city lord, Ling Chen continued, you will serve as the chief administrator of the main base, responsible for the cities and the corps' logistics. The city lord's eyes widened in excitement at these words, and he quickly stood up. Thank you for your trust, Ling Chen. I will do my utmost to ensure the logistics are well managed. Focus on recruitment and training. I will regularly replenish the resources needed in the underground fortress resource depot. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Anything else? If not, the meeting is adjourned. Seeing no one respond, Ling Chen declared the meeting over. Back at his residence, Ling Chen was about to begin cultivating when he suddenly remembered something. He walked to the door of the neighboring room. Slipping inside, he faintly heard strange noises coming from the inner chamber. Ahem. Ahem. Ling Chen cleared his throat softly. The noises inside abruptly stopped, followed by a sharp ah that pierced through the night. Soon, an elderly man in disheveled clothing emerged from the room. The moment he saw Ling Chen, a surge of fury instantly flared in his eyes. You brat! How dare you disturb me in the middle of the night? The old man roared, trembling with anger. The underlings nearby were so intimidated by his aura that their knees turned weak. Ling Chen, however, remained completely unfazed. I'm here for serious business. I'm planning to take down the New Humans Division, Ling Chen declared. The moment the words left his mouth, a sharp gleam flashed in the old man's eyes. Really? The one in Hongdu main city? The old man asked, his voice filled with a mix of hatred and anticipation. Ling Chen shook his head, and the old man immediately lowered his head in disappointment. But Ling Chen quickly added, I'm going to take down all the New Humans divisions across Huaxia. Tomorrow, we'll start with the one in Hongdu. The words were like a thunderclap, leaving the old man stunned before he erupted in excitement. Yes, the day of vengeance has finally come, he shouted. Ling Chen discreetly studied the elderly man, who possessed a diamond rank, 7-star strength, contemplating whether to copy the man's cultivation technique for warriors with less talent. However, considering the resource consumption, he opened the system marketplace and began searching for a similar technique. Eventually, he focused on a high-tier Earth-level technique called the Source Transformation Manual. This technique allowed the absorption of energy from spirit stones, spirit herbs, and other resources. Training a diamond rank expert with it required only 10,000 spirit stones, and it was priced at 10 million points. Compared to the tens of thousands of spirit stones the old man had consumed to reach diamond rank, this seemed like a much better option. After checking his points balance, Ling Chen realized he only had 2,237,521 points, far short of what was needed. It seemed that during the operation to destroy the new human's base, he would need to collect more techniques that could be exchanged for points. After agreeing with the old man to set out the next day, Ling Chen returned to his room. The next morning, on a grassy field outside Tianan City, Qi Baijiu and two assassins were already waiting. Amid a ripple in space, Ling Chen appeared on the field, followed shortly by the old man. Qi Baijiu, what's the situation in Hongdu main city? Ling Chen asked. Reporting to the Lord, we've identified 3 new humans divisions. One is guarded by a city-level expert, while the other 2 are protected by diamond rank peak-level experts. We've refrained from acting rashly for now, Qi Baijiu responded. Ling Chen nodded and said, let's move out. With that, he led the group toward Hongdu main city at full speed. By the time they arrived in Hongdu, it was already dusk. Ling Chen and the old man easily infiltrated the city, and the shadow assassins were summoned shortly after. Under Qi Baijiu's guidance, the group navigated through twisting alleys to an abandoned courtyard in a secluded area, which served as their temporary base. Dozens of shadow assassins, each at diamond rank, stood in neat formation. Upon seeing Ling Chen, they greeted him in unison. Greetings, Lord. Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction and gave a clear command. Move out. Ling Chen, accompanied by the shadow assassins, swiftly headed toward the division's location they had initially identified. Under the cover of night, the 20-member team moved like ghosts, silently appearing outside a dilapidated old residential area in a corner of the city. Stay alert. There's a city guard level fighter here, I'll handle him. The rest of you, focus on clearing the area, Ling Chen ordered in a hushed tone. The team nodded in unison, while an elder among them showed a hint of surprise, evidently astonished that Ling Chen could take on such a formidable opponent. The squad moved stealthily into the neighborhood, inching closer to their target building. Inside a room on the 6th floor, a man sat behind an exquisitely decorated desk, deep in thought. Suddenly, he raised his head, his lips curling into a sinister grin. Heh, looks like the fish has taken the bait. Ling Chen and his team pressed against the walls, scanning the densely packed residential area around them. His brows furrowed as he realized that a direct assault would inevitably harm innocent residents, leaving him momentarily contemplative. Wait, I've got it. Ling Chen suddenly exclaimed, pulling out a formation disc and vanishing instantly. A few minutes later, he reappeared with Bai Linglinger. You'll strike directly. I'll support you to quickly neutralize the city guard level fighter, just make sure to minimize collateral damage. Bai Ling nodded solemnly. Move. At Ling Chen's command, the team surged toward the 6th floor, with Bai Ling disappearing into thin air. As they stormed into the 6th floor living room, they found several members of the new humans already waiting, fully prepared. Well, you've finally arrived, the leader sneered, fixing his gaze on Ling Chen with unnerving composure. This unsettling calmness immediately put Ling Chen on guard. Heh, you will all become the stepping stones for my rise to glory. The man suddenly unleashed the overwhelming pressure of a 1-star nation guard level fighter, attempting to crush everyone present with his force. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, the city lord, busy reviewing documents, sensed the disturbance. Someone, come quickly, he called out. What are your orders, city lord? A guard responded, kneeling immediately. I sense the presence of a city guard level fighter in the southeast. Dispatch the dragon guards to investigate. The guard bowed and left, while the city lord sighed and returned to his work. Back at the scene, the elder's eyes reflected a resolute determination, as if he had already prepared for the worst. However, Ling Chen let out a sigh of relief. If this was the enemy's trump card, then there was no need for concern. Linger now. At Ling Chen's command, Bai Ling unleashed an aura at the peak of nation-destroying strength. The sheer oppressive force caused the enemy leader's pupils to contract sharply, leaving him with only one thought escape. As the man attempted to flee, an invisible force firmly locked him in place. It was Ling Chen's time-space restriction, rendering him completely immobile. Now's the time. Linger's figure blurred as she instantly appeared before the man. Her sharp claws slashed across his throat, and blood spurted out. In mere seconds, a city guardian-level warrior was killed on the spot. The onlookers were stunned, their faces twitching in disbelief. Ling Chen and Linger had dispatched their target with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Don't just stand there. Leave no one alive, Ling Chen ordered calmly. Understood. A group of assassins and elders sprang into action. Ling Chen joined the fray as well, taking the life of a platinum-level new human with a single strike of his sword. Watching the blood flow from his blade, His hand trembled slightly before he quickly regained his composure. A system notification chimed. Ding! Platinum level warrior slain. Experience 4,000. This revelation made Ling Chen's eyes light up. It turned out that killing new human warriors could also yield experience points. Stop! Let me handle this, he commanded, halting the others. In a flash, he appeared in front of the last new human and ended their life with a single strike. Ding! Platinum level warrior slain. Experience 4,000. He checked his status. Ling Chen, Gold Tier 3 star, 993000000. Experience pool, 28666. Compared to grinding through cultivation, this is far more efficient, Ling Chen calculated silently. From the leader's corpse, he retrieved a spatial ring and kept the identity token, converting the rest of the items into system points. Looking at the additional million-plus points, he frowned, evidently dissatisfied with the system's exchange rates. After documenting evidence of the scene with his communicator, Ling Chen led his group away, vanishing into the night. Shortly after, 2 dragon guards arrived at the scene, discovering the bodies scattered across the ground. Upon confirming through identity tokens and backmarkings that these were members of the new human organization, they excitedly rushed to report to their superiors. That same night, Ling Chen's team launched consecutive assaults on multiple new human strongholds. At the Tianlong Club and a villa in the central district owned by a wealthy merchant, they similarly left no survivors. In the final battle, Ling Chen defeated a diamond-level warrior, earning 8,000 experience points. With his experience pool reaching 302,666 points, Ling Chen didn't hesitate to upgrade. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he successfully advanced to Gold Tier 4 star. The new human strongholds in Hongdu have been eradicated. Next, we continue the investigation. Tomorrow, we'll head to other major cities and eliminate their branches. Understood. The group acknowledged the command and disappeared into the night. Over the following month, Ling Chen led his team tirelessly across various settlements. During this time, they decisively wiped out over 20 new human divisions, 2 of which were guarded by city-level powerhouses. These battles not only skyrocketed Ling Chen's points to an impressive 10 million, but also elevated his strength from gold level 3 stars to 7 stars of progression, far surpassing the normal pace of cultivation. After accumulating enough points, Ling Chen immediately exchanged them for the Hua Yuanju technique and distributed it to the members of the ability core, allowing them to choose whether or not to cultivate it. He personally escorted platinum and diamond tier users from each division to safety, actions that also earned him significant experience points. On the return trip to the Baidu settlement, Ling Chen reflected on his gains throughout this journey. Beyond the substantial enhancement of his strength, the overachievement of his mission meant he had secured several hundred academic credits. During this time, he also diligently participated in daily lotteries, acquiring numerous practical items such as double cultivation cards, triple experience cards, and cleansing pills. When the cooldown for summoning his army ended, Ling Chen found a small stream in the wilderness, carefully washed his hands, and began the summoning process. As the system notification sounded, a formidable bone dragon army materialized before him. 33 bone dragons, led by an abyss commander at the peak of diamond level 9 stars, all equipped with S-level talents. Ling Chen immediately activated the formation disc, transporting the army to the trial grounds. When the gate of contract opened, the sight before him was breathtaking. Each bone dragon stretched 20 meters long, their bodies clad in pitch black, gleaming bone armor. Their 4 to 5 meter-long wings and sharp bone spikes gave them an aura of both majesty and sanctity. The collective roar of master from the 33 bone dragons was so awe-inspiring that it seemed to shake the entire trial grounds. After settling the bone dragon army, Ling Chen returned to the stream, preparing to embark on his journey back. At that moment, an elderly man approached him. Besides expressing his gratitude, the old man took out an ancestral manual of the absorption technique from a worn, low-tier ring, offering it as a token of allegiance. Ding! A high-tier Earth-level technique, absorption art, has been detected. This secret technique allows one to absorb source energy for personal use, enabling rapid strength enhancement but imposing an insurmountable barrier to breaking through the mortal realm. Ling Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the technique in his hand. An ancestral technique? Your surname wouldn't happen to be Ron, would it? Huh. How did you know? The elderly man was taken aback before kneeling down respectfully. That's right, my surname is indeed Ren. Due to the numerous enemies of my ancestors, we've been living in hiding. Please forgive us. Ling Chen's eye twitched as he gestured for the old man to rise. Without hesitation, he exchanged the technique with the system for 1,000,000 points. After all, he already possessed better techniques, so this one was of no use to him. However, the expenditure still made his heart ache slightly. Let's move out, Ling Chen commanded, leading the group as they sped toward Tianan City. The team had barely progressed when Bai Ling suddenly called out in a low voice, "Wait, there's a strong presence ahead." Everyone immediately halted, their expressions turning serious. With Ling Chen's current strength, his spiritual perception only extended 1,000 meters, but by Ling's abilities were well recognized, and no one doubted her warning. Hee hee. A sinister laugh echoed from the dense forest ahead. Dozens of black-clad figures armed with weapons emerged slowly, their cold gazes fixed on the group. They must be from the new humans. Stay alert, Ling Chen warned in a low voice. The leading elder among the black-clad figures sneered. Not bad. Ling Chen, the so-called #1 prodigy of Huaxia, seems to have some brains. His gaze turned sharp. You've destroyed 28 of our new human branches. Quite bold of you. Ling Chen smirked faintly, tacitly admitting to the accusation. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from the elder, revealing his peak supreme-level strength. Behind him, the dozens of black-clad figures simultaneously unleashed their energy, all of them guardian-level powerhouses. This is bad, Ling Chen muttered with a wry smile. They've even sent out an elder personally. He was about to retrieve an array disk to transport the group away when his expression abruptly changed. Heh, Ling Chen, did you really think we wouldn't know you're a spatial type? The elder sneered maliciously. The surrounding space has already been sealed. Today, you want escape, no matter what. Before his words had fully landed, the elder instantly appeared in front of Ling Chen, throwing a powerful punch. At that critical moment, Bai Ling dashed forward, placing herself between Ling Chen and the attack. Spurt. Bai Ling coughed up a mouthful of blood, the warm crimson liquid splashing onto Ling Chen's face. His expression darkened instantly. In a flash, he carried Bai Ling to a safer distance. Gently placing her on the ground, he softly brushed his fingers against her pale cheek, his eyes filled with pain and concern. Rage surged in his chest as Ling Chen turned to glare at the black-robed elder. He roared furiously, "You old scum!" His hands spread slightly apart, his gaze focused, and he muttered in a low voice, "Threefold Thunder God technique, enhance." In an instant, dazzling arcs of lightning began to dance around Ling Chen's body. His aura surged dramatically, leaping from golden rank 7-star to diamond rank 1-star in an instant. His physical strength skyrocketed, reaching the level of a city guardian rank 4-star. Oh, what kind of secret technique is this? The elder's eyes gleamed with greed. This kid must be hiding a great secret. With this technique in my hands, the position of deputy leader will be mine in no time. Ling Chen, let's see where you can run to now. The elder let out a sinister laugh and struck with a powerful palm attack, unleashing a torrent of energy aimed straight at Ling Chen. Without hesitation, Ling Chen teleported to dodge the attack. Dozens of meters away, Ling Chen stood with energy radiating from both hands, his right hand glowing a fiery red, his left hand an icy blue. At the same time, a streak of purple lightning flashed across the sky. The elder's pupils shrank in shock, and before he could react, he saw Ling Chen merging the three energies into a single glowing sphere. What shocked the elder even more was that spatial and temporal energy also began to flow out from Ling Chen's body, joining the sphere. You possess time abilities as well? Are you even human? Spatial abilities are rare enough, but time manipulation too. Ling Chen remained silent, fully focused on channeling all his energy into the glowing sphere. The elder grew increasingly eager, convinced that such astounding power would soon be his. As Ling Chen's energy reserves dwindled, he suddenly teleported directly in front of the elder, hurling the glowing sphere at point-blank range. A blinding white light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. Ling Chen reappeared hundreds of meters away, collapsing to one knee, gasping for breath. His energy was utterly depleted. As the light faded, the elder's imposing figure remained standing, unshaken. Impressive, impressive, the elder sneered coldly. For someone at the golden rank to unleash an attack at supreme rank 4-star level, your fortune will soon be mine. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the elder's figure blurred like a phantom, closing the distance in an instant. To the horror of onlookers, he drove a fist straight through Ling Chen's chest. Blood trickled slowly from the corner of Ling Chen's lips. The light in Ling Chen's eyes gradually faded. As the elder withdrew his arm, Ling Chen's body collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Master! Dozens of shadow assassins cried out in unison, launching an assault on the elder. Humph! Pity tricks! The elder waved his right hand lightly, and the hidden shadow assassins were instantly revealed, sent flying backward like kites with broken strings. At this critical moment, a system notification echoed. Host's current life state detected as critically low, nearing death. Passive ability, Nirvana, activated. Congratulations to the host for full recovery on the spot. Nirvana cooldown, 30 days. A surge of warmth flooded Ling Chen's entire body as he clearly felt life returning to him. The fatal wound on his chest healed visibly within seconds. In no time, his body was restored to its peak condition, save for the blood-stained tear in his clothing, which served as a grim reminder of the near-fatal strike moments ago. Ling Chen exhaled deeply, but his brows remained furrowed despite his recovery. No one present could hope to contend with the elder. The elder looked at Ling Chen's miraculous recovery with astonishment, his expression quickly shifting to one of fervent greed, as though he had discovered a priceless treasure. This incredible ability only strengthened his resolve to claim it for himself. Just as the elder prepared to strike again and capture Ling Chen, the sky was suddenly filled with thunder and lightning. A suffocating, destructive aura enveloped the entire scene. The elder stopped in his tracks and looked up. Dark clouds were gathering rapidly, with silver lightning weaving through them, emanating an intimidating pressure. Ling Chen, surprised, felt an inexplicable connection to this sea of lightning. Instinctively, he extended his right hand, and a streak of purple lightning rose from his palm, resonating with the silver bolts in the sky, as if they were reuniting like father and son. The elder's face turned pale, and with a panicked cry of, "Damn it!" he turned and fled, disappearing into the distance in an instant. As Ling Chen stood bewildered by this sudden turn of events, a powerful, commanding voice came from behind him. "He doesn't fear the lightning, fears me." Ling Chen turned to see a middle-aged man in a white combat outfit descending slowly from the sky. The man's face was resolute, and an overwhelming aura radiated from him. Yet Ling Chen inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity and warmth. Their eyes met, and the man gave a faint smile. "Allow me to take care of this first." The silver lightning in the sky shot forth like arrows, pursuing the fleeing elder. In the blink of an eye, the lightning reached its target. The elder's desperate cry of "no" was cut short as he was consumed by the thunderous bolts. Witnessing this, Ling Chen stood frozen for a moment, then turned to the middle-aged man in shock, murmuring to himself, "A Saint Realm cultivator." With a casual wave of his hand, the man summoned dozens of silver lightning bolts that tore through the air, binding the remaining men in black securely. From the dense forest emerged a man in military uniform, who quickly stepped forward to take the captives into custody. After dealing with the situation, the middle-aged man turned to face Ling Chen, his gaze gentle. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask." Ling Chen stared at him, a strange sense of familiarity welling up in his heart. "Do we know each other? Your presence feels so familiar to me." "You already have the answer in your heart, don't you?" The middle-aged man replied with a meaningful smile. "Why?" Ling Chen's tone was unusually calm. The middle-aged man sat down on the ground with Ling Chen and began recounting the past. His voice grew deep and somber. "Back then, I was considered the top genius of Huaxia. By the age of 30, I had broken through to the supreme level. I was brimming with confidence and ventured alone into the demon realm." A nostalgic look appeared in his eyes. "That was when I met her. It was love at first sight, and we had 2 children together." At this point, his expression darkened. "Until that day, her clansmen came for her. Even though, with her help, I had reached the saint level and become one of the strongest in Huaxia, under the pressure of her clan, I couldn't even move." Clenching his fists tightly, he continued, "It was as if she had foreseen it all. She sent the children away in advance, and made me promise never to let her clan know of their existence. I hope that one day, we can bring her back together." He finished with a few light coughs, his face growing pale. Seeing his father in such a state, Ling Chen felt a pang in his heart. "What's wrong with you?" "It's just some old injuries, nothing serious." The man forced a smile, though the pallor of his lips betrayed his weakness. Ling Chen recalled the healing medicine he had obtained and immediately handed it over. "Here, this can heal your internal injuries." The man took it with a look of surprise, his eyes filled with relief. "You truly are a good son." With that, he tilted his head back and swallowed it. I forgot to mention, this medicine is for external use." Ling Chen suddenly remembered. A vein bulged on the man's forehead. "Are you trying to kill me with filial piety?" "Ahem, just a joke to lighten the mood," Ling Chen quickly explained. Miraculously, the liquid medicine transformed into a warm energy that flowed to the man's internal injuries, instantly repairing them. His complexion improved rapidly, and he seemed to recover to his peak state. "I've fully healed," the man exclaimed joyfully, marveling at the changes in his body. He gave Ling Chen a playful wink. "You truly are the promising descendant I had my eye on." Seeing his father restored, Ling Chen nodded in relief. Just as he was about to ask something, the man interrupted him. "They call me Ling Huang." His voice carried an undeniable authority, a command that seemed to compel submission. "Emperor Ling?" A trace of shock flashed across Ling Chen's face upon hearing the title. As the most powerful figure in Huaxia today, Emperor Ling was actually his father. "I've heard much about you. They all call me Ling God." Ling Chen clasped his fists toward Emperor Ling. The two exchanged a knowing smile, tacitly avoiding any mention of their father-son relationship. "I know all about your deeds in Tianan City. Emperor Ling said as he took out a storage ring and casually tossed it to Ling Chen. Building a city requires resources. Consider these spirit stones as a meeting gift. Ling Chen caught the ring and sent his spiritual sense into it, immediately stunned by the abundant energy within it contained tens of millions of ordinary spirit stones and over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The high-grade stones not only had purer energy but also fewer impurities, making them far superior for cultivation. Thank you, Emperor Ling. Ling Chen expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow, accepting the ring without hesitation. If you encounter any trouble, send someone to find me in Dawn City, Emperor Ling said meaningfully, handing over 2 jade pendants engraved with the words, Emperor Ling. If you're in danger, crush one of these. With that, Emperor Ling rose to leave. I have other matters to attend to. Keep training hard, I'll be waiting for you. A thunderbird, its body crackling with electricity, sped toward them, letting out a long cry as it landed before Emperor Ling. A kind smile appeared on his face as he leaped onto the bird's back and soared into the sky. Following closely behind was a majestic eagle carrying a man in military uniform, with dozens of black-clad captives bound behind him. Watching the figures disappear into the distance, Ling Chen felt a twinge of curiosity. How had his father managed to arrive so promptly? Shaking off his thoughts, Ling Chen approached Bai Ling, who was meditating to heal her injuries. He handed her a sacred healing pill. Under its effects, the pallor on Bai Ling's face was gradually replaced by a healthy flush. All right, let's go home, Ling Chen said softly. Bai Ling nodded, and the two shared a smile. Just as they were preparing to depart, Ling Chen noticed a golden token lying on the ground. It was the one the elder had dropped earlier, engraved with the character Hua. He picked it up and stored it in his ring, then led the group back toward Tianan City. 2 days later, the group finally returned to the Tianan City Lord's Manor. After dismissing the surrounding guards, Ling Chen convened all the Legion's high-ranking officers in the conference hall on the 3rd level of the underground fortress. Standing on the elevated platform, he gazed down at the solemn faces of those below, a surge of boldness rising within him. Yi Kong here. Yi Kong stepped forward with a composed and serious expression. Ling Chen got straight to the point. I have a cultivation technique here, the Source Transformation Manual. Even warriors with average talent can train to the diamond level as long as they have the aid of spirit stones. Take this manual and distribute it to the warriors for their cultivation. These words caused everyone present to freeze in astonishment, their eyes fixed on Ling Chen in disbelief. As for the spirit stones required for the ability army's cultivation, Ling Chen said as he produced 5 million spirit stones and arranged them neatly before the group. These should suffice for now. Distribute them as you see fit. Yi Kong, City Lord Yi, and Zhuge Kongming quickly stepped forward to collect the spirit stones. A fiery determination gleamed in their eyes. This combination of spirit stones and the cultivation manual could soon forge an elite force. One more thing, Ling Chen said, scanning the room. I plan to establish a business guild. It will be called the Chenxi Guild. The Chenxi Guild? Are we entering the business world? Yi Kong and the others exchanged puzzled looks. A flash of determination crossed Ling Chen's eyes. That's right. These spirit stones won't last forever. We must achieve self-sufficiency. For now, we'll primarily sell unused resources and pills from the treasury. In the future, I want the guild to expand across all of Huaxia. Profits will be split 50-50, half for training the army and half for expanding the guild's operations. The group was momentarily stunned, then responded in unison, understood. Who will serve as the guild leader? Zhuge Kongming asked. As the only one present with any business acumen, he worried the responsibility might fall on him. Ling Chen stroked his chin in thought for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I have the perfect candidate, the manager of the central auction house, Qian Duo. Oh, him? City Lord Yi remarked in surprise. That man does have a knack for business, but the auction house is part of his family's enterprise. Will he even consider it? I'll find out soon enough, Ling Chen said confidently. All right, no time to waste. I'll go speak with him now. Take care of things here in the meantime. Yes, Ling Xiao, the group replied in unison. Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction before vanishing from sight. In the 3rd-floor office of the central auction house, a rotund man reclined in a plush chair upholstered with beast hide, sipping fine wine and humming a tune. Suddenly, Ling Chen appeared out of thin air, startling the man so much that he spat out his wine. When he saw who it was, the man exclaimed, "It's you. Long time no see, Manager Qian," Ling Chen said with a playful smile. Qian Duo's face immediately lit up with a broad grin as he got up to greet Ling Chen. Well, isn't this a pleasant surprise? What brings you here, Ling Xiao? In Qian Duo's eyes, Ling Chen was just a young master from a wealthy family out to gain experience. If he could latch onto this golden opportunity, he might have a chance to secure the position of family heir. As he was pondering this, Ling Chen got straight to the point, saying, I want to establish a business association, and I'd like you to be the president. These words made Duo frown deeply. Accepting this position would mean giving up his eligibility as a family heir. Lowering his voice, he explained, "Young Master Ling, our family has a rule that the heir cannot hold any position in external business associations." Ling Chen simply nodded lightly, without trying to persuade him. Instead, he calmly said, "I plan to provide an initial investment of 5 million spirit stones for the association, along with tens of thousands of resources across various categories." As soon as the words left Ling Chen's mouth, Duo's eyes lit up instantly. He eagerly exclaimed, "Young Master Ling, I have absolutely no interest in the heir position. I want to follow you and pursue this dream." His heart was pounding wildly. 5 million spirit stone sand, amount several times greater than the entire wealth of his family. Good. Ling Chen nodded. "Tomorrow, go to the city lord's mansion and discuss the next steps with Zhuge Kongming." As he spoke, he took out a ring and handed it to Duo. Holding the ring that contained 5 million spirit stones, Duo was utterly stunned. Ling Chen trusted him this much? Wasn't he worried he might take the spirit stones and run? This trust stirred a strong sense of loyalty in Duo's heart, and he silently vowed to build the association into a great success, living up to Ling Chen's expectations. "Rest assured, young Master Ling, I will manage the association to the best of my abilities." Ling Chen nodded and replied, "I trust you." Then, with a whisper, he teleported and disappeared from sight. Duo stood there, his body still trembling slightly. He quickly snapped back to reality. "I need to hurry back and cut ties with the family as soon as possible." With that, he left the auction house in a rush. After handling these matters, Ling Chen returned home. His younger sisters were cultivating in their rooms, so he didn't disturb them and went straight to his own room. The recent trials had made him realize that the first stage of the threefold thunder god technique had reached its peak. It was time to attempt the second stage. The second stage required tempering the body with heavenly thunder. With his SS-grade thunder affinity, he was confident he could endure it. After all, he had already survived the excruciating pain of the first stage's electric body forging, and his physical constitution was now even stronger. He retrieved the array disc and headed to the trial grounds. Violet energy surged from within him, shooting straight into the sky. Instantly, dark clouds gathered above, and violet thunder rumbled and roared within them, exuding a destructive and overwhelming aura. Yet Ling Chen remained unafraid. He sat cross-legged, forming seals with his hands as he activated the threefold thunder god technique. Under his guidance, the thunderous energy in the sky descended like a dragon, pouring into his body with unparalleled speed. A terrifying surge of lightning energy rampaged through Ling Chen's body, with arcs of purple electricity coursing over him, yet he felt no pain. Ling Chen controlled this power, guiding it to penetrate his body, tempering his physical form. As the lightning energy infused him, his physique gradually strengthened, emanating waves of energy that caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. After roughly a quarter of an hour, the purple lightning began to dissipate. Ling Chen opened his eyes, a sharp gleam mixed with purple arcs flashing within them, radiating an intimidating presence. He stood up, revealing intricate lightning patterns etched across his skin, exuding an aura of danger and mystery. This round of cultivation had indeed enhanced his physique, but Ling Chen quickly realized that this was merely the first stage of the second transformation. To reach perfection, he would need to undergo 8 more types of lightning baptisms. Determined, he resolved to seek out other forms of lightning energy throughout the world, knowing that only by gathering all 9 could his physique achieve a qualitative leap. With the day still young, Ling Chen decided to visit his mentor, Kong Ming. "Boy, it's been a while. You've grown stronger, huh?" Kong Ming's weathered voice echoed, tinged with approval. "Your praise flatters me, master," Ling Chen replied respectfully, bowing. Seeing Ling Chen's eager expression, the old man rolled his eyes. "I knew you wouldn't come here without a reason. When you reach the platinum level, not only will you unlock a unique innate skill, but the second layer of the City of Space will also open up to you. I've left some treasures there for you." "What kind of treasures?" Ling Chen asked eagerly. "You'll find out when the time comes," the old man said with a cryptic smile. After bidding farewell to his master, Ling Chen returned to his room. At dawn, he leapt out of bed and heard his sisters chatting and watching TV in the living room. Smiling to himself, he headed to the kitchen, ready to show off his cooking skills and prepare a lavish breakfast to surprise them. Lighting the stove, pouring water, adding ingredients and seasoning, stirring and tossing it was all done in one seamless motion. In just 10 minutes, Ling Chen had 3 steaming bowls of noodles ready on the table. "Come on, taste your brother's cooking," Ling Chen called out. Without even looking up, Ling Shi pouted, "Brother, is cooking noodles the only thing you know how to do?" Ling Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully for a moment. "I can also fry eggs." The mention of fried eggs reminded Ling Chen of the little dragon still training in the pet space. He called out softly, "Summon." In an instant, a chubby figure appeared on the floor, lying on its back with all four legs in the air, chewing on something noisily. Well, skipping training to nap, huh? Ling Chen pretended to be angry, but quickly changed his tone. Little dragon, get up. Time for barbecue. The little dragon's eyes lit up, and it instantly flipped over, looking around eagerly. Where? Where? Seeing Ling Chen grinning at him, it pouted in disappointment. Boss, you're tricking a dragon. Ling Chen was about to respond when he suddenly noticed something odd. Huh, wait a minute. You're already at the city guardian level? Boss, I absorbed the beast core completely, so I took a nap afterward, the little dragon explained. Ling Chen looked at the rapidly improving little creature in astonishment. You've gained so much power already. Any new abilities? Boss, I can transform now, the little dragon said excitedly. I can turn into a true dragon and take you flying. Plus, I learned fusion. I can become a divine dragon armor and attach to you. Ling Chen let out a sigh of relief. So that's what it was. He tapped the little dragon on the head. All right, got it. Next time, say everything at once. By now, Ling Shi had already finished her noodles. Brother, these noodles are pretty good. Thumbs up, she said, giving him a big thumbs up. Seeing his sister's gesture, Ling Chen was reminded of something. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 jade pendants, handing them to his sisters. If you're ever in danger, crush these, okay? Got it. Ling Shi tilted her head and asked, Brother, does crushing the jade mean 10,000 soldiers will descend from the sky? A supreme warrior will arrive, riding the thunder, to save you. Both sisters nodded while rolling their eyes, clearly guessing that the so-called supreme warrior was none other than Ling Chen. Seeing they understood, Ling Chen finally felt reassured. With the protection of the strongest warrior in all of Huaxia, there were indeed very few who could harm them. Ling Chen realized he had spent too much time outside and decided it was time to return to the academy. First, he bid farewell to his 2 younger sisters, then headed to the city lord's mansion with the little dragon in tow. The guards at the entrance bowed respectfully as soon as they saw him. He gave a slight wave of his hand and walked straight inside. In the council hall, where discussions regarding future matters were ongoing, everyone stood up to greet him as he entered. Cries of young Master Ling, Brother Chen, and Ling Chen echoed through the room. Ling Chen responded with a gentle smile and said, Everyone, I'm planning to return to the academy. I'll leave the matters here in Tianan City in your capable hands. A sense of reluctance and disappointment appeared on everyone's faces. Ling Chen turned to Zhuge Kongming and said, Brother Kongming, I'll leave the special ability troops under your command. Then, addressing Yi Kong, he added, You're probably starting school soon, right? When you get to the Magic City, use your skills well and help scout for talented individuals for our legion. Don't worry, Brother Chen, Yi Kong declared, thumping his chest confidently. Ling Chen stepped forward and patted each person's shoulder in turn. I hope that when I return from the academy, this place will have undergone a transformation. By then, it'll be time for us to truly shine. With those words, he turned and left the city lord's mansion. Reaching a secluded clearing outside the city, a swirling vortex of space and time suddenly appeared in front of Ling Chen. He stepped into it without hesitation and vanished in an instant. Moments later, he reappeared on the edge of a towering mountain cliff. He gazed out at the bustling magic city in the distance, shook his head slightly, and turned to make his way into the dense forest. After returning to the academy, Ling Chen headed straight to the first floor of the treasure pavilion. He mused to himself that with the tokens he had seized from the new human organization, he should be able to earn tens of thousands of academic credits. The first floor hall of the treasure pavilion was empty except for an elderly man dozing behind the counter. Ling Chen lightly tapped on the counter, startling the old man awake. The elder, clearly displeased, grumbled, Kid, it took you forever to complete a mission. Don't disturb my sleep. Ling Chen ignored old Li's complaints and directly retrieved hundreds of new human organization tokens from his storage ring, including 3 steward tokens. Old Li was instantly taken aback. What, did you wipe out their entire base? After verifying the authenticity of the tokens, Old Li began calculating the credits. Ordinary tokens were worth 0.1 credits each, amounting to several dozen credits for the lot. The 3 steward tokens, however, were worth 80 credits each, totaling 240 credits. Ling Chen was delighted these credits would be enough to exchange for some valuable items in the treasure pavilion. Just as Old Li was about to register the credits, Ling Chen extended his right hand and produced an exquisitely crafted token. Engraved on it was a single character, Hua. Seeing the token, Elder Li's pupils contracted sharply. Isn't this the token of Elder Hua, one of the 4 great elders of the new humans? How did you? Before Elder Li could finish, Ling Chen interrupted him. It was on a stormy, snow-filled night. Stop, just get to the point. Elder Li quickly waved his hand. He wasn't interested in listening to a long story all night. Ling Chen straightened his expression and said, I found a corpse on the road. I initially wanted to check if I could help, but instead, I discovered this token beside the old man. Elder Li fixed his gaze on Ling Chen's eyes. Are you certain? Elder Hua is just dead. I'm certain, Ling Chen replied emphatically. After all, this was something he could recount however he pleased. Elder Li scrutinized the token in his hand, hesitating briefly before deciding to exchange points for Ling Chen. Elder Hua was on the bounty list. Aside from the 1,000 basic academy credits for eliminating an elder, there's also a bounty pool of 2,333 points. What? Ling Chen froze, not expecting Elder Hua to still be on the academy's bounty list. Seeing Ling Chen's excitement, Elder Li stroked his beard with a smile. Your overall strength must already be at least at the diamond level, correct? Ling Chen nodded in acknowledgement. As soon as he answered, the tasks displayed on the hall screen suddenly surged from hundreds to thousands. Scanning through them, he noticed that many of the missions mentioned an unfamiliar place, the battlefield of myriad races. I assume you've noticed the difference, Elder Li remarked. Do you know why, despite our human race growing stronger, we have never launched a counterattack on the demon beast domain to reclaim our lost territories? Ling Chen shook his head in confusion. Isn't it because we can't defeat them? Ahem. Elder Li cleared his throat. On one hand, the demon beast clan is indeed formidable. On the other hand, it's because of the battlefield of myriad races. In this place, there exists an ancient substance called chaos spirit liquid, which allows cultivators to break through bottlenecks without any side effects. Ling Chen's eyes lit up, but Elder Li's tone suddenly shifted. However, the battlefield of myriad races is not exclusive to us on Blue Star. Hearing this, Ling Chen was momentarily stunned, and a bold guess flashed through his mind. Are there other planetary races that can enter? That's correct, the Elder nodded solemnly. The name Battlefield of Myriad Races is no exaggeration. Countless races vie for the chaos spirit liquid within it. Moreover, our Blue Star has already been targeted by an extraterrestrial race. They've been searching for a way to enter. The Elder's expression grew grave. These extraterrestrial races even possessed a powerful individual who had once entered the battlefield of myriad races. In secret, they have developed a complete force on Blue Star. Their ultimate goal is to collaborate from within and without to breach Blue Star's defenses. However, the Elder continued, everyone entering or exiting the battlefield of myriad races is now subjected to strict inspections. Their 5 senses are sealed before entry. So far, the outsiders' schemes have not succeeded. These words gave Ling Chen a completely new understanding of this world. He frowned and asked, then why don't the outsiders directly attack our base in the battlefield of myriad races and slowly search for the entrance? There's a strength limitation for entering the battlefield of myriad races. Only those at or below the 3rd realm of the Saint stage can enter. Isn't the Saint stage the highest level of cultivation? Ling Chen asked in confusion. What's beyond the Saint stage? The Elder shook his head. When your strength reaches a certain level, you'll naturally find out. For generations, our ancestors have guarded the battlefield of myriad races, protecting the entrance to Blue Star. Countless have fallen in battle. At this, the Elder's voice carried a deep sadness. Ling Chen felt a heavy weight in his heart and silently resolved to explore the battlefield of myriad races. But before that, he needed to make ample preparations. He had to at least reach the platinum level, awaken 2 more innate skills, and unlock the 2nd level of the City of Space. Kid, while the battlefield of myriad races is dangerous, it's also the best place to hone your skills, the Elder reminded him. Only there can you truly grow and seize opportunities. Understood. Ling Chen nodded firmly, mentally planning his preparations. His top priority was to elevate his source energy level. Oldly, I'll take my leave for now. I'll come back another day to take on a mission. With that, Ling Chen strode off quickly. Watching Ling Chen's departing figure, Oldly chuckled softly. This kid is impatient, but his talent is undeniable. Given enough time, he will undoubtedly become a saint and a pillar of our human race. After leaving, Ling Chen headed straight to the cultivation chamber. With a few thousand points in hand, he opted for the premium cultivation chamber that cost 5 credits per day, rather than the free advanced chamber with triple efficiency. For a genius like him, the 10-fold cultivation speed boost of the premium chamber would yield far greater results. Now at the 7-star gold level, Ling Chen sat cross-legged and activated his cultivation technique. The dense source energy, amplified 10-fold, surged into his body like rivers. His goal was clear break through to the platinum level. The sound of deep breaths filled the air as Ling Chen's entire body seemed to awaken, pores opening wide as he began channeling his cultivation technique to absorb source energy. The energy flowed like gentle streams, permeating his limbs and bones before gathering in his dantian, where it condensed into glistening droplets. Suddenly, the source energy in his dantian erupted like a volcano, surging with immense power. Ling Chen's aura surged dramatically, shattering the barrier of golden rank 7-star and propelling him to golden rank 8-star in one swift breakthrough. Opening his eyes, he felt the surging energy within him and allowed a faint smile of satisfaction to grace his lips. Unwilling to settle at his current level, Ling Chen immediately immersed himself in a new round of cultivation. The source energy poured into him like waves, steadily converging in his dantian. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and his strength had reached the pinnacle of golden rank 9-star. His dantian brimmed with abundant energy, leaving him just one step away from reaching platinum rank. Recognizing the opportune moment, Ling Chen retrieved a sacred grade source ascension pill and consumed it. The pill's medicinal power spread rapidly throughout his body, causing a faint reddish glow to shimmer on his skin. The source energy coursed through his meridians, cleansing and tempering them. In his dantian, the liquid droplets of energy gradually solidified into crystals, each radiating immense power. As the final droplet completed its transformation, Ling Chen finally stepped into the platinum rank. A system notification immediately informed him that he had acquired two innate skills: spatial teleportation and temporal flow. Spatial teleportation allowed him to mark 3 locations for instant travel, while temporal flow granted him the ability to manipulate time within a designated space, currently enabling a 2.0x speed increase. Though neither skill offered direct offensive capabilities, their strategic value in combat and cultivation was immeasurable. Recalling that the second level of the City of Space could now be unlocked, Ling Chen took out the formation disc and ascended to the skies above the trial grounds. Fixing his gaze on the floating disc, he steadily infused it with source energy. Sensing the platinum rank intensity of his energy, the formation disc began to emit a deep, resonating hum. The formation disc quivered violently, emanating a peculiar glow. Within this radiance, the disc spun continuously, releasing waves of energy ripples that enveloped the entire trial ground. As the humming grew louder, the light from the disc became increasingly brilliant and dazzling. Ling Chen's face lit up with anticipation and knew this was a sign that the second level was about to open. Sure enough, moments later, the disc burst into an intense white light, and the entrance to the second level appeared. A beam of light shot straight up from the center of the trial ground, leading to the second level space. Without hesitation, Ling Chen stepped into the light beam and was instantly transported to a massive palace. Inside the main hall, several tables were arranged, piled high with spirit stones and elixirs. On the foremost table lay stacks of 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, while the other tables were filled with various types of elixirs. Clearly, his master had not anticipated that Ling Chen had already mastered the art of alchemy. Wasting no time, Ling Chen swept all the spirit stones and elixirs into his storage. These resources were more than enough to cultivate a powerful team of warriors. After securing the treasures, Ling Chen began to examine his surroundings. The palace contained several rooms, each labeled with different functions: battle room, training chamber, soul refining room, and so on. He headed straight for the battle room and pushed the door open. A voice echoed in his mind. Battle room: engage in combat with a mirror opponent. Inside the room stood a pitch-black figure, motionless like a puppet, wielding a dark sword that resembled the Xinyuan sword. As Ling Chen observed it, the shadow suddenly launched an attack, employing thunderbolt technique and transforming into a streak of lightning speeding toward him. Ling Chen reacted swiftly, using a teleportation skill to close the distance, aiming a powerful punch at the shadow's chest. However, the shadow evaded with a sharp maneuver and countered with a thunder god punch, its fist crackling with lightning, striking Ling Chen squarely. The impact sent him stumbling back dozens of steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. It was then that Ling Chen realized the opponent possessed all of his abilities and skills, making it a formidable adversary. His expression turned serious as he simultaneously unleashed the third-stage Thunder God technique and dual enhancements. The two overwhelming auras clashed violently in the air, creating a fierce and intense confrontation. Ling Chen fixed his gaze on the dark figure, his body moving in an instant as the Thunder God technique activated. His silhouette shot towards the shadow like lightning, so fast it seemed to blur into a streak. The dark figure reacted immediately, summoning an ice armor. A thick, icy blue layer quickly enveloped its entire body. Ling Chen's fist struck the armor with a dull thud, forcing the figure to stagger back 2 steps. Yet, the ice armor remained completely intact. Unwilling to back down, Ling Chen used his flash step technique to appear behind the figure in an instant. His Thunder God fist struck again, sending the figure stumbling forward. However, it still failed to inflict any substantial damage. The shadow figure ceased its passive defense, and suddenly, roaring flames erupted around it. The blazing inferno surged outward, forcing Ling Chen to retreat with another flash step. But the dark figure was even faster, stomping its foot on the ground and closing the gap with astonishing speed. In desperation, Ling Chen summoned his own ice armor for protection. Seeing this, the dark figure abandoned its aggressive assault and began channeling energy from 3 elemental sources. When Ling Chen saw the familiar glowing orb forming in the figure's hands, his pupils contracted sharply. What surprised him even more was that the shadow figure seemed to wield only his 3 elemental powers, neglecting his spatial and temporal abilities. As Ling Chen pondered the situation, the dark figure, now wielding the glowing orb, charged at him with incredible speed. Reacting instantly, Ling Chen shouted, "Temporal lock." The dark figure's movements slowed to a crawl, buying Ling Chen enough time to form a glowing orb of his own. The 2 identical orbs collided in midair, unleashing a deafening explosion. Ling Chen swiftly retreated, his eyes locked on the center of the blast. As the light and smoke cleared, an astonishing sight unfolded. The dark figure began to disintegrate, its form gradually fading until it completely vanished into the void. "Congratulations, you have defeated the mirror image." A notification echoed in Ling Chen's mind as a jade slip emerged from where the shadow had disappeared. Reaching out, he grabbed it and discovered it contained detailed information about a technique called Secret Art Clone. The technique allowed the user to summon a clone with strength equal to their own. However, the clone could only utilize abilities below the divine level and could exchange positions with the original. Its existence was limited to a maximum of 1 month. Staring at the jade slip in his hand, Ling Chen's face lit up with delight. With this secret art, he could now rely on his clone to undertake dangerous missions in his place. With this, Ling Chen completely eliminated all potential risks. He murmured softly to himself, a genuine smile spreading across his face. "A secret technique like this? It's truly incredible." To him, this life-saving technique had come at just the right moment. The system chimed in promptly. "Detected a divine-level secret technique clone. Would you like to learn it?" Without hesitation, Ling Chen chose to learn it. With the system's assistance, he quickly mastered the essence of the cloning skill. As he reviewed the skill's details, he discovered that the clone technique was divided into 3 levels. The first level allowed him to summon 1 clone, the second level up to hundreds, and the third level could summon tens of thousands of clones. Imagining the scene of tens of thousands of clones acting simultaneously, Ling Chen couldn't contain his excitement. Although the clones couldn't gain experience points from killing beasts, this in no way diminished the value of the skill. The gifts left by Kongming Master on the 2nd floor of the Space City were indeed far more generous than those on the 1st floor. Ling Chen's gaze turned to the 2 remaining rooms, his anticipation evident. The first room was a cultivation chamber, where the concentration of elemental energy was 100 times that of the outside world. Ling Chen immediately realized that if he combined this with his time manipulation ability, his cultivation speed would be hundreds of times faster than in the outside world. However, he didn't rush in but instead decided to check the 3rd room first. Soul Refining Chamber strengthens the soul. Requires spiritual power to reach the human realm or above. The text on the plaque piqued Ling Chen's curiosity. The moment he stepped into the Soul Refining Chamber, he felt his spiritual power being strongly suppressed and steadily drained. The system promptly alerted him. Resist the spiritual depletion of the Soul Refining Chamber to receive a reward. Ling Chen noticed that the spiritual power depletion within the chamber was manageable, as he could simply sustain himself through continuous self-recovery. For someone like him, whose spiritual power had already reached the human realm, this was not a difficult task, and he easily passed the test. Congratulations on passing. You have obtained the Spiritual Cultivation Technique Meditation. This technique, nearly lost on Blue Star, now appeared before Ling Chen. The system immediately asked if he wanted to learn it, and he gladly accepted. In an instant, the complete knowledge of the meditation technique was deeply imprinted in his mind. The corners of Ling Chen's lips curved upward as he silently marveled at the precious legacy left by Kongming Master. Through meditation, he could not only quickly restore his spiritual power but also increase its upper limits. Having mastered meditation, Ling Chen could now restore his mental energy anytime, allowing his illusions to remain effective for longer periods. More importantly, once he mastered mental energy attack techniques, his combat style would become even more unpredictable. Thinking about this, a faint smile played at the corners of his lips. Leaving the soul refining chamber, Ling Chen returned to the Grand Hall. The 2nd level was focused on enhancing personal strength in all aspects. With a thought, he activated his clone skill. Although the clone could not cultivate, its proficiency in alchemy proved to be quite useful. Ling Chen quickly retrieved various herbs and rare treasures from his ring, piling them in front of the clone. Under the clone's puzzled gaze, his figure gradually disappeared. Back at Dawn Academy, Ling Chen exhaled deeply and headed straight for the treasure pavilion. As he stepped onto the 1st floor, the dozing elder immediately sensed his presence and slowly raised his head. Ling Chen stood before him, radiating a unique aura. "Are you ready?" the elder asked solemnly. "I'm ready. I want to go to the battlefield of 10,000 races." "The battlefield of 10,000 races is no place for the faint-hearted," the elder interrupted, his tone grave. "I've made up my mind," Ling Chen replied firmly. The elder's eyes briefly flashed with admiration, though his expression was tinged with concern. He sighed and said, "Go then, and may you return alive." On the battlefield of 10,000 races, even those at the diamond level are at the very bottom. Be cautious in all things. The elder retrieved a jade token from his robe and handed it to Ling Chen. This is your pass to enter the battlefield of 10,000 races. Infuse it with source energy, and it will transport you to the entrance. There, the guards will conduct an inspection. Ling Chen nodded, accepting the jade token. Without hesitation, he infused it with source energy. With a faint sound, his figure vanished. Watching the empty space where Ling Chen had stood, the elder's face was clouded with worry. I hope you come back alive. Over the years, fewer than 1 in 10 have survived the battlefield of 10,000 races. Yet, those who do return almost always attain the Saint Realm. Ling Chen reappeared at the entrance to the battlefield of 10,000 races, deep underground. The surrounding cliffs were lined with defensive weapons, and molten lava churned below the high platforms. A guard quickly approached him, bowing respectfully. May I ask, is this your first time here? Ling Chen nodded and, at the guard's request, presented his academy token. Upon seeing that Ling Chen was from Dawn Academy, the guard became even more deferential. Please wait here for a moment, sir. I will report this immediately. A moment later, the guard returned. Sir, please follow me. Ling Chen followed the guard down a long corridor and soon arrived at an enormous teleportation array. At the entrance to the battlefield of myriad races, an elderly man with white hair, Li Daosheng, stood with a solemn expression. As a supreme-level powerhouse, he bore the responsibility of screening those entering the battlefield. When the guards escorted Ling Chen forward, Li Daosheng's gaze lingered on the young man for a moment. First time at the battlefield of myriad races, I assume? Yes, Ling Chen responded succinctly. Are you aware of the dangers here? The elder continued. I am. Ling Chen replied with a firm nod. Li Daosheng stepped closer and patted Ling Chen on the shoulder, his tone heavy. Good. Be careful and return alive. Thank you, senior. Ling Chen said with a respectful bow. Go on. Someone will meet you over there, Li Daosheng said, waving him forward. Ling Chen nodded, turned, and stepped into the teleportation array. In an instant, his vision blurred, and his figure vanished. At the teleportation array in the territory of the human race, a few dozing guards were startled awake by the sudden flash of light. When they saw Ling Chen step out of the array, their eyes filled with surprise. Just a mere platinum level, one-star youth. Coming here was as good as seeking death. Another spoiled kid from some big family looking to make a name for himself. The guards exchanged disdainful glances. However, as Ling Chen sensed their contempt, an overwhelming and powerful aura, far surpassing that of a city guardian, erupted from him. The guards' expressions immediately changed, and they quickly bowed and smiled apologetically. The lead guard stepped forward hastily, presenting a waist token with respect. This is the token of our race. It can detect the presence of other races. After Ling Chen accepted it, the guard eagerly volunteered to guide him. Walking through a spacious corridor and stepping into the grand palace gates, a magnificent open-air plaza unfolded before them. The cool mountain breeze brushed against Ling Chen's face, and the distant mist-shrouded mountain ranges appeared faintly in the horizon. At the center of the plaza stood a massive circular stone monument, inscribed with 3 bold characters, War God Monument. Surrounding it were various functional buildings, such as the Hall of Merit, the Hall of Rewards, and the Hall of Missions. In the plaza, a few scattered vendors sat cross-legged, calling out their wares, but the passing powerhouses seemed uninterested. Instead, most of them hurried toward the teleportation array on the eastern side. Looking at the scene before him, Ling Chen's eyes revealed a trace of peculiarity. Somehow, this situation felt oddly familiar to him. New here? A chubby little guy suddenly waddled over, lightly nudging Ling Chen, who was still lost in thought, with his elbow. Without hesitation, he draped an arm over Ling Chen's shoulder like they were old friends. Ling Chen glanced sideways at the overfamiliar stranger and asked indifferently, What do you want? Heh, I'm Wang Xiaopeng, just a wandering cultivator, the chubby guy said with a wide, innocent grin. I heard about the 10,000 races battlefield and got so pumped up that I came straight here. What about you? Ling Chen's expression grew even stranger. Who are you kidding? A wandering cultivator wouldn't have gotten in here. After a brief pause, he still replied, I'm Yi Kong, from the Martial Arts University in Magic City. You're here for the 10,000 races battlefield too? What a coincidence. Wang Xiaopeng's eyes lit up. Want to team up? I know this place like the back of my hand, and I guarantee I can help you out. Ling Chen stared directly into the chubby guy's eyes, as if trying to see through him. Why me? I'm just a rookie. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, clearly sensing that this chubby guy wasn't as simple as he seemed. Ahem. Wang Xiaopeng lowered his voice, speaking in a mysterious tone. Brother Yi, I've got this family heirloom that can sense other people's fortune. When I looked at you just now, your fortune was soaring like a dragon flying to the heavens. As he spoke, he pulled out a sheepskin scroll from his chest. This is a map of the 10,000 races battlefield, marked with locations passed down from my ancestors. Ling Chen took the map and glanced at it. It was indeed marked with numerous locations, accompanied by detailed notes. Intrigued, he asked, how did your ancestors discover all this? Martial arts have only been on the rise for the past 40 years. Wang Xiaopeng was momentarily at a loss for words. It was passed down from my grandfather. 2 generations, you know. Ling Chen didn't bother questioning his explanation any further. Instead, he used his system to check. Wang Yingjun, Diamond Level 7 Star, 9999997000000 Loyalty, 59. 1 point short of being recruitable? Ling Chen shot a sharp glare at Wang Xiaopeng before suddenly agreeing. Alright, let's team up. Wang Xiaopeng scratched his head, confused about why he was glared at. Noticing that Ling Chen only had platinum-level strength, he puffed out his chest with pride and said, Heh, stick with me, and I'll take care of everything. Is that so? Then I'll be counting on you, Ling Chen replied with a faint smile. Wang Xiaopeng secretly rejoiced, thinking he had finally found a lucky charm in this so-called child of fortune. Sure, his strength might not look like much now, but who knows? He might just skyrocket one day. Let's go. Straight to the mission hall. Wang Xiaopeng grabbed Ling Chen and started heading toward the hall. SK. A vendor nearby couldn't help but chime in. Hey, Xiaopeng, at least let the newbie go through the orientation first. Orientation? What for? We're a team of prosway, skip that part. Xiaopeng nonchalantly finished speaking and eagerly pulled Ling Chen into the mission hall. The stall owner watched their backs, curling his lip and muttering under his breath, show off. Who does this kid think he is? He doesn't look like a veteran of the 10,000 races battlefield. He's not a veteran. This is his first time here. Someone nearby chimed in. First time. And they dare go on a mission with just the 2 of them as newbies? That chubby guy's been hanging around here for days. I bet he's been waiting for that young man. Others began to discuss. Inside the mission hall, Ling Chen followed Xiaopeng, carefully examining the mission boards on the wall. The difficulty of these missions was clearly much higher than those at the academy, making Ling Chen regret not taking on some academy tasks to gain experience first. While he wasn't afraid of challenges, he didn't want to start off with something overly difficult either. Brother Yi, let's pick some treasure hunting missions. The map has all the locations marked, Xiaopeng suggested. Ling Chen nodded in agreement. For a first mission, it was wise to be cautious. If things got dangerous and he needed to swap places with his clone, losing the clone would mean he couldn't use the ability again for several days. Xiaopeng quickly selected a few missions and pointed at the map. Brother Yi, I've picked a few locations marked with heavenly treasures. Shall we get going? Ling Chen glanced at the map and nodded. The 2 headed straight for the teleportation array, where 2 robed warriors were stationed. Destination? One of the warriors asked. The endless desert. Erase the fee, Xiaopeng said, handing over 20 high-grade spirit stones. Following the warrior's instructions, the 2 stepped onto the teleportation array. Come back alive, the warrior said sincerely as the 2 disappeared in a flash of light. Moments later, a white light flashed, and the 2 reappeared in the human settlement of the endless desert. Before them stretched an endless expanse of golden sand dunes, with waves of heat rolling in. So this is the endless desert? Ling Chen murmured. Xiaopeng pointed at the parchment map and explained, Yes, Brother Yi. The scorching sand, the beast cores of the crimson wind sun lizard, and the seeds of the tree of life are all here. Ling Chen was inwardly surprised. The tree of life was a sacred artifact of the elven race, and he hadn't expected to find its seeds here. Lead the way. Let's head straight into the desert. Xiaopeng eagerly complied, pulling out a specially crafted light skimmer ship from his ring. With a grin, he said, Hee, this is a family heirloom. It'll save us a lot of time. The ship was equipped with a unique defensive array to block most of the heat waves. Ling Chen rolled his eyes silently and hopped aboard the skimmer. Xiaopeng inserted a high-grade spirit stone into the ship, and the light skimmer slowly lifted off. It glided out of the city gates and headed toward the vast, unending desert. In the endless desert, yellow sand filled the air as waves of heat occasionally rose into the sky. Brother Yi, I heard that this entire endless desert was once a lush forest inhabited by the elf tribe, said the chubby man sitting at the front, steering their craft. The elf tribe? Ling Chen was startled, immediately thinking of Lingling. Yes, the chubby man continued. Legend has it that the elf tribe was a group of kind and beautiful beings with intelligence equal to humans. They were not only kind but also gentle, each possessing a compassionate heart. Unfortunately, they were wiped out and disappeared into the annals of history. Ling Chen fell into deep thought. Could Lingling have come from there? But the pathways between the myriad races Battlefield and Blue Star were tightly controlled by powerful human warriors. How did she make it to Blue Star? This mystery could only be unraveled gradually. After an entire day of monotonous travel, the two finally spotted a vast oasis spanning hundreds of acres in the distance. At the heart of the oasis was a flat grassland with towering ancient trees, lush and vibrant. Brother Yi, shall we check if there's a water source? Maybe take a dip to cool off? The chubby man said excitedly, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the oasis. If not for the stealth array on their craft, the beasts lurking in the sand would have long worn them down. All right, but be cautious. Ling Chen nodded in agreement. They did need a break. Got it. Leave any danger to me. The chubby man eagerly piloted the craft toward the oasis. Once they arrived, the two jumped off the craft. The chubby man stored away the light shuttle and stretched his body. Ah, this feels amazing. The weather here is so nice. Finally, we can relax. Ling Chen shook his head. This guy had no sense of danger. In the distance, there was a pond roughly the size of a basketball court, its depths unfathomable. As Ling Chen extended his perception and spiritual energy to probe the area, his expression turned peculiar. The chubby man, already giddy with excitement, dashed toward the pond, shedding his clothes along the way. With a dramatic 720-degree spin, he leaped into the water, sending a huge splash into the air. The corner of Ling Chen's mouth curved upward, as though anticipating the scene that was about to unfold. Brother Yi, aren't you coming in? The chubby man called out, leisurely floating in the water. Why don't you try sensing what's beneath the surface? Ling Chen suggested. The chubby man froze for a moment, then glanced downward. Two pairs of blood-red eyes stared straight at him. A chill ran down his spine. Before he could finish yelling, help, a terrifying suction force pulled him underwater. A massive aquatic beast opened its gaping maw, attempting to swallow him whole. However, due to his plump figure, he got stuck in the beast's throat, with his belly pressed against its mouth. Ling Chen couldn't help but twitch at the absurd sight. Pulling out the Xianyuan sword, he pushed off the ground and darted toward the two entangled figures. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.